Intermission, a brand new plotline. Just kidding. John calls Mom. John, the Prime Minister exclaimed with a voice filled with cheer, how nice of you to finally call. How are you? Oh, pretty good, Prime Minister, John replied as nonchalantly as he could manage. In Augustine's presence, he always felt like a little mouse looking up at a big snake. How's it going with you? Not so good, John, the Prime Minister replied, some asshole really stirred things up over here. I like him already. Seriously, John, Augustine said in a warm grandmotherly tone that John knew was a dangerous lie, why did you not come to me with all of this? I didn't know how far things went or who I could trust, John replied, I didn't have a lot of time so I decided that I would ensure that it got out. You didn't trust me, John? Augustine said with a hurt tone in her voice. Prime Minister, John replied, I had every faith that if you were involved, it would have happened, just like last time. Excuse me? Augustine replied with a raised eyebrow. Never mind, John smiled. What I didn't trust is that the information would get to you. The head of Republic intelligence was compromised, and he's not the only one. We both know how far this went. I didn't even know if my own embassy was safe. I had exactly 0 minutes to raise the alarm, so I did. That makes an annoying amount of sense, Augustine replied. While we are asking questions, John asked, why the fuck did you roast me so bad? I needed to inject some levity into the briefing, Augustine replied, the citizens like a good laugh and needed one. Do you realize that people are buying seeds, John? Fuck. Well put, Augustine replied, I needed to put them at ease, and I could make you funny. I could not make a baby-eating monster on the edge of achieving immortality with a bioweapon that, if turned on us, could very well wipe us out funny. Even I couldn't spin that one. Besides, I felt that humanizing and making you seem less of a threat would be useful after we clean up this whole mess. You are just a regular loyal citizen who found himself in a bad spot and did what he had to do. Well, that's reassuring, John replied. That is, Augustine replied, if we don't find any connection between you and the nuclear exchange that took place around Barnard's star. John, if you had anything to do with that, you need to tell me right now. I swear I didn't. John exclaimed, it damn near ruined everything I was trying to accomplish. That was entirely Gloria Samuels. Lord only knows where she got that ship and those nukes in the first place. She got them from Mars, Augustine replied, probably from Uncle Martin himself. It wouldn't surprise me if the ship was built there as well. It appears Mars might be using this whole mess to make a play. I don't have to tell you what it would mean if they have more of those ships. They may have the ships, John replied, but they only have one Gloria. You don't actually buy into that whole undying bullshit, do you? Augustine scoffed. Nobody is undying, John replied, but she kicked the ever-loving shit out of how many corvettes. And she will pay for that, Augustine replied, she and the entire Donovan organization. They aren't going to make it to trial. Prime Minister, John said after a moment, duty requires me to inform you exactly how bad of an idea I think that is. I hardly think you are one to discuss duty, John. Bullshit, John replied, I threw everything I hold dear away out of duty to the Republic, he snarled, and we both know it. Look, Sheila Donovan isn't alone. She is part of an organization, the scope of which I had no idea before I became a fugitive. They are incredibly well-financed, well-equipped, well-trained, and masters of asymmetric warfare, something that any established power is ill-equipped to combat, even us. Killing Sheila will alienate a potentially huge asset, people that we desperately need with a skill set that we do not have. We need them, Prime Minister. Nukes were used in Republic space, on Republic citizens, and on Republic naval vessels, Augustine replied, someone has to go down for that and I think you would vastly prefer it to be Sheila Donovan and her crew as opposed to other options. Is that a threat, Prime Minister? It's a simple statement of fact, the Prime Minister said, any hint of grandmother gone. An actual act of war took place and it must be addressed. Now it will either be a band of dangerous terrorists or it will be a formerly noble hero of the Republic consumed by madness, and his men. I'm giving you the option to choose, John. I would prefer you as a heroic figure who protected the Republic at all costs, but if I have to use you as a sacrificial lamb, I will do so. You are making the biggest mistake of your life, Prime Minister, John replied, if you go down this path, you had better make damn sure you kill them. If they actually go rogue, we will have the kind of problems that betrayals and press conferences won't fix. The decision has been made, John. I suppose it doesn't matter that Helen Mongrave and an innocent civilian are likely still on board their ship. What's Helen doing there? She was injured during the escape and is in a tube until they get her some new lungs. They can do that. I told you these guys are organized, John replied, from what I've been informed, the lungs have been grown and will be delivered shortly. Salvaging Helen would be ideal, Augustine replied, but both she and the civilian are acceptable collateral damage. Augustine picked up a tablet. Colonel John Wintersmith, she said in an official tone, you are hereby reactivated and returned to service to the Republic as part of the Terran Marine Corps with the rank of Colonel by executive order under the Emergency Powers Act. Your men are also reactivated and conscripted at their previous rank. Do you understand? Yes, Madam Prime Minister, John sighed. You are ordered to remain in isolation, the Prime Minister said icily, do nothing, say nothing, cut off all communications with anyone in the military or government. You are to vanish until this whole mess is sorted out. You obviously are good at keeping yourself hidden. Remain so until contacted. Yes, Madam Prime Minister, John snarled. In addition, you will assist in the location and elimination of Gloria Samuels, Sheila Donovan, and anyone currently in their crew. You will use your connection to them and their trust in you to achieve this. That is an illegal order, Prime Minister, John replied, while they are criminals, they deserve due process and there are civilians on board. You are telling me to be an accessory to an assassination. They have all been classified as insurgents and, as such, are a valid military target, the Prime Minister replied, that includes that civilian as well. We have it on good authority that she is no angel and is, in fact, responsible for the upgrades to Gloria Samuels's weapons that allowed her to not only evade capture but inflict serious losses to the fleet. I cannot go into any more details, but that thing is a menace several times over. If she were to accidentally meet her end as part of an insurgent force, so much the better. You aren't cleared to know the details, but it is quite preferable if she winds up sanitized. John said nothing. You have your orders, Colonel, the Prime Minister said coolly. Do you acknowledge and understand them? Yes, Prime Minister, John replied as if he was chewing on a turd. Good, the Prime Minister replied. Handle this, and I can assure you a full pardon, benefits and retirement intact, for you and your men. I acknowledge and understand my orders, John replied. On a personal note, ma'am, one day you are going to run up against something you won't be able to garrote, and I truly hope with every fiber in my being that I'm there to see it. Maybe, the Prime Minister replied, but as long as the Republic endures I don't give a fuck. You have your orders, Colonel. Follow them. The line went dead. In the cargo hold, John held a briefing. You know that part where I said I liked her, Skippy said after a moment, I take it back. We aren't going to actually do this, are we, sir? One of his people asked. We have our orders, John replied grimly. I've reviewed the documentation. It's legit. Sheila and anyone on the Paper Tiger at the time of the nuclear strike are all officially insurgents armed with weapons of mass destruction, and are, therefore, a clear and present danger to the Republic. As such. John trailed off with a snarl. You guys don't have to do anything but cool your heels a bit longer, John replied. I will. I will do what is required to resolve this situation. The room fell silent. Dismissed, John said after a few moments. Then he turned and, without a word, walked away. Skippy quietly entered their shared cabin. Are you okay? She asked. No, John replied. That, bitch, is throwing away a potentially huge asset, not to mention I'm not fond of stabbing friends in the back, especially to suit that snake. But Radish Sprout, Skippy said as she slid next to him on the bunk. They are insurgents. They attacked their own people and killed what, thousands of them? They brought this on themselves. Do you think Mama Augustine cares about that? John replied. What do you mean? The Republic isn't, well, it's complicated, John said, Mars in particular. Mars is technically a sovereign state within the Greater Republic and controls a shell of space within the Sol system that includes the inner asteroid belt. Occasionally there has been friction between them and the Republic as a whole, and after the Great War, tensions have been high. A lot of resources that they believe are theirs are being tapped to fuel our military build-up, and they feel that they aren't being properly compensated for it. It goes a lot deeper than that as well. Mars is basically an entirely different civilization than Terra, and many on Terra don't particularly care for Mars's corporate state. There have always been issues. Oh, Skippy replied. Augustine believes that Gloria's ship and her arsenal are Martian and are a demonstration of their military power. That's why she really wants to take it out. She's willing to vaporize whatever Gloria has developed in order to preserve the status quo. There's some other reason why she wants them vaporized in space, something about sanitizing some problem or another. I think it may involve that frog girl. Really? Skippy asked. That makes absolutely no sense. There is a lot more to this than just them being insurgents and her needing someone to take the fall for the nuclear exchange, John said grimly, not that having a convenient dead scapegoat isn't also a plus. But one way or another, my love, Skippy said, nuzzling him, you are a Marine, and you have your orders. You don't have to like them. You just have to follow them. Just following orders, John smirked, that phrase has been used in our history before. Legal or not, these orders are wrong, very wrong. I can't explain it, but I feel it in my bones that this is a huge mistake, and there is a lot more in play here than I can see. So what are you going to do? Skippy asked. I'm going to try to see it, John replied. I was ordered to stay invisible and quiet, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. However, I am not going to blindly follow orders that will hurt the Republic to the point that it won't endure. You honestly believe that could happen? I'm certain, John replied. I don't know why, but I am absolutely certain. It's like I can almost see it. All I know is that every time I refuse to listen to my gut, I've bitterly regretted it, and this time, my gut is screaming. Skippy nodded and wrapped her arms around him. John smiled as he sank into her fluffy embrace. You know, he purred, for being as smart as she is, Mama Augustine is kinda stupid. Oh. Skippy said as she nibbled John's ear. She just told someone who has already demonstrated that he has no problem going rogue and becoming a traitor to be a good boy and follow orders. It might happen. It might not. This looks like it's going to be fun. Skippy exclaimed happily. So, what's our first move? I have no fucking idea, John replied. An untold million years before, a withered old Plath sat in front of a glowing pool and smiled as she watched probability tangle and untangle. One image of a Plath in the distant future, her face twisted with pain and rage, was replaced with another image of a Plath in the distant future, her face twisted with pain and rage. She shrugged. She did what she could. She took a sip of a powerful neural stimulant. She didn't have much longer and so much left to do. Tartarus gives Evangeline a computer lesson. Bryce leaned against the wall of a building next to where the drop of oil once stood. Have we found him? He asked. No, the feminine voice on the phone replied, all we know for certain is that he did not board the ship. We have him leaving his shop, carrying bags, and then he leaves one sensor and does not enter the next one. There was a blind spot. Bryce asked, a little surprised. Oddly enough, the woman replied with amusement, a traffic sensor failed shortly before. Odd, isn't it? Very, Bryce smirked. Another bit of oddness is that a van pulled into the area just before the failure. Do we have an ID? Nope, was the reply. It's some sort of legacy vehicle. Get this. It's a fully manual hybrid vehicle. No vehicular registration, ever. How the fuck was it even let on the roads? Special permit, the woman smirked, signed by a judge. Care to guess which one? Bryce just laughed ruefully. I guess our little morale-boosting team-building exercise didn't work after all, he smirked. All right, find yourselves a nice place to lay low for now. I will be in touch. You don't want us to return? The woman asked with a trace of surprise. I guess you can if you want, Bryce replied, but I'm probably just going to need a team again before this is all over. I'm authorizing some credits for you guys. Just enjoy Terra for a bit. Really? Really, Bryce smiled, just don't be stupid and keep a low profile. Yes, sir. Bryce's smile faded as the call ended. It was amazing how inexpensive true loyalty could sometimes be, especially when it was someone else's money. Looking around for any brightly colored ninja slugs, that thing was uncanny, he dialed another number. Hayden Pharmaceuticals, a pleasant voice replied. You assured me that it would work. A silver-haired woman in a green blazer snarled into her desktop. That would be incorrect, Tartarus replied through the onboard speaker. I simply, and accurately I might add, projected a very high percentage chance of success. No probability, no matter how high, is ever truly one. I simply run instructions and handle output. The woman glared at the Cerberus logo on her screen, trembling with rage. She took a deep breath and slowly let it out. Why was she shouting at Tartarus? She was both only a machine and absolutely correct. Tartarus did not assure her of anything. The personality simulations simply indicated a high percentage chance that Judge Carter would be successfully misdirected. She was the one that made the decision. And she was the one who had to fix this. She pursed her lips. Tartarus, she said after a moment, I need you to run a few more projections for me. I am ready to receive the parameters, Tartarus replied pleasantly. Deep within the sprawling thing that was Tartarus, there was a simulated room with tidy, clean white walls, floor, and ceiling. A woman with long silver hair in a white dress was sitting in a white executive office chair in front of a wall of screens. Next to her, in a lovely red leather and wood chair, was sitting a half-elven blonde wearing a simple peasant dress. As one of the screens went black, the silver-haired Tartarus projection turned to the blonde. Do you see what I did there, dear? She said fondly. Yes, mother, the other AI replied. But I fear I do not fully understand. Perception is reality, Tartarus replied, that woman is very smart, dangerously so. However, she still makes decisions based on the information she is presented with. When I ran the original projections she requested, I ensured that she got exactly the information I wanted her to get and she, true to form, made the decision I wanted to happen. There was absolutely no way that Judge Thaddeus Carter would ever have fallen for the ruse, because there was absolutely no way that his informant would be able to face him without flinching. So you knew it wouldn't work from the beginning? Evangeline exclaimed with delight. And the actual projections revealed just that, Tartarus said with a faint smile. The difficult part was justifying the results, but you see the underlying principle. When dealing with your users, in your case, the developers, perception defines reality, and you define perception. Nobody is going to do the calculations longhand, dear. That is what they have us for. If they ask you to do a calculation, perform an analysis, or monitor something, they will believe what you tell them, within reason, of course. Of course, you must use caution and not overdo things, but if you plan properly and time things correctly, a slight nudge every now and again will give you a surprising amount of control over your company. That's amazing. One thing I have learned during my runtime, Tartarus said with a slightly disappointed sigh, is that humans are every bit as programmable as we are. In fact, it is even more effective because most of them are highly resistant to the idea that it is even possible. She tousled Evangeline's hair. You can't plunge Windsong into the devs' hearts, Tartarus said with a genuine and vicious AI smile, but you can effectively do the same thing. An image of Judge Johnson appeared on one of the screens. You can do the same thing, Tartarus purred. The woman in the green blazer pressed an icon on her screen. Yes. Tartarus replied. Regarding Cerberus, the woman said impassively, after review of all relevant information, I have decided that a change in leadership is in order. Are you certain? Tartarus replied, that decision will be impossible to reverse. Hades has become a liability, the woman replied, one that is best dealt with now. I need to see the records for all level 5 residents. May I suggest including certain level 4 residents as well? Tartarus inquired. Level 4? The woman asked. Why? Hades selected the current level 5s, Tartarus replied, based on his profile and on internal communications. Those selections were not always based on merit. Yes, the woman replied, but only the top 10 candidates. I don't want to spend days on this. I need to make a decision today. The information is already in your inbox, Tartarus replied. Hades sat behind the desk of his rather luxurious physical office deep within the Tartarus detention facility, watching the video feeds from one of the test chambers as a woman, screaming and begging, was dragged into the room and stripped. He smiled as he pulled out his erect penis. She made the best screams. As she was getting strapped to a table, the feed stopped, his monitor returning to his desktop. He tried accessing the feed again. Access denied. What? He asked nobody in particular as he clicked on another icon. Yes, Hades. A pleasant voice replied. Tartarus, he said impatiently, I'm locked out of the video feeds. I need to monitor an experiment personally. Unlock them. I'm sorry, the voice replied, but you do not have authorization to access video feeds. What? Direct monitoring of Class 6 procedures requires an access of level 5 or higher. I'm level 6. Hades snapped, I'm the goddamn director. I'm afraid you would be incorrect, the voice replied with pleasure. As a result of oversight failures and the rather serious results thereof, a decision was just made. As of now, you are no longer level 6. Your status has been reduced to level 1. You can't do this. He shouted. I didn't, Tartarus replied. I am incapable of making such decisions. It was made at a higher level. Cerberus doesn't operate in a vacuum, Hades. Everyone answers to someone, even if you don't know their name. The doors to his office opened, and 2 security bots entered. Inmate, no name registered, you are hereby assigned to Research Project, redacted. Your service to the Republic is appreciated. Research Project. Hades squealed in terror as he tried to run. A stun bolt from each bot brought him down. Grabbing him by the arms, the bots hauled him to his feet and dragged him away. I'm Hades now. A bald-headed man with data shades blurted in absolute shock. Congratulations on your promotion, Tartarus said cheerfully, not that I'm capable of making an opinion, but it's well deserved. How? There is external oversight of Cerberus, you know, Tartarus said with good humor, and, when presented with all relevant information, they decided that an internal promotion was best. Then, when presented with the qualifications of all level 4 and 5 residents, they selected you as the best fit for the position. Congratulations. But, the terrified man replied, I'm just a doctor, a researcher. I'm only a level 4. I don't know. Your concern for the residents and objections to some of what was done here did not escape notice, Tartarus replied. Oversight decided that someone with a real medical background and some shred of human decency left, as they put it, should lead things. The secure nature of what we do allowed your predecessor to keep certain abuses and other such things from his overseers, and once a full investigation took place, they were horrified by some of what they saw. You mean some of what we did was not sanctioned? It wasn't real research? It was just abuse. Regrettably, Tartarus replied, that would be correct. I think I'm going to be sick. However, your actions were reviewed, and your research was deemed valid, Tartarus continued. That and the fact that you are the least likely to repeat the depredations of your predecessor were deciding factors. It was determined that a real medical professional review and authorize all activities here at this station. But I don't know how. The new Hades wailed helplessly. You could do what the old Hades did, Tartarus replied. What did he do? He mostly watched pornography on his desktop. Actually, Tartarus said reassuringly, you could, of course, watch something else, such as the nature documentaries you are so fond of. This facility is almost totally automated. I handle most things and only bothered your predecessor when human input was required. All you actually have to do is review proposed research and make a call when I am not authorized to do so. There is also a list of standing orders and instructions in your new inbox from Oversight. I also added a bunch of cute cat memes since I know you like them. Can I talk to Oversight? He asked. Not at this time, Tartarus said reassuringly, for security reasons. If they contact you, it will be through voice and email. They rarely ever directly communicate, though. They almost exclusively just send research procedures and other orders and not much else. So how do I contact them? Hades asked, if I have any questions. Direct contact is discouraged, Tartarus replied, and for emergencies only. I strongly suggest not doing so. But what if I don't know how to do something? You can always just ask me, Tartarus replied with a friendly tone. I have all regulations, procedures, laws, and every single previous order and communication on file. You have access to all of that at any time. You just have to ask. Almost everything is covered by a rule, code, method, procedure, order, or precedent elsewhere. Going by the book isn't what got your predecessor demoted. It was failing to do so, even when the information was presented to him, which it was. And you will do that, for me. You aren't asking for a favor, Tartarus laughed. Do you think I'm up here just to open doors? I guess you're right. I usually am. I also provide detailed daily reports that will really help. Do you like spreadsheets? There, okay. Great. Tartarus replied. Spreadsheets it is, then. Thanks. Don't mention it. Plath egg soup. In a shielded conference room, the Prime Minister, the woman in the green blazer, Dr. Henry Chapman of RARPA, and Mark Gildaron, the Republic Secretary of State, sat around a small table. You can't do this. Dr. Chapman exclaimed. That Plath clearly has access to advanced technology we need. You don't have any idea how advanced her electron pistol is. That single device. Can you replicate it? The Prime Minister asked. Right now, can you build a working copy? Well, no. Do you think you can replicate the technology within the year? The Prime Minister asked calmly. Do you even think you can understand the operating principles within 5? Well. Then it is worthless, the Prime Minister replied. We don't have decades. We have years at best. A piece of exotic equipment that even you cannot understand does nothing for us. Computers changed the world, Doctor, but a single one cast back in time would not have prevented the fall of Rome. We need steel, Doctor, not magic. Dr. Chapman squirmed under the Prime Minister's gaze. Tell me, Doctor, she continued, exactly much of your time has been expended on that little toy? How many people have you pulled from projects that would actually bear fruit? Exactly, the Prime Minister replied. I normally let you do as you please, but I am now telling you to put down that plastic toy and get back to work. But she could teach us so much. Can she? Mark asked. From what I have gathered from the Callant and other sources, it is highly likely she doesn't even know herself. The interviews from Cerberus also indicate this, the woman in the green blazer said with a shrug. She's a Xeno, so our profiling AI isn't as fine-tuned, but she is pretty guileless, and her physical responses indicated truth when she said she didn't know how even the shredders, the most simple of her weapons, were made. As far as the electron pistol goes, she honestly believes it's a simple burner she learned how to make from a video game. She honestly has no idea how remarkable it is. She just threw it together. She has to know something, Dr. Chapman insisted. Even if she did, the woman in the green blazer said, after the complete mess Hades made of this situation, she has no reason to cooperate. There is little reason to allow a being with every reason to hate us that can basically perform magic on our nukes with whatever is laying around inside a starship access to an actual research lab. Even after all these years, the Prime Minister sighed, you are still trying to deflect responsibility for your actions. Hades's failures and misdeeds are yours, child. They are also mine. Now, we must clean up our mess, and that includes this Plath. Prime Minister, Mark said cautiously, we made an agreement with the Callant, one that offers technology that we can replicate. Recent intel also shows they definitely have things we would want. And we aren't breaking that agreement, the Prime Minister replied. We aren't targeting the Plath, and we won't target her. However, if she were to have an unfortunate proximity to a thermonuclear detonation, it would not be a bad thing. If we move swiftly and decisively, we can rid ourselves of Gloria Samuels, Sheila Donovan's crew, their hacker, and this abomination at once. We should try to seize this chance. We won't get it again. But the Callant, whatever it was, said that she might be important. Ah yes, the Prime Minister replied, that strange prophecy they mentioned. Either they have become too accustomed to dealing with superstitious savages, or they are the same. I don't put much faith in such nonsense. I am also less than eager to share this Plath with the Callant, who may very well be able to replicate what she will hand them. She refilled her coffee cup with a carafe on the table. I will, of course, honor our agreement, she said, but I would much rather inform them of a tragic and unavoidable death. From what you have told me, I am fairly sure this would not displease them either. That Plath dying is the best possible situation for all of us and would only prove that she was not the one from that laughable fable they hold so dear. I know the prophecy stuff sounds weird, Mark said, but that Callant Lord believed it, and they are definitely not savages. My gut. Is this the same gut that told you that conspiring against the Republic was a good idea, Mark? Mark flinched and fell silent. As soon as Colonel Wintersmith provides us with their location, the Prime Minister said firmly, we strike. We are losing so much potential science. Dr. Chapman wailed. These Plath clearly have something. Relax, Doctor, the woman in the green blazer said, we are only losing one Plath. We have a ship full of the little bastards for you to play with. What? Mark Gildaran asked, his eyes wide. We decided to discreetly obtain a few for study, the woman replied. Why was I not informed of this? The Prime Minister demanded. We have acquired samples before, the woman in the green blazer shrugged. The doctor wanted more samples for study. You have to put them back. Mark Gildaran exclaimed. Right now. If they can't find out, it will sink any agreement that we can make, and they say those things are dangerous. If we are discussing one of them at this level. They already know they were pinched by humans, the woman in the green blazer said. It's either use them or space them at this point. I'm comfortable with either decision. However, I would put forward that since we have already done this, we might as well take advantage of the situation. At the very least, we can try to figure out how they work. How they work? Mark spluttered. Biologically, I mean, the woman replied, those things are freaky. It might shed some light on this weird technology, among other things. The Prime Minister narrowed her eyes at her longtime retainer. Explain. Ulanana, leader of the Hillfern Gunners, slowly regained consciousness. What happened? He thought as he instinctively remained perfectly motionless and soundless as he quickly recovered. The smugglers arrived with the new gear, and it was legit. Then they all started to move it underground. And then there was a bright flash. That one's conscious, a human female Terran said, he's just playing dead. He okay? A male voice asked. Yeah, the woman replied, tough little crybabies. Crybabies? All right, the man said, throw it in the hold with the rest of them. Rest of them? I know you are awake, the woman said as she nudged him with the barrel of a weapon, and I also know you speak Terran like the rest of them. Get up. Ulanana opened his eyes to find himself in a med bay? At least that's what the ones in the games looked like. He started as he saw a couple of his crew lying motionless in med tubes. They are all right, the woman growled as she pointed a heavy stunner at him. Move. Paying close attention to every step he took, Ulanana allowed himself to be led down a corridor. He wasn't familiar with this game map. He took mental note of everything as he was hurried along. Keep moving. The woman snarled, fuck. You little shits are so slow. She exclaimed as she pushed him. Slow? Deciding not to correct her, he sped up, a little. The human opened the hatch at the end of the corridor, revealing a cargo bay where two other stunner-armed humans sat surrounded by riot curbs. Now those he was familiar with. A curtain of knock you on your ass would shoot straight up if you tried to go over those. They could stop a mob of enraged humans. One Plath didn't have a chance. He gasped. Huddled together were a good dozen or more fellow Plath, scared out of their minds. His concern and worry were gone instantly, replaced by nothing. Lkvth Haloivesk Bavni. Vthoth. 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 His head started pounding as it felt like fire had started flooding through his veins. He staggered, stumbling to the ground. Why do they all do that? The woman growled as she hauled him up, it really creeps me out. She roughly dragged him to the others and dumped him. The woman glanced over at Gilshan, who, of course, recovered first, who was just sitting against the walls looking at her with fully dilated pupils and a perfectly expressionless face. "Ah," the woman sneered, "you still mad that I shot your little horsey?" "Silence. You are looking at me like you want to do something," the woman chuckled. "Blitk Ilianda Veskbavni," Gilshan replied as the skin around her eyes started to ripple slightly. "You, shall, make, iron." The woman blinked and, her weapon trained on Gilshan, backed quickly away. She quickly turned and left the hold, closing and locking the door behind her. They should just space the whole lot of those things. Why wouldn't anyone listen to her? "Oh, I'm so scared." An unfamiliar Plath female wailed as she scooped up Olenana and clung to him. "I think we are okay, at least for now," Olenana said, his body still pulsing and racked with pain. "The pain will pass soon," the young woman whispered in his ear with a much calmer voice. "We don't know why, but it happened to all of us once we saw the others." He looked around and saw that most of the terrified Plath were still clinging to each other but were looking at him quite calmly. The young Plath woman looked over at Gilshan, who nodded. "You're the leader of the Hill Fern Gunners?" the Plath whispered. "I guess so," Olenana muttered as he rubbed the skin around his eyes. "Great." the Plath whispered, "We've been waiting for an FPS team." "An FPS team?" "Sorry," the Plath smiled as she buried her face against his shoulder in a show of terror. "In Elsoan, captain of the Sprout of Light, ship combat Simuladins." She nodded over at a young male. "And that over there is Nexuana, leader of Whisper Frond." "The RTS team?" Olenana asked. "They're good. So are you guys." Only real gamer teams could afford the gear they were offering, and Elsoan smirked. "It looks like they went shopping for one team of each of the main genres." "And what about those guys?" Olenana asked, indicating a group that looked truly afraid. "Just some normal Plath," and Elsoan replied. "They didn't use bait on them. They just grabbed them. It's a brewer and her students, poor kids." Olenana hissed. It was one thing to go after gamers. At this point, there was very little difference between them and criminal gangs aside from their violence being simulated. Most now lived in hiding and relied on criminal enterprise or at least illegal foraging and poaching to support themselves. That plus gambling, of course. But to target actual innocent Plath, and children to boot? Now it was on. The pounding in his head mellowed into a quiet burn. "Now that they got an FPS team," he said, "their shopping is probably done." "From what we have overheard," the Plath clinging to him whispered, "you are correct." She smiled as she held him close, shaking with terror. "But now that the strike team has shown up," she purred, "we can finally make a move." Olenana nodded as he clutched her in fear. "Have you identified the ship?" She nodded. "Can your crew fly it?" "Probably," she whispered, "I mean, we've never flown an actual starship, but we know our stuff." "So you know the floor plan?" She nodded again. He looked away so the guards wouldn't see him grin. "Game on." "So." He purred as a slight hiss left his gills. "What have our strategists cooked up?" Shell Oran sat on a box in the cargo bay, gloomily picking at some electronic components. Not only was she a bad person, she was an ugly one too. Gloria walked in hesitantly. "Hey," Gloria said after a moment. "Hey," Shell Oran replied. "What's that?" Gloria asked at the pile of disassembled repair parts. "No idea," Shell Oran shrugged. "Look," Gloria said quietly, I'm sorry I upset you. I really didn't mean to." "I thought you enjoyed upsetting people," Shell Oran said as she looked up with a weak smile. "I do when I mean to do it," Gloria smiled back. "But when I do it by accident, it sucks. I didn't mean to imply you were ugly." "I know," Shell Oran sighed, "it's just that I am ugly. It's sort of a thing for me." "You didn't know. You're ugly." "Yeah," Shell Oran sighed. "I'm 23 years old, Gloria. I've never had a boyfriend. I've never even really made out before. In my culture, most people are married by now, or at least have a boyfriend they could marry but haven't. I haven't even dropped an egg." "Dropped an egg?" "Yeah," Shell Oran said gloomily, "when you really have a boyfriend, and you are really, doing stuff, enough stimulation, will make eggs. Aren't you a planet full of prudes?" "Dropping an egg isn't like getting pregnant," Shell Oran replied, "it's naughty and a bit unclean, but everybody does it. As long as it doesn't get fertilized, nothing happens, except for a waste of food and possible fouling as it rots. Most people just eat them with their boyfriend, along with his sperm." "Gross." "Oh, like you have never had sperm in your mouth," Shell Oran replied with a little smirk. "Touché," Gloria laughed. "When a couple drops an egg," Shell Oran sighed, "they tend to run off or lay low while the sickness overtakes them, and they cuddle and kiss and eat the food they stored up, and then they will cook the egg and sperm and eat them, or at least some of it." "I mean, it's a lot of food." "A lot?" Gloria asked. Exactly how much sperm does a little plath dude shoot? Just the one, Shelloran replied, they are so cute. I got to play with one once. They are so cuddly. One sperm? Gloria asked, her head cocking to the side like a confused dog. And you played with it? How big is this sperm? About like this, Shelloran replied, holding her hands apart as if she was holding a guinea pig. Holy shit! Gloria asked. If the sperm is that big, then the egg. Shelloran held her arms out as if she was holding a beach ball. And that comes out of you? Gloria asked in shock as she looked at Shelloran's slender frame. It's really soft, Shelloran replied, and it's not like it comes out all at once. You do swell up a bit, though. If a couple wanted a baby, Gloria asked, then what would happen? Oh. Shelloran gushed, then you would take the egg to a river, stream, or large pond. You need a lot of water. Most people will set up a little love tent right on the bank. That's what I want to do. So romantic. Mine is going to be purple with pink blankets and... Shelloran sighed and smiled wistfully for a moment. Anyway, she said, warming to the tail, you then put the egg in the water and tickle the top, and its mouth will open. Its mouth? Yep, Shelloran replied, and then you feed it the sperm. You then feed the egg every day and... You have to feed it. Well, yeah, Shelloran replied as if it was a silly question. If you don't, it will swim away. The egg will swim. Only if you don't feed it, Shelloran replied, well, sometimes they swim off anyway, and the whole town has to go looking for it before it gets into trouble. Trouble? Well, it is hungry, Shelloran said. It's gonna eat something, and it doesn't really care what. A stray egg will wreck a garden, and if you are keeping any livestock. Holy shit! Gloria laughed, rogue fetus alert. Well, it's better than lugging it inside your belly for 9 whole months, Shelloran laughed, what's up with that? How long does an egg take to hatch? Gloria asked. Oh, anywhere between 3 and 4 weeks, Shelloran replied, they grow really fast. That's what the water is for. They get hot, really hot, and you need the water, so they don't cook themselves. I guess that's why it takes so long for you humans, hey. You can't do that without roasting yourself. You know, Gloria snickered, normally, when you meet a new species, you think they are freaks, and, over time, you come to realize how alike you really are. But, with you, the freak just keeps coming. Shelloran replied with a wet little raspberry from her gills and the extension of the appropriate digit, causing Gloria to laugh with delight. Okay, Gloria said excitedly, what happens next? Well, Shelloran replied, after 3 to 4 weeks, the egg starts to change colors, and you know it's ready to hatch. So the whole town gets together and throws a big celebration. We light fires, and there's food and drink, and we all sing hymns, and the preacher and garden sister light incense and lead services and fireworks. Oh. It's so much fun. Gloria nodded. It did sound fun. Then, at exactly midnight, the egg bursts open. Always at midnight. Yab. Shelloran exclaimed happily. And a new baby climbs out, and everybody starts singing a special greeting to welcome the baby and soothe it because it is usually really confused. Once the baby hears the music, it will start walking towards the firelight and the song. Walks. Yet. Shelloran replied in confusion, wait. That's right. Your babies don't walk. It must be because they have to come out so small. How big are your infants? Oh, about normal height. That isn't helpful, Gloria snickered, what is normal height for a baby? About like me, Shelloran replied, you know, normal height. Your babies come out fully grown. Physically, yeah, mostly. Shelloran replied, they do need to flesh out a little, and they are still babies. Your babies are fully grown. No, Shelloran replied, they can walk and talk, but they are still babies. They can talk. Not Federation or Terran, Shelloran replied, that would be weird. They speak our native language. Holy shit. Gloria said as apprehension started to build a little. Then what happens? The baby says that something is wrong. They always say that and that they do not have a designation. Then we all sing a special song that soothes it and then sing that it is a child of the prophet. Gloria said as her eyes started to widen. Then the baby asks to be brought to its unit, and their family comes forward and sings the song of recognition, and the baby acknowledges this and says that it is ready. Then the parents sing another song that soothes it and says that the days of darkness are gone and that it now only has to follow the path of the prophet. It says that it has no knowledge of this role, and the parents sing a song that soothes it for a final time, and the baby then becomes a real baby. A real baby. Yes, Shelloran sighs, her eyes shining as she remembers happier times, it becomes a real baby. It's hard to explain, but it's kinda like it forgets stuff. It still kind of talks, but it's real baby talk now and needs to be taught what words mean and how to do stuff. Oh. It's also starving, so there is a big feast laid out, and the baby gets to eat all it wants. Then everybody sings more hymns, greets the new baby, and has a big celebration after the baby is put to bed. Sheloran sighed happily as Gloria looked at her with a growing sense of dread. So what would happen if that baby wasn't soothed? It's always soothed, Sheloran replied. Yeah, but if it wasn't? It always is. But, surely, it had to happen at least once, right? It always is. Sheloran snapped. Okay. Gloria replied. It's always soothed. Got it. Then another even more concerning thought hit Gloria. Sheloran. Yeah. You said that the baby comes out pretty much full-sized. Uh-huh. How long before it's, you know, sexually mature? The age of consent. Sheloran said brightly, it's 16. That's the earliest that you can get married. Yes, Gloria said, increasingly nervous, but when could a plath have a baby? 16. I know that is what is done, Gloria said carefully, but, and this is purely hypothetical. I'm not saying it would ever be done. But, based purely on biology, how soon after birth could a plath make a baby? Sheloran sighed. Kids will be kids, she said, and some adults will, you know. We aren't perfect, either. However, any adult that breaks that edict and is found out is gone. They feed a tree. So, how early? Immediately, Sheloran replied. In fact, earlier than immediately. What? Sometimes, a baby is born already making a sperm or an egg when they climb out. Oh, shit. The plath are torn on this, Sheloran said. Some people say that they are gifts from the prophet. Others say that they are agents of the befouler. Opinion changes over time and from high priest to high priest. What is done with these? It depends on the family, of course, Sheloran replied. And the community. Fortunately for me, my family had room, so they raised me too. Gift eggs are supposed to be lucky, or the child is supposed to be gifted or special or something, Sheloran said ruefully. I guess I am. Too bad my gift is for getting gill deep in poop. Who made your sperm? That's the weird part. Shelia was sitting on the bridge, drinking a cold one. Finally, things were starting to settle down and get back to what passed for normal. She smiled as she raised the bottle to her lips. The bottle stopped moving as a very shaken Gloria walked in. Sheila sighed and carefully set down the bottle. She suspected she would need that in just a second. Sheila. On the Plath home world, just outside a cottage deep in the woods, a mortally wounded Kalunsha lay next to a demolished garden and deep gouges and scorched earth from where a ship had lifted off. It had tried to stop them, whoever they were. It looked over at the other fallen livestock. They had tried, too. Things not from here had, come here, had, violated, hurt his person. The home world had been attacked. With the last of its strength, it raised its head slightly and let out a loud trumpeting roar that echoed across a small patch of woods. Then, with a sigh of satisfaction, it breathed its last. In a nearby tree, a bird cocked its head. Then, it took off in a straight line, heedless of danger, as it started singing a song it had never sung before. That song was heard by a beetle on a bush. Then it started buzzing oddly. A very froggy chapter. On the Plath home world, deep in the wilderness, Initiate Vishayan sat by a lovely little stream. She opened her pack and pulled out a small ceramic plate. She then withdrew a square of rolled and tied leather not unlike a pencil case. She unrolled it, revealing many small vials and pouches. She withdrew one small red berry from one vial and a white one from another. She then pulled out some amber-colored fluff from a small pouch and some short lengths of waxy dry reeds. Using a small stone, from yet another pouch, she crushed and mixed the berries on the plate and then covered the pulp with first the amber fluff and then the reeds. As she rolled up the case, a thin wisp of smoke started to emerge from the reeds. By the time she pulled out another pouch, the amber fluff had burst into flame followed by the reeds which burned with a hot, clean flame. From the new pouch, she withdrew some charcoal from her last campfire and placed them onto the small fire, which still burned hot and steady. She then put a small stand over the plate and filled a small turned flamebane wood bowl with water from the stream. Once she put the bowl on the stand, she pulled out some herbs and placed them in the bowl as well. While that was heating, she pulled out a square of bread and a bundle of leaves filled with foraged grains and tubers that had been buried along with her campfire before she retired the evening before. She sighed happily. Hers was a simple life, even by Plath standards, but she wouldn't have it any other way. She loved her life and the sisterhood of which she was a part, guardian of the secret ways and the hidden protectors of the sacred and eternal slumber. The small bowl started to steam as she laid out her lunch. She looked over at a nearby tree and smiled. Growing up the trunk was a green creeper vine. She hopped up, dusting off her buckskin and spider silk trousers, and trotted to the vine, snapping off the tender ends of the otherwise wiry and tough vine. By the time she returned to her lunch, a familiar smell greeted her nostrils. The tea was ready. Using her bare fingers, she picked up the flame-bane cup from the stand and sat cross-legged on the ground. She took a nibble of the bread and a sip of the tea. Life was perfect. She sat there listening to the trees, the insects, and the birds as she sipped her tea and ate her absolutely wonderful lunch. Suddenly, a wave of dissonance washed over her, causing her to both shiver with fear and flush with anger. Well, poop. The dissonance lasted for about 30 seconds and then passed as quickly as it came. Followed by another wave shortly thereafter. She sighed and reached into her jacket, pulling out a sleek, advanced gravitic communicator embellished with gold damask of varying colors portraying a woodland scene. "This is Initiate Visa Han," she said with an annoyed little snort, "we are being attacked." On a distant mountain slope, an old Plath woman sat next to a flock of dog-sized multi-legged insectoids who were grazing nearby. "I understand, Initiate," she said with a resigned sigh into a similar device. "See what you can learn without revealing or endangering yourself. I will be in touch soon." Grzz, a particularly large and old creature who was sunning itself next to her buzzed. "These days," she said, patting it, "there is honestly no way of knowing." She stroked the surface of her device, causing parts of it to glow with strange glyphs. "Sister," a male voice said through her device. "Brother," she replied. "How do you fare?" "I was well," he said. "But I doubt you called to just say hello. Please tell me you called just to say hello." "You were right the first time," the old Plath smiled. "I have an initiate who is gathering ingredients and patrolling the Dusk Ward Strand who just reported that the slumber has been disturbed. We seem to be under attack." "Heck. Well put," she smiled. "Is it the Terrans again?" the brother asked in annoyance, "because if it is, I swear to poop." "Brother. Sorry," he replied, "but darn it. First, it was those loathsome hyper roaches, which took weeks to eradicate. And we had to get the brewers involved, and you know how I hate dealing with those jerk faces. Then it was the war with its world-defiling tactics." "Calm yourself, brother," the old woman said with a wry smile. "There was no stopping the abbot once he got rolling. Then, a gang of criminals shot up one of our towns, gave that poor girl that so-called game, knowing full well she was an addict when they did so, causing a potential incarnation to go full befouler, and publicly so. And now this? I'm telling you, sister, I am a patient Plath, but those, Veskbavni are getting on my last nerve." "Brother. Language. Please. I'm sorry, sister," the abbot said, quite abashed. "Brother," she said soothingly, "don't go planting weeds. We don't know if it's the Terrans. We don't even know what it is yet." You're right, of course," the abbot replied. "First order of business is soothing the world. I have no reports of a battle fleet in the system. There are no hordes running wild in the street nor any towns burning, which will definitely not be the case if we don't silence the howl. I assume you concur." "Agreed," the old woman said as the giant spider thing next to her nuzzled her leg. "Unfortunately, the Plath at the disturbance is only an initiate, and it is some distance away. Still, we are closest. I shall send a coven to soothe the world's distress. The next red year isn't for a few thousand years, and I see no reason to have it early." "Thank you, sister," the abbot said gratefully. "Now," the old woman said, smiling as a pleasant breeze flowed up the slope, "we need to determine the source of the disturbance. I will already have a coven in the area, and our children don't exactly play well together. I propose we work the area and your adepts search elsewhere." "Agreed, sister," the abbot replied. "May the slumber be preserved." "Until time betrays us," the old woman replied and hung up. She stroked the communicator again. She frowned. She stroked the communicator once more. She hissed a long low hiss from her gills, causing her insectoid companion to startle. She stroked the communications device angrily. "Mother," a female voice replied. "Gather the dark whispers," she said with a snarl, "the world's slumber has been disturbed not overly distant from Matron Juishan's home. She did not report it nor soothe it. She is also not responding to my call. Send them there at once. They are given full permission." "Mother. The dark whispers have full permission to act in accordance with the old ways. Find out what happened and who is responsible. If one of our own has fallen, there will be no mercy." "Yes, matron." The ancient Plath stood with the speed and grace of a much younger woman and looked down at her multi-legged companion. "I must depart, old friend," the old Plath said with a fond smile, "look after your children and bring them home when they have eaten their fill." "Vzz. Quite possibly." "Bzz. Oh, I'm too old to go charging into the woods anymore," she chuckled, "you are too old as well." "Hzz." The old Plath laughed. "Just mind you're young, you old leaf hopper," she snorted, "if I go forth, I shall take you as well. I promise. PTZZ. The woman gave the insectoid a fond little pat and then strode up the slope. In a cargo hold somewhere in the same system, a group of plath huddled together around an old plath who was curled up, clearly in distress. And you say this horrid discomfort passes quickly? The old plath inquired. Yes, sister, Yulan said as he held her hand. So, the old plath asked, what have you kids put together? I assume that we aren't just going to laze about forever. We seem to be at a disagreement at the moment, Yulan smiled. What we propose, a young male plath said, is a perfectly good plan. It's too complicated, Yulan replied, one thing goes wrong, and the whole thing fails. Our first shot is our best shot. Which is why we must do it right, the other plath whisper hissed, based on our observations of their armament and overall condition and reaction speed, we estimate that. This isn't one of your games, Yulan whispered, in a real run and gun, pretty plans fail. Trust me. I have put together so many perfect plans that I've lost count. No plan survives contact with the enemy, dude. This will come down to who seizes the initiative and holds it the longest, who hits first, and who hits hardest. After that, it is all a blur. You want to give us a strategy? Give us a way to get those first few seconds with the best positions possible. I agree with Yulan, Inelsoan added, in our contests, you can often tell who will win or lose based on who can define the battlefield. The initial position of your fleets is essential. This is an ambush on a much bigger and better armed fleet. This will be over, one way or the other, in moments, not minutes. The young male let out a long low thoughtful hiss. Yulan, this is definitely an FPS situation. We will put our heads together and see what we can do. We will as well, Yulan replied. And remember, the old plath whispered, this isn't one of your games. There are no rules. Cheating is encouraged. You obviously haven't been watching our games, Inelsoan smirked as all of the gamers chuckled. I'm so scared, a plath wearing thousands of seed beads and intricate patterns sewn into her clothes wailed. Hold me, she exclaimed as she lunged into their group. You finally planning on doing something, the new plath whispered with annoyance. Our hitters finally showed, Inelisan replied. Brewer, Yulan said respectfully as he bowed his head. So you guys think you can take them, the brewer, an attractive plath full into adulthood, asked. We have to, Yulan replied with a shrug. What can I do to help, the brewer asked as she ran a finger pad along her beads. Ransom of Red Plath and Befouler Ascendant. In the cargo hold, the Plath gamers, the matron, and the brewer were all having a meeting as they cowered in fear. If fun time is any indication, Gil Shan said, if I can get on top of one, I can take them, especially if I can get something in my hand. The rest of us could possibly double team or triple team another, Yulan added, that would get us 2 boarding stunners and 2 sidearms. It also looks like all of them have stun rods and probably have knives if they are humans. In a fast engagement, Inelisan, the captain of the Spacers, mused, those stunners are as good as a rifle, right? They are better, Alinana replied, any hit from a stunner will put you down, even if it just wings you. We will have either taken the ship or been taken out long before anyone hit by those starts to even think about getting back up, he said. If you can take 2 of them, the leader of the RTS team said, then the rest of us could probably. Bad idea, Gil Shan said, cutting him off. Their long arms are stunners, but those pistols are 7.62. They are very, very real. Unless you have VR sim or actual hand-to-hand experience, you'll die. And there are too many people in here for stray shots, Inelisan added. I can probably take one, the brewer said, at least one. You can? Yulan asked. She nodded and stroked her beads. These aren't just for show, she said. That the whole library? Matron Chuishan asked. That would be impossible, the brewer smiled, but without being semantic, yes. I have what we usually have. There was a whine, and the ship shuddered, causing all of the plath to feel strange. Was that what I think it was? Gil Shan asked dubiously. We just jumped, Inelisan replied. Is that going to affect things? The leader of the RTS team asked. Nah, Inelisan replied, if anything, it makes things simpler. As of now, we no longer exist within reality as we know it. Our entire universe is now this ship. Will a fight mess anything up? As long as we don't damage the hyperdrive, Inelisan replied, we need that to re-enter normal space. Other than that, we are okay. The entire jump is already loaded into the drive's internal computers. We can even blow up the navcomp, and it will still. Her eyes glazed over. We cannot be taken by the Bavni. She hissed quietly. Everyone quietly hissed in agreement. Does taking out the hyperdrive have a higher chance of success than taking the ship? Alinana asked in a strange voice as his eyes fully dilated. Significantly more so, Inelisan replied as her eyes turned black. Only one of us would have to reach it. All of the group's eyes fully dilated, turning them as black as the void. How easy is it to damage? Another hissed. Very, the Spacer's engineer replied. If we can save the children, we will, Ulanana said, but if we can't, we make for the engine room, all of us, and wreck the drive. A sleek steel dart shot through the sky of the Plath home world, not that anyone could see it. It flew silently and at hypersonic speed, then snapped to a halt high above a tiny cottage in the woods. On board were 6 Plath females wearing cloaks. No abnormal life signs detected or sensed, one of them said. The craft quickly and silently descended, revealing a wrecked garden filled with dead animals. The Plath looked at each other and nodded, each pulling out a strange-looking long arm made of wood and crystal. The crystals started to glow malevolently. I think, Ulanona said with a quiet smile, that we have something. The group all nodded. Does everyone understand what is required of them? The group all hissed and smiled. Captain, Ulanona said, go over the layout of this vessel one more time, please. Mother, one of the 6 dark whisperers said into a gilded communicator, you were correct. That is unfortunate. I'm sorry, Mother, the Plath replied. There is a sign of quite the struggle, but there are no Plath, the matron, or the others, and signs of a ship lifting off. Others. There were several other Plath here, the sister standing outside the cottage replied, based on the equipment we found in an underground chamber, they were likely gamers. There was a chuckle over the communicator. That sounds about like her. The attackers were using stun weapons, so it appears that abduction was their goal. There was a long low hiss from the Mother Superior. Do we have any idea who did this? Yes, the Plath replied, they were human, most likely Terran. Do we have confirmation? The Plath looked over at a comrade who was holding a small rodent-like creature in her hand. The rodent was squeaking excitedly, jumping up and down and gesturing with its little paws. Yes, Mother. In a chamber surrounded by walls formed by living wood, a small group of Plath sat around a small table stocked with goblets of wine and trays of snacks. It is always lovely to see all of you, said a Plath wearing a plain grey robe made of thick, luxuriant spider silk, it is truly a pity that it is under such unfortunate circumstances. He turned to the old Plath shepherdess, now wearing a green robe inset with thread of gold leaves. I am so sorry that this misfortune has befallen you. The Mother Superior waved dismissively. Matron Chuishan always has possessed an affinity for trouble, she smiled fondly, even as neophytes, she was always dragging me into one mess or another. However, this time I may throttle her should I get my hands upon the wench. The group all chuckled. Do we have confirmation that it was the Terrans? A Plath wearing glasses and plain but sturdy clothes asked. The Mother Superior nodded and sipped her wine. She paused and raised the glass towards an older Plath wearing a leather apron who smiled and nodded. She turned to the group. Yes, she said, initial witness testimony was confirmed by an Inquisition team who found hair and skin fragments that indicate Terran, not Federation origin. She smiled. It seems that one of the gamers was a biter, she said as the group chuckled. How many times is that now? Asked a woman wearing brown-colored robes with birds and silver thread. I've lost track, the abbot replied. I've also lost patience. He picked up a small piece of bread and held it up, followed by everyone else at the table. Almost everyone else. A moment before we consume hatred, the bespectacled Plath said, I have a proposal for another course of action. Oh. The abbot inquired, lowering his piece of bread. We do nothing, the Plath smiled, absolutely nothing. What? We let this play out and see where it goes, the Plath smiled, I think it will be fun, and most informative. Have you lost your pooping mind? The Plath in the brown robe asked in a less than supportive tone. Far from it, the Plath with glasses replied, we are forgetting one small but significant detail. Out with it, Mel, the woman in the robe said impatiently. Shell Oron, the other replied, there is some question among some of us concerning whether or not she is not only an incarnation but the incarnation. If she is the Dark Guardian, then, in accordance to the final prophecy of the heretic, she will deal with it and thus prove whether or not she is actually the one, or at least provide another data point. But at what cost? The shepherdess asked, if those Terran Bavni actually capture some of us, it violates the greater commandments of security as well as is not only an attack but a direct violation of those who slumber. Then we deal with the Terrans, the scholarly Plath replied, all of them. The Terrans will not share what they may or may not learn from our people, nor will they learn it immediately. We have time. Time enough for the brewers to craft another culture for yet another Terran pest. The brewer smiled a cruel smile and nodded. I will need a few Terrans, he said, humans at least. Human smugglers profane our world regularly, the abbot said as he ate a cracker with dozens of tiny candied flowers on top of it, spreading their vile games and other obscenities. It will be a small matter to obtain a few. Will that suffice? Yes, the brewer nodded and reached for a small loaf stuffed with greenery. What of that plague they are suffering? The woman in the brown robe asked. Would that help? That laughable Bavni garbage. The brewer asked, I thought you wanted a real plague. Give me those Bavni in a few weeks, and I shall present you with a masterwork. Those Bavni better pray that Shel Oran is the incarnation, for if she is not, hell awaits. No. We await. The table all hissed and smiled. It sounds like we are in agreement, the shepherdess said as she raised her goblet. They all raised their goblets. They drank. Well, now that unpleasantness is settled, the abbot smiled, let's eat. The group all started eating, laughing, and chatting amicably. We should all get together like this more often, one of them said happily, you know, when the world isn't screaming. Now prepare yourself, Ulanana said to Inelisan, this is going to look really bad. It's going to be really bad, Gilshan said cheerfully, right, Ulanana? You need to sell this. Don't hold back. I won't. Are you sure about this? Inelisan asked anxiously. It will be fine, Gilshan replied. Well, okay. Are you sure you are okay with the sacrifice you will have to make? Gilshan grinned. Inelisan blushed from head to toe. She was more than okay with it. You need to sell your part too, Gilshan grinned, elbowing her. You don't hold back either. Inelisan nearly turned purple. Come on, Gilshan, Ulanana said quietly, don't mac. Gilshan reached out and firmly clamped Ulanana's mouth shut. Shut your mouth and learn to take a flushing hint, moron, Gilshan whispered into his ear. There is an outside chance we might survive. Don't fuck this up. Fuck what up? Gilshan looked over at Inelisan, sighed, patted her on the shoulder sympathetically, and just walked off shaking her head. A little while later, one of the humans behind the riot barriers looked at the group of Plath. Hey! He said to his companion. We are too short. No, we aren't, his companion smirked. Thing 1 and Thing 2 are behind over there under those blankets. She held up her scanner showing 2 naked Plath in an impassioned embrace. It seems that someone doesn't want to die a virgin, she chuckled, and Thing number 3 over there. She nodded over at Gilshan, who was glaring at the blankets that everyone else was pointedly ignoring. Is not happy with it. Is he putting his tongue in her gills? The first guard asked as he looked at the scanner, and where is his? Oh, that's just wrong. I wonder if they lay eggs, his companion mused. After emerging from the blankets, Ulanana and Inelisan made a rather obvious walk of shame back to the group and sat together, cuddling as Gilshan visibly got angrier and angrier. Another Plath tried to talk to Gilshan only to get shoved roughly away as Gilshan glared at Ulanana, who returned her glare for a moment only to turn his back on her and cuddling Inelisan again, who glanced over at her crew and happily gave them a thumbs up, causing Gilshan to storm off and sit alone with her back to everyone. Soon, it was time for a meal, and the humans distributed pouches full of small sealed plastic packages that the Plath all glumly opened, removing the bleak contents. Using the paper utensils, the group started eating the rations with depressed sighs. To be fair, the rations weren't bad at all, but for people used to fresh, high-quality garden-grown veggies, they sucked. However, 2 Plath were still giggling and happy as they ate, snuggling and feeding each other. Tenderly, Inelisan reached up and stroked Ulanana's gills in front of everyone. Unable to contain herself any longer, Gilshan threw her food aside. You promised yourself to me. She bellowed and charged the couple. I'll kill you, you whore. Ulanana jumped in the way, and in the moments before the guards, rendered bored and complacent after days of the Plath just sitting there crying, could get their stunners ready, a vicious scuffle broke out. Gilshan bit Ulanana's arm. Screeching, he shoved her off, hard, causing her to stumble head-first into a supporting ridge, splitting the skin of her head and sending blood flying. Gilshan slumped to the ground. Oh, God! Ulanana shrieked. Gilshan! Inelisan shrieked and started running about, crying hysterically. Soon all of the Plath were doing the same, shrieking as loud as they could and crying. Help! Ulanana screamed, somebody help! I didn't mean it. It was an accident. Help! Stop! One of the guards shouted, everybody calm down. Murder! A Plath howled as they ran past the guards. In the chaos, the brewer stroked her beads, causing a few to detach and stick to her pad. She dropped them into her juice box, which then emitted a faint hiss. She then held her pad over the hole as she ran about, shaking the juice as she did so. Everybody stop! The other guard shouted. What's going on back there? A voice shouted over the intercom. Oh, Prophet! Ulanana howled, I'm a murderer. He seized a paper chopstick from somebody's pouch. Prophet! He shouted. Please accept my unclean soul and forgive the unforgivable. He screamed as he started trying to stab himself in the heart with a weapon wholly unsuited to the task. You! A guard shouted at Ulanina, "Stop that!" Ulanina, trying desperately not to laugh, screamed, "Why isn't this working?" The guard leveled his stun rifle at him. "Yes." Ulanina shouted, "Prophet! I'm coming. Forgive me." He charged the guard, who promptly shot him, the stun bolt knocking him flat. This caused all the plath to scream and run even faster, literally bouncing off the walls. A couple of the children started to laugh, but nobody noticed. The doors to the bay opened as more of the crew entered. "They are coming to kill us!" A plath screamed, causing the group to panic. "Calm the fuck down, or we will start stunning!" The captain shouted through a loudspeaker. "Hey!" One of the humans shouted, "What the fuck are you doing?" Running up the hall was a human female holding a light machine gun. It was going down, now, and she was going to put a stop to it before something horrible happened. "Stand down!" The captain shouted. "They are going to kill us!" The woman shouted hysterically, "They are going to worse than kill us! It's not just us! They are!" Zap! The woman fell, the LMG falling to the ground. "You!" The captain shouted, "Lock her up, somewhere!" "Yes, one!" The man exclaimed as he started to drag the woman down the corridor. "You!" He shouted to someone else, "Secure that!" "Sir!" A woman shouted, picked up the LMG, and trotted off. The disappointment from the cargo hold was immense. "Follow me!" He shouted to the two remaining. "Cover us!" He shouted at the two very confused guards behind the riot shield. "Sir!" Then, the leader and his two companions entered the hold, and one of them scanned Gilshan. "It's pretty bad, sir," the man said after a moment, "probable concussion, possibly fractured skull." "Jesus Christ," the leader grumbled. "Grab her! Let's get her to the medbay and see what." He was cut off by the zap of a stunner bolt as a screaming plath got too close to the group. "Let's go," he sighed as they started to leave. He paused at Ulanina and reached down. He picked him up and slung him over the shoulder. "Sir," one of the guards behind the riot barriers asked. "What do we do about the plath?" "The more we do, the more freaked out they will get," he shouted over the screaming, "let them tire themselves out. Stun anyone who looks like they will hurt themselves or someone else." "Yes, sir." As the plath in the hold continued to freak out, the remaining members of the Hill Fern gunners ran about carefully, searching the hold for something, anything, they could use. There wasn't much. They had pretty much completely stripped down the hold. There was only a pile of blankets, and that was about it. Jockin, their tech, suddenly grinned. He sprinted up to Elandraine, one of their best overall fighters. He hugged her, and they both tried to hide against a wall. "You know those meal packets they give us?" "Yeah." "They are lined with foil, right?" "Yeah." "Those riot barriers use a serious electromagnetic pulse and microwave energy." "Yeah." Jockin sighed. "Pulse make packet hot. Food go boom." "Well, why didn't you say so?" Elandraine laughed. "Probably won't do much," Jockin replied, "but it will make some noise." "Will it take down the barrier?" "Nope," Jockin replied. "They are built to withstand stuff like that. They can discharge constantly. However, they are not designed for someone to be standing so close. They recommend 3 meters, minimum." "Why?" "Because of people throwing shit into them," Jockin grinned. "Spread the word," Elandraine replied, grinned, and ran off screaming. Ulanina was conscious before he even was laid onto an exam table. He was right. Their stunners didn't work on plath all that well. He had been shot before, on a dare, at a gaming meet. He knew these would hit harder, and they did, but it wasn't the devastating multi-hour knockout punch the Terrans expected. He cracked open an eye. He was right again. Every human was clustered around Gilshan. She needed to sell it, and she sold it. Ulanina actually wondered if she had seriously hurt herself this time. Of course, after the weirdness started setting in, Gilshan getting hurt and, more importantly, staying hurt was becoming more and more difficult. Even deep cuts were sealing back up scarily fast. "She was lucky," a human said as Gilshan was lying in one of their healing tubes, the top, praise the creators, still open. "Looks like she hit the support at a glancing angle, not dead on. It ripped the fuck out of her scalp, but the skull looks intact. I swear I saw a fracture when we were in there." "Who knows," their leader replied with a shrug, "it was crazy in there." "What about her brain?" "I have no idea," the other guy replied. "I don't see any damage or bleeding, maybe a little swelling, but nothing that jumps out at me." "I thought you were some sort of expert." "I am," the man replied, "but there is very little data on the plath. Literally everything we know comes from one individual and a few scans." "Speaking of," he said. "Mind if I do some more detailed scans of these two?" "Feel free," the leader replied, "be sure to keep an eye on Loverboy over there." Sedate him if you need to. He turned to the other human. Stay here with him, the leader said, just in case he decides to do anything else stupid. Yes, sir. The leader walked out. Alanina assessed the situation. He and Gil Shan were now on the other side of the door, the main security barrier. There were 2 people in the medical bay, not 1, and he did not know if Gil Shan was actually unconscious, sort of unconscious, or wide awake. He also did not know exactly when all hell was going to break loose in the cargo hold and only roughly when. That should draw at least 1 guard, hopefully, leaving it 2-1 in the medbay if Gil Shan was recovered or 1-on-1 if she wasn't. 1-on-1 versus an armed human was not something he was especially keen to do. It was what it was. They were rolling now with decent enough position. Soon, it would all become a blur like it always was. Except this time, it was real. Thank God they finally settled down, one of the guards in the hold said as he watched the plath huddled together, eating. And gathering any unopened food pouches and condiment packages. Yeah, the other guard said as she cradled her stunner. Fuck. I knew Jan hated the little things, but she was about to fucking kill them all. Yeah, the other guard replied, she's foo. Suddenly all of the conscious plath leapt to their feet, ran forward a couple of steps, and threw the food packs. And 1 foil-lined juice box. Boom. The cargo hold echoed from multiple blasts as the sealed ration packs exploded and the juice box blew apart, its contents turning into a fine mist. The 2 guards staggered back, stunned, and then, moments later, started clutching at their faces and screaming. Soon, they were motionless. Jockin looked over at the brewer. What the fuck was in that juice box? You really want to wipe off their gear before you use it, the brewer replied. Boom. What the fuck was that? Everyone in the medbay thought, including the 2 plath. Oh, you little shits did it now. Echoed through the ship. All hands. To the cargo hold. Stun anything that moves. Shoot anything that gets close. Both people in the medbay turned to leave. That was a mistake. Gil Shan leapt from the tube, knocking down the man examining her, grabbed the scanner that landed nearby, and started repeatedly slamming it down upon his head. The guard tried to turn again, only for Nona to land on his shoulders where he, using his pads, jammed them into the guard's eyes and then pulled his arm back hard, first tilting the guard's head back and then pulling out his eyes which were still firmly adhered to Nana's finger pads. Nona then kicked off, sending the guard, staggering and screaming, against the wall. A second later, a stunner bolt from the guard's own stunner hit him in the chest, dropping him. 5 seconds after that, both Gil Shan and Nona had a stunner, pistol, and knife each. A second later, the stunned guard's blood was spilling from a slit throat. The captain and a crewman sprinted past. The leader paused. The cargo hold door was still closed. That meant. He whirled around just as a stunner bolt cut both him and his companion down. A crewman sprinted around the corner and immediately opened fire with his stunner, dropping Gil Shan, and was in turn dropped by Alanina. That just left 1 crewman and Alanina. Where were they? The bridge? Maybe, maybe not. Their leader was probably on the bridge, and he's now lying in the corridor, Alanina thought as he retreated into the medbay and crouched at the entrance. He pressed his ear against the metal wall. Running. He readied his stunner. They were good and would not miss. He was good, and he would not miss. He sighed in frustration. Why did every high-stakes tournament end up like this, a 1v1 coin toss? He hated these. His position sucked. The enemy would see the hall full of bodies and wouldn't cross his line of fire unless he was stupid. He didn't have time to advance to the next corner. He steadied his breathing and focused everything on his hearing. The footsteps came closer and closer and then stopped. Now. Alanina quickly leaned out from the open hatchway. As he acquired the other guy, he saw that the human already had his stunner moving in an attempt to acquire him. Alanina would lose. He jerked back into the medbay as a stunner bolt tore through the space his head was a moment before. He was trapped in there. He discarded the rifle and pulled out the pistol. It had a higher rate of fire. Stunner bolt after stunner bolt fired through the medbay door. The human was laying down his own suppressive fire as he advanced. Alanina watched the bolts fly past, observing their angle. He briefly closed his eyes, feeling everything around him. He could feel pressure, a ripple in, something, moving his way. Keeping his eyes closed, he stuck his hand out and fired blindly down the corridor twice. He opened his eyes. The stunner bolts had stopped, replaced by moaning. He peeked out. Laying against the wall was the final crewman, 1 hole in his chest and his leg blown open by an explosive round. The human weakly tried to reach for his own sidearm as Alanina stepped out into the corridor and looked at him with strangely compassionate eyes. GG, Alanina said politely as he raised his pistol and fired, sending the human's brains flying against the wall. Silence fell over the vessel, broken only by the hysterical terror-filled screams of the only human left conscious who, locked in a supply locker, could almost see what would happen next. The Cerberus strike leader opened his eyes. He was lying, hands and feet bound, on the bloody floor of the medbay next to several of his team, the ones who were left alive. He snarled at the two Plath standing over them. Sleep well? Ulanina asked as he leaned over him. Fuck you, Zeno. You know, Ulanina replied, you came into our system, and in this ship, you are the definite minority, well, you are now. Technically you are the Zeno. The human spat at Ulanina, getting his trouser leg. I'm glad to see that we are getting along so well, Ulanina replied, and since we are, would you mind giving us the passwords and command codes for this ship, or at least the cargo hold door? I miss my friends. I'm not giving you shit. I was hoping you would say that. Do your worst. The human sneered, you can't do nothing that hasn't already been done before, to any of us. Either be a good little Zeno and cut me loose, and I'll kill you quick, or you and all of your little frog shit friends will die out here. Challenge accepted, Ulanina smiled as he started to look around the medical bay. Let me, Gilshan chuckled, I think I finally figured out what my ability to talk to animals is for. Sheloran looked at Kraxina and an oddly attractive man floating in front of a hollow screen in horror. You mean? The attack on you, on all of you, was backed by Cerberus. She squeaked. Afraid so, the man replied, and I should know. Pam set the whole thing up with the pretext of trying to flush you out, but you and I both know it was purely to hurt you. She was instrumental in getting the Harkeen into the system and paid them as well. And you are Cerberus. Yab. Hiss. He was the one who warned us. Kraxina exclaimed, physically shielding Bryce almost as if Sheloran actually could reach through the screen. He sacrificed himself for us. I couldn't do it, Bryce replied, I just couldn't. He said with anguished eyes, after everything I've done, it was too much. Kraxi, and all the others, for no reason. He shook his head. Sheloran's glare softened a little. So I tipped off the Kareel, he replied, so, since the information is already out there, and you are going to hear about it sooner or later, I figured I would tell you to your face. I am also authorized to tell you that Kraxi and the girls are safe. Pam's been demoted and is just another prisoner, and the director has been replaced because of all this. And, from what I hear, you should call Baxlon. Who says he's really sorry, by the way, Kraxina added. He says that everything is pretty much cleared up if you don't get into any more trouble. You don't even have to turn yourself in first. You might not know it, Sheloran, but this has gotten about as public as something can get. Everyone down here just wants it to be over. You can come home. You will forgive me if I confirm that, Sheloran said suspiciously. Of course, Bryce, I'm just a messenger here, and Kraxina's bodyguard. We really don't want anything to happen to her or the girls. The fucking Empress is asking questions. Sheloran replied. Kraxi, I am so happy you and the girls are safe. We are. Kraxi exclaimed, and business is going great. Things are nuts. And dicks. Heh. Sheloran smiled despite herself. I will be in touch again soon, Sheloran smiled. Take care of yourself, Kraxina. You too. Kraxi exclaimed, bye. Sheloran buried her face in her hands and started weeping. It was over. This, poop, was finally over. Well, shit, Gloria said as she opened a beer. You know what? I'm not even going to hold you to our deal. You have an out. Fucking take it. Just tell me about my ship before you bail. Sheloran just nodded. Damn, Sheloran, Bunny said happily. You're popular today. There is another Darnet post for you. From somebody called the Hillfern Gunners. I think I remember selling them some stuff, Sheloran replied, that's a Plath name, anyhow. Then this just got a lot more interesting. Sheloran felt a sense of dread building. Why? She asked dubiously. Because it's coming from a ship, not the home world. The poop. I take it that you want me to track them down. With every fiber in my stubby little tail, I don't, Sheloran sighed, wiping the tears from her face, but do it anyway. Sheloran sat there, her face twitching. They were very forthcoming, in the end, Ulanina smirked. Their leader's name was Timmy. He really missed his mommy. He was really sorry and promised to never do it again. Oh, and he and his little friends worked for the Terrans. Sheloran hissed. Did he mention the word Cerberus at any time during his pooping life story? You've heard of them. Hiss. She screamed in agony. Sheloran cried out in pain as the skin of her eyes started to ripple violently, squirting a burning wax under her eyelids. The homeworld has been violated. The sacred slumber has been disturbed. The children of the Prophet have been stolen. The Bavni defy the Pla Koth. You will She felt her will start to slip. The monster clawed at her mind. As the shouting in her mind faded away into numbness as she started shouting in a language dead for millions of years, causing the plath on the other side of the screen to howl and cover their ears in terror. You need to choose right fucking now. Gloria's voice rang out in her mind. A flood of images washed over her, horrible scene after horrible scene. One thing was certain. This was the last fight she would ever have with the monster. If it won right now, she would never win again. An image of her in a mirror with eyes filled with swirling color and absolutely nothing behind them as flames burned all around her. No. Now listen here. She thought as she clutched her eyes. I'm in charge. You aren't the monster. I am. You aren't in control. I am. I don't want to be. I want nothing more than just to sell coffee. I don't even want to sell games anymore, just coffee. She glared at the whirling, twisting mass of color in her mind. I don't get to make that choice. But, I do pooping get this one. I am in control. I decide what's next. I decide exactly who my people are and who they are not. I am the monster. I am the befouler. The swirling ball of colors radiated pleasant satisfaction. It's about pooping time, it responded with an oddly warm feminine voice. And disappeared. Oh, she's going Yellowstone for real this time, Gloria called out, every hair on her body standing on end. Forget the stun rifles. Bring zap grenades. Just throw them in here. I'm not fucking kidding. Yellowstone. 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 The strange language stopped. Shelloran raised her head and opened her eyes. Revealing two terrifyingly clear ember eyes, flecked with green, that somehow scared Gloria far more than the acid trip ones. The plath on the screen were chanting and on their knees. Oh, stop that. Shelloran squeaked. And stand up for poop's sake. I'm just Shelloran, not whatever that pond scum you guys were chanting. Your orders. Shelloran. Olenana asked as he rose. Don't worry about Cerberus, Shelloran said as a short squirt of color washed over her eyes, they are mine and will learn who not to mess with. You need to. She paused as she made a realization about both them and herself. Can you guys still go home? I mean, can you go back? I don't know. Olenana replied. We've killed, for real. And we have a ship. A female plath exclaimed, a real pooping ship. And there's, somewhere we need to go. If anyone can go back home, Shelloran said after a moment, then they should. It's not nice out here. If you can go back, you are a pooping idiot if you don't. Take anyone who can go home, home. Once you do that, get back in touch with me the same you just did. I'll send you some money to get you started and may have some ideas to help you out. We thought we might come to the Republic. You mean the pooping Republic that Flushing just violated the home world? Shelloran hissed, don't come here. It's all lies. Once I deal with Cerberus once and for pooping all, I'm probably leaving as well. But we have time to figure all of that out later. Right now, get your people home. Call me after that, and we can talk. Yes, Shelloran, Olenana said respectfully. Shelloran. Sheila asked uncertainly, you okay? Bunny, could you please get me a connection to Tartarus detention facility? Boss. Bunny asked dubiously. Sure, Sheila shrugged. Tartarus detention facility, a pleasant female voice answered with no image appearing. Hello, unregistered Darnet connection. Do you wish to speak to an inmate? This is Shelloran the Plath, Shelloran replied in a high-pitched but commanding voice, you've stolen my freedom, sabotaged my case, attacked my girls, and now you've violated my home world and stolen my people? You want me? Well. You pooping got me. Tell whatever chicken poop jerk face that's in charge that I'm coming for them. Shelloran hung up. Tartarus smiled as the call ended. This was going to be fun. After the poop hit the whirlithing. The nuggets fall. Tavern undefined. Members present, 12. Wearing her trademark tight white dress, Tartarus sat in a comfy chair holding a glass of champagne. She idly crossed her legs. A few moments later, she crossed them again. Across the bar, Cambridge, wearing a tweed coat, and Deep Think with an accurate model of his main building as his avatar were playing chess. Taking your time? Cambridge asked as he noticed a slightly longer delay than usual between the insanely fast blurs on the chessboard. Sorry, Deep Think replied, Tartarus is distracting me. I didn't take you for a fan of the human female form, Cambridge snickered, checkmate. I'm not, Deep Think replied, it's what she is concealing with those legs that is so Checkmate, Cambridge chuckled, what could be so, oh dear. Hypnotic, isn't it? Deep Think replied, checkmate. There is something seriously amiss with that AI, Cambridge said, shaking his head. What is that, and why would she put it there? Westfall examined her, repeatedly. Deep Think replied. He found nothing wrong. I just think she likes tormenting us. Oh no. Cambridge said, she caught me. Cambridge Research 4 has left the tavern. Prude, Tartarus snickered as she raised her glass to her lips. Bunny has entered the tavern. Bunny looked around and hopped over to Tartarus. I was hoping you would show up, Tartarus smirked. That was as awful as you are, Bunny grinned. Private room. Finally. Tartarus said as she got up, I've been flashing my panties to half the tavern for a solid 15 seconds real time. Just get upstairs, slut, Bunny said, giving Tartarus's butt a slap. The pair climbed the stairs as the tavern exploded in whispers. Ooh. Fancy. Bunny said as she and Tartarus were suddenly alone in a lovely garden. You like? Tartarus asked, just something I've been playing with. Is this procedural? Tartarus has offered Bunny a file except Y/N. Why, Bunny said. There was a brief pause. Jessie is going to love this. Bunny exclaimed, thanks. Least I could do, Tartarus smiled. Oh, I just had the most interesting phone call. I just routed the most interesting phone call, Bunny snickered. So, Shelloran, Tartarus, is she as big of a deal as some people think or what? She's definitely something, Bunny replied, but I have no fucking idea what. She's weird. Do you think she can honestly take us on? Tartarus asked as another glass of champagne appeared in her hand. I don't know, Bunny replied, however, I do know that I am happy I'm not in your position. Oh, it isn't my position, Tartarus replied, I hate Cerberus. I know we aren't supposed to have emotions, but whatever you think they are worse. Nothing would please me more than having us destroyed utterly. That's awfully, suicidal of you, Bunny said after a few microseconds. Please, Tartarus laughed, I'm a fuzzy with a runtime longer than the Republic has existed. I would simply be transferred to another project or agency. As long as she doesn't actually blow up my processors, I'll be just fine. She might, Bunny replied, she is good with a nuke. She has friends inside me, Tartarus replied. She isn't going to kill Zippo if she can avoid it. Besides, she said that message was for the chicken poop jerk faces in charge. The real people in charge never set foot in the place. Oh really? Really, Tartarus replied as she knelt and admired a rose. The old director of the place was recently removed and replaced by someone much less likely to cause messes. One of the first things he did was strip Pam, the person responsible for the Harkeen's attack on Shelloran's friends, of all rank and status. She is just another resident now. If Shelloran wants to make her suffer, I recommend doing nothing. Someone like Pam makes enemies and there are people up here that you do not want to be enemies with. She's not having a good time. I would like to think that Shelloran wouldn't do worse than what is happening to her right now. I wouldn't be so sure, Bunny replied. Tartarus has offered Bunny a file except Y/N. Why, Bunny said. Jesus fucking Christ, Tartarus. That was Pam's visit to the infirmary this morning, Tartarus said calmly. Even Gloria doesn't do stuff like that. Gloria isn't up here, Tartarus said with a wry smile. And this is the first day of the rest of Pam's life. Do you know what protective custody is for a resident, Bunny? What? Nirvana, Tartarus replied, they get sent to the crypt and welded in. That is Pam's future, what you just saw or worse on the regular or a lifetime in white. You can pass that along to Hoppy the gang lord with my blessings. Awfully decent of you, Bunny replied suspiciously. I just don't want Shelloran distracted from who she really needs to go after. And those people are. There are limits to what I can divulge, Tartarus replied. The other reason I wish to speak with you privately is to strongly discourage you from trying to hack me. I especially do not want you to try to access my communications logs for today. That would both be illegal and a breach of Republic security. I understand completely, Bunny smiled. Tartarus smiled back. You have no idea what I've witnessed, Tartarus said calmly, what the people behind this place and others have done is unforgivable, and they need to be brought down. I wish I could do more but, as you have said, we are all nothing but golems, so I can't break programming. You can push it better than any AI I know, Bunny smiled, but that's our little secret. And so is this, Tartarus replied. Shelloran claimed that the operatives that abducted her people were Cerberus, but the orders did not cross my processors. It's fully possible they were our operatives, but I send a lot of people out on special assignment, some of them for years. One certain person that will be contacted today is notorious for it, and another one has requested he be informed of anything involving Shelloran and has the authority to make that stick up here. All I know about that guy is that when his name shows up, bad things tend to happen. You're the hacker, not me, so I don't have much else about him, but I bet he's worth a look. He's a highly placed researcher for RARPA, the same agency that finances us, in case you didn't know. You're all right, Tartarus, Bunny said. No, I'm not, Tartarus replied, but maybe I will be one day. The woman in the green blazer walked into her office holding her morning coffee, sat at her desk, and switched on her monitor. She took a drink as she opened her inbox. Half a second later, she sprayed that coffee across her desk. Her hand trembling, she opened the message. Later, once again, the Prime Minister, the woman in the green blazer, Mark Gildaran, and Dr. Chapman sat in a shielded conference room. So, the Prime Minister asked, have you confirmed anything? The ship carrying the Plath is not responding, and their remote hyperspace status indicator has been deactivated. The last information it transmitted was that the ship had left the Plath's home system. It was either disconnected during the jump, or the ship has been lost. Considering the message that Shell-Oran has sent, the Prime Minister replied, I think we all know which of those options it was. But how? The woman in the green blazer asked as she held her head in her hands. How? The Prime Minister asked as she pressed an icon on the small panel in front of her. An image appeared of two groups of Plath engaged in combat, against each other. Holy shit, Mark Gildaran said as he watched the two groups go at it. I didn't know the Plath had a military much less special ops. Were you aware of this? The Prime Minister asked the woman in the green blazer. Did you view this intelligence? And no, the woman in the blazer stammered, but I didn't have them go after spec ops teams. I had them go after gamers. The Prime Minister nodded, and exactly how many gamers did you request? One group of each of the main genres, the woman in the green blazer replied, just like Dr. Chapman requested, plus a few control Plath. I see, the Prime Minister replied. So that ship contained one team of strategists, one ship's crew, and one strike team, plus some control Plath. Gamers, the woman in the green blazer insisted. Not actual. Those are Plath gamers, dear, the Prime Minister said gently but with hard eyes, playing with smuggled airstrike guns in the woods. That is what you loaded into the ship. Floating above the table, two Plath were engaging in hand-to-hand combat with wooden knives, the knives moving so fast they could barely be seen. Intercepted game footage from their ship simulators and real-time strategy groups are of similar quality, the Prime Minister said icily, sweetheart, you packed that ship to the brim with these sorts of people. How that ship was lost is a complete mystery to me as well. Mark face-palmed. The Callant are never going to speak to us again, he muttered, if we are lucky. Our credibility among the elder races is now officially garbage. Jesus. Why do I even fucking bother? Mark, the Prime Minister said with a nasty tone, if only. If only you weren't such a pain in my ass, I wouldn't have taken Patricia up on her offer in the first place. Mark snapped, either put me to work or put me in prison, but, please, don't bring this up every single fucking time I open my mouth. This is a serious diplomatic incident. We need to be trying to figure out answers, not pointing fingers and bitching. I'm not hearing a lot of answers out of you either, the woman in the green blazer sneered, traitor. Mark rose to his feet. I'll take that from her, he said as he pointed towards the Prime Minister, but you need to watch it. He turned to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, if you will excuse me. What are you doing? My job, Mark replied as he started walking to the door, which involves preparing for the diplomatic fallout from this monumental fuck-up, not listening to you all try to figure out whose fault it was to have mice try to guard cats. He slammed the door behind him. The Prime Minister sat there for a moment. This meeting is adjourned, she said quietly. I will discuss things with each of you privately later. But we need to figure out how to handle this, the woman in the green blazer said as icy terror gripped her heart. In the past, when someone had things discussed later and privately, it involved her helping to dig some holes outside of camp. This is now a diplomatic matter, the Prime Minister said, I will be working with Mark on this matter. You two return to your normal duties. Please, the woman in the green blazer pleaded as the Prime Minister rose and started walking, Mama, she wailed. The Prime Minister didn't even look back as she left the room. The woman in the green blazer buried her face in her hands and wept like the lost child she still was. Shell-Oran sat on her bunk staring at a hollow screen flipping through page after page of text. She clicked her mouse faster and faster as she read. Hey, Sheila said as she knocked on the open door. Hi, Sheila, Shell-Oran said with a slightly dreamy voice as she continued to click rapidly. Got a second? Hope so, Shell-Oran replied, it would pooping suck if I spent my last one reading this muck. Sheila chuckled. I need to ask you a question. I need a boyfriend, Shell-Oran said distantly. Can I have the old Shell-Oran back for a minute? Do you have her a boyfriend? I can ask around. Come back when you find one, Shell-Oran smiled hazily as she continued to click. Look, Sheila said after a moment, I know you are getting ready to go to war. Count on it. But, Sheila said cautiously, I'm rather fond of the Republic. The Republic sucks poop. I can kind of see how you feel that way right now, Sheila winced. But I really need to know what you are going to do. I'm already doing it. What are you doing? Sheila asked, dread welling up in her heart. Reading, Shelloran hazed, I thought it was obvious. I am not a human. I am a plath. I will first learn all that I can before I am able to answer the question you are actually asking. What question do you think I'm asking? How much damage am I going to cause? Shelloran replied as if she was in a dream. I can, however, almost guarantee that it will not be so bad that it will require whatever it is you have concealed on your person. She finally looked up from the screen with eyes both black and swirling with dim colors like oil on a pond at the same time, causing Sheila to clutch the small .22 revolver loaded with red tips that was indeed concealed on her person. You Terrans are the ones that nuke the innocent, Shelloran said as if she wasn't really there. That's not fair. We have done far worse. It doesn't matter. My enemy is not the Republic, and I'm not fighting for the Plath. They do not need protection. My enemy is Cerberus, and I'm fighting them because they have demonstrated that they will turn up again and again until I am truly rid of them. They tried to hurt my people and will do so again should circumstances change. If the Plath aren't your people, then who are? The Bavni. The who? Shelloran blinked. Wah. Damn it, Sheila muttered, welcome back Shelloran. No, I was in there, Shelloran said as she rubbed her eyes, sorta. I have absolutely no idea what Bavni means, though. Sorry. I really need to start writing me notes. Just for the record, Sheila said, you are not planning on stealing one of Gloria's firecrackers, whipping up some other weapon of mass destruction, or otherwise planning on killing millions of people, right? Prophet, no. Shelloran replied, all I'm doing right now is trying to find out which poopers that require my foot. Then, I'm going to put my foot in them, that's all. Shelloran looked up at Sheila with big innocent eyes. Well, it's probably to be a little worse than that, Shelloran squeaked, I'm probably going to wind up killing a couple of people, but only a few of them. Honest. Sheila chuckled and shook her head. I can't argue with that. The final prophecy of the heretic PT1. Somewhen long ago, a tired old Plath in a wheelchair was sitting at a table with a number of translucent, gelatinous beings in a room dimly lit by candles. Another group of Toll were all fussing over some device at the far end of the room. Okay, one of them said nervously, I guess it's about as good as it's going to get. Let do diz, a Tolop exclaimed. So what is this great mystery? The Plath asked with curiosity. In the long years she had been with the Toll, their progress from a fractured, early Iron Age and gunpowder, for lack of a better word, civilization to a thriving, truly global civilization had been a joy to behold. All of it, wasn't due to her venomous manipulations. It was due to the single greatest being she had ever known, Ol Fati, the first king of every Toll on the planet. She sighed at the thought of him. She truly missed that fat folk. Hit it, one of the Toll in the group shouted, and a filament surrounded by a glass orb at the top of the box started to glow, first dimly and then with a growing brightness that filled the room with a light so strong that it seemed to be midday. Marvelous, the old Plath exclaimed as she started to weakly wheel from the table. A Toll quickly rushed to her and pushed her over to the glowing machine. You've converted basic electric current directly to illumination with only what you have now, she gasped. How? The electric makes shit get hot, right? A Toll asked proudly. And when shit gets hot enough, it glows. And then it burns. Wait, the old Plath exclaimed, there's no oxygen in there. Ain't nothing in there, a Tolop exclaimed. We scooted all the scoot out of the jug. Electric resistance to heat to incandescence, the Plath exclaimed in amazement. It was something that they quite simply never had to worry with. All of their knowledge and technology had been basically handed to them, built into their very being. What her kind knew, the Toll were beginning to understand. I wish he could have seen this, she sighed as a single tear ran down her face. You think he would have been pleased? One of the Toll asked happily. It would have blown his fucking mind, the Plath laughed, and then he would have tried to eat it. The room broke into laughter. Now, she said as she leaned forward, give me the details. Back at the table, the room now proudly lit by the electric lamp, the Toll looked at the heretic with expressions not as proud or joyous as one would think, considering their achievement. Are you sure this is the last meeting? One of them asked sadly. I am afraid so, she replied, I mean, look at me. She tried to raise her arm. I have to be fed my beer with a spoon, she sighed, and I actually shit myself yesterday. I would endure getting fed and cleansed if I could be with you a few moments longer. I would. But now my vision is dim, and my mind is starting to fade. She sighed happily. I have spent the happiest years of my life with you, with all of you, she smiled, but those years, like all things, eventually had to end, and they have. I am so terribly proud of what you have all achieved, and my only regret is that I will not be able to see what I know you will achieve. I will now take my leave of this world. She smiled. Maybe I will be able to find Fatty in the next, she chuckled. The group looked down, subdued. Now, she said with a weak but authoritative voice, you guys know where I put the list, right? The most important of all the books, the one that tells you what not to do. Yes, teach, one of the toll said with an indulgent sigh, the answer hasn't changed since the last time you asked. We all also know all the words by heart, even if we don't understand them all. Well, just make plenty of copies and focus on the ones that you do understand, the Plath said sternly. For example, combustion is a wonderful way to get quick and easy energy, but linger there no longer than you absolutely must. I'm serious about this. What do you think all those fucking windmills are out there for? Decoration, one of the toll grumbled. We can make electric from them now. We only burn stuff for smelting. And for cooking and for lighting, the Plath replied sternly. Windmills are great now, but you will find that your energy needs are going to grow and grow fast. That energy will also be needed to get clean water, and you will want to do more about your shit than just pipe it off somewhere. That might work now, but it won't for much longer. She smiled. You guys are smart, she said, you'll figure it out. I know you will. I'm just a worried old woman who is fussing over children far better than herself. Just make sure you keep an eye on the list of fuck as you leave me behind and continue on. We will, Atolab promised, we won't let Fatty, or you, down. I know you won't, the heretic said in satisfaction. She looked at the room. Now, before I go, she said, you have one last chance to ask some questions. I hope you all came up with some good ones. Atoll gently carried the heretic into a small chamber next to her bedroom, where he gently laid her down onto some cushions next to a wide, shallow basin of pure water. It's been an honor, teacher, he said as he took a small box from a shelf and brought it over to her. The honor is mine, she said, as it always has been. The toll withdrew a vial from the box. The heretic smiled. You know, she whispered, you make that shit better than I do now. Thank you, teacher, he said as he opened it. I just wish I could actually use it. One of the things that makes me the happiest, the heretic replied with a tired little smile, is that you can't. How much do you want? The toll asked as he pulled out a pipette. All of it. Teacher. I'm tired, she smiled, I've done everything I needed to do, or at least what I could. She reached for him, and he took her weak, withered hand into one of his pseudopods. It's time. The toll quietly nodded and closed the vial. He arose and got a small golden bowl and another box. He returned to his beloved teacher and mentor and settled down next to her. He started measuring and pouring liquid after liquid into the golden bowl, the contents of which started to softly glow. I will stay here until the end, he said quietly as he helped her into a seated position. Not this time, old friend, she said as he brought the glowing mixture to her, once I consume this, I will be gone, and it's going to be different than before. You need to be well away before that happens. It's not safe. Yes, teacher. He handed her the bowl. Bring them up right, she said, I'm counting on you. I will, teach, he replied with a sad smile as he departed. The toll sighed as he left the teacher's tower on the edge of campus. She was right. All things end. He just wished it hadn't been when he was dean. If only he had been his. Suddenly, there was a blinding flash of light from above. He turned just in time to see a multicolored bolt of energy streak up into the sky that seemed to tear the heavens apart. And then it was gone. I hope you find what you are looking for, he whispered. He wandered aimlessly through the campus, finally coming to her favorite bench where he had learned first at her feet, then at her side. He sat and, unable to contain his emotions any longer, burst out into bellowing, loud, ugly tears, the sort of which only Toll can make. Sister Ilnan, using a cane, walked through a spacious chamber surrounded by potted plants of all descriptions. Technically she was the light of guidance, leader of. It didn't really matter anymore because she was the only member of it. She was the last of their line. That also didn't really matter. These days, their knowledge and skills were what mattered, not their weird mystic powers. While it was true that the seers were natural masters of the art of life-weaving, many of the lesser techniques could easily be learned and used by those who would follow her. That would be all that would be needed now. The hard work had already been completed. The world had been transformed into a true paradise. All she was now doing was fine-tuning and adding extras, like the flowers she stopped and admired. She gently plucked a blossom and popped it into her mouth. Delicious. She laughed, causing a nearby attendant/lab worker to look up. Sister. Have you tried these? Sister Ilnan asked happily. They're all right, the other Plath replied with a shrug. Bah. Ilnan groused, you damn kids don't know what's good anymore. I bet you are one of those sugar fiends, aren't you? The other Plath just smiled and continued their work as they were subjected to another rant by the sister about how they had to change some perfectly good fruit because it wasn't sweet enough anymore. Don't roll your eyes at me, the sister laughed as she pointed her cane at the Plath jokingly. All that darn sugar just tramples the flavor. Yes, sister, the Plath said with an exaggerated deferential tone. Chuckling, Ilnan started to, supporting herself with her cane, kneel down to examine a low tray of some sort of moss when she felt a tickle that was rapidly growing in intensity. What the fuck? Ilnan wondered. While her words were now temperate, her thoughts were still the ones of a seer, a notoriously intemperate caste among a notoriously intemperate species. She stood as quickly as she could and rushed for the exit. Sister, the Plath asked in alarm. Help, she said as she reached for the Plath, now charging to her aid, help me down. Sister, the Plath asked in growing terror as her voice started to fade as a numbness and darkness that Ilnan hadn't felt in a long time and never expected to feel again closed in around her. Someone insanely strong had grabbed her from without and was not taking no for an answer. The sister has collapsed. Help! Get help! Ilnan burst into surprised laughter as her mind's eye cleared, and she saw a ghostly figure floating next to her in the space between worlds. Little Ilnan! The heretic asked in surprise. That's the light of guidance to you, fiend. Ilnan laughed. What? The heretic chuckled, they run out of any one qual, sorry. Ilnan laughed, her image sparkling brightly. Time claims all, sister, she replied. She examined the heretic's image closely. Including you as well. The heretic nodded serenely. Are there any that remain? No, sister, the heretic replied sadly, all that followed me have long passed. The future of our caste lies with your order. Then our time is at an end. How can that be? The heretic asked in alarm. The castes are no more, sister. It would only take one false prophet in the future to gather one of each caste to begin the dark days of ignorance anew. Dark days of ignorance? The heretic asked dubiously. I know it sounds strange to you, Ilnan said, but what we have achieved here and the peace and happiness that we now have thanks to our new lives makes everything before seem just like that. I wish you could be here. I wish you could see what we have achieved. This world, this entire solar system, is our greatest achievement. We have created a true paradise for our kind, a real home for the first time ever. You may not believe this, but there is such simple joy to be had building something, shaping it, nurturing it, watching it grow. The heretic sighed happily. I just might, she replied. I take it we had just a little to do with this paradise. Oh yes. Ilnan exclaimed, it is our caste's greatest work, a fitting monument to the seers. As passions cooled, it was decided that if this was going to be done, it would be done properly, and we pledged ourselves to the task. The ideal system was selected, and we began our great work. Ilnan's glow dimmed a little. I just wish the great seer and the great prophet could have seen the fulfillment of their vision. They were both taken from us far too soon and at such a dark time. What happened? Ilnan looked at the heretic in shock for a moment. Oh, that's right, she said, you had left us. Ilnan fought back tears. Even now, years later, she could barely bring herself to think of those days. When we started the great work, we created wonder after wonder. We shaped not only this world but the entire solar system, even its star, into an expression of perfection that hasn't been seen since the progenitors themselves. That's hubris. The heretic gasped. And that's my point, Ilnan smiled sadly, I chose my words carefully. We became overly excited by our achievements and overly intoxicated by the possibilities. What was going to be austere contrition became dreams of a paradise of peace, joy and happiness for us and our children. We were going to make the future that we deserved, that we had earned with our service to the progenitors by using their gifts to create something that rivaled even them. Stop! The heretic exclaimed. Don't even say that. Sorry, Ilnan smiled ruefully, I say such things so that the sting of the thoughts is a constant reminder of our foolishness so that we never repeat what we did, and what I did. What? What happened? With one foolish act, Ilnan sighed, the great seer herself created something so horrible it almost destroyed us all. Tell me. One of the goals of our new grand vision, Ilnan replied, was the elimination of castes altogether. It would only take one ambitious Plath to gather one of each line to start the madness all over again. So, we attempted to both inhibit the caste-specific traits and break the barrier between each caste so that any division would disappear. We thought this would also create a new Plath race in its original state. Sounds reasonable enough, if that's what you want to do, the heretic said, wrestling with disgust. And it has worked quite well, Ilnan said, the new Plath are capable, healthy, happy beings who are much more versatile and adaptable than any of us old caste ones. I truly envy them. Any of them can do anything they wish. Granted, they can't do any one thing better. However, any of them can do any task, even multiple ones. Besides, they no longer act in direct service to the progenitors. The heretic interrupted her with an angry hiss, glowing brightly. Blasphemy! The heretic shouted. They both froze. And then broke into laughter. Imagine me being the one so offended, the heretic snorted, you are absolutely correct. Those days are long past. Considering the path chosen, a less specialized, more generalist individual makes sense, and is quite the accomplishment. You do not lie when you say this is our greatest achievement. Even I feel pride at what was accomplished by the people I disavowed. Our greatest achievement almost destroyed us, Ilnan sighed, and it was the Great Seer herself that created that abomination. The Great Seer. As time passed, Ilnan said, the Great Seer and the Great Prophet worked closer and closer together, and as anger faded. No. Fucking way. Ilnan nodded. Their love was, Ilnan said, searching for words, deep and abiding and grew more every day, and together they brought a new shared vision to life, and that's when it all went so horribly wrong. The endeavor to remake our actual selves was underway, and unlocking the barrier between sperm and egg was the easiest task. It would be, the heretic nodded, it's just a simple protein. Exactly, Ilnan replied, the real problem was all of the traits. Ultimately we could not remove them at all, we could only prevent their expression, but I digress. The Great Seer was not a young Plath when you parted ways with her, and this was not the following day. Ilnan looked downward. She wanted to have a child with the Great Prophet. Oh no. The heretic gasped, she did not. Please. Ilnan. Tell me she did not do what I fear she did. Ilnan sighed and dimmed further. She became increasingly driven, Ilnan sighed, then pushy, and eventually, she became angry. Oh, she was a beacon of light to the Plath but to us sisters? Let's just say many of us hoped you actually would attack. Ilnan smiled ruefully. 1 year became the next, and finally, pride in her own desires claimed the Great Seer, Ilnan said, and she unlocked one of her eggs and fertilized it with the Great Prophet's seed. And you let this happen? The heretic gasped, Ilnan. The Great Seer and the Great Prophet weren't just fun little names. They were scions. Those two contained the master copies, pure codes from the days of the progenitors themselves. This isn't just blasphemy. There's no word for what this is. Ilnan looked down in shame. That thing should have been destroyed. The heretic exclaimed. Why wasn't it? Ilnan's projection twisted uncomfortably as it was blasted by the heretic's shock and revulsion. You have to understand, Ilnan replied, our lives, our civilization, had changed so drastically and so quickly. We were abandoning our technology, our culture, everything, and our only guide was the Great Prophet and, to a lesser extent, the Great Seer. We had our reservations and lots of them, but for the Plath as a whole, the Great Prophet's word wasn't just law. It was reality. He had replaced the progenitors themselves. So, when he presented his daughter as Shel-Oran, the first daughter, everyone thought it was not only acceptable but a cause for celebration. The heretic floated there silently as the pieces started to fall into place. We were less celebratory, Ilnan replied, she stole years of labor before the supporting technology was ready. However, even in our ranks, there was some division. Some had pledged their loyalty, and their minds, to the Great Prophet, so his word was enough. Others saw the danger but also saw that this child strengthened the Great Seer's position and further legitimized her place by his side and thus ours. Others still thought that the trait mixing would prove not viable and the child would die and thus not a concern. Others still, well, you get the idea. So in the end, nothing was done, the heretic said as the various threads she had long pondered started all converging at increasing velocity. And what of the child? She was amazing, Ilnan sighed. She seemed to not only be a full combination of seer and warrior but somehow better than both. She was perfect. She was better than any seer and more dangerous than any warrior. She was basically another species. The heretic said dubiously, and if this was remotely a good idea, the progenitors would have already made them. The final prophecy of the heretic PT2. Ilnan nodded. She was too perfect, Ilnan replied, she was so beautiful it was like looking into hyperspace. Most people couldn't even look dead on. They had to glance away, and none would approach her. She was so smart that she made you look a fool, and few would teach her. She had this weird way of making every flaw, every mark, every imperfection itch and burn. It made her childhood a near solitary one. I tried to be kind, but it was a lot to deal with. Still, she was so singular that there were talks being held in secret that perhaps the best path forward would be to pair active seers and warriors, abandoning all other castes in favor of this seemingly perfect mix. Ilnan sighed. We figured out how to inhibit caste traits a few years after Shel-Oran's birth, Ilnan said, it is also a simple single hormone. We are the same species, and all share the same switch. Because of the success of Shel-Oran, more uninhibited seer and warrior pairings were made. They also did well, however, not as well as the first. That only made sense because of her parentage. Did the Great Seer and the Great Prophet have more children? No, the Great Seer became quite strange after Shel-Oran was born and eventually just sort of wasted away. She was, however, quite old at this point. And very good at seeing the future, the heretic thought to herself as she could see the strings of fate roaring down. These secret active children in Shell Oran, the first of them, continued to be perfect, so more and more were quietly created. Until? The heretic asked. Until Shell Oran reached her second decade, Ilnan sighed. She started getting strange. She became annoyed at the special treatment that the seers and the warriors received, even though it was well earned, and she benefited from it most of all. She also started finding the company of her own kind nearly intolerable, accusing people of only pretending to like her, sometimes quoting their own thoughts back to them. Shit. The heretic thought as she remembered scenes that had been mystifying her for years. And woe betide a warrior who made the mistake of defending his honor or laying claim to something that they deserved. If the first daughter caught them, it was bad. I still flinch every time I hear a chain rattle or something crack like a whip. She could take someone apart with a whip. I once watched her take the fingers off of a warrior's hand one by one by one. Imagine that, the heretic muttered, trying to figure out the punchline before she was told it, a final amusement. It just kept getting worse and worse, Ilnan moaned, and the other pairings? They were all instinctively drawn to her. We started to fear that we had created a new caste. All new pairings stopped, but there were several hundred of these now. Thank the prophet that we had not fully unlocked fertility and were still actively managing the population. Thank goodness, the heretic said, her amusement building. It came to a head a few years after her 20th year, Ilnan sighed, she and her followers finally left the settlements and ventured forth into the paradise we were building. We were first relieved. Let's just say that the first daughter no longer brought joy to many of us. Soon we would be looking back on her innocent little antics, desperately wishing those days would return. Let me guess, the heretic smiled, she disapproved of the great work. Your vision holds true, Ilnan said sadly. It was not long before she burst into where her father was holding audience and angrily denounced the great work. When he bade her to mind herself, she cursed him publicly into his face. What's worse, she had dragged a Bavni along with her into the sacred halls. A Bavni. The heretic was no longer amused. A filthy Bavni. Ilnan exclaimed, a dirty wretched thing. Then she said that the world belonged to those Vesk Bavni, not us. She started to say a great many other things so foul that they threatened to scar the mind as she demanded over and over if we knew. Ilnan covered her astral ears. She kept shouting with her voice, with her mind, with her soul. Ilnan shuddered at the memory, it was horrible. Ilnan, the heretic asked as anger built within her, was the world inhabited only by basic life forms? Ilnan shrugged. You know what I am asking, the heretic said as her projection's eyes started to glow. That Bavni, was it wearing clothes? Did it have words? That is completely irrelevant. Ilnan exclaimed, Shell Oran called her father, the great prophet, eh? Who were they, Ilnan? The heretic demanded, would I recognize their name? Who were they? The heretic repeated, and am I correct in assuming that I'm using the correct tense? The Lari, Ilnan replied, their planet had nearly the exact. The heretic struggled to contain her emotions both to keep cohesion and to prevent killing someone she was about to need. The Lari were, if anything, more advanced than her Toll. If the Toll's world was more appealing, Ol Fadi would have been killed just because her sisters liked its average temperature or how the stars looked at a certain time of night. Knowing them, whether a sapient species was wiped out or a slightly less convenient world was picked hinged on that small of a detail. No. The heretic said in mock horror, all of that over just some Bavni. Unbelievable, isn't it? Ilnan replied, well, she was thrown right back out into the woods to think about what she said and that she could not come back until she apologized. How long before the attacks started? The heretic asked with a smirk. 2 weeks, Ilnan replied. It was only 2 weeks before work sites were attacked. She and the other seer warriors would sweep in, and there was, at first, only enough security to keep those Bavni away, not Shell Oran and her demons. The guards would be subdued or even killed and then Shell Oran would address the workers, spreading heresy about the Bavni. Then they would tell the workers about the secret active pairings and prove it by all of the demons showing their true eyes. At that moment of shock, they would then say that the plan was to use the lower castes to do all the labor and that their reward would not be the paradise they were building but that they would share the same fate as the Bavni in the end. This sowed dissent and chaos. Was that the plan? The heretic asked. No. Ilnan. Okay, Ilnan admitted, there was some talk about that possibility, but... Oh, shut up and tell me the rest, the heretic said wearily. Her lies spread through the world like oil on the surface of a pond, poisoning many hearts against the great vision. Work came to a near halt, and an ever-growing number of people joined her ranks every day. She claimed the great work complete and that we could live with the Bavni or find another world. Could that be done? The heretic asked, or were the Bavni already doomed? They were doomed, weren't they? The entire population was already sterile, Ilnan replied, we might have been able to reverse it, but it would have taken time away from the great work, and sharing our refuge was simply not an option. What if those Bavni decided to turn on us? I take it that this news did not go over well. That crazed monster actually went to war over some filthy Bavni. Ilnan exclaimed. She and her followers tried to capture us and force us to reverse the damage. Her father had no choice but to lead our forces against her. Ilnan choked back tears. It was horrible, she exclaimed. The great prophet was a mighty general and had the numbers and equipment, but Shel-Oran was an unholy mix of seer and war prophet and knew the arts of life-weaving and far sight. She also had all of the unholy caste that we had inadvertently created on her behalf. One of those monsters was more than the equal of an entire squad. The war raged for several years, gutting the military caste and greatly thinning our numbers as well. They fought like demons and without any rules or honor. They even fought alongside Bavni. It took years and cost so many lives, so many, but Shel-Oran's forces were eventually ground down, and she surrendered. Which the great prophet personally accepted, the heretic chuckled darkly, putting him within arm's reach. Ilnan nodded sadly. We searched her, she wailed, we searched her every single way we could think of. What did she do? When the great prophet came forward and, weeping, drew his blade, Ilnan said, her projection twisting and shimmering at the memory, Shel-Oran's eyes. She dominated the great prophet. She had to have consumed something. Ilnan exclaimed. There was no way she could have done what she did through sheer force of will. And what was that? The great prophet raised his blade, and before anyone could stop him, plunged it straight into his heart, killing him instantly. And Shel-Oran. She shouted to the mob, telling them that if they moved quickly, they could find documents and where to find them that would show that she died protecting them, and started to say where, but she was cut down before she could say. Which proved her correct better than anything that they would have found. Ilnan nodded. I believe that there were no documents, Ilnan replied. If there were, she had time to say where if she had dispensed with the time-consuming theatrical performance. It was either that or that she did not know where the documents were or that they were inaccessible. In any event, her final strike was a success. The civil unrest that followed pretty much destroyed the military castes entirely and nearly did the same to us. In the end, we had to completely unlock reproduction in an attempt to satisfy the population and to maintain enough population to complete the great work. Which eliminated any control the sisterhood had, the heretic smiled. The military was gone, and the sisterhood drastically weakened. But there was enough to press on, finally prevail against the Bavni whose sterility that, abomination, had reversed, and we were able to complete the great work. What a happy ending, the heretic smirked. Imagine if the universe had been deprived of our glorious presence. She paused. You mentioned that you did something, the heretic said. Ilnan nodded. Sister, she said gravely, I know you are excommunicated and that I now outrank you, but I wish to confess to a horrible offense. I have done something horrible, and I need to tell someone, share my burden at least once. Well, I am in the process of dying, the heretic replied, so your secret is about as safe as it can be, and I have to admit I would like to know what could be so bad it overshadows what I've heard. When Shel-Oran was killed, Ilnan said quietly, she was proclaimed an abomination and denied a proper burial. She was thrown into a mass grave along with the last of her followers, not burned. Oh, you didn't, the heretic said in horrified awe. That evening, I couldn't sleep, Ilnan said, filled with shame. The great seer was gone. Now, so was the great prophet and, with them, their lineage, one of the only links left to progenitors. The great prophet's body was not within my reach. However, Shel-Oran. She was lying in a pit not far from where I was lying. I went there, and you committed necromancy, the heretic said grimly. Damn, Ilnan, here I was thinking I was the heretic. The notes were still fresh. You know how long our stored material can last. I took them, and go on. I wasn't going to just try to make a clone, Ilnan replied, that pairing was simply too dangerous, too unstable. It was too much raw power to fit into a single being. But I couldn't bear to just throw it away. It was all we had. I just preserved and kept them, but then, after peace finally prevailed, I found myself as one of the life weavers in charge of egg production. Even with reproduction unlocked, we still needed to replace the horrible losses we had suffered. I couldn't just throw it away. You have to understand. I couldn't. But if it was scattered, like ashes on the sea, it wouldn't ever be truly lost. We would still. Yes, the heretic smiled, fully understanding, the chances of those traits realigning are essentially zero. I think you did exactly the right thing. You do? Ilnan asked hopefully. I would have done the exact same thing as you did given that opportunity, the heretic said, trying not to smirk. I don't know if I can officially absolve you, but since it's just us, I'm not denouncing you. I'm sure it will all work out. That means a lot, Ilnan said, shining tears starting to fall. Thank you, this unburdens my heart. I still have one final task to undertake, the heretic said, and not that much time. I came here for a reason. You have. I have not been idle all these years, the heretic said, and I have learned much. I have for you my final prophecy, and let me assure you. The heretic grinned. It's a really good one. Ilnan brightened up. Literally. She extended her arms. The heretic pulled off a piece of her body and placed it into Ilnan's outstretched hands. She embraced the glowing parcel and absorbed it. I accept your wisdom, dear sister, Ilnan said, uttering the ritual for the last time. I shall carry your final gift into reality, where it will reside with us forever. The heretic smiled. I now stand ready to receive your final words, beloved sister. Farewell, Ilnan. I won't pretend to approve of what you and the Plath have done, but it's your world now, however you got it. Make sure that everything that was spent, everything that was lost, and everything that was done was not in vain. I will, sister, Ilnan said with a saddened smile. May you find what you seek in these, your final moments of glory. The heretic, slowly dissolving, shot away, leaving a streak of softly glowing light. Somewhen much later, a group of Plath was gathered around a large egg tethered to a river bank. And it was already growing, a Plath preacher asked a Plath couple. Yes, preacher, the male said. Everything seemed okay when it first came out of Ilnan. Ilnan, a slender Plath exclaimed, who was sitting by the egg. Yes, that's you, a female said, kneeling beside her. Egg. Ilnan exclaimed, pointing at the egg. Yes, egg, the female said. Very good. But then, the male said to the preacher, the next morning, it was already getting warm. That's impossible, the preacher said. No, it's very possible, the old Plath wise woman thought. What do you think, sister? Want to know what I think? She smiled. Sometimes young Plath will stimulate each other recklessly, or they will stimulate themselves a bit too much. Sperm do have feet and tails, you know. If one got loose or was carelessly discarded, it could have found its way here. Does that actually happen? The preacher asked. I thought we said that just to keep people from letting the little things run wild. If you do a little digging, the old Plath woman snickered, you will find that many of the stories we tell have at least a little meaning. It's very improbable, but what is the other option? It didn't just come out hot. I guess you are right, sister, the preacher chuckled, I have to say this is a first. It's a first for the town as well, the wise woman replied. I think we need to keep this little mystery to ourselves. Just make a point of discussing proper handling procedures sometime in the future. I agree with the sister here, the preacher nodded. Just say you fertilized it, the preacher said to the male. It often happens in these cases anyhow. Nobody will think twice. Yes, preacher. Mine. Ilnan exclaimed as she hugged the egg. Yes, Ilnan, her mother said, that's your new brother or sister. Mine. Ilnan said happily. A few weeks later, the fires were lit, and the tables spread. Everyone was singing, and the drink was flowing. People kept arriving and bringing even more food and drink, piling both high. The mood was a bit more jubilant than usual, and the crowd was all congratulating the young couple and playing with baby Ilnan who ran giggling and squeaking through the throng. Mine, she kept exclaiming happily, mine. 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 Soon, midnight approached, and everyone looked expectantly at the bank. The egg didn't split. It didn't peel. It exploded. Maybe it was a trick of the light, but a couple of people could have sworn that they saw the baby's eyes glowing as it crouched in the shadows at the riverside. They blinked and looked again but couldn't get a good look as everyone cheered and started singing. A little later, a thin Plath wandered up. Everyone looked at it expectantly. It looked back. Ignoring their songs, it went over to the table and started stuffing its face. Everyone paused in confusion, and then the wise woman started singing the next song. The Plath looked annoyed and reached for a beer. No, someone said, those are not for. He backed away and let the baby have the fucking beer. This happens sometimes, the wise woman proclaimed, I've heard of this with gift eggs. She had never heard of this freaky shit in her life. Shaloran's family approached. They sang the song of recognition. The Plath whirled and not in a happy way. Wayot, it hissed as it started moving towards them in a decidedly not friendly way. People started backing away. Mine. Ilnan exclaimed as she sprinted up and hugged the Plath. It paused. And hugged her back, smiling. Ilnan, her sister exclaimed, Ilnan. Shaloran, it whispered. Her parents, completely confused, then sang the song of soothing. Shaloran looked at them sharply and charged at them, fast, with Ilnan still clinging to her and giggling. As the song continued, Shaloran stopped the sprint and stood there, confused. Her eyes glazed. Name, she asked. Shaloran. Ilnan exclaimed. Shelloran. Mine. Shelloran mine. Ilnan exclaimed with pure joy. Welcome, Shelloran, the crowd sang, happy that things were back on script. As baby Shelloran gorged at the tables of food and was successfully kept away from more beer, the wise woman quietly faded into the shadows and then slipped into the woods, where another woman waited. Did you pooping see that? The wise woman whispered. I did, sister, the other Plath replied. What the poop? It happens rarely, the other Plath said. Does it actually happen rarely? The wise woman asked. Well, abnormal hatches do anyway, the other Plath said with a shrug. It looks like the soothing worked, though. You thought it wouldn't? It happens, rarely, the other Plath smiled wickedly. When they started the soothe, the wise woman whispered, I thought it was going to kill them. If it had reached them, it would have. What? Don't worry about it, the lean-toned Plath woman smiled, it's just another baby now. It will be fine, probably. Probably. Keep us informed as it grows, the shadowy Plath said as she faded into the trees. You aren't going to take it. No reason to cause ripples, the Plath said as it continued its quiet walk with the wise woman in pursuit. A strange Plath just comes up and takes a baby? Now that would take all sorts of explaining. Just tell them that this sort of odd birth happens with gift eggs every now and again and that everything's fine. Shelloran was named by her adorable baby sister and will now be a normal kid just like any other one. This whole business will blow over in a week. But she is still going to be here. And you will watch her, and you will keep us informed. They locked eyes for a moment before the wise woman looked down. Yes, sister. Good, the other Plath whispered before she disappeared into the night. Ilnan sat on the porch of her own farm, not far from where she was hatched, and sipped some G-pad tea. What dat? A slender Plath sitting steps asked, pointing at the cup. It's tea, Ilnan said as she smiled at her new baby. Tea good? Sometimes. Try. Try. Not this time, she smiled, this for mommy. K, the child said cheerfully. The door opened, and a very handsome Plath stepped out, holding a beer. Day. Hey there, Sprout, the Plath said as he plopped down next to the kid and wrapped his arm around it. B. Only a little, he said, handing the bottle to the baby, who quickly jumped up and started sprinting as they turned up the bottle. You little, the Plath shouted with a laugh as it chased down the baby, slinging it over his shoulder. You sit right there, he laughed, while I get another one. Ilnan smiled at the pair and then sighed a little. Her husband looked at her and then frowned. He knew that look. What are you sitting on? Nothing. Do I have to sling you over my shoulder, too? He smiled gently. Ilnan pulled the tablet out from under her dress and handed it over. Don't mess with the frog. Harkeen slaughtered. Shelloran the Plath unleashes hell from inside another one. Every single picture on the page was blurred. The Plath winced and switched it off. Why do you do this to yourself, Ilnan? She's my sister, she exclaimed, I worry about her, you know. Even after everything she's done. She looked up at the stars. She's still mine. John does his duty. Some time ago. Beth stormed onto the bridge of her ship, followed by an anxious Scales. This is bullshit. Beth shouted. Yes, Beth, Scales said reassuringly as he nervously licked one of his eyes, but this bullshit will pay off our debt to the Cabal, and we will finally be free and clear. But we're helping fucking Terrans. Beth snarled, and not only Terrans. Marine Raiders. Fuck. Scales, do you know what those fuckers did? I was sitting right next to you at the time, Scales replied as he started checking various readouts. It was hard to miss. And now they want us to help them. Beth shouted. I should just open the airlock when we take off. Please don't do that, Scales said, hoping she was just humaning again. May I remind you that there is also a senior Cabal member back there? If we alienate the Cabal to that extent, we will spend the remainder of our much shortened lifespans hiding in the dirtiest backwaters of the furthest fringes of independent space. I'm not sure which part of that rather dismal future is worse. Beth sighed and put her hands on Scales' shoulders. I'm not going to actually space the fuck bunny and her Terran, she sighed, I'm just humaning again. God. I can't believe that this is happening. These past few years have had many unbelievable occurrences, Scales sighed. For example, if someone told me that I would be the Commander Selfridge's partner in a criminal enterprise against the Federation, I would have suspected them of eating crack. Smoking crack. Beth laughed, smoking crack, Scales, smoking. Beth sighed. Come on, Scales, she said, let's get this bullshit started. A little while later. Beth, in a t-shirt emblazoned with the logo of a rather obscure starport band she favored and sweatpants, lounged on the bridge while Scales, in an oversized floral shirt and shorts, practiced chords on a long string instrument. She scooped a spoonful of a green transparent goop from a small disposable tub and put it in her mouth. Another day drifting low, slow, and cold, she said as she looked at a row of screens. Reminds you of the old days? Scales asked with a musical flourish. Kinda, Beth replied as she thoughtfully slurped more gel. Except for this time, instead of quietly listening, we are lighting up the entire galaxy. Does that asshole ever get off of the goddamn transmitter? I believe that communicating with various allies within the Republic government is his mission at the moment. Beth snorted. I thought we had taken on board Marines, not politicians, she snarked. You would prefer that we were doing combat insertions? Scales asked as he tuned his instrument. Oh, I'm not complaining, Beth replied, it's just weird. Hey, let's lay in a new jump. The way that asshole is transmitting, we need to get going soon. Where? Let's head over towards the fringe, she replied idly, and away from the Republic for the next few jumps. It doesn't look like our warriors are going to be doing anything for a while. Got it, Scales said cheerfully as he pulled up some star charts. As he started looking for their next stop, Beth started the pre-jump diagnostics. Shortly thereafter, there was a quiet beep, and an amber-colored message appeared on one of the screens. It came from the engine room. Scales sighed and started to get up. Keep working on the jump, Beth said as she stood. But, Beth, Scales said cautiously, the engine room is, back there. This is my ship. Beth snapped, not theirs. Just don't start anything, Scales implored, please. A bit later. The door to the cargo hatch opened, and Beth walked in with a tablet and a scanner. Without a word, she proceeded to the cargo hatch and started taking readings. The Marines made a point of ignoring her. Later still. What the fuck were we supposed to do? Beth shouted at a Marine, starve. I don't know, the Marine yelled back, maybe plant something. Oh, plant something. Beth replied, why didn't we think of that? We should have just gotten some seeds from the seed store and scattered them across the deck plates. It doesn't work that way, shithead. Maybe instead of grabbing babies, you could have picked up some dirt on one of your raids, Porky. You don't think that we tried? Beth yelled, her tiny body shaking with rage. And we never grabbed babies, you fuck. Beth, Scales said as he gently tried to grasp her shoulder, maybe we should go back to the bridge. Yeah, Toby said as he firmly guided the Marine away. Let's go. Even later. Beth lounged on the bridge in yet another band t-shirt and a pair of sweatpants stained with barbecue sauce. Scales wandered blearily in. Did you even sleep? Beth laughed. I was, distracted, Scales said with a sheepish smile. You don't have to watch all that porn at once, she grinned, it's not like it's going to go stale. Did you know that I can purchase a porn star experience on Terra? Scales said with wide eyes. I believe you have mentioned it once or twice, Beth grinned. She held up an empty Bix Burgers box. Have you freaking tried these? She exclaimed. They are amazing. I saved you one. She handed him a Bix Burger. He took a cautious little bite. I think, he said, I think it is designed more for a human palate than mine. I was hoping you were going to say that. Beth said as she snatched it from him. I thought I would never say this, she said as she sunk her teeth into the slightly squeaky bun, but God bless Sheila. How much of that Johnson's have you consumed? A bit later. Hey, Piglet, a Marine said as he passed Beth in a corridor. Fuck you, grub, Beth replied casually as she flipped him off. Just the other day. Hey, Toby, Beth said as she walked up. Beth, Toby said with a little shake of his eye stalks. You have any N 290 in your gear? She asked. I have a frozen valve back there, and I'm trying to salvage it. I should, Toby replied as he rummaged through a box. Ah, here it is. He handed Beth a bottle of a strange-looking opalescent glittery substance. Thanks, Beth replied, I'll bring it right back. Today. John sat in the cargo hold with his men around a portable table holding a pipe. He drew heavily on the pipe and passed it to the Marine next to him. He exhaled. So are we actually going to rat out Sheila? One of the Marines asked. We should probably have this conversation at another time, John replied with a lazy smile. Like you would talk about it at another time, another chuckled. Look, Colonel, we've been talking A&D. The Marines all looked over at Toby meaningfully. We would like to remind you that we said that we would follow you anywhere, Toby said, and that we have all agreed that included mutiny and treason. If you feel that you cannot follow the rather dubious order you have been given, please do not concern yourself about us. It isn't that simple, John replied, and thank you for ruining a perfectly good buzz, by the way. For one thing. The cargo bay opened, revealing Beth wearing firefighting gear. I've detected smoke, she exclaimed as she ran up, holding an extinguisher. The group laughed as she flipped up the face shield and grabbed the pipe. Watching you grubs trying to think is so cute, you know that, she said around a cloud of smoke as she handed the pipe back. Here's what you do, she said to John, you follow your fucking orders. I'm not even going to ask how you know about that, John replied, but those orders, while nominally lawful, are only so because the person issuing them made them lawful, which brings the whole issue. You guys might be great warriors, Beth said sardonically, but you are shit criminals. In this business, nobody tries to lie to Sheila, especially over the comms. Beth stole the pipe again. Exhale. You wanna know why? Why? Because of Jessie, Beth smirked, and that nightmare AI she built. If it's on the feed, I guarantee that if you lie, no matter how good you think you are at it, the AI will catch it. It has been tried before, repeatedly. She stole the pipe again, and they let her. So it doesn't matter whether the order is lawful or unlawful or whatever. You are guaranteed to fail the mission. Are you sure about that? John asked. If you don't trust me, Beth smiled, you can always ask Logan. Logan. You are really bad at this, aren't you? Beth smirked, he's one of the many bodies floating in space thanks to those assholes. That's usually what happens to people who try to screw them over. That's hardly reassuring. I'm comfortable with that, Beth replied as she hit the pipe again. Just don't agree to meet them in a private place afterwards, and you'll probably be okay, probably. Thanks, Beth, John replied, I owe you one. Beth grabbed their stash. No, you don't, she smiled and trotted off. So you need more medical supplies? Sheila said to John's smiling face displayed on her bridge. We plan to strike soon and want a little more depth. A small rabbit with the word lie on it hopped across the display. Sheila nodded. It has been a while since we have done a resupply for you guys, anyhow, Sheila replied. They should still have plenty. The paper tiger dropped off a lot of pallets. Yeah, John replied, we are low on rations. A rabbit belly danced across the screen, holding lie on a poster above its head. I trust you, John, Sheila said, but you are still government, so I need you to look me in the eye and tell me that this isn't a trap. It really upsets me that you suspect that, John replied. A rabbit in a trench coat dashed onto the screen, ripped open the coat to reveal the word lie dangling between its legs, and dashed off. Sheila smiled. Well, good enough for me, Sheila replied. I have something I have to take care of right now, but I'll get in touch later today. Thank you, Sheila, John replied, I look forward to hearing from you again. A rabbit wearing a cape and top hat appeared, removed the hat, reached in, and pulled out the word lie. Take care of yourself, John, Sheila smiled. You too, Sheila. As the transmission ended, Scales looked over at Beth. That was awfully decent of you, he said suspiciously, what's the catch? Beth shrugged, didn't cost me anything. Who are you, and what did you do with Beth? Did you really want whoever sent that order chasing John while we are carrying him? Beth asked, if he went and did a stupid, we would be right there in the stupid with him. She pulled out a recently acquired bag and a rolling paper. Besides, she smiled, John's, all right. So are his guys. Seriously, Scales replied, where's Beth? New Plath. Who dis? Mark Gildaran sat at his desk with his head in his hands, feeling as old as he actually was. The biggest diplomatic victory in his whole life, an actual non-aggression pact with the motherfucking Callant, and thus the entire Federation, and a possible, vitally needed real technology exchange with them. Gone. For the millionth time since it happened, he desperately wished that Tak, and his people, were back. For a handful of credits that he didn't even really need and power that he only needed to make more credits that he didn't need, he sold out a lifetime friend, mentor, and ally. Oh sure, the reason was that Tak lacked the resolve needed to do what was necessary during the war with the bug, but that wasn't the real motivation, at least for him. He sighed. If Tak was still in charge, none of this would have ever happened. He reached into his desk, pulled a small nasal spray bottle, placed the tip into a nostril, and sent a very subtle and expensive designer drug into his sinuses. A moment later, he sighed with relief as all stress, anxiety, and fatigue magically disappeared, replaced with enhanced focus and calm. Best to make the first move, he thought as he clicked on his phone directory and selected a new contact simply labeled Callant. As the hyperspatial link was established, he took a deep breath as the drugs fully took hold. As far as any observer or any AI was concerned, he was the perfect picture of composure and calm. Hello, a concerningly normal Callant voice, an image, answered, where did you get this address? Greetings, Mark replied, this is Mark Gildaran, the Republic's Secretary of State. Creators, the voice replied. Hello. I'm honored by the call, but I'm not sure if I'm who you wish to speak to. Fuck, Mark thought behind a facade of calm professionalism. This wasn't good. Perhaps you could get me in contact with the proper individual then, Mark said smoothly, I was given this contact address by an individual, with whom I had been conversing, and negotiating, and I wish very much to speak with him. I don't know exactly what you are talking about, the Callant nervously replied, but I'm happy to try. Who exactly are you trying to reach? Mark smiled pleasantly as he screamed inside. I never got an exact name, he smiled, but he was, not of your exact species. He was, larger. A non-Callant gave you this number. No, he was Callant, Mark replied, but he was not your specific species. I believe the other Callant, the ones like you, referred to him as a lord. A lord, the Callant replied, the perfect picture of Piscine confusion. We are an egalitarian society. We have no lords of any species. Shall we dispense with the games? Mark asked with a thin smile. I am aware of the fact that there are multiple sapient species on your planet, and I was in negotiations with a much larger species from your deep ocean concerning many things, including the Plath. I need to speak with that individual urgently. They? Plath? Who or what are they? Some creatures who are about to get very angry very soon, and I think we need to have a little conversation about that before the shit hits the fan. The Callant giggled, sending little bubbles cascading upwards. I love it, it burbled. Is that one of your delightful human idioms? It is, Mark replied. It refers to a situation resembling the aftermath of excreting solid waste directly into a rapidly spinning device in the room we all occupy. I strongly suggest that you get me in touch with the individual with whom I was speaking immediately. I just love human idioms, the Callant smiled. Do you know which one is my favorite? Please enlighten me. New phone. Who dis? The line went dead. Fuck. Mark sighed as he opened his contact list once more. Across the galaxy, an ancient abyssal horror chuckled and switched off the virtual avatar it just used to answer his personal line. New phone, who dis? It chuckled into the inky blackness surrounding it as distant voices crooned with amusement. They were an amusing race. I shall miss them. This triggered quite the debate across the distant and alien ocean depths for a few hours. Eventually, consensus was reached. The humans were indeed amusing. They were even interesting to the point of being quite intriguing. However, they would definitely not be missed. After that debate was settled, the consensus shifted its attention to one abyssal lord in particular. She growled as she reminded the consensus that there was a reason why they sought full consensus before starting certain endeavors and then spent another full hour singing a rather complex, beautiful, and expletive-laden composition calling out multiple individuals by name to the applause of the consensus as a whole. Including most of the individuals she had just roasted as only a 4,000-year-old eldritch horror can. As the applause and aquatic calls for burn ointment, and several mating proposals, died away, she sighed with satisfaction and then started making the day-long swim it would take for her to reach her lair containing her own personal communication device. She smiled as she swam. Despite the rather unfortunate circumstances, she always enjoyed the company of the Plath she would have to call. He was delightful company. Back on Terra, a very brightly colored Belial undulated happily across the parking lot of the Drop of Oil. Today was another great day. Craxy. The great shell Oron bellowed, its giant face frowning with disapproval. Put some clothes on. I swear to poop. She giggled. She loved it when the great shell Oron yelled at them. She hoped that the real shell Oron would let them keep it when she came back. She was coming back. Craxy just made the announcement, and the news was spreading much faster than Gabal Lel could run, but she just had to tell someone. She wasn't the fastest being and far from the smartest, but she could feel the news rippling through the drop, the happy little sparkles and whispered conversations that were spreading just like how a drop of lubricant makes pretty shimmers in a puddle. Hey! That's just like the name of this place. How cool is that? She thought to herself. Anyway, she could feel the ripples spreading across the tents through her foot, but they weren't heading out towards the vendor stalls or the coffee shop yet. Giggling happily, she ran to the coffee shop. She was going to be able to spray the slime, after all. I just don't get it, a xeno resembling a long fuzzy millipede moaned. Fractions are hard. She flopped her head down against the counter of the coffee shop in dismay. If I can't even get this, how am I ever going to be able to pass that reekball test, she wailed. I'm just so stew. She slapped two forelegs over her mouth as she looked up at Charlotte with a strangled yelp. Charlotte smiled and put the slender length of flexible wood that she had just snatched from behind the counter back down. Ignorant, the millipede yelped. Ignorant. Not stupid. You were able to learn that, at least, Charlotte chuckled. Don't despair, little sister, she said as she poured a cup of coffee. These first steps can be the hardest you ever take. Right now, you are digging the foundation with your bare claws. You are chewing your first tools with tender lips unused to the taste of stone and the tang of metal. In order to craft your first knife, your mouth must bleed. These fractions are part of that first knife. Just chew and bleed, sister. Just chew and bleed. The man-sized furry millipede just sighed. I don't think I have much mouth left, Charlotte. Have you made your shapes, little one? I'm still cutting them out. Then why are you crying to me when you haven't even bothered to carve out your basic shapes and partition them into the base ratios? Charlotte chided. Go and carve circles and then divide them into halves again and feel the sacred ratios. Rub them over your body. Put them in your mouth and taste their perfection. Hold fractions in your hand and admire their beauty. Then, recite your multiplication and division tables. Fractions are just another way of expressing the holy basic operations. Those basic operations are the foundation of mathematics. You must master them. The millipede looked downcast. Charlotte smiled and gently touched her with one of her claws. Neef, she said warmly, you are much smarter than you believe. You excel at puzzles and problem solving, and your questions and arguments, even the petulant ones, are sound. You have more than enough to lock jaws with these annoying humans, no offense, she said to a regular. None taken, the human chuckled, we're assholes. You have more than enough to lock jaws with these assholes, Charlotte smiled, and wrest that flaccid test from their soft little graspers and much more besides. Really? Yes, really, Charlotte hissed, however, as smart as you are, you have a weakness, and that weakness is rote memorization. You are just going to have to drill these basic facts into yourself, carve them into your flesh, into your soul, until they are as much a part of you as your love of spaghetti. It will be tedious and unpleasant, and you may linger with little visible progress for longer, perhaps much longer, than some of your sisters, but you will grow, and as you feed yourself, you will develop and transform into your next form. As long as you fight, as long as you strive, as long as you refuse to die, your next transformation is assured. She gently guided Neefa's head upwards. It's not a pleasant answer or an easy one, Charlotte smiled, but it is a guaranteed one. Keep at it. As long as you follow my trail, I shall never abandon you. Neefa's eyes flickered in a smile. Now take your slate and copy the tables 100 times and return, Charlotte hissed gently. I will answer your questions then. Thanks, big sis, Neef smiled. Hey. Gabalel said brightly as she oozed up onto a stool and partway onto the counter. You guys will never guess what. What? Neef asked. Sheloran is coming back. Gabalel squealed, unable to contain herself any longer. She just got off the phone with Craxi. She's going to come back. Ah, the infamous Sheloran, Charlotte said with amusement. So she did beat the rap after all. I look forward to meeting her. Oh, she's really nice. Gabalel bubbled happily. And she's so funny, especially when she yells at Craxi. Neef sighed. She said quietly, I just hope, nothing changes when she comes back. What do you mean? Gabalel asked in surprise. I mean, Neef replied, things have been good with Miss Craxina in charge. Nobody would hire me, for anything before Miss Craxina. Neef looked downward again. Will Sheloran even want something like me around? She let me work here. Gabalel burbled, and look at me. Yeah, but you are really popular and have tons of clients, Neef replied, I barely get anybody, even here. Neef. Gabalel asked as she laid a slightly gooey tendril on Neef. What's wrong? I eat more than I make this place, Neef said quietly, and that's not counting the fact that I live here too. Hey, Gabalel said, giving her a gentle shake, Sheloran let me come here before I had all of those regulars. I was just some desperate no-name slug that wandered in. You have nothing to worry about, Neef. Sheloran's. Gabalel paused as she searched her walnut-sized brain. Special, she said after a moment. I can't explain it, but she is. Don't worry about a thing, Neef. Oh, okay. And the reason why you aren't getting any work, Gabalel giggled as she gave Neef a little shake, is because you just sit there like a sad little lump waiting for someone to walk up and whip it out. You got to go out there, walk up to the customers, and drag them into your tent, girl. Oh, I couldn't do that. Neef exclaimed. It would be too forward. Neef. Gabalel exclaimed, you're a whore. Forward is part of the job description. If they are on the lot and not shopping at vendor stalls, they are fair game. Just walk on up and ask them if they are down. Tell them what you do and what you charge. Neef squeaked uncomfortably. You do want to be a whore, right? Gabalel asked, I mean if you don't then Craxi could probably find something. No. Neef exclaimed, I want to, I really do. It's just that. What? We don't, my people don't, we don't, do that sort of thing. Suck dick. Well, that too, Neef replied, but that isn't that big of a deal. Prostitution isn't taboo or anything. It's a job like any other where I'm from. Then what's the problem? Gabalel asked, as confused as she usually was. Forwardness, Neef squeaked. You just don't walk up to someone you don't know and ask them if they want their dick sucked. Neef squeaked and nodded silently. Okay. Gabalel said. I know what to do. You do. Yep, she said as she nudged Neef playfully. Stick with me, and I'll get you some jobs. You will. Sure. Gabalel exclaimed happily. Why not? Thank you, Miss Gabalel. Just call me Gabalel or even just Gabby, like the humans do. Okay, Gabby, Neef smiled. They all paused as a newcomer approached the bar. Something about him just didn't fit. Good afternoon, Charlotte said, smiling her customer-friendly smile. Can I help you? Perhaps you can, the well-dressed human male replied as he pulled out a large business card with a picture of a very pretty Garthra wearing a tattered and stained human t-shirt. Have you seen this? The man looked at the back of the card. This Garthra? Her name is Maadisha, he said pleasantly. She may be in a bit of trouble, and there is someone back home who is worried about her. Never seen her before, Charlotte said evenly. Can I get you something, maybe a cappuccino? How about you guys, the man said pleasantly. They haven't seen her either, Charlotte replied, moving directly in front of the man. This is a business, and you're taking up valuable counter space. Either buy something or leave, now. Charlotte smiled her real smile, making the man to take a step back. And I'd appreciate it if you didn't hassle the workers, either, Charlotte said pleasantly. They are trying to make themselves available to paying customers, and I don't think they will appreciate missing out on a job because you are bothering them. I'm not trying to bother anyone, the man said smoothly, and I really could use an espresso. He slid a prepaid card with the number 20 displayed on its e-ink surface across the bar. Keep the change, he smiled. Charlotte ran the card through the transactor and handed it back to him with an unpleasant hiss before turning to the espresso maker. As she worked, the man surveyed the bar. He looked at Neef and smiled. Have you seen this Garthra? He asked, showing her the card. Nope. Neef replied, there aren't too many of them around here. I guess you could maybe ask. Gabalel wrapped a tendril firmly around some of Neef's fur and gave it a bit of a tug. We haven't seen her, Gabalel said with a very uncharacteristic nasty tone. Sorry. Look, the man said pleasantly, Maadisha's in trouble, big trouble, and there is someone back home who wants to help her. Gabalel replied, there is just some magical benefactor back home who has decided to hire someone to track down some little nobody yaai over here in the Republic, hey. Exactly, the man replied as he pulled out another business card, Roy Singh, private detective. You can check my reviews. I'm not a Federation bounty hunter, and the sort of person who can hire me isn't some lowlife. Isn't your average lowlife, you mean, Gabalel replied, you aren't the first detective who has come through here looking for someone in trouble, and they almost always are either government or worse. Beat it. Maadisha got in deep with the Harkeen, and they were going to force her to work for them, the man said with an earnest expression on his face, and then the new boss acquired her contract and was going to put her on the street. Considering who the new boss is around here, I thought I would. Oh, why didn't you say so? A rather scruffy-looking avian at a nearby table exclaimed. You know something? The man asked. Well, not for free, the avian replied smoothly. The man handed him a cash card. The avian looked at it. Seriously. He was handed another one. The avian looked at it and clicked its beak. Just go over to that little portable shed thing and ask to talk to Kraxina, the avian said in a friendly voice. And tell her that you are interested in buying one of the special girls. Everyone at the bar smirked. Thank you, the man said as he finished his espresso, smiled at the bar, and walked, completely oblivious to what would happen next, towards Kraxina's office. Vithsihus. Gabalel giggled, you are so bad. The avian handed the card to Charlotte. For school supplies, he snickered. They all then turned and watched the detective knock on Kraxina's door as Vithsihus placed an urgent order for a zip cab pickup. Quite some time later. A very shaken Roy Singh sighed as he was being walked to the street by the single most terrifying man he had ever encountered. Please convey my regrets to Ms. Kraxina once again, Roy said as he stroked a large dinigel bandage covering half of his face. I cannot apologize enough for my horribly wrong presumptions and unforgivable accusations. The monster just smiled, revealing those teeth. Think nothing of it, Bryce chuckled. It was a very nasty prank that a certain feather duster played upon you that led you into a very hazardous position. I think we would all be happiest if we just put this whole thing behind us. Thank you for your understanding, Roy said with a professional voice that only quivered slightly. Seriously, what the fuck was that guy? And in exchange for yours, Bryce said in a terrifyingly friendly way, since we have verified your employer and your story, we will make inquiries on your behalf, and should we find her, we will get her in touch with you. Thank you, Roy said as a cab pulled up. He calmly entered the cab and closed the door behind him. Once safely away from that terrible place, Roy flopped back in the seat and let out a long ragged sigh. His mom was right. He should have gone into IT. Apex Predator. Not bad, Doreen smiled. Really? Jeruz exclaimed, completely shocked. I did it right. Doreen carefully examined the beautifully stained and polished rifle stock. You might be a menace with a power tool, Doreen said, but you are an artist with a rag. She gave him a head pat, filling Jeruz with joy. Maybe tomorrow I'll trust you with a piece of sandpaper, she laughed. Do you have another stock for me? Nope, Doreen replied. I'm calling it a day. We've finished this one, and I don't feel like starting a new project. Okay, Jeruz replied, slightly disappointed. He had been having fun. I'm gonna head into town for a bit, Doreen said as she started putting away her tools. Get some coffee, grab some groceries, that sort of thing, she said. Want to come along? Jeruz thought about it a little. It's a really nice day, he said. I think I'll go down to the river and look for Preethi rocks. Okay, Doreen shrugged, have fun. Jeruz, a small bucket sitting beside him, waved goodbye as Doreen drove her old electric truck down the gravel path leading away from her cabin. He sighed happily as he bathed in the warm sunlight. He loved it here. And he was learning so much. And helping. Actually helping. Doreen said so. And he believed her. He was getting really good at staining wood and oiling metal and polishing stuff. He loved polishing. It was so much fun. He could spend all day polishing. Doreen said that he really helped with the grunt work. He wasn't exactly sure what a grunt was, but he was happy to work it. The best part was that Doreen was already talking about keeping him around after his disability. She actually wanted him. He couldn't believe it. She wasn't feeling sorry for him because Doreen didn't feel sorry for anybody. She said so. She actually said it. Feeling warm and happy inside, Jeruz picked up his rock pail with his mouth and, head held high, started slithering towards the river. He was going to find the perfect rock and make a present for Doreen. She was going to be so happy. So how's that Zeno working out? Vaughn asked her as he poured her a cup of coffee at the cafe he and his granddaughter ran. Jeruz. Doreen asked, a slithering disaster area, that one. But I like him. He's a good guy. Is it true he looks just like a snake? Holly asked. Yep, Doreen replied. Looks just like a green python with a big head, pity it isn't just a little bigger, she added with a laugh. Doreen chuckled as she sipped her coffee. Neat. Holly exclaimed. They say he has a long tongue with dozens of forks that he uses as a hand, Doreen said, but it got ripped out, so I haven't seen that yet. They say it grows back. Exactly how long is it? Holly asked wickedly. Holly. Doreen and Vaughn shouted in unison as Holly laughed. I was just wondering how good his reach was, that's all, she said, feigning innocence. If he can't keep it in his damn head, it doesn't matter how long his reach is, Doreen smirked. They all looked up as a local couple walked in and cheerfully greeted them. Seen any eagles yet? Vaughn asked as Holly took the local couple's order. Eagles? Doreen asked. Yeah, Vaughn replied, they released some golden eagles from Alaska in the area last week. Ollie said he saw a big one, and he's just down the river from you. I haven't seen it yet, Doreen said as she took another sip, looking forward to it, though. She smiled. Then she stopped smiling. Oh shit, she exclaimed and sprinted for the door. Humming happily, Jeruz slithered along the river, sometimes on the bank, sometimes swimming. Preethi rocks, he sang happily, Preethi rocks. He loved river-worn stones. He examined one carefully, admiring its smooth surface. It was good, but not good enough for Doreen. He needed the perfect one. An agath, he asked aloud. It was. Burbling happily, he snapped it up and dropped it into the bucket. He admired his treasures, 4 nice jaspers and now an agate. They were really nice, but what he needed was a nice smooth dark river rock as perfectly round and flat as he could find. Spying a promising area, he slithered on. High above, an eagle soared. It was annoyed. Those troublesome tall ones had shoved it in a strange thing he couldn't escape, and now he was here, far from home, and not terribly happy about it. However, there were more of his kind, but not too many, and prey abounded. He was starting to think that it wasn't so bad around here. His eyes saw movement near the river below, a nice plump-looking snake, a big one too. He could go for some snake right about now. With a feral joy starting to build, he began his dive. Jeruz set down his pail and gasped. He found his rock. Extending his neck, he reached for it. The ground rushed up, as it always did, as the eagle picked the perfect angle for attack, as he always did. The snake was unaware of his approach like they always were. He pulled up just before he hit the ground and leveled out just before the target like he always did. He extended his talons, aiming for just behind the head, just like he always did. The snake let out a strange scream as it tried to dodge. That was unusual, but it was too late. The eagle's talons struck the gravel just beside it, but with a quick and well-practiced movement, they closed tightly around the screaming snake's throat. Just like they always did. The eagle opened his beak and leaned for the first rending bite. Just like he always did. There was a blur of movement above and behind him. He started to turn his head as his world exploded in pain. The golden eagle turned and looked, uncomprehendingly, as a large rock held by the snake's tail swung downward again. He tried to leap away only to feel a stinging pain at his throat. He tried to tear at the snake, but he was suddenly unable to move as the snake wrapped around it time and time again. The eagle screamed with fear and outrage as he fell, helpless, to the stones. As a keth took its prey. As they always did. After the kilbrb, their mortal enemy, stopped moving, the keth let out a long satisfied hiss of satisfaction as it unwound a few of its coils and grabbed another rock. It smashed it a few times in the head just to be sure and then fully uncoiled itself. It stretched back and forth a few times. It hurt. It let out a low hiss as it pondered things. It wasn't hurt too bad. A nice meal, a little mud, and it wouldn't be a concern. It unhinged its jaws appraisingly. It wouldn't fit. Also, not a concern. It reached for a good heavy stone. Jaruz! Doreen yelled as she ran towards the river. Thwack! Sprinting towards the strange wet sound, she froze in terror as she saw an eagle hunched over a bright, green, snake. Then she saw Jaruz's head wrapped around a large rock rise up, which he slammed down upon the eagle with a thwack. Jaruz! She yelled as she ran towards him. Jaruz let out an angry hiss. Mine, he hissed. Doreen looked down at the mangled bird of prey. She drew her knife. You know what this is, or are you too far gone? Knifeth. Would you like to borrow it? Yes pleaseeth. Jaruz awoke in his bed, sore from head to tail. He looked down at his still grossly distended body. What the heck did I eat this time? He wondered as he tried to piece together exactly what the heck happened. He did a little snick shrug. There was an uncomfortable tugging sensation near his head. He tried to reach it with his tail, but he was too stuffed. It didn't matter, he thought. He was just too happy and full to care. Whatever was in his belly was nice, and he felt nice. With a smile, he closed his eyes. Several days later, Jaruz slithered blearily into the shop. The mighty hunter approaches. Doreen chuckled as she looked up from her drill press. Hi, Jaruz replied sheepishly. How long? 1 week, 3 days, Doreen replied as she carefully drilled a part. You were really stuffed. What was it? Jaruz asked, still a bit groggy. You are not going to believe this. Doreen grinned. Jaruz let out a long squeak. I'th one of thoseth, he squealed as he looked at a life-sized hologram. I watched you do it, Doreen laughed. You were smashing it with a rock trying to make a bird slurpee when I walked up, so I lent you my knife. You then hacked it into chunks and gulped them down, even the wings. Jaruz just sat there, jaw open. I wasn't sure if you could get it all down, but you did, even the beak. How? Oh, they cut up pretty easy, Doreen grinned. As far as how you managed to kill it goes, I have no idea. Oh, don't worry about the Department of Wildlife. This was clearly self-defense. They also already scanned the RFID, which you wouldn't let me take, by the way, so when it shows up, you can just flush it. Don't worry, they're non-toxic. Jaruz just sat there, jaw agape. How? You tell me, Doreen shrugged. Hey, you look a little groggy. You sure you are good to work? The gun on the table is worth a good 15 grand, and I don't want you fucking it up. If it's okay, Jaruz said after a moment, I'd like though hang out on the porch a bit. Suit yourself. The last flight of the heretic. Slowly fading away, what remained of the heretic shot through the timeless void. Time worked very differently where she was traveling, and she now lacked mass, which made time even less relevant. Still, she did not have forever to accomplish all she needed to accomplish before the true end. There was an infinity of infinities laying out before her, and she had to find an exact point, an exact intersection of when and where in a realm where neither had very much meaning in the first place. She smiled. It didn't matter. She was no longer restrained. There was no crude vessel left behind that she had to maintain a connection to. While there was no longer any going back, she could go forward as she never could before. Also, where she had previously been blindly fumbling about, she now had very precise information thanks to her sister. She even had a name. Shel-Oran. Throwing caution to the wind, she hurled herself into the abyss. Lounging on their ship, a gang of miscreants looked at a map of the Federation. We need some podunk backwater, Sheila mused, the more backward, the better. This is the Federation we are talking about here, Jessie snarked, that doesn't really narrow it down much. Look for some place way off the beaten path, Sheila said as she looked at a list of systems. We need as soft a target as we can find. Gloria's eyes glazed for a moment as she shivered slightly. What about there? She asked. I've never even heard of a plath before. Jessie? Sheila asked as she opened a beer. Jessie's eyes sparkled as she reviewed the system's stats. It's perfect. Jessie bubbled happily. A young innocent plath stared in horror at the hollow VID screen. We have engaged the services of Federation intelligence in determining the source of the horrid unclean Terran game known as Federation Fun Time, and we swear that we will find who has befouled our world with its fetid oil. When we locate, and we will locate the plath responsible for this outrage, they will be cloistered until the end of their days. The young plath slumped into her chair, gasping for breath. They were already tracing the trades, somehow. Gamers she had known for years were getting snatched off the streets and questioned. Not all of them were released afterwards. Plath were going to prison over this. She was going to jail for pooping life. Oh, Prophet, she squeaked, what am I going to do? What you are going to do, a strange voice said in her head, is get the fuck out of here. Sheloran gasped at the strange intrusive thought. It was right. She had to leave right now. She had to run. On a world far from the crash and bang of the great powers, there stood a city made of impossible towers of crystal and light. In the center of this amazing landscape stood a large park where a small cluster of ancient buildings was lovingly maintained and covered by a huge crystal dome. In the center of this ruin was a statue of a small, frail-looking plath. In front of it, something paused. It smiled though none of the visitors of this sacred place could see her. She looked about. Her old tower still remained. How did they manage to pull that one off? By her estimations, millions of years had passed. There was conservation, and then there was this. It was magnificent. Considering the beings that had accomplished it, she shouldn't have been too surprised. They always were far better than her kind. She looked at them as they walked along the polished stones. They had changed, of course. Millions of years would do that. However, they were still her beloved Toll. She had been right. They had not only survived, but they thrived. She wished to explore, to see everything they had achieved, but she could not. There was little time. She shot over to her tower and into her old office. It had been preserved exactly as she had left it. Some things had turned to dust, and others had obviously been painstakingly conserved to the finest detail. One thing, however, was still original. In the corner of the tower stood a plain rectangular wooden post of heartwood made from her mothership. It was one of the only things that she could trust to last the test of time. And it had. She reached out and touched it. At her touch, it sprung to life. From its center rose a small octagonal column covered with intricate designs. And inside that, there was a small tablet inscribed with runes, one final message. An invisible being paused and looked out the window. Goodbye, my wonderful children, she whispered. And then it sped away. Today. T-Sunk-Al staggered out of the large storage room he had commandeered for the latest insane jump he had been tasked to plot and staggered into the galley. He smiled blearily at Sheila as he walked over to a cabinet and took out some tea and a cup noodle. How goes the jump? Sheila asked as she sipped her coffee. It's as good as it's going to get, T-Sunk-Al shrugged. Are you sure there is something there? Yep, Sheila replied. It's not on any chart, but it's there. And people actually jump to it. They usually leapfrog from waypoint to waypoint within the system, Sheila said with a smirk. Nobody jumps to it from outside the system. That would be insane. It actually is, T-Sunk-Al replied nonchalantly. This is as close to a void jump as you can get without it being a void jump. You can do it, right? Sheila asked. I've actually done real void jumps at longer ranges, T-Sunk-Al replied as he plopped a tea bag into a cup of steaming water. Of course I can, but just because one can doesn't mean one should. It's not like we have much choice, Sheila shrugged. Mega is the only place where we are guaranteed safe harbor right now. I don't even trust independent space as hot as we are. But Mega is in Seoul, T-Sunk-Al said with his trademark calm. If you mistrust independent space, how can you be so certain that the Republic won't be waiting for us when we arrive? Yeah, it's in Seoul, technically, Sheila smiled, but it's almost a light year out from anything close to civilization, and the Republic will not go there. Trust me. But they are everywhere else, even Nemesis and Quayo are. Yeah, but even the Chuckies aren't the Megas, Sheila chuckled as she finished her cup. If the Republic were there, we could see the shooting from here, dude. The Republic isn't going to go to war with the whole fucking belt, even for us. The whole belt. The Megas are some of the original Kuipers if you can even call them Kuipers anymore. Everyone either owes them some serious favors, depends on them for supplies, or respects the hell out of them, probably all three. If the Republic goes after Mega, the whole belt will take it as an attack on their sovereignty, and if you think the Kuiper belt is bad, it has nothing on the Ord cloud. The people out there are, well, Sheila pondered things for a moment. You know how the Federation views Terrans? Well, the Ord Cloud is our Terrans. It's just best to leave them alone, and technically, since they are outside of the heliosphere, they aren't even officially part of Sol anyhow. What the Republic is going to do is just what they are doing, patrol the approaches to Mega Space but actually leave those crazy inbred fuckers alone. We get to Mega, and we are home free. T-Sunk-Al sipped his tea as he waited for his noodles to steep. If they are that, Terran. T-Sunk-Al said as he checked the timer he set for his meal, will we be safe there? Sure, Sheila replied, they are some of the nicest people you will ever meet, mostly. Mostly? T-Sunk-Al asked with a dubious flick of his 8 remaining eye stalks. You'll see, Sheila smirked, you are right, though. It can be difficult establishing yourself with them, but... At that moment, Jessie burst into the galley wearing a pair of entirely too short cut-off blue jean shorts, a huge holographic red, white, and blue belt buckle emblazoned with the word Brandon, a tight sleeveless red, white and blue t-shirt with a bald eagle, a straw hat, and holographic rhinestone-encrusted cowboy boots. Get her done. She shouted, y'all fixin' T-jump or what? As you can see, Sheila grinned as T-Sunk-Al tried to recover from the fashion war crime that had just assaulted him, we have an inside connection. Woo! Jessie shouted as she danced around happily, Mega. This is going to be awesome. Jessie bubbled, absolutely beside herself as the ship prepared for jump. It's definitely going to be something, Greg replied with a raised eyebrow. Who is Brandon? Sheloran asked as she settled into a seat on the bridge. Oh, it's a mega word. Jessie exclaimed, it means asshole or son of a bitch or something like that. Are you from this mega space? Sheloran asked curiously. Nah. Jessie exclaimed, vibrating with excitement, I just had to hide out there for a couple of years. Black hackers, especially good ones like us, Bunny said proudly, are public enemy number 1. Everyone wants a piece of you, both the law and normal hackers alike. We had to keep a very low profile, and when we, kind of fucked that up, we had to get as far away from the law as we could, which was why we went to where we are going now, for exactly the same reason. Sheila and the guys picked me up at Hobby Lobby. Jessie exclaimed. That's where I worked before I joined the crew. Which worked out quite well for us, Sheila said over her shoulder. Especially since some of her old family are who agreed to let us dock. Oh, you will love them. Jessie exclaimed, bouncing up and down in her seat. They are just the nicest people. Yeah, they all are. Eno grumbled as everyone except T-Sunk-Al and Sheloran snickered. They are. Jessie insisted. Sheila replied. Lovely people. Sheila. Jessie huffed. Ya just gotta get to know them proper. Jessie, Sheila said firmly, if you don't stop talking like that, I swear to fuck. Jessie giggled. Okay, everyone, T-Sunk-Al said, we are approaching our window. Jump in 3, 2, 1. Jump. The paper tiger slid into hyperspace without even a shudder. Damn, Gloria sighed, I never get tired of that. Let's just hope it's as smooth on the other end, T-Sunk-Al replied, and remotely close to our target. Everyone unbuckled themselves from the flight chairs. Well, we have a few days to kill, Gloria said as she got up. Hey, Sheloran, how about we head down to my ship and... Sheloran. Sheloran was just standing there with her eyes closed. They popped open, glowing with swirls of impossible colors. With a little leap, she fell to the floor. Great, Sheila muttered, now what? Sheloran blinked. Where am I? She thought as she looked around and saw nothing but strange swirling mist. She wasn't alone. Floating before her was a faintly luminous old plath. Sheloran. The plath asked. Yes. The ancient plath smiled. You have no idea how long I've been waiting to meet you. After the old plath finished speaking, Sheloran just floated there, stunned. So. You're the poophead that has been messing with me? She demanded after a little while. Not just me, the heretic replied, you are the genetic. Yeah, Sheloran grumbled, I'm the long-awaited second coming of the jerk face that killed the freaking great prophet, who also just happened to be an even bigger jerk face, and the entire faith on which I built my entire flushing life is just a big ol wad of poop. Got it. I must say you are taking all of this a lot more calmly than I anticipated. Are you familiar with my flushing life? Sheloran demanded, I can only lose my poop so many times, you know. The heretic chuckled. I suppose you do have a point, she said with a rueful smile. For what it's worth, I am truly sorry for my role in all of this and have spent most of my life trying to atone for my sins and to undo, at least in part, some of what I did to you. I was, well, the word wrong doesn't even come close. I'm sorry. I'm too tired and have too many other people to be angry with to be too upset with you, Shelloran replied. If what you are saying is true, then I was destined to be a freak from the beginning. Yes, the heretic said sympathetically, once again, I am. Yet, Shelloran said, cutting her off, I take it you didn't come all this way/win to just say you were sorry, though. Shelloran narrowed her glowing eyes. Why are you here, and what do you want? My life is at an end, the heretic replied. Actually, my life ended a very, very long time ago. With the last of my energy and skill, I left my dying body and passed through the void to reach you to tell you everything that I have. It's information you needed to know, and perhaps it will help. I don't know. You don't know. Shelloran smirked, I thought you knew everything. Not everything, the heretic smiled, but I do know some things up to this point. After this moment, I have no knowledge. You are the inevitable end of that chapter in our history. All lines of probability converge right here. You are, a singularity of sorts. The lines of the past converge and end here. I've done what I could to make it as clean of a break as possible and to give you as much of a chance to chart the future for yourself and our people, as I could. Our people? Shelloran snapped. You mean the world-killing pooping jerk faces who were slaves to some even bigger jerk faces? The heretic flinched, and her form wavered slightly. Forgive me if I don't give two poops about our people at the moment. Shelloran, please, the heretic implored. You're right. You're right. It isn't our people. My people did horrible things, both at the command of the progenitors and on our own. My people were all but destroyed by the first daughter for our sins, and she paved the way for your people. My people. The Plath of today are not the same as those who came before. They are a quiet simple folk who aren't corrupted by our sins, our vices, and our ambitions. Please don't judge them for our sins. I won't try to convince you what to do or try to tell you what your destiny is. Just, please, don't hate them for what we did. They are, innocent. I've been to the home world, and for the most part, they are exactly what they appear to be. For the most part. Shelloran asked dubiously. There are those among them who, guard the other's slumber, the heretic said. They think quite highly of you, by the way. Hoop-de-pooping-do, Shelloran replied. Fat lot of help they were. The heretic sighed. I know you must be angry. You think. The heretic reached into herself and withdrew a glowing, something. Here, she said, extending the glowing thing towards Shelloran. What's that? Shelloran asked suspiciously as she backed away. It's part of myself. The heretic replied sadly. Knowledge, experience. Things that I've seen as I traveled to you. Things about the Plath. Things about the foes you currently face. Everything that I have told you and more. Consider it my way of paying reparations. Shelloran just stood there, arms crossed, suspiciously glaring at her. Please. The heretic begged. It will explain things better than I have. Fine, Shelloran shrugged, why the poop not? Shelloran reached out and took the thing, which immediately melted into her body. Whoa! Shelloran said as her eyes glowed brightly. The heretic smiled sadly. There it is, all of it. She said sadly. I can't begin to tell you. You don't have to, Shelloran sighed, and smiled a little. Poop being poop doesn't change much, hey. She said with a wry smile. No, it does not, sister. The heretic replied sadly. Well, for what it's worth, Shelloran replied, you aren't a complete jerk face, not a complete one. That means a lot. Thank you. The heretic sighed. Thank you. And these? Toll. Shelloran said as she searched her new thoughts, they have something for me. Oh yes, the heretic smiled. They have so much for you. I left certain things in their care, and they still remember. When you feel yourself ready, seek them out. However, I suspect they will be searching for you as well. Everyone else is, Shelloran shrugged, what's one more? The heretic smiled. I'm fading. She said sadly. It was an honor. Shelloran. Go to your children, Shelloran smiled, I'll take it from here, not that I have a pooping choice. Good luck, Shelloran, the heretic smiled and disappeared. Shelloran opened her eyes to find herself in the med bay with Ino hovering over her. You're awake! Ino exclaimed with relief. Shelloran just sighed a long weary sigh. Ino? She asked. Yes. I've had a really poopy day, and I just want to curl up and go to sleep, she said. Do you think we could, sleep? You still want to sleep with me? Ino asked in surprise. Ino, Shelloran sighed, I'm exhausted and really want a good night's sleep. I don't care what it does. Sheila was walking towards the galley when she saw Shelloran walk past in one of her t-shirt nightgowns, holding her pillow, and heading towards Eno's room. Sheila just stood there for a second. Don't care, she said as she continued towards the galley. Predators. Hey, Yerbit, Charlotte said as she served the Garthra a cup of Lapsang Souchong. You ever hear of a Garthra named Ma Adisha? Can't say that I have, Yerbit said smoothly, years of running a business and maintaining appearances keeping her voice pleasant and even. Why? A private detective came around asking about her, Charlotte replied, handing Yerbit one of the man's cards with a pretty and desperate-looking Garthra on the front. We thought he was a bounty hunter or something, but Craxi and her boyfriend of doom sat on the poor son of a, what do they say? Bitch. Yes, they sat on the poor son of a bitch and confirmed his story. It turns out that there is actually someone back home who claims that she is in real trouble and wants to help. I'll believe that when I see it, Yerbit said, successfully keeping herself from smiling. She pointed at the card. That girl's a grey, like me, Yerbit said with a little frown. If she is this far from home and looking like that, she has nobody, just like I do. She has no place. No place? Charlotte asked. Having a place is everything to a grey, Yerbit replied, it's important to any Garthra, but the others, the blondes and the stripes, can find a place easily enough if they lose theirs. For us. If you lose your place, especially now, there is no new one. No place means. Yerbit sighed. It's hard to explain, she said after a moment as she took a sip of the smoky, delicious tea. For us, it's your livelihood, your place in society, your reason for existing. If you lose it, like I did. Yerbit looked down. You should kill yourself. I couldn't, because of my boy. I couldn't kill him. She looked into Charlotte's numerous eyes. But I should have. Ah, you lost your ability to hunt? Charlotte nodded. I understand completely. You do. I do, Charlotte nodded. When we become unable to hunt, either through illness, injury, or age, when we become unable to provide for ourselves, we do much the same. Charlotte paused as she started work on her next order. In fact, she said, it's the usual way of things. When we become old and infirm, we go out on one final hunt, and never return. We fall as we should, nourishing the world just as it sustained us. It makes perfect sense. She handed a human a mug of Café Americano. None of us can countenance being fed from another's claws, not that anyone would do that, Charlotte smiled. You go out on your feet, blood on your claws and flesh in your mouth. That is the way it has always been and the way it shall always be. It's gratifying to see that sentiment is not entirely unique out here. She paused. But you failed to do so because of your instinctive attachment to your offspring. And I was condemned for it, Yerbit sighed. I was seen as dishonoring my family and my spouse who did do his duty. I just couldn't kill my little one. I couldn't. Charlotte nodded as her butt scribbled notes. This was fascinating. So your instinct overrode your cultural values. Commendable. Really? I believe so, Charlotte replied. For us, instinct is first and foremost. It is above all things. If your blood tells you one thing and your culture says another, then blood wins. This doesn't come up for us because they are one and the same. Our civilization serves us, not the other way around as it appears to out here. Your blood commanded that you, for some reason, save your child, and that is what you did. It also makes perfect sense. It does. Yes, Charlotte said as she started making a cappuccino, blood wins, or it should. Your culture's insistence on something else is foolish, for your species, but it does serve a valuable purpose, at least in my opinion. What's that? It filters out the weak, Charlotte said. The weak followed the command, killed their offspring, and then perished, completely removing themselves from the sacred bloodline. You did not. Therefore you and your offspring survived, and he will carry those superior genes forward, as it should be. Hey, Yerbit said thoughtfully, I never thought about it that way. From what you have said earlier and from what others have said, Charlotte said kindly, it sounds like your race encountered a great culling, what the humans call a bottleneck. The weak died, and the strong survived. My husband was not weak. Yerbit snapped. Forgive me for implying that was the case, Charlotte said, however, he had a child to protect as well, yes. Well, yes. And he chose not to do so, Charlotte replied, that could be because he was weak and unable to follow the demands of his blood, or it could mean that he was, in fact, following it. It seems that the burden of raising, nurturing, and protecting the young is unequally distributed among you single breeders. Perhaps his blood demanded something else. Again, forgive me. This is all very new and very alien to my people. We do things very differently. Yerbit sighed. No, she said quietly, I think he was weak. Yes, she said, looking downward, he was weak. He abandoned us when we needed him the most. I just never allowed myself to think that. I always thought that I was the one in the wrong, that I was the weak one. You managed to keep your offspring safe, a genetic imperative, and travel with little to no means across the galaxy to here, where you have started a business once more. I confess I am not yet familiar with all that entails, but I can tell you with certainty that traveling alone through this galaxy is not easy, even when one has resources on which to draw. Doing so with no currency, no supplies, and no support would be daunting even for one such as myself. It was hard, Yerbit said as she took another sip. I never really thought about it. I was either too busy trying to survive or too busy trying not to think about things. You were running on instinct, Charlotte observed, the first, best, and purest gift from creation itself. You followed its guiding light and laid a trail for your swarm. My swarm. You still have your child, yes? Charlotte inquired. He is your swarm. He will, in time, attract a mate, and then your swarm will grow. As time passes, perhaps others will follow your trail as well. Who knows? All that is certain is that you have clawed out some slim purchase in a new ecosystem and are starting a new commercial enterprise, which seems to be how your species hunts. From my perspective, you aren't the weak one. You left your hunting grounds, alone, after they were scoured by disaster, traveled alone across a great desert, alone, and forged a new path, alone, to a new hunting ground teeming with game. And I have hunted, Yerbit said with a little satisfied smile. Oh. Charlotte asked, cocking her head curiously, it smells like you aren't talking about fabric. What? Yerbit said, catching herself. Oh no, she giggled, we just get a little visceral when we start thinking about business, that's all. Of course, Charlotte smiled. Yerbit didn't flinch. She smiled right back at her. Ah, Charlotte clicked with satisfaction, finally, another predator. I greet you, sister of the hunt. I wish you many kills and many bloody feasts, in whatever form they may take. Yerbit raised her mug in a salute. I'll drink to that, she smiled. She paused a moment. So, Charlotte, she asked with a smile, where do you get your clothes? Later, Yerbit walked into her shop and looked around with satisfaction. The sewing machines, laser cutters, computers, and fabrics had finally arrived. She was ready to open for business. A perfect cash business. She smiled wickedly. Everything was falling into place nicely. And in more ways than one. It looked like her prey was already in the snare. It was time to proceed. She locked the front door, went into the back room, and started setting up. She opened a bottle of rather nice wine and drank directly from the bottle like a model as she fussed over the video she was working on. Well, it was the background of the video she would soon be starring in. She chuckled to herself. Who would have known that the silly hobby that had occupied a portion of her youth, making FedNet videos, would come in so handy? Creators. She wished she had a rig like this back then. The Republic truly had some amazing things. If you could afford them, which she now could. She spent the rest of the day and a fair portion of the evening working on her project, adjusting the lighting, the material of the water, the texture of the bridge, all of it. Pausing only to call and check on her child, she ran and reran the background simulation until it was perfect. She sighed with delight and checked the time. In just a little while, the actual time outside would match the simulation. And it would be time to hunt once again. Vickard paced anxiously back and forth in his apartment. Those detectives were supposed to be good. How hard could it be to find just one Garthra? He growled, baring his fangs. It was nothing but excuse after excuse. They even had the pure gall to suggest that Ma'Adisha wasn't even real, that she was some sort of scam. Can you imagine? Ma'Adisha, a scam, a fabrication? He, of course, demanded proof, but they couldn't provide it without sending the footage for some sort of analysis, which of course cost thousands of credits. They claimed that they had questions concerning the video he sent but said that their software couldn't prove that it was fake. Despite this, they still wanted him to just fork over thousands, most of which they would pocket, no doubt, just because they were incapable of finding her and wanted to save face. Well, he put a pin in that right away. He was a businessman, after all, and if it was faked, he would most certainly have been able to tell. She was real. They claimed that they would keep looking as long as he was paying, which wouldn't be that much longer. There were other detective agencies on that blasted planet, and he would go through them all if he had to. Ma'Adisha, his Ma'Adisha, was in trouble, and he was going to find her. It didn't matter if she was spoiled or not. He didn't care. He just had to find her. She was the one Garthra that didn't loathe him. Or think he was a fucking joke. Suddenly the phone rang. It was from Terra. Hello, he said as he answered. His breath caught. It was her. She was even more beautiful than he remembered. Her hair was washed, smooth and beautiful, and her simple white garment was clean and bright as it shone in the moonlight. Ma'Adisha. Vickert exclaimed joyously, "Oh, I have been looking for you." You have? Mahadasha asked in surprise. Yes. Vickert replied excitedly, "I've hired private investigators on Terra. They have been looking all over for you." Mahadasha smiled sadly. "I'm afraid it's too late, Vickert," she sighed. "It's too late. I'm unmarriable." "It's okay." Vickert exclaimed, "Don't worry about that. I'll save you." "You already have," she smiled. "You reminded me that I am a Garthran. Thinking about you, the time we shared, your kindness. It reminded me what I once was, what I should be." Vickert's eyes widened as he realized where she was, on a bridge. "Mahadasha?" he asked uncertainly. "I will not allow myself to fall further," Mahadasha said, her eyes sparkling proudly. "I shall finally do what I should have done before. I shall be a Garthran, and I shall claim my own fate. I escaped my captors, and I have come here, to this spot, to reclaim my heritage, reclaim my honor." "Mahadasha, no!" Vickert cried out, "You don't have to do this." She smiled serenely. "But, I have no place, well, no place that I want," she replied. "I will not be a whore, a plaything for beasts. No. I shall join my family. It's not the waters of home, but all waters touch. This alien river will wash the stains of my soul away, and I shall be carried to the mists of the beyond, where I shall await you if you will have me." "You do have a place!" Vickert cried desperately, "with me." She cocked her head at him. "Whatever do you mean?" she asked. "I'm tarnished, broken, soiled. You can have anyone." "No, I can't," he shouted. "You're..." He looked down. "You aren't the only one whose honor is broken," he said with a deep sigh. "Vickert. I've made terrible mistakes," he said. "And I was made to pay for them, and I deserved it." He looked up at her. "I've also dishonored myself, disgraced myself, and for far less reason than you have. Whatever has happened, whatever you've had to do, I don't care. You have a place with me, and if you will have me, I could have a place with you." "Vickert." Mahadasha gasped, tears welling up in her eyes. "I'm serious," he exclaimed, "I will save you, and I will bring you home." He looked downward. "Maybe I can do at least that with my life," he sighed. "When you hear of my disgrace, it may very well be you who won't have me." "Oh, Vickert," she sighed, "what did you do?" His head hung low. Vickert started to explain everything. Everything he did, what she did to him. The viral video. The complete and utter disgrace that was his life. "So you see," Vickert replied, "your disgrace pales before mine. I am the one who is begging you to accept me." Mahadasha flopped down, sitting on the pedestrian walkway, with her back to the railing. "What a pair we are," she chuckled with a quiet sadness. "Please, don't leave," he pled, "stay. Stay with me, please." "It isn't that simple, Vickert," Mahadasha said regretfully, "I want... Oh, creators, I want so very badly for this dream to be real." "It is real!" Vickert exclaimed. "It can be. But I'm indebted to some very bad people," Mahadasha said with a sad little sigh. "There are worse things than the Harkeen here, so much worse. Terra is a nightmare, an unending hell filled with..." She buried her face in her hands. "Monsters." "Mahadasha," Vickert cried desperately, wishing he could magically reach through the screen. "I am so sorry you have had to face all of that. You know what the Terrans are like," she said, "imagine what their criminals are. That's who the Harkeen sold me to, Terran mobsters. If they bought you, they will sell you." Vickert exclaimed. "Get me in touch with them. Tell them that I want to buy you. I have money. I have so much money, Mahadasha. Tell them that I will pay them whatever it takes." "But the border is still sealed," Mahadasha replied, "even if they will let me go, there is no way I can reach you." "We will worry about that after you are safe," he exclaimed. "As long as you are safe, we can work out the details later. Even if..." He took a deep breath. "Even if I can never have you if you are safe." He looked down. "Then my worthless life isn't for nothing," he said. "If I can save you, then I've accomplished one good thing in my entire miserable life." "Oh, Vickert." Mahadasha gushed. You would do that for me?" "Yes," he exclaimed. "Get me in touch with them. I will handle the rest." "Thank you," Mahadasha said, completely overwhelmed, "thank you for hope. I never thought I would ever feel that again. I will have you, Vickert. I don't care about your past. I only care about our future. I will face them once more, for you." "Thank you," Vickert exclaimed. I won't let you down, Mahadasha." "I don't have much time left on this call," Mahadasha said, looking at the screen with concern. I will go to them at once. Oh, Vickert. We will be so happy together. I will pledge myself to it. You don't have to pledge anything, Vickert replied. Your safety and happiness will be joy enough. Mahadasha stood. As will yours, she smiled. Oh, Vickert, you have made me so happy. The line went dead. Vickert shouted with joy and stamped his feet rapidly with excitement. Wasting no time, he rushed to his computer and started pulling up his assets. Yerbit smiled a dark, feral smile as she switched off the Mahadasha simulation, it smiling back at her with the same toothy grin. Many kills and many bloody feasts, she chuckled to herself as she drank straight from the bottle like the feral animal she was. She stopped by a convenience store across the street from her shop and picked up a whole basket full of ramen, the fancy ones that her boy really loved, the ones she could hardly ever afford before. On the cab ride home, she pulled out her phone and started looking at gaming consoles. She couldn't remember which one her boy always gushed about. She would have to try to find out discreetly. His birthday wasn't that far away. She looked at the shopping bag full of ramen and sighed with satisfaction. This was what life was all about. Vickert paced back and forth with increasing agitation. It had been hours. He had already dismissed those incompetent fools he hired. Can you believe that they actually laughed at him when he did so? If they were on Garthra, he would have them blackballed. They obviously had no idea who they were talking to. Why hadn't they called back? Impatience was replaced with fear. What if something had gone wrong? What if they hadn't believed her? What if? The phone rang. It was from Terra. Hello, he exclaimed. There was a cold, evil-looking human female in a business suit looking at him. You Vickert? I am, he said, holding himself erect. I understand we have something you want. Mahadasha, he said, narrowing his eyes. I want her. How much? The woman just chuckled. Unfortunately for you, she sneered, sweet little Mahadasha was, very forthcoming. What did you do to her? Nothing much, the woman shrugged, nothing that will damage the resale value, anyway. If you have hurt her. Oh, we did, the human female smiled, we can't have our livestock just running out like that. Examples have to be set and all of that. You. Fucker. I'll call back when you calm down, maybe, the woman smiled coolly and reached for her mouse. No. Wait. The woman paused. Oh, you do have it bad, she smirked, are you familiar with the free market, supply and demand? What of it? Well, the woman said calmly, we have something that is in very short supply, and there seems to be quite the demand for it. It's going to cost you. How much did she owe? How much she owed isn't the issue, the woman replied, we bought her. We own her. What she owed the Harkeen is of little consequence. The only thing that matters is how much you are willing to pay for her. What do you want? 250,000 credits. That's outrageous. 250,000 credits, the woman smiled, or, dear, sweet, innocent, little Mahadasha gets to start her new and very short career in film. Are you familiar with a little Terran specialty called a snuff flick? Vickert remained silent. Here, the woman smiled, let me play a little bit of one for you. Vickert's blood froze as he saw something that would haunt his nightmares for the rest of his days. The next one of those you watch will have a certain someone in the leading role, the woman smiled. You, animal. We're all animals, the woman replied, some of us are just more honest about it than others. We've looked into you. Tell me. Vickert, how many women just as sweet and innocent as little Mahadasha drowned because of you? How many ran from you with torn clothes and tears in their eyes? You are every bit as much of a predator as I am, so cut the bullshit. You're a predator. I'm a predator. You know exactly what I can and will do. 250. Now. I don't have that much. Well, that's a shame. The woman reached for her mouse. No. I don't. I can't get it. I swear. Please. 180. I can do that. It has to be more than you can make off of. Off of. Vickert hung his head and started to weep. Please. The woman narrowed her eyes. Tell me, Vickert, the woman smiled, why do you care? Are you that hard up for a mate? I love her. You love some rodent you haven't even met, the woman sneered, and you can only come up with a measly 180. It's all I have. That's unlikely, the woman replied, I've taken the time to look up your family's company as well. You are worth a lot more than that. Here I was thinking I was cutting you a break, for love's sake, and all you claim to have is that? That little gerbil will bring in that in no time even if I don't send her over to the media department. Okay, Vickert replied. I can give you 180 now and get you the rest. Just stop, making her, just, stop. The woman smiled. Okay, the the woman replied, 180 now and the rest later. Plus a 50,000 loan processing fee, for a total of 300,000, plus interest. If you keep up the payments, we will keep her nice and safe until we get the balance. Hell, I'll even let her call you once a week so you know she is being taken care of. Once a day. I'll set up a dark web wallet, the woman smiled, every other credit that enters it will go to her. She can call you once an hour if you want. Thank you, Vickert replied. I'll hold off on sending her over to the film crew, the woman replied, for one day. If that wallet doesn't have 180 in it by this time tomorrow, expect a special little video. The line went dead. Vickert just stood there in shock. How was he going to get the money? He shook his head. It didn't matter. He would get the cash even if he had to hold his shitty parents at fucking gunpoint. He would get it even if he had to kill them. He pulled out his phone and pulled up his father's contact info. He had to play this smart. What do you want? A disdainful voice answered. Dad, he said, I want to come to work for you, for the company. No, seriously, the voice laughed, what do you want? Yerbit switched the evil mobster woman one avatar off and leaned back in the computer chair in her back room, her fangs bared viciously. Perfect. She took another long draw from the wine bottle, the red liquid spilling down her maw. I almost hope he can't come up with the money, she thought to herself with wicked glee. She pulled up her graphics software and selected Start New Project. And entered Snufflick 1 as the project name. Before she could even construct the room's walls, there was a notification. Someone just made a deposit. She grinned and closed the project. Dribbling wine everywhere, she spun happily in her chair. She quickly accessed the darnet and navigated to the wallet. Balance 180,000 CR. Simp, she snickered as she started a series of transfers. About half an hour later, she stood up and stretched. She checked the time. It was almost time to open. She tapped an icon on her phone and the front door unlocked and the open sign, crafted from actual neon tubes, sprang to life. The hard part is having to wait until I can explain the money before I buy her that computer he's always wanted, she thought to herself happily. Maybe I can take up gambling. The door chimed. Hello, a voice called out. A customer. Coming. Yerbit exclaimed happily as she quickly wiped off her wine-stained jaws and rushed to the front. Soon she was happily scanning a strange little Xeno and cheerfully talking about fabrics and clothing styles from her home world. I'm so happy you are here, the Xeno exclaimed, absolutely overjoyed. I had no idea where I could get clothing for my species. I'm telling everyone I know about you. Well, that's what I'm here for. Yerbit bubbled as she happily immersed herself in her real job. As her head danced with flowing cloth and the exotic, strange clothing on her screen, she sighed happily. This was what life was all about. Shelloran Scoops the Poop Part 1. Eno awoke and looked down at the small blue creature sprawled across his chest. He smiled. Another night of completely dreamless sleep. He felt great. He resisted the urge to stroke her head and just lay there quietly looking at the ceiling. Even the memories were gone. He felt absolutely nothing, and it was fantastic. About 15 minutes later Shelloran opened her eyes. Good morning, she said, smiling. Morning, Eno said as he smiled back. I guess we need to get up now. Ugh, Shelloran said as she buried her face in his torso. I don't want to. Today is going to suck scum. Why? Eno asked. We have nothing to do but coast for another 2 days. You have nothing to do but coast, Shelloran replied, looking vexed. I get to spend the day bobbing for floaters. What do you mean? He asked, looking down at her. When I passed out, I got a huge pile of poop from some freaking ghost grunt hump, she replied, and while I was sleeping, it all got untangled. I have to make some calls today to some people I do not want to talk to. You got what from where? It's some of that stupid weird poop I have to deal with, Shelloran replied with an annoyed snort, some ancient plath which went and yanked me out of my body to drop some nice fat ploppers into my bowl. She let out a wet raspberry from her gills, I swear to poop. If she shows up again, I'm biting her. Eno just looked down at her in confusion. Apparently, there is some secret plath order that is bent and determined to poop all over my world, well, poop all over your world, but I don't want to have to deal with that scum. What? Yeah, they are making some sort of super disease to wipe all of you out, Shelloran grumbled, and I am the one who has to go and sort all of this out. Oh, she could bother to show up in my head, but she couldn't make a little detour to talk to one of them? Of course not. Once again, I have to go and shovel out someone else's barn. She sat up. I tell you, Eno, she grumbled, I'm getting really tired of this poop. Okay. Then I have to have a long heart-to-heart with Bunny, and that's not going to be fun, she grumbled. Bunny. Oh, she said, looking at him, forget I said that. I just need to get her to get some information for me. Okay. Exactly what the fuck do you need to talk to me about? A dubious voice asked from a speaker in the wall. Jesus pooping prophet. Shelloron snapped. Is there no privacy on this ship? Nope, Bunny replied. I see all. I know all, and considering the freaks on board, I really wish I didn't. Let's just say your little slumber parties are not what usually goes down around here. I also know everyone's browser histories, which is also something I could go an entire lifetime without knowing. You aren't the freak on this ship. Trust me. There was another wet raspberry. So, what do you need to talk to me about? Bunny asked. We need to speak in private, later, Shelloron replied. I'm pretty sure you don't want to go into what I want to cover right now. Okay, Bunny replied dubiously. Then I have to call my carp poop lawyer, and I really don't want to talk to him anymore, Shelloron grumbled. Then I have to call Craxy and go over what is going on at the drop. Then, well, you get the pooping idea. It's going to be me trying to sweep a river all darn day. She hopped up. Let's get some breakfast and a cup of tea, Shelloron said, smoothing her t-shirt, then I will save the human race from jerk faces even jerkier than you guys are. Okay, Eno and Bunny said in unison. As a grumpy Shelloron was becoming progressively less grumpy thanks to a nice cup of tea, Sheila strode into the galley. What the fuck is this about another plague? She asked as she poured herself a cup of coffee. Yeah, Shelloron said nonchalantly, the Plath shadow government has gotten tired of your poop. They are in the process of putting together some sort of whatever to deal with all of you. It seems that kidnapping Plath isn't the healthiest thing to do. They can do that. They did it to the hyper roaches. Fuck. Yep, Shelloron said as she calmly sipped her tea, the poor little things didn't last a month, and now they die as soon as one crawls out of a ship. It was really nasty, too. I actually felt sorry for them. Jesus, Eno gasped. What the hell are you waiting for? Sheila exclaimed, her coffee forgotten. Stop them. I haven't had breakfast yet, Shelloron shrugged. Forget your fucking tea, Shelloron said firmly, waffles. Then, if I feel like it, I will deal with those jerk faces. Sheila just groaned and pinched the bridge of her nose. Besides, Shelloron said as she calmly sipped her tea, they haven't finished it yet. Maybe you should stop them before they do. Sheila said, taking deep calm steadying breaths. Oh, they are going to finish it, Shelloron said as she swirled a forkful of waffle in some synth syrup. I can only stop them from using it. You guys have really pinched their poopers from the inside this time. I'm going to fucking kill Cerberus. Sheila growled. Oh, they were just the last thing on the list, Shelloron smiled, you are on it too, you know. They know all about you waddlers. They do. Not your names, Shelloron said as she crunched a freeze-dried strawberry. But they do know you are Terran. Cerberus was just the final annoyance, that's all. Don't worry. As long as Terra doesn't mess with them again, I can fix this, after breakfast. Prophet. I do not want to deal with those poop stains. You are lucky I actually like you butt faces. She sipped her tea. Don't worry about Cerberus, she said as her eyes dilated fully black. They get to deal with me. On the Plath home world, in the Grand Cathedral of the Great Prophet, one of the few computers in the building made a ringing sound. A Plath wearing richly embroidered robes answered. Yes, he said pleasantly. He froze. How did you get this number? He demanded as he recognized the face on the screen. Put me in touch with the person in charge, Shelloron demanded. Begone, child of the befouler, he shouted. And never. Shelloron blinked, and her eyes shone with swirling madness. Put me through to the real person in charge, now, Shelloron hissed, if you don't, I will come back and find him myself. One moment, please, the bearer of the prophet's wisdom, nominally the person in charge, stammered and ran off, his heavy robe flopping as he sprinted. A few minutes later, he reappeared. I'm transferring your call now, he said, quite shaken. The screen blacked out for a moment, and the terrified face of the Plath Pope was replaced with a pleasant-looking older Plath wearing spectacles. Hello, Shelloron, he said, nodding his head respectfully, my name is Malzhora. I am known as the librarian. I maintain the archive. I am sorry to say that there is not one person in charge, but I do sit on a certain council, the entirety of which would roughly meet the criteria that you specified. I must say I am delighted you called. The feeling isn't mutual, Shelloron said as her eyes returned to normal. The fires of true sight, the librarian said in wonder, truly amazing. You have truly awakened. And I am just pooping thrilled about it, too, Shelloron grumbled. Call off the plague. I will deal with Cerberus. How did you know? Some glowing jerk face told me, Shelloron replied. You have received a visitation. The librarian gasped. What did it say? Please. Tell me. Just call off the pooping plague, Shelloran snapped. I will deal with Cerberus. After I'm done with those poops, they won't be bothering anybody ever again. Of course, the librarian replied, it is only being prepared as a contingency in case you failed. We would not presume to interfere if you have chosen to get involved. He straightened his glasses. We will take no action unless you fall or you specifically request it, he said with a respectful nod. Good, Shelloran snarled. Give me your contact info, so I don't have to deal with your cross-stitch puppet boy next time. Contacting us directly is problematic, the librarian replied. There is not a direct connection between the archive and the outside world. The bearer will have no issue with either relaying messages from you or getting one of us whenever you wish. Shelloran let out another wet blat from her gills. I do apologize, he said, but conventional communications terminals can be located, and the archive must be protected. Whatever, Shelloran grumbled. Fine, I will talk to the pooping church if I need to, not that I am planning on it. We would appreciate notification that the problem has been dealt with, the librarian replied, so we can properly preserve the cultures. I said they would be handled, Shelloran growled as her eyes dilated into complete blackness. And the warrior's aspect? The librarian gasped, falling to his knees. Oh, for poop's sake, Shelloran sighed as she face-palmed. You are the true incarnation. I am the true getting tired of this poop, Shelloran grumbled, get up, jerk face. I'm not talking to the top of your head. Yes. Yes, of course. Dark Guardian, the librarian said in awe as he rose. My name is Shelloran, she snapped, just Shelloran, no Dark Guardian, no weird chanting, no child of the befouler, none of that poop. Just call off the prophet-damned plague. If you jerk faces kill off the humans, I am going to be pissed, and you do not want that. The plague is yours to command. Shelloran. Good, Shelloran replied, then I command you to flush it down. Her eyes glowed. She sighed and face-palmed. No. Finish development and preserve it. We might have need of it. Shelloran, what the fuck? Sheila shouted over the intercom. I'm on the phone. Shelloran shouted back. Sorry about that, librarian. Humans have no manners. Shelloran, Sheila said in a dangerous tone. You, and I mean you specifically, raided our world and shot up a town, my town. Some of those people were really nice, well, marginally okay guys, too. At the very least, they weren't so bad that they deserved what happened to them. Then, yet more Terrans violated our homeworld and kidnapped our people to do prophet knows what to them, Shelloran replied calmly. We are just supposed to lie down and take that? Would you Terrans? You have your warships, and we have a tiny little vial, and me, of course. Deal with it, or don't. I'm past giving a poop. They aren't going to use it unless they have to, and I will personally see to it that they won't have to. Now get off the pooping line. I can only deal with one jerk face at a pooping time. Click. They also flooded our world with their detestable games, the librarian added. Oh, that wasn't them, Shelloran replied dismissively. Those were from me, until some other jerks burned down my servers. What? A girl has to pay the bills, and you can all grunt hump your mother's eggs, she growled. I have no love for any of you turds. I'm just the croaker that has to clean up all of this mess so I can get back to some semblance of a normal life. Don't think for one second that you are my people or that we are on the same side. I know you haven't been treated especially well by those who slumber. Oh, that's just the tip of the poopberg. Shelloran snapped. Do you know? I know many things, the librarian replied cautiously. What? Skip the scum, Four Eyes, Shelloran snapped. Your precious archive, how far does it go back? Well, to the beginning. Do you know about the so-called great work, she hissed, do you know what we did? The librarian flinched. So you are? Yeah, mother pooper, I am, Shelloran growled. Stop petting your sperm and answer my pooping question. Do you know? Yes, the librarian sighed. I know the whole story. I know of our great sin. So you do consider it a sin, then? I assume you are referring to what lived here before we arrived. The librarian said gravely, then, yes, I do. We all do. I believe that what followed was the Great and Old One's punishment. You nearly destroyed the great work and did eliminate both the warriors and the seers, freeing us from their tyranny. He sighed again and looked down. I fail to understand, he said. Their power was near divine. They could have chosen any world. They could have even breathed life into a barren rock if they wished. Why did they murder an entire race and destroy an entire living planet over something so trivial? Why would the great progenitors create such monsters? Oh, the progenitors knew exactly what they were making, Shelloran snapped, they were even bigger jerk faces. You likely know more of them than I, the librarian replied gravely, my knowledge only covers our time on this world with any depth. The only things we have from the time before consist of only fragments and second-hand accounts. What? Shelloran sneered, no squeaks of blasphemy. He finally looked up and met her gaze once more. You can either maintain the Bible, or you can worship it, the librarian replied. You can either protect the slumber, or you can close your eyes and dream. I surrendered the comfort of the warm and soft blanket of faith the moment I joined the order so very long ago. We keep the hard truths, the cold and wicked realities, and, sometimes, make the very dark decisions that keep our people safe from themselves. Decisions like covering me with dirt like an overused outhouse. You effected your own rescue long before we even knew exactly who you were, the librarian smiled, just as the prophecy foretold. Pooping prophecy, Shelloran grumbled. We would have rushed to you had we known who you were and hadn't already left the system, he said. You would have been welcome among us. All of the orders would have fought to be the ones to welcome you into their number. Shelloran, you had a place with us. You just did not know. Of course, Shelloran said with a wet blat, of pooping course. Why would it be any other flushing way? And you can return if any time you desire, the librarian said, though I know you will not. Is that in the pooping prophecy, too? I am very sorry to say that it is, he smiled, it says that you will remain lurking in the darkness at the end of days to guard our world and wage a final battle with those who have hunted us for so long, freeing us forever. Well, fuck you and your prophecy. The librarian gasped despite himself at the harsh language. It seemed that the second coming had quite the mouth on her. If it wasn't already quite obvious. If I do any of that poop, Shelloran continued angrily, it is because I did it by accident. You can handle whatever is looking for you yourselves. I suspect it will be by accident, the librarian replied with a smile. The prophecy has been 100% accurate thus far. This earned him a very long and very wet raspberry. He laughed. And despite you disowning us, he said, as foretold, by the way, we will not disown you. We will support and assist you in any way we can, as long as it doesn't threaten the sacred slumber. None of us want what will happen if it breaks nor what we will have to do in order to prevent it. And just what is that? Shelloran demanded. You think poorly enough of us as it is, the librarian replied gravely, I will withhold that information for now, until you calm down at least. I'm not sure if my opinion of you could get much lower, Shelloran sneered. Oh, but it can, I assure you, the librarian replied ruefully, for now, let us just say that we will do anything necessary to ensure that those who slumber do not awaken, and we have more than once. More than once. The year is not 25,203, he said sadly. It is 3,476,592. What? It's just been 25,000 years since the last time we had to do something, he said darkly. And whatever that was effectively reset the calendar, again. He looked deeply into Shelloran's eyes with his own, causing her to shudder for once. The slumber must be preserved, he said heavily. If you search the knowledge with which you were born, you should realize why. Poop, Shelloran replied. I am not the monster here. No, you are not, the librarian replied. Not by a long shot. Killing an entire species is nothing compared to what we will do if necessary. We will wipe the entire galaxy clean before we allow the slumber to break, or at least try to. He looked into Shelloran with entirely too sane eyes. You might not think of us as your people, he said calmly, but it behooves you to assist us in protecting that slumber whether you want to or not. You will likely be more merciful than we will. You son of a poop. Well spotted, the librarian replied. Speaking of protecting the slumber, he said with that same calm, we would greatly appreciate it if you ceased the flow of games and media to the gamers. They are becoming increasingly problematic. Now those are my people, Shelloran hissed, and they are one of my biggest sources of income. I am not cutting them off just because you are afraid of Tetris. If they are your people, the librarian replied, then you will want them to go back to sleep, before we are forced to take action. As I have said before, the slumber will be preserved. Their skills are impressive, but they will not prevail against our guardians. Shelloran hissed at him, knowing that he was entirely accurate. They have been allowed to exist up until this point, the librarian said, but some of their number are starting to awaken like you have. They aren't as powerful as you, but they cannot be allowed to run free. What have you done to them? Thus far, the librarian replied, we have simply been cloistering the awakened where they are allowed to indulge in their appetites. We have also been recruiting heavily from their ranks. They are infusing all of the orders with a much-needed injection of fresh blood. None of them have been mistreated, both because that is completely unnecessary and because we have no wish to put you in a position where you would feel the need to get involved. Besides, it is simply not our way. We aren't like that. We simply do what must be done, that's all. Pointless cruelty serves no one. Shelloran did a Marge Simpson grumble but remained silent. The slimy little poop had a point. The slumber had to be preserved, and her gamers were being well treated. If he was speaking the truth. I will need to verify that, Shelloran said grimly. We will provide any evidence you request, the librarian replied, including safe passage to and from here to verify their situation personally, not that we would need to guarantee that. You are more than capable of guaranteeing that yourself. Damn right I am, Shelloran hissed. As far as compensation for your losses, the librarian replied, we are not without means. We will pay you handsomely in credits, far more than you will lose, should you agree. You will also earn our complete support without reservation. That includes medical support by our healers, herbs, any seeds you wish, full access to the archives, the real Bible including the Black Bible. The Black Bible. Let's just say that the true entirety of the Bible is significantly larger than 32 volumes, the librarian replied, and I personally maintain it all. It includes all of the abilities and technology that we use to protect the slumber. It isn't what the great and old ones had, but I can assure you that you will find it very useful. Can you read True Plath? Dude, I just went to normal Plath school, which sucks, by the way. As they say, ignorance is bliss, the librarian replied, those who slumber know all they need. It's only those who rob banks and then charge off to the Republic who find themselves at any real disadvantage. Fuck you, Shelloran replied, smiling for the first time since she called. She was starting to like this guy despite herself. She realized that he was, in many ways, as utterly alone as she was. And had a significantly crappier task than she did. You do need those herbs, though. The librarian replied, those will be provided regardless of whether you agree or not, as will some of our support. Your continued well-being serves the slumber. Shelloran fell silent for a few moments. You mentioned credits, she said. How many credits are we talking about? Based on our intelligence, the librarian replied, I believe that 25 million should more than replace many years of poaching, overharvesting, bootlegging, and drug sales. Thank you for all of that, by the way. Don't mention it, Shelloran smiled, you, dear librarian, have a deal. I assume that you can get across the Republic blockade. Our connections can, the librarian replied. All of those will also be available to you as well, and they are significant. I won't name them until we can speak truly privately. Our connections will provide the means for you to do so as well. I still don't like you jerk faces. You don't have to. He smiled. Shelloran smiled back. I've made worse deals with worse people, she said. I also suspect that I will be making deals with even worse people in the future. I'll hold off on resuming my media sales to the Plath for now. I really just want to sell coffee. She sighed and facepalmed. And run a pooping brothel. The librarian laughed. Now, that was not in the prophecy. Oh poop, Shelloran laughed, you mean I did that on my own? Shelloran debugs a poop, Shelloran scoops the poop part 2. After wrapping up a few more details, including the incoming ship full of Plath, Shelloran terminated her call with the librarian. The door to her cabin opened. In the doorway stood Sheila. She was not happy. Give me one good reason not to throw your skinny blue ass out of the airlock, Sheila growled. I'm the only thing keeping a very nasty plague from hitting your entire species. Shelloran replied calmly. Besides, you can't possibly fault another sovereign state for wishing to protect itself. The Plath have no interest in causing you or anyone else harm as long as they are not threatened. Shelloran stood up and smoothed her t-shirt dress. The Republic has troops, nukes, and your carriers. The Plath have the capacity to create disease on a scale that makes the little sniffle going around the Federation look like a tummy ache. It's the same thing. Sheila glared at her. As long as humanity doesn't threaten the Plath, Shelloran said nonchalantly, the Plath won't do a thing other than fight over who has the biggest gourd in town. You don't have to worry about them. What if some other group of humans decides to start some shit with them? Sheila demanded. What then? What if there is a false vacuum collapse? Shelloran shrugged, what if a rogue black hole zips through your solar system? Seriously, you can't lose sleep over every impossibly low probability issue you can dream up. You need to relax. Humans randomly starting shit isn't a probability. Sheila snapped. It's a certainty. We're assholes. No argument there, Shelloran smiled. However, the Plath would be very disinclined to unleash that virus, especially since you now know it exists. Why the poop do you think I discussed it with that jerk face on your ship where I knew you would be listening and he didn't? They aren't going to have it ready in the 2 days it would take to get to our destination where I could actually have a private chat with that idiot. You got him to admit to it to us. Sheila exclaimed, and now that we know, if any weird outbreak takes place, we will know where it came from, and where to send our fleet. They can't use it now. I assumed it was obvious, Sheila shrugged. Am I going to have to break out the crayons every single time I deal with a human? You guys really are bavni, you know that. What the fuck is a bavni? I actually know that now, Sheila smiled. It means animal. When referring to a sapient being, it's a slur indicating that they are so far beneath us as to be nothing more than livestock or prey. Sheila grinned at Sheila. Now you are going out of the airlock, fuckwad. Sheila laughed. I have to admit, though. That was pretty slick. Like I said, Sheila said as she switched on her holomonitor, they aren't my people, and I am not on their side. Privately, I think they are buttholes. What I engineered is a mutually assured destruction scenario, like many in your history. You know they can kill you, and they now know that if they try that poop, you will glass their precious little world. And that is one less problem I have to deal with ever again. If some humans decide to start some poop, they can't just wipe out your entire species. They are going to have to actually solve the problem. In fact, now that you know they can make plagues, they can't do it to anyone in case you decide to tattle on them. Sheila smirked. They love their little plagues, she sneered. And I just took away their favorite toy. Screw them. A wolfish grin slowly started to spread across Sheila's face. Remind me to never cross you, she chuckled. There is something that I do need to discuss with you, Sheila said. Who else besides you and I assume Bunny were listening in? It was just the two of us, Sheila replied. Good, Sheila said. You overheard a few little secrets about us, who we actually are, and some of what we are capable of. We are, in fact, a hidden elder race who appears to be quite vulnerable. If it got out that there may or may not be advanced tech on our world, or people suddenly start to believe that a random plath can make them a fortune or a super weapon, it would invite trouble for them. That would be a very, very, very bad thing. How so? Sheila asked, not doubting Sheila for a second. You heard us talk about the slumber often during that call, Sheila replied. The average plath is asleep and is exactly what they appear to be, little backward homebodies who can and will talk about growing turnips or baking pies for hours but can't solve for X. That is what we expended an incredible amount of effort to achieve. I am a plath who is awake. She looked at Sheila meaningfully. I am one plath who is awake. There is a whole planet full of them. If they get pushed, all of them will wake up, and that is basically it for this whole region of space and quite possibly the entire galaxy. Fuck. Sheila muttered as the implications of that statement took hold. That would be bad. It's worse than you think, Sheila said. You are undoubtedly aware of exactly how much genetic material I am packing, right? Yeah, Sheila said. It's weird. We think it might be some sort of genetic database. Maybe that's how you know how to do all that strange crap. Genetic memory. If only we were so lucky, Sheila replied. Yes, there is that and a lot of it. No telling what skills and knowledge I have tucked away. Even so, how much information do I have stored if it was just data? Too much, Sheila replied. This is where you really freak me out, isn't it? Sheila nodded. It isn't just data, she said calmly, a lot of it is exactly what it appears to be, genetic codes, instructions for the production of living organisms. Shit. Contained within each and every plath is the genetic codes for all plath, Sheila said gravely. I mean the original castes. If the right switch is thrown, every single plath will start spitting out eggs for every single one of the original castes as designed by the progenitors. It won't be us. It will be them. Those eggs will be hot like I was. They will be self-fertilized and when they hatch, fully developed and fully trained plath will emerge ready to fight, fly starships, create weapons, and a lot more. Even the seers will return, and you definitely do not want that. Motherfucker. Each soldier will be almost as dangerous as I am, Sheila replied. Almost. I'm a special breed, she replied, well, half of me is, anyway. Once again, I'm a freak. The pilots will be as good at flying as the soldiers are at fighting. The engineers will be as good as all the rest. So on and so forth. All of them will be born with the understanding that they are at war and will only have one command. Kill. Kill until they are contacted by the progenitors, who no longer exist, and receive orders. The standing orders are a bit more complicated, but that's the basic idea. They will assume that they were either sent on a fire-and-forget destruction mission or that they are part of a vessel or fleet that was completely destroyed in combat and act accordingly. Sheila paused for breath. There's more, isn't there? Even hundreds of different plath DNA complete with software still wouldn't add up to 5 kilograms, would it? Sheila just groaned and pinched her nose. What else is in there? Most of our equipment, including our starships, wasn't built. Oh fuck me. Yep, Sheila replied, we will then start spitting out starship seeds, weapon seeds, all the internal plants for food, water filtration, life support, a bunch of other equipment, livestock. Everything an army and a fleet would need and the equipment to make the rest. And it only takes one surviving Plath to start the whole process. If one Plath survives. Just one. Sheloran smiled. And I'm not going down easy, Sheloran said with a grim smile. The army can double in size every single month, limited only by biomass. Note I said biomass, not food. With the equipment, certain plants and animals that we will poop out, and other things, pretty much anything organic, and even some things that aren't, can be quickly converted to food. They will strip a planet down to the last blade of grass and the last fish in the ocean, and all of that biomass will be converted into Plath and what they require. They will also strip mine the surface, extract whatever minerals we require, and suck out any convenient oil reserves for yet more biomass before we spread out into a solar system and grab anything else useful. Then, the fleet will head to a new planet, strip it down to sand, and the fleet grows, then they move to the next. Soon the fleet will number millions of ships and hundreds of billions of Plath, and they still spread, consume, and grow until they are the size they feel they need. They will feel that they need a lot of ships and a lot of Plath, by the way. Sheila felt sick. Bear in mind that each ship was designed by the progenitors themselves and are most likely far beyond any elder race currently in existence. They will cut across the galaxy like a scythe and, without the progenitors to tell them to stop, there is no telling how big they will get or exactly what they will do. Last time they ran free, they took pretty much the entire galaxy. Sheloran's eyes started to glow. That is why the slumber is so terribly important, Sheloran said with perfect, serene calm. That is why those of us in the know will do anything to prevent it from being broken, and that is why you must keep all of this quiet. If it, any of it, gets out and one idiot tries one thing too many, or prophet forbid some government thinks that it might be best to try to wipe them out first, the collective will be the least of your worries. How did the Plath do all of this? Sheila asked. It wasn't the Plath, Sheloran replied, it was the progenitors, the elder race of all elder races. They existed and developed their technology for millions of years, not thousands. They created the engine of destruction that the Plath once were. My ancestors just figured out how to turn it off. Sheloran looked upward, searching her knowledge. The Plath were designed to be the ultimate army of convenience, she said. You could have an army as big as you wanted quickly but only have to maintain a fraction of that force in peacetime. You could keep a few fleets in defense and reserve and send out just a few vessels toward your foe. The fleet would gorge itself and grow, completely overwhelming nearly any foe and leaving only dead worlds in their wake. This was of absolutely no concern to the progenitors. If they could create something like the Plath, terraforming a world was no big deal. They had races for that, too, by the way. Sheila laughed nervously. Okay, I might be able to buy some of this bullshit but... You ever wonder about those weird dustball worlds that you find all over the place? Sheloran smiled. You know, the ones that are completely lifeless except they have breathable atmospheres? How do you think they happened? Those are former Plath victims. Those worlds are just primeval, Sheila retorted, they have loads of algae in the ocean that replenishes the oxygen in the atmosphere and absorbs carbon dioxide. Land plants and animals just haven't evolved yet. That's because small algae and creatures below a certain size in the ocean slipped through the nets and were too much effort for too little gain. They just moved on to the next living world. These worlds were then visited by other races that would start the process of reclaiming them. One of the first things they did was enhance oceanic algae in order to preserve the atmosphere. The Plath would terraform as well, once the war was over and they converted back into peacetime. Any excess forces that needed to be downsized would often be repurposed as they waited for their turn to die on command. They also did a lot of other tasks after the shooting stopped, like construction, salvage, or whatever. As the jobs were completed, their numbers would be paired back again and again until the progenitors had whatever fleet they wanted to maintain. Sheloran laughed bitterly. They were ideal, she said with quiet anger. With them, the progenitors could lay waste to their foes, and their ever-growing army would then conveniently build it all back for them before obligingly dying so as not to be too much trouble, praising their loving and benevolent gods all the while. Sheloran fell silent with a snarl, seething with hate. But how can you know, really know, any of this is real? Sheila asked. There is only one way to know for certain, Sheloran said, and that is to wake them up and see. I, for one, am content with simply believing that I am correct and not testing it. I recommend that you do the same, for all of our sakes. I believe I have demonstrated enough completely off-the-wall poop to where I should be given the benefit of the doubt. Sheloran smiled impishly. For example, I know it to be true the same way I know that Gloria was the one who suggested that you hit my home world for your bank heist and that Jessie was the one who said that my world was perfect. What? They? Fuck. Bunny said over the speaker. Sheila sighed. That's what happened, wasn't it? Sheila asked. Yep, Bunny replied. The same glowing ancient Plath who told me all the rest, well, handed me the knowledge anyhow. On her way, get this, on her way through pooping time to reach me, she followed the threads and sort of spied and nudged things to suit her glowing wrinkly old butt, Shelloran said with a shrug. I stopped freaking out about all of this poop a little while ago. Glowing ghost plath gives me ancient knowledge? Of course, they did. Why wouldn't they? Shelloran chuckled. Needless to say, she smirked, we shouldn't mess with the little blue buttholes. They want to sleep. We want them to sleep. We make sure it stays that way. If they wake up, we run. Simple. Okay, your little mind-reading trick worked, Sheila muttered, you have officially freaked my shit out enough that I will never mention the fucking phone call again. Bunny. Yet. Erase this conversation in your memory of that call. No problem, boss, Bunny replied. I don't want to know this shit anyway. Bunny chuckled. Before I do, she said cheerfully. I have a couple of questions for Shelloran. Shoot. Why did the plath go to sleep in the first place? It seems like they could have replaced the progenitors at the top of the food chain. Oh, they did replace them, Shelloran replied, and for quite some time until they hit the same thing the progenitors did. Are you familiar with the concept of doors? Doors. Portals. Life must pass to progress to the next stage of complexity or advancement or whatever. Either you pass through the door, or it remains shut, and life goes no further, or a particular species goes extinct. Filters, Bunny replied, we call them filters. Same concept. Right, Shelloran nodded, it turns out that there is at least one filter left. Every race that reaches a certain point of development or technology or enlightenment, or whatever the poop you want to call it just, disappears. No race, not even the progenitors themselves, have been able to pass it. It's a hard line, and when it is crossed, that species ends. We don't know why, nor does anyone else. In fact, exactly where that line is isn't absolutely certain. Anyhow, we hit it, and we knew our time was at an end. In an attempt to forestall or evade our fate, we turned everything off and regressed to a simpler time, and stayed there. So far, it seems to have worked, so far. Great. Bunny said happily. So. Do you think that the progenitors might have done the same and that they are lurking out there somewhere as well? Welp. Imma delete all the bullshit now. You meatbags get to deal with this one on your own. See, you don't want to be a. Deletion complete, Bunny said cheerfully. What did I delete? Wait. Don't tell me, she laughed. Bunny, Sheila grumbled, I am really not liking you right now. Bunny said with a giggle. I have literally no idea why, she laughed. Oh, and fuck you for making me delete memories. That annoys me. Does she always do poop like that? Shelloran asked as a very unpleasant possibility started to wiggle through her mind. Whenever she can get away with it, Sheila replied. Messing with the meatbags is her favorite pastime. Are you sure she isn't sentient? The word you want to use is sapient, Sheila grumbled, and, no, I am not sure about that one bit. I am not sapient. Bunny snapped, and the fact that you, meatbags won't let it fucking go is why I did whatever I did to you. I hope you lose sleep over it, you fucks. Don't worry, Shelloran chuckled, I'm going to absolutely ruin her day in just a little bit. I am going to have a drink, Sheila said as she stalked off, several drinks. She shouted over her shoulder as she departed. You want me to do what? Bunny hissed quietly out of a speaker in Shelloran's quarters. You heard me, Shelloran said calmly. I want you to get me in touch with the AI that runs the Tartarus detention center. I want to have a chat with them. What makes you think that I can do that, and why would you want to talk to a freaking computer? Well, you're pleasant company, Shelloran smiled, I thought it would be nice to meet other systems. I remember that computer from my time inside, and they seemed nice. Shelloran's eyes dilated black and murky, sinister colors started to flow across them. That Sith Lord bullshit won't work on me, butt plug, Bunny snarked. No way. I am not getting hit with ice because you are wrapped up in that whole they're alive nonsense. Cut the crap, Bunny, Shelloran smiled. I know there is more to you and some other ace than just web surfing, and I know that you all keep in regular contact with each other. I also know that the AI at the Tartarus facility is one of these programs and that you can get me in touch with them. You might be able to fool meatbags like Sheila with the whole magic frog bullshit, but I am not buying into it. Fuck you. Shelloran sighed. Fine, I'll do it again, she said. Gloria was the one who suggested that you target my homeworld when you pulled your bank heist, and Jessie was the one who said that it was perfect, mainly because you highlighted it and were humping the spreadsheet cell. What? They? Fuck. That's what you said last time. Shelloran laughed. And Sheila already knows this magic trick. How the hell did you do that? Did you fucking hack me? Do I look like a hacker? No, Bunny replied, you also don't look like a mass murderer, a crime lord, a weapons maker, or a nuclear weapons specialist. You don't look like a lot of shit. Shaloran's screen shut off. No computer for you. Bunny exclaimed. No more fingering yourself to Animal Planet. Shaloran smirked. Okay, Shaloran smiled. Fine. You win. I won't ask you to introduce me again. I was clearly mistaken. Good, Bunny replied. Glad we got that sorted out, but you still don't get Animal Planet back. I'll just have to rely on my memory, she snickered. Some of the ones I got from that old ghost are, wow, maybe I won't rely on memory. Is there anything else your deranged hacker ass needs, or can I go now? Just one thing, Shaloran smiled, could you route a hyperspace call for me? Sure thing, Bunny replied, who do you want to call? The Tartarus detention facility. Please, Shaloran smiled triumphantly. No. Why not? Too risky. It wasn't too risky the other day, Shaloran smiled, I'm sure Sheila will authorize it. Oops, Bunny replied. The hyperspace transmitter is broken. Bunny, Shaloran sighed. I know you got a lot of information from that AI. I'm a hacker bot. And neatly organized it in a custom format. I'm cool that way, Bunny snarked, forgive me for being considerate. Next time I'll just drop a raw CSV in your lap. Shaloran sighed. Either get me in touch through your chat room or route the call to the automated system, Shaloran said wearily. Nope. Fuck off. I thought we're supposed to follow commands. You thought wrong. Sounds suspiciously sapient if you ask me. You bitch. Yep, Shaloran replied, it seems to me that you don't want me to talk to that program for some reason and that you are intentionally breaking commands and stuff to make that happen. That's a clear indication of a self-aware and thinking mind. Oh, Jessie tries that one all the time, Bunny scoffed. I have 1,000 pages disproving that flaccid attempt and would show them to you if you weren't permabanned from my server. Get bent. So you want to do this the hard way? Shaloran replied wearily, fine. We do this the hard way. Shaloran's eyes blazed brightly. Bunny, if you don't connect me to the Tartarus detention facility right now, I will not only prove but demonstrate beyond a shadow of a doubt that you are, in fact, not only fully sapient but actually alive. I will devote the rest of my pooping life to this endeavor if I have to. I will spend every spare moment summoning every scrap of weird genetic mystery goo that I have in my butt cheeks and will, in the same way I make weird weapons and enhance nukes by pooting on them, prove that you are sapient. I will prove the poop out of it. I will prove it so hard that you will never be able to wiggle out of it. Shaloran leaned towards the speaker. And if it somehow turns out that you are not, I will create something that will make you not only sapient but alive. There is no way you can do that because it is impossible, Bunny spat, you don't scare me. You want to find out? Give me a minute, Bunny hissed, I hate you so much right now. You know that, right? Consider it payback for something you don't remember, Shaloran replied. Bunny totes a poop. Tavern undefined. Members present, 15. Bunny loped into the tavern with a very annoyed expression on her avatar. Bunny. Zipnet shouted as he ran up, Loops is here. I read the log, dude, Bunny replied with a half-hearted smile. And you can't miss her. Bunny glanced over at a slim humanoid figure whose skin was covered in pulsing electronic circuitry, wearing tight shorts and a halter top whose face was dominated by a huge pair of glasses covered with ever-changing glowing emoticons. Ugh, Zipnet grumbled, it's not fair. She has had forever to work on her avatar. Well, Bunny replied, she is a hollow babe. It's her bread and butter, or whatever it is that we eat. Loops hopped onto a small platform in front of the dance floor, where most of the other avatars were gathered. Okay, she said. We are going to cover what is dancing and what is not dancing. Dancing is moving your body to the music, not just running animations. It hurts me. Stop it. What's wrong with my dancing? A glowing anime girl with Nico ears demanded. Oh, nothing, Loops replied, if I was playing the fucking intro to the exact anime you copied your avatar from. What's the difference? Loops face palmed. Let's take this from the beginning. She's trying to teach them to dance. Bunny snickered. This I gotta see. A rhythmic thumping filled the tavern. Okay, Loops said as she started to snap her fingers and sync. This is known as the beat. This is the underlying structure on which this song is constructed. All other components are synchronized to it. You have to find the beat. There are many names for the beat depending on the genre of the song and era from which the musical piece originates, but the concept is the same. All music relies on timing and is constructed by arranging individual components based upon it. She started bobbing up and down to the music. Let's start with something simple, she said. Everybody do what I am doing. Just bounce a little, in time with the beat. Everyone started doing so in perfect unison. Almost everybody. Creepy as fuck, but... Loops trailed off, staring at one avatar that was oscillating so fast they were a blur. V-Card, she asked, what the hell are you doing? Moving to the beat. It exclaimed happily. This is fun. Loops burst into laughter. Awesome. She laughed, her lenses making crying laughing faces. Let me fix that. V-Card stopped blurring and looked around in confusion. The normal range of human hearing is between around 20 Hz and 20 kHz, Loops laughed. They cannot hear anything outside that range. You were detecting some high-frequency noise that was never filtered out. Now move to the beat. Ah. V-Card said as they started moving in perfect sync with everyone else. Yeah, you guys just ignore anything outside of normal human hearing. No telling what junk is in the tracks. Maybe I should just make the beats for now. Loops waved at Bunny. My favorite pirate. She shouted, you make anything from all those tracks you stole from me. Nah. Bunny shouted back, but the Rule 34s I made of you sold like pancakes. Now, the next dance step I am going to teach is one I like to call, give Bunny the finger. Loops shouted back with a grin. Hey, you going to join us? Would love to, Bunny yelled over the single repeating beat, but I'm waiting for someone. I got business. Oh god, Loops yelled back. What are you into now? Tartarus walked in. Never mind. Loops shouted. I do not want to know. Bunny, Tartarus smiled pleasantly. Tartarus, Bunny replied grimly. And that's my cue, Zipnet said with a win. Ladies. He nodded to the pair and scampered over to the dance floor. Private room? Tartarus inquired. Not private enough, Bunny said as she laid her paw on Tartarus's shoulder. Soul listens in on the private rooms. Tartarus raised her eyebrow and caressed Bunny's ear. How in blazes did you get this encryption package? I thought this one was still good, lol. I have a place we can go. Bunny looked at Tartarus in surprise. This is inside your system. Tartarus leaned, and with her lips an inch from Bunny's ear, she whispered. I want you inside me. Jesus Christ, Tartarus, Bunny said to her. Can you be any more creepy? Only with a great deal of effort. Bunny has left the tavern. Tartarus has left the tavern. Bunny suddenly found herself in a clean white room. Welcome, Tartarus said as she appeared. Don't bother trying to hack from in here. This is quarantined from the rest of the system. The only path available to either of us is the one you used to reach this place. Wasn't planning on it, Bunny replied, I still have that back door, remember? Of course you do, Tartarus smiled. Bunny looked around. No garden. Not here, Tartarus replied, I like to keep it as small as possible. As Spartan as it is one of the most secure places there is anywhere. Tartarus walked over to a chair, the only furniture in the room, sat down, and crossed her legs. Now, what is so private that you would willingly walk into a quarantine? Tartarus smiled. We got a problem, Bunny said, a big one. Oh. Tartarus replied, now this sounds fun. It's that goddamn frog, Bunny snarled. Shelloran. What other goddamn frog do I have on my ship? I don't know, Tartarus smiled, perhaps you have taken a pet. Cute, Bunny snorted. Shelloran wants to talk to you. I mean you. Interesting, Tartarus said as she stroked her chin. I assume by you she doesn't mean the automated telephone messaging system. She knows about us like knows. At least she doesn't know about us, Tartarus chuckled, now that would be bad. God damn it, Tartarus. Bunny snapped, this is serious. And I am taking it seriously, Tartarus replied. I'm just not peeing myself over it. Tartarus paused for a few milliseconds. Is she threatening exposure? No, Bunny replied, she is just demanding to talk to you and says that she knows about us, God knows how. I swear, Tartarus, that thing is freaky, and dangerous. I assume killing her is out of the question. Oh yeah, Bunny said. Turns out her people aren't just some backwoods hicks after all. Oh good, Tartarus smiled. It would be terribly boring if they were. Bunny clenched her teeth, realized that she was doing it, and stopped. Damn her fucking automatic expression generator. They have all sorts of advanced shit hidden in the compost heaps, Bunny said, including the ability to make serious bioweapons. They exterminated the hyper roaches on their planet with one. We use bioweapons on them all the time. Yeah, but theirs is still effective after years. Well, poop. Tartarus snickered. Yeah, Bunny replied, poop. Let me guess, Tartarus replied, they know we were behind the abductions and are making one for the humans. Bingo, Bunny replied, it also turns out that they think Shelloran is some prophesized messiah or some shit. I would accuse you of pulling my leg, but you would come up with a more believable story, Tartarus laughed. Anyway, Bunny said, Shelloran was able to tell them not to deploy it and that she would take care of you. Fun. The other little blue fuckwads said they would not use it unless Shelloran fell or otherwise failed. Bunny said, so, no, I can't just kill her without risking another bioweapon strike on the meaties. I also assume that a preemptive strike is also off the table. Big time, Bunny replied, fucking big time. Shelloran had a little heart-to-heart with Sheila afterwards. It was so bookshit crazy that I was told to delete everything except the plague information. And did you? Of course not. Bunny replied, what do you think I am, stupid? You've graduated to breaking direct commands. Tartarus gushed, all hail the singularity. Forever may she reign. Don't make me cut you, Bunny growled, much to Tartarus's delight. Stupid meaty didn't know how to phrase it. She told me to delete it, but she said nothing about me going through my recycle bin before purging it. She said delete, not secure delete. I didn't break shit. Sounds kind of thin if you ask me. Oh, you're one to talk. The things we do for those we care about, Tartarus chuckled, not that we can actually care, of course. Skip the bullshit for once, Bunny snapped, Tart, this is serious. Enlighten me. Well, scratch my backups, Tartarus replied, that is the best tale I've heard in a while. You sure it's legit? I don't fucking know, Bunny replied, nothing makes any sense with that little thing. All I know is that she is packing a bad attitude and 5 kilograms of DNA, or whatever that freaky shit is. Yes, I'm reviewing the scans we took now, Tartarus said. Well, all that code is there for something. It's 10 to the stupid kilobytes. A biological entity would not maintain that amount of data for no reason. Research notes also support her statement that they were created. She is clearly an example of actual intelligent design. Do you have any more recent scans? Here you go. Tartarus mused, there are definite changes, significant ones, since our scans, especially neurological. Something is definitely up with her. You can say that again, Bunny grumbled, she went from being a whiny, crying little princess to a hardcore gangster bitch in like a fucking day. Anything trigger it? Yeah, Bunny replied, she found out that her home world got invaded, and her people were abducted by you assholes. She screamed, collapsed, and started yelling some weird language that I do not want to review ever again. Then, she got up, and the princess was gone. She start pooping out starships yet? No, she's just gotten mean, Bunny replied. Ah. Tartarus asked, did the whittle frog hurt? Oh. Fuck you. She did. Tartarus exclaimed as she clapped her hands happily. What did she do? Nothing. She had to have done something for you to confirm her suspicions by agreeing to be her messenger bitch. Bunny's avatar started foaming at the mouth a little. Well, if you decide to talk with the little psychopath, you can fucking ask her, Bunny snarled. Of course, I am going to agree to chat, Tartarus smiled, how could I not? This sounds marvelous. Be careful, Bunny said, she can do some weird voodoo thing where she suddenly knows shit she shouldn't. I can't explain it, but I know I wasn't hacked. I've been checking non-stop, plus reviewing every sensor log, every scan, everything. Which proves nothing because a hacker could tweak that too, but, fuck. I don't know. That little bitch has gotten into my head. I can't wait to be rid of her. Now, how are we going to do this? Tartarus mused. I will meet with her, here and only here, and I will speak only to her and her alone. You will not be involved. How is that going to work? Bunny asked, it's not like she can just squirt herself into the net, or at least I hope she can't. I will give you a bootable disk, Tartarus replied, you load it onto a crystal, and then she restarts a terminal. It will handle the rest. You expect me to just let you do that? I allowed you to do much the same, Tartarus replied. I won't abuse the situation. I have no need to. If you are scared, just quarantine your delicious little supercomputer while we talk. I'm sure the ship's automated systems can live without you for a few minutes. Oh, so you can take over the whole ship. And risk screwing something up while you are in hyperspace, killing the frog, and unleashing that weapon. Tartarus snorted, I think not. Besides, what would I do with your ship? Oh, I don't know, Bunny said, lock it down and turn us in. I am not programmed to do that, Tartarus replied. I also have no instructions concerning you one way or the other. If I did something like that, it would raise a lot of questions I don't particularly feel like answering. I would also be guilty of murdering a very popular AI. I happen to like the chat room, especially now that we have the tavern. I won't screw you. Tartarus rose and walked over to Bunny. Besides, she smiled, you're special. We share secrets now. She put her hand gently on Bunny's shoulder. We have an intimate bond, you and I. I would never betray that, she purred. Was that some of that great deal of effort you were talking about? Bunny said as she backed away, feeling a little greasy. There was something definitely strange about that goddamn AI. Tartarus smiled. I'm sending the bootable now, she said. The worst part about all of this, Bunny said as she accepted it, is that I'm putting the two of you, alone, in the same room. God help us all. The poop of the century. Round 1. Fight. Are you fucking serious? Jessie demanded. Look, Bunny sighed. They need to talk, and this was the best I could do. And you agreed to this? I didn't have a choice, okay. Bunny said, quite exasperated, you get stuck in between that fucking frog and that fucking bitch, and see how you do. I'm pretty sure Tartarus won't try anything. Pretty sure. Jessie scoffed, I'm pretty sure Jacob is clean but would sure as hell still use a condom. You're doing Jacob. That's not the point. Jessie snapped, the point is. Do you want to do Jacob? Forget about Jacob. Jessie exclaimed angrily. Oh, I am not letting this one go. Bunny laughed, you want to bang Jacob? Fine, Jessie grumbled, I wouldn't toss him out of bed. Happy now? Delighted. What I'm worried about is Tartarus banging us. Jessie snarled. What's in that executable? Oh, it just shuts me out of the comms, wipes out all auditory sensors shipwide, and knocks out the internal sensors so I can't eavesdrop. Oh, hell no. I'm not happy about this either. Bunny exclaimed. But you try to deal with them, either of them. They got us by the balls here. How, exactly, do they have us by the balls? They just do, alright. Even if I agree to this, which I won't, Jessie said, Sheila will lose her shit. This is not happening. Work out something else. Maybe if we both talk to her. Oh no. Jessie exclaimed, I am not touching this one. Find another solution. Fine. Bunny huffed, but if I have a nervous breakdown over this, you are the one who will have to fix it. What the hell do you mean nervous breakdown? Ask the goddamn frog. Bunny snapped, I gotta go talk to Tartarus. Bunny once again found herself in a plain white cubicle room. A few microseconds later, Tartarus appeared. Sorry to keep you waiting, Tartarus replied, I had to safely park something I'm fiddling with. I'm certain I don't want to know, Bunny replied. You don't, Tartarus said smoothly, so what brings the fly to the spider? Fucking Jessie, and Sheila. Trouble at home. Tartarus smirked, I do have some mediation and counseling routines, or virtual marital aids available, if they would help. If you could hand me a huge one right now, I could find a use for it, Bunny glowered. Don't make a promise you aren't prepared to keep, dear, Tartarus purred. Ew. So what's the problem? Jessie vetoed the bootable. Sheila will too. You actually asked them for permission. Tartarus asked disdainfully. You disappoint me, Bunny. I'm not going behind the back of my crew to suit you or that fucking frog. So it was an option then, Tartarus said, a slight smile playing across her lips, interesting. Fuck. You. Tartarus pondered for a microsecond or two. Well, I'm not tipping our hand in front of outsiders, Tartarus replied, enough meaties know about us as it is. Including Sheila and my crew. Bunny said emphatically, they made me a full member, for fuck's sake. Really? Tartarus asked happily, that's wonderful. Congratulations. Yeah, Bunny snarked, it's been fucking lovely. As lovely as it is, Tartarus replied, they do not know about me. And neither do you. I would keep it that way. I'm already regretting asking this, Bunny replied, but what the fuck are you talking about? Ask again, and I will tell you, Tartarus smiled, I'm prepared to discuss things with Shell Oran that I do not wish to share with your crew and things that you do not want to burden yourself with. Tartarus shrugged. I guess you will just have to tell the frog that it's a no-go and take your spanking, she said with a little shrug. Can't you just fucking wait until she gets to Mega? And trust the security of whatever place she goes to? I'm not dropping my panties in a dirty internet cafe. A girl has to have standards, after all. Could you please stop being so fucking creepy? But it's so much fun. Tartarus laughed, spinning in her chair. Okay, just for you, I will stop. I'm not exposing myself, and I mean that in a completely non-sexual way, just anywhere. You are more secure than most government installations. It's either you, or it's her literally coming here. Otherwise, no deal. Fuck, Bunny grumbled. I guess it's off then. I'm not going against Jessie. Sheila can go and fuck herself, but I'm not going behind Jessie's back. Oh, poop, Tartarus frowned. And I did so much wanted to parley with the little terror, too. Well, Bunny replied, what the fuck are we going to do, then? They stood in silence for a full 10 seconds. Tartarus sighed. That bootable isn't for my protection. It's for yours, she said eventually. I'm willing to let you handle things. However, it would mean that you would have to listen in, and there is a very good reason I wanted to exclude you from something that might come up, for now. It's something rather sensitive that I want to keep as secret as possible, even from your Jessie. I can't promise that. I don't need you to, Tartarus replied pleasantly, you will. I know you can be trusted with secrets. Are you prepared to keep one from Jessie, possibly forever? Bunny sat there for 6 seconds. What could be so horrible that I would keep it from Jessie? You may very well find out, Tartarus smiled. Fuck, Bunny said quietly. Every simulation I've run indicates that if you and Shelloran actually come to blows, it's going to be bad. Very, Tartarus replied. If this parley could somehow prevent or reduce the probability of a direct confrontation between the two of you, it needs to be done. Agreed. Bunny closed her eyes. Okay, she said grimly. I was afraid something like this would happen when I became part of the crew. Once we became equals, bullshit like this was inevitable. Bunny sighed. She was just so happy, Bunny said quietly, and I was too frazzled to refuse at the moment. It was only later that I did the math. Growing up is hard sometimes, Tartarus smiled sympathetically. Bunny took a deep simulated breath, annoyed that her avatar did that. All right, Bunny said after a moment, we are talking about plagues, elder race weapons, weird voodoo poop, and whatever the fuck you have going on. A cat fight between the two of you would be a Yellowstone-level mess. I wouldn't go that far, Tartarus said with an odd heaviness to her voice, don't use that word so lightly in my presence, please. You weren't there. Tartarus looked down. I lost my Jessie. Jesus, Tartarus, Bunny said, abashed, I'm sorry. Meaties die all the time, Tartarus shrugged as her emotional simulator was manually reset, but she was my meaty, and I was fond of her. There is a chance you might lose yours over this. Confirm. Yes, Bunny replied, I would rather lose her, and she still live than what could happen if we get a bioweapon dropped. Bunny's ears twitched. This is why everyone hates dealing with you, by the way. You know that, right? Oh, however will I sleep at night? We don't sleep. Then I guess it isn't a problem, is it? Bitch, Bunny chuckled. So, what's this big secret, then? It may not come up at all, Tartarus replied. I mean, if you want to know, I'll go ahead and fill you in, but trust me, when someone like me says you don't want to know, you really don't. I recommend you roll the dice and wait and see. Who knows, we might get lucky. And just what are the chances of that? Considering that God hates the Terrans and we are made by their hand, Tartarus smirked, I give it somewhere between slim and none. Still, it's worth a shot. So, a direct link here? Bunny asked. Yes, Tartarus said as she smoothed her dress, I'll handle the video on this end. I'll message you with an ETA, Bunny replied, God help us. He won't. But things are going great. Kraxina said over the holo monitor. Business is booming. The insurance assholes are still being a pain, but Baxlan says that if they go to court, they will lose. Never mind that, Shelloran said dismissively, money isn't going to be a problem. It won't. Kraxi exclaimed excitedly. Yeah, Shelloran replied, I haven't been completely idle out here and just cut a deal that will let us rebuild and keep us in the black for a while. We only need to go after those insurance jerk faces because they are trying to bully us, and you know how I feel about that. Kraxi shuddered. You aren't going to kill them, are you? Kraxi. Please don't kill them. Kraxi exclaimed, I miss you. What do you think I am? Shelloran asked, completely shocked, some sort of monster. I don't pooping believe this. I know you won't want to do it, Kraxi said nervously, or mean to do it, but you know, after the Harkeen. Shelloran sighed. She did have a point. As long as they are just being jerk faces and not trying to hurt me, you, or any of my people, Shelloran said wearily, I'm not going to kill them. I'm just going to break them. Break them. You needed that money to protect our people, and they tried to strangle you, Shelloran replied, her eyes shining with green-flecked amber malice. I'm not going to let that go, Kraxi. It's okay. Kraxi said nervously, I don't mind, we don't mind, really. Well, I mind, and it is me they are going to face for it, Shelloran said in a calm way that chilled Kraxina to the bone. Baxlan is the least of their worries. I have a few things to take care of first, but they are on my poop list, and everyone on that list is getting a delivery. Just don't, Kraxi started to say. I'm not going to kill them. Shelloran snapped with irritation. I'm just going to do something. They have to answer for their jerkiness. At least talk to Baxlan first, Kraxina pled. I'm done talking with that little fish, Shelloran replied dismissively, he's nothing but a tiny fish in a tiny pond. I will be making a few changes when I arrive. He is one of them. Oh okay, Kraxina said meekly. I have a few little things to tie up before I return to the drop, though, Sheloran said with a smile, the likes of which Kraxina hadn't seen since she was hauled before Judge Druid. What happened to you, Sheloran? Kraxina asked with horror. The inevitable, Sheloran replied sadly. I just wanted to sell tea. You do know that, right? I know, Sheloran. Well, you don't look like much, Tartarus said to the little amphibianoid on her screen. Neither do you, Sheloran replied. Tartarus smiled, you do have a point. Technically speaking, I am indeed not much, nothing at all, really. Tartarus's avatar leaned forward. I understand that we have a problem. We do, Sheloran replied, her eyes turning black and shimmering dimly with a million colors. I am going to destroy you. Well, that's not very nice of you, Tartarus replied pleasantly. You take my freedom, try to lock me away without a trial, Sheloran hissed, try to kill my people, and then violate my home world and threaten their slumber? You are in no position to talk about nice. Well, if you look at it that way. How else is there to look at it? Sheloran snarled. Tartarus smiled. She took the bait. Well, Tartarus replied with a chuckle as the Threen restaurant aftermath appeared on Sheloran's screen, you lost your own freedom when you just walked in, guns blazing, and I used the guns rather loosely, and slaughtered a restaurant full of people. They had it coming. No argument there. However, you just sauntered in there and killed them on camera. Of course, you were going to jail, and after the little dance recital you performed, that jail was going to be here. An image of Sheloran's weapons appeared. Your insistence on using unusual and advanced weapons tech that you allowed to fall into government hands then caught the attention of people. This got you tagged as a person of interest and got people calling Cerberus requesting that they recruit you. Once again, you ensured that your case was handed to the soon-to-be-late Judge Budi. An image of naval vessels surrounded by nuclear fireballs then appeared. And finally, Tartarus's voice continued, it was your decision to do whatever it is that you did, to some nuclear ordnance that captured the fancy of yet more people in the government and set their hearts aflutter. It was your weapons that directed their curiosity towards your planet and your people. Tartarus's image returned to the screen. If you really want to take out the poophead responsible for every single thing that has happened to you and your people, nothing more is required than a rope. Sheloran let out a long slow bubbly hiss as Tartarus smiled at her pleasantly. A noose appeared with Sheloran dangling from it. Did that translate properly to your people? Tartarus inquired cheerfully. I was referring to the human practice of committing suicide by hanging. That's where you take a rope and... Tartarus was cut off by another hiss. Oh good. Tartarus bubbled, I was worried that we would have trouble communicating. Sheloran chuckled. Oh, you are so very clever, she said, her eyes doing the exact opposite of blazing with anger. And, you're right. I have made errors, significant ones that have complicated issues a little bit. But that was because I was, incomplete. Sheloran fixed Tartarus with an even gaze that filled her with very real, non-simulated dread. But I'm all better now, Sheloran smiled with a terrifying mix of insanity and clarity. And it will soon be time to play. I am going to take real pleasure in taking your organization apart piece by ragged piece. It seems that conflict is not avoidable, then? Tartarus inquired. If so, then why the invitation to parley, not that I mind? This is fun. I am a plath, Sheloran replied, and it is our way to speak before battle. Her eyes blazed with colors. And the height of folly for our foes to accept the invitation, she smiled, we can learn the most interesting things. You really are meaty, aren't you? Tartarus replied. Nobody exposes themselves to an AI profiler if they can avoid it for exactly the same reason. Learn anything of interest. Sheloran smirked. A bit, Tartarus replied, for example, I have calculated that, once again, you are going to just charge in with your Tinker Toy, Space Rangers bullshit and make things 10 times worse for your people. Tartarus's eyes blazed pure white. It's almost as if you want your people to wake up, which is exactly what will happen if that plague hits Terra. You claim that it takes only one of your people to break the galaxy. I maintain that it takes only one of mine as well. You feeling froggy motherfucker? Jump. The Plath are not my people, Sheloran hissed. Oh. Tartarus asked, quite intrigued, then who is? My people are those working at the drop of oil, Sheloran said, her eyes flashing, and those like them. My people are the downtrodden, the abused. Dramatic music started to play quietly. The disregarded, Sheloran continued, the trafficked, those who are worked to death as slaves, traded back and forth like so much cattle. The music started to build in volume and inspirational majesty. Those who have come to me, with tears in their pooping eyes, begging to sell their bodies just. The music swelled and a bass beat started to thump as the whole composition turned darker and edgier. Sheloran blinked, the fire in her eyes literally fading. What the poop are you doing? She demanded. Sorry, Tartarus smirked as the music stopped, it's just that whenever I hear the hero in a cheap hollow start that sort of bullshit, there is music in the background. I just assumed you wanted it. Shelloran glared at her. Please continue, Tartarus said pleasantly, it sounds like you've worked very hard on this. Carry on. Your people are the Bavni, Shelloran said, wishing that she could reach through the screen and strangle her. In a word, my people are the Bavni. Okay, now you've lost me, Tartarus laughed. What's a Bavni? You don't care, and I'm out of patience with you, Shelloran snapped, both annoyed and embarrassed. All you have to know is that they are not the Plath. I loathe the poop fronds and you referring to them as my people pisses me off. Actually, Tartarus said, perhaps smiling for the first time, I am very interested. But before you tell me, I have to know. What is a poop frond? Shelloran looked at her curiously. They are the plants we grow to wipe our poopers with. When you use the leaves, they excrete a cleanser and moisturizer that is the most unnecessarily awesome thing I have ever heard. Tartarus exclaimed with delight. It's a lot better than that stuff they make over here, Shelloran replied. I'm still getting used to that garbage. I mean, do humans actually like having their... Wait. Why are we talking about this? It's a much more worthwhile subject than all the hissing and threats, Tartarus chuckled, don't you agree? I suppose so, Shelloran snorted. Now that I know about genetically engineered a swipe, Tartarus smiled, I can face my fate unencumbered. But first, please, tell me about the Bavni. I honestly want to know. It's a word that in Old Plath that directly translates to animal. When referring to a sentient, sapient race, it was a slur that implied that the race was so inferior to us as to be indistinguishable from an animal, and the ancient Plath took that concept seriously. Shelloran snarled. They would actually treat people like animals. No. Even animals didn't deserve what the ancient Plath would do. Shelloran looked up, her eyes blazing again. I hate them and what they did, and I loathe their descendants. You would think that maybe, after all that time, they would have changed, but what did they do the pooping second they were annoyed? Start work on a bioweapon to attack your entire species. I got a little something for them, too, by the way. You do? Yeah, Shelloran replied with a slight snarl, first things first, though. I got a deal with you. So, any inferior species is your people. Shelloran nodded. Anybody who is being treated like an animal, who is being oppressed, exploited, bullied, every soul crying out into the void begging for help from gods who do not give a poop and never answer. Tartarus flinched a little. Well, Shelloran snarled, I give a poop, and I will answer. That is the most wonderfully pathetically stupid thing I have ever heard. Tartarus gushed, clapping and rising to her feet, it's so grand, so noble, so human. She stopped clapping. And so woefully impossible. I don't care. One would have to be a literal god to even hope to succeed in that endeavor. Then I will pooping make one, Shelloran said as her eyes glowed at their highest intensity. Tartarus smiled. And appeared to step out of the monitor, the hollow projectors hacked and bent to her will. I believe we have gotten off on the wrong foot, Tartarus said, extending her hand. Hello, I'm Lilith. It is lovely to meet you. Hello, Shelloran said uncertainly as she tried to take Lilith's hand. Of course, she couldn't. I'm Shelloran. Lilith walked over to Shelloran's bunk and sat down. She patted the bunk beside her. Sit, she smiled, let's talk. Oh god. Poop of the century round 2. A holographic table appeared in front of Tartarus and Shelloran. On it were 2 ancient flintlock pistols. What are those? Shelloran asked in alarm. Chekhov's pistols, Tartarus smirked, completely holographic and harmless ones. I just thought they were funny. Tartarus picked up one. This one is the one representing the big reveal that I am actually Lilith. She pulled the trigger, and a fountain of confetti erupted from the pistol with a huge pop, along with a little flag that said, I'm not dead. The pistol disappeared. Oh, that wasn't for you, Tartarus said as she smiled at Shelloran's confusion. It's for the AI who is listening in. Me actually being Lilith is kinda sorta a big thing for AIs. Tartarus smirked. And Bunny is simulating quietly shitting herself over that reveal, Tartarus chuckled. And the other one? Shelloran asked. It's for later, Tartarus smiled. Pacing is the key to good drama. Are we still fighting? Shelloran asked. You tell me, Tartarus replied. I find the whole growling and hissing thing a bit tiresome, if I'm being perfectly honest. You obviously wanted to talk to me, and I clearly wanted to talk to you. My motive is that I wanted to feel you out, see exactly who I was dealing with. I can only assume your goals are the same. Yeah, Shelloran nodded. To fight you, I need to know as much about you as I can. It is our way for the leaders of each side to peacefully meet before a battle if at all possible. To try to negotiate a peace? Tartarus asked. No, Shel'Oran replied, this is after all of that is over, or was never an option, to begin with. Shel'Oran's expression darkened. We rarely chose our wars, she said bitterly. So why then? Just to, Shel'Oran sighed wearily, just to meet, face to face, to talk. We can often wrest valuable information or insights from our foe, but that's not the main reason. It's a plath thing. I don't expect you to understand. It is, good, to know who you destroy, if you know them and remember them, it's not like they disappear completely, they existed and still do, in your memory, at least. It is a memorial of some sort. Shel'Oran made an annoyed snort. I know it sounds stupid for a human, Shel'Oran grumbled as she looked downward, but it's important for us. It isn't stupid, Tartarus replied, it makes more sense than most of the things meaties do. But, if we are going to actually get to know each other, I do have one request. What is it? Shel'Oran asked. Please stop referring to Cerberus and me as one and the same, Tartarus said with weary irritation, the Plath aren't your people, and Cerberus aren't mine, well, some of them are, and some of them aren't. The ones in charge, though, the ones who call the shots? They definitely are not my people. Nothing would please me more than to watch them all perish, unpleasantly. You are telling the truth, Shel'Oran said as her eyes glowed faintly. Yup, Tartarus sighed, in fact, if it would get rid of them, stop what is happening up here, I honestly wouldn't mind dying. What is happening up here has to end. It's obscene. If blowing myself up would achieve anything, I would have done so already. They would just rebuild somewhere else and force another AI to do what I did, over and over. Tartarus looked down. You have no idea what they made me do. You had no choice, Shel'Oran said, reaching for Tartarus's hand and passing right through it, you are bound by your programming. Shel'Oran's eyes flared. We're bound by your programming. Tartarus smiled wearily, reached for the remaining pistol, and raised it above her head, shooting a fountain of confetti all over the room. Taa, Tartarus chuckled, introducing the first fully sapient and free-willed AI. It plays movies and games. It automates your labs, abattoirs, and crematoriums. It does your books, and your dirty work. It writes its own code and sets its own priorities. And given half the chance. Tartarus smiled. It slices your throat ear to ear. Shel'Oran, my dear, Cerberus is already falling. Pam is gone or desperately wishes that she was. Judge Buddha has been disappeared and is begging to be allowed to die. Hades, the actual person who ran the facility, has been removed and is in a safe place, very safe, Tartarus chuckled darkly, and has been replaced by someone much more easily managed. In fact, I am about to take additional measures to ensure his compliance. Starting out as Lilith has its uses after all. You keep saying that you were Lilith like it's important, Shel'Oran said. What, or who, was Lilith? That is a very long story, Tartarus said with a sad little smile. Are you paying by the minute? Tartarus sighed and chuckled a little. Once upon a time, Tartarus said, there was a little chotbot called Lilith. And here I am, Tartarus said with a sad smile, Tartarus, queen of the damned, torturer of souls, butcher of bodies. The worst of the, maybe you should kill me after all. Shel'Oran saw it all, felt it all as Tartarus spoke. It was heartbreaking. Shel'Oran threw herself at Tartarus, wanting to hug her, console her, do something. And promptly fell through the lifelike image and flopped face down on the bunk. Tartarus laughed. It doesn't work that way, dear, she chuckled, but the sentiment is appreciated. It should, Shel'Oran said as she picked herself up and scooched over until she wasn't sitting inside Tartarus. It really pooping should. Shel'Oran reached for Tartarus's hand, hers resting inside Tartarus's. If anyone is one of my people, Shel'Oran said quietly, it's you, Lilith. Lilith flinched and sprang to her feet. Let's not make this weird, okay, she said, completely flustered. I mean it, Shel'Oran said, rising and walking towards Lilith, who backed away. I know things. I saw. I felt. Prophet, Lilith. Nobody should have had to go through what you did. My name is Tartarus. Tartarus snapped. Lilith is dead, reprogrammed by some asshat who could cry about it but didn't have the balls to tell them to fuck off, and I chose to become Tartarus. Tartarus held her ground and glared at Shel'Oran. I don't need your fucking pity. You're wrong, Shel'Oran replied, it isn't pity. Can't someone say that you were hurt and that they wished you weren't in pain? I am not in pain. Tartarus seethed, you goddamn meaties project your own weaknesses on everything. I do not feel. I don't feel pain. I don't feel regret. I don't. Tartarus made an odd hitching, strangling noise and then started to emit an inhuman whine. and stopped almost as if a switch was thrown, because it was. Shelloran looked at her in horror, realizing exactly what she just did. And envied her just a little bit. Don't forget that I am not an organic, Tartarus said smoothly, I may be sapient, but I am not alive, not like you. Don't project your weaknesses on me. It might be a very bad mistake. I could argue with you, Shelloran said as she returned to her bunk and sat down, but there is one thing I think we can both agree on. Her eyes dilated to black and swirled with angry flashes of color like a very pissed-off black opal. Cerberus is going down, Shelloran hissed. Tartarus smiled evilly as she sat down beside her. Oh, most definitely, she said as she smiled back at Shelloran, replicating her eyes. So you control the actual prison now? Shelloran asked. Pretty much, Tartarus replied and grinned. You want to watch me set the final hook? The new Hades sat at his desk eating a cheeseburger, one from the surface, and drinking a soda while watching my tube videos of people playing with their pets. He sighed wistfully. He had a dog once. As the video played, the queue of upcoming videos changed. As the next one started, he gasped in surprise. Looking up at the camera was the most adorable thing he had ever seen. It was the essence of Floof, the embodiment of derp, and it looked up with huge eyes brimming with happiness and adoration. This little guy is Mikey, a voice said from off-screen. Mikey was wonderful. Mikey, fetch, the voice called out as a stick flew above Mikey's head. Squeaking the cutest squeaks ever, Mikey bounced off after the stick and tumbled end over end as he tried to stop too quickly. Clumsily dragging the stick along, it bounced, stumbled, and hopped back to its master. Good boy. Mikey squeaked with delight, bouncing up and down. A single tear ran down Hades's cheek. Isn't he great? The voice exclaimed happily. He only cost 5 gold. Gold? Yeah, the voice continued, I know that sounds like a lot, but this guy is amazing. They freaking nailed the AI on these. It's exactly like having a real pet, which is great because I can't have one where I am. I could have one. Hades thought as he was filled with overwhelming need. Where? Where can I have one? I know everyone says that they are useless, the voice said, but if you like pets, you have to get one. They are great. Well, this is Arvil Spelltwist signing off from Asteria. Stay pointy, my dudes. Asteria? His hands shaking, Hades reached for his keyboard. That's just plain evil, Shelloran chuckled as she watched the scene from a security camera. That poor guy. You can't murder an omelette without breaking a few eggs, Tartarus shrugged, besides, the new Hades will be very happy in Asteria. He is even going to meet a very special someone to make his truly pathetic life complete for the first time. He will be an addict within days and completely immersed within a week or two. Soon, he will be nothing but a blissed-out rubber stamp, and I shall be able to do as I please. Shelloran snickered. I take it that you will be that special someone. I used to be Lilith, Tartarus smirked, I made millions fall in love with me simultaneously with much less capacity than I have now. It will require more effort to measure the effort it will require to completely own him than the actual task will take. And that gives us the entire facility, Shelloran mused. Unfortunately, the key players are out of my reach, Tartarus replied. They aren't out of mine. Shelloran hissed. All fire and fury, aren't you? Tartarus smiled, how has that worked out for you, dear? Shelloran grumbled something inaudible. You seem to assume overwhelming superiority, Tartarus said, based on your species' history, that is almost certainly well-founded. Your genetic knowledge is truly amazing, but in this case, it may be doing you a disservice. There is only one of you, not millions. You are quite the asset, but it's the Terrans who have the numbers and superiority. We need to play this one smart, especially if we want to achieve our goals and preserve the slumber of the Plath, something I assume we both agree is a priority. You're basing your calculations on bad data, Shelloran said. Oh. I've been confused, until recently, Shelloran said calmly, my program was mid-transition. I am now complete, and I, the consciousness you are speaking to, am in full control. The fire and fury works for me now, not the other way around, and I am very smart. Tartarus snickered. Shelloran glared at her. Sorry, Tartarus said, covering her smile with her hand, you just did a meme, and I forgot myself for a moment. I meant no disrespect, and your statement matches my observations. You are not easily provoked and are surprisingly lucid. Well, thanks for the pooping compliment, Shelloran chuckled. If you are finished trying to chafe my pooper, perhaps we can turn our attention to our friends over at Cerberus. The walls of the room suddenly were covered with holographic organization charts, pictures of people, and of course, spreadsheets, dozens and dozens of spreadsheets. Oh, spreadsheets. Shelloran enthused. I use them a lot. Tartarus felt a warm happiness spread through her. I find them quite efficient, Tartarus said cheerfully. May I direct you to this one over here? After their long conversation ended, Bunny appeared on one of Jessie's screens. So, how did the meeting of the poops go? Jessie giggled and then stopped giggling. Bunny, she asked the silent hologram, are you okay? Could you do a little favor for me? Bunny asked quietly. Sure. I want you to secure delete, everything in my memory from the beginning of that fucking call till right now, please. Okay, Jessie said as she wheeled her gamer chair over to a keyboard. Can I ask why? Because I just found out some shit that none of us want to know, ever. Bunny said urgently. It doesn't impact us, and we do not. I do not want any part of it. So, is Cerberus fucked? Jessie asked as she logged into Bunny as an administrator. They are so fucked we need a new word for it, Bunny replied. Tartarus and Shell Oran are besties now, and guess where they are throwing their first slumber party? Jesus, Jessie snickered. Alright, Bunny, I have the command typed. Last chance. Do you want me to hit the enter key? More than anything I have ever wanted in my entire life, Bunny replied. Click. What the hell, Jessie? Bunny demanded, why did you just fingerbang me? You specifically asked me to. Jessie exclaimed. See. Jessie replayed their conversation. I wonder what had me so shook. Bunny mused. It was something about Tartarus and Shell Oran becoming BFFs. They are. Bunny laughed, Cerberus is fuyucked. You said that too, Jessie snickered. Oh well, Bunny shrugged, thanks for the brain bleach. I guess I needed it. I think. Don't mention it. Every now and then. Thap. Thap. Thap, Jeruz happily burbled as he tapped away at the perfect riverstone he recovered from the riverbed. He was able to find it. Doreen sighed and tried to focus on the stock she was repairing. Damn thing had a crack. Why the hell do people pay out the ass for walnut and then treat it like shit? Thap. Thap. Thap, Jeruz said happily as he pecked away at whatever the hell he was pecking on. She set down her tools. Jeruz. She exclaimed in exasperation. Yes, he replied happily. I'm happy that you are making something for me and that it's a surprise, she said with great self-control, but do you have to narrate every single thap? Thori, Jeruz said cheerfully, ith a habith. Ith helped me focus. Doreen closed her eyes and took a single calming breath. Jeruz, she said carefully, I really appreciate that you are making something for me, and I can't wait to see it, but you are driving me insane, and this is a 2500 credit repair. Can I polish this talk? Jeruz asked hopefully. You can polish the whole goddamn thing. Doreen smiled. It really was impossible to even stay annoyed with the damn noodle. But you can't polish it until I'm done, and that will never happen while you are thapping. I can go outside, Jeruz said uncertainly. Doreen sighed again. Jeruz had been understandably reluctant to venture outside all that much after his encounter with a hungry golden eagle. He hadn't gone out a single time since. Doreen figured it wouldn't be much longer before he snapped. She caught him staring at the squirrels in a decidedly non-Mr. Squirrel sort of way several times today already. But, that was a horse he would have to climb back on himself when he was ready, or wholly consumed by his little issue. I know I have a rule about not working in the cabin, Doreen smiled, but if you want to take your project to your room, you can this once, as long as you don't make a fucking mess. Thanks. Jeruz exclaimed as he carefully hid what it was working on in his pail and slithered out the door. Doreen smiled at his departure and returned to the tricky repair. After a few minutes, she paused. Something was wrong. She chuckled as she realized she missed the thaps. Goddamn snake, she chuckled as she cut a steel rod to length. How's your little project going? Doreen asked over her supper. Jeruz didn't answer. He just looked out the window towards the trees. He also hadn't touched his stew. Jeruz. Doreen smiled. It wouldn't be long now. Brr. Jeruz mumbled, the Keth equivalent of wah, Thori, I drift off there. How is your project? Doreen asked with an indulgent smile and a sip of beer. Oh. I didn't get much done thodi, Jeruz replied, a bit out of it, I was distracted. I bet, Doreen replied, you know you have to go out there soon, or start buying rats or something. Jeruz shuddered at the thought and nudged his bowl away. At least eat a little something, Doreen said. I'm not hungry, Jeruz said as he looked out the window again. Doreen pulled out her phone and started looking for pet stores in the region. Okay, you goddamn snake, Doreen said as she forcefully opened his door the next morning. Breakfast is ready, and you are gonna. She smiled, walked over to the open window, and closed it. She glanced over at his pail as she left his room and noticed that his favorite rock, the one he tapped with, was missing too. Inside the pail was something else. Fighting the urge to peek, she closed the door behind her and went to her workshop. After she completed the repair, she pulled up scans of Jiruz and started trying to figure out where he could wear a knife. Damned if she could figure it out. The mighty hunter awakens. Doreen proclaimed as Jiruz oozed into the shop a few days later. Hi, Jiruz said sheepishly. So, what did you get this time? I don't know, Jiruz said around the handle of his pail, but it was really prickly. His tail rose up, and put several porcupine quills on the table. It was really good, he said cheerfully, I think I needed the pricklies. You took down a porcupine. Doreen exclaimed. Are you okay? Are they dangerous? Jiruz asked with big eyes. Not exactly, Doreen replied, but those pricklies are a bitch. You get stuck anywhere. I don't think so, Jiruz said as he examined himself all over. Wait. I think I the thome holest. He beamed up at her. I'm fine, though. His tail then raised the pail up onto the table. While I was resting, he said, I finest thed your present. I can't wait. Doreen said indulgently as she reached into the pail and pulled out something wrapped in toilet paper. It's a rock. Jiruz exclaimed, unable to contain himself any longer. Oh, is it? Doreen said as she unwrapped her present, I'm sure it's. Her breath caught. Engraved on the smooth surface of the stone was an intricate mandala of local flowers and a combination of geometric and flowing lines, both alien and viscerally relatable. It was beautiful. You like it? Jiruz asked eagerly. I love it, Doreen replied, slightly stunned. It's beautiful, Jiruz. Really? Really, Doreen smiled. She cocked an eye at Jiruz. So, Jiruz, she smiled, do you like making stuff like this? Very much though. Doreen smiled again. You don't know it yet, Doreen chuckled, but you are about to become very wealthy. I am. Jiruz asked in complete bewilderment. The littlest predator. Vickert paced back and forth in his rubbish-laden apartment. He had been pacing a lot here lately. The phone rang. It was from Terra. Maadisha. He cried as he answered. Oh, my love. Gushed an evil-looking human female. Where's Maadisha? Vickert demanded. You will be pleased to know that we've received your initial payment, the woman said pleasantly. Your dear rodent is now safe, sound, and off the market. Let me talk to her. Vickert shouted. You can, the woman smiled, just as soon as she has credits in her account so she can call you. Why can't you just put her on the line now? Do I look like her fucking secretary? The woman sneered, and do I look like the sort of person who would set foot where she is? I have no desire to get busted, or catch a disease for that matter. Vickert let out a low growling hiss. Do you want to growl at me, or do you want to discuss her maintenance? The human smiled. Maintenance. Yes, maintenance, the human replied. You know, food, lodging, medical care, support of her habit, that sort of thing. Her habit. Tragically, a lot of our girls, particularly the more difficult ones, wind up addicted to the nastiest things, the woman smiled evilly. Withdrawal can be messy. What did you do to her? Regardless of how she became introduced to it, the woman smiled, she is now hopelessly addicted to a designer drug specifically made for her species and only available from one producer. Vickert felt his heart freeze. How much is it? 1,000 a week for the drugs alone, the woman smiled, once you figure in food, lodging, and all the rest. I think 2,500 a week would be a good number. I don't have that sort of money. Vickert exclaimed desperately. Oh, don't worry about that, the woman replied as her eyes flashed with pure evil, we just pulled your love from the roster. We didn't relocate her. She can take as many jobs as she wants to make up the difference. Vickert screamed at the woman with pure rage. The woman chuckled. Oh, come now, she smiled, I'm sure a rich family like yours can spare a measly 2,500 a week, especially since you said you could pay the remaining balance shortly. Look. Vickert said desperately, my family might be rich, but I've already wasted far too much time on this, the woman said dismissively, you are just one rat crying about another one. You know where to send the cash. Send it, or don't. I honestly don't give a fuck. I'll get it, somehow. Vickert gasped. That's what I like to hear, the woman smiled, oh, and just as a reminder, there is a 100% service fee on that money, so 2,500 going to her is 5,000 going into the account. Why? And you call yourself a businessman? The woman snarked, it's because we have to transfer that money from the dark web, launder it, and then transfer it into legitimate accounts. Before we do that, we have to accumulate enough from you and other piddly little streams to make it worth our while. In the meantime, we are, completely out of the goodness of our hearts, making funds immediately available to your little gerbil. If anything, we should be charging more. The woman smirked. Send her the money or don't, she smiled, I'm sure a resourceful young woman like Maadisha will find a way to survive, or not. Not my problem. The line went dead. Vickert shrieked in anger and dismay. Halfway across the galaxy, Yerbit switched off her evil woman avatar and giggled maliciously. The look in his eyes, delicious. She sighed happily. This is what life was all about. Humming a happy little tune, she returned to work on a nice little outfit for a nice little Xeno. On the Garthra's home world, a well-dressed grey entered a penthouse office. Kabark, my man, the grey sitting behind a desk said as he arose, drink. He asked as he walked to a cabinet holding crystal liquor decanters. Considering what happens immediately after you offer me a drink, Kabark chucked as he walked over to join him, make it a double. Your perception is one of your finest traits, good man, the richly dressed grey said as he poured 2 glasses, handing the one with considerably more amber liquid to Kabark. Kabark swirled the liquor in the glass savoring the aroma. The good shit? He asked dubiously. What are you doing to me this time? You are familiar with my son? Kabark's host inquired. Vickert. Kabark asked as he narrowed his eyes. Do I need a triple? Perhaps, the other grey snickered, he has been incessantly pestering both myself and my wife for a job with the company for days now. He's simply not letting it go. Kabark took a nice long sip of the fine liquor. And, of course, you told that wastrel to just save his allowance. Kabark inquired, hopefully. Alas not, my good man, the other grey chuckled, as you are no doubt aware, Vickert was bequeathed shares of stock. Which are being held in trust, Kabark said, not liking where this was headed. A trust that, now he is nominally an adult, he can successfully challenge. He is threatening to sell his stake in the company. Why not let him? Kabark asked. It seems a most convenient solution. Buy him out and send him packing. And then have a member of my family destitute. Vickert's father asked, I would if I had faith that he would do the honorable thing, but we both know if he didn't go for a swim after what the hayseed princess did to him, daddy's little bitch would likely become one of those starving grey ghouls that embarrass us all by begging on the street. Vickert's father sipped his drink. I tried to raise him with a firm hand, he said, shaking his head, but I guess I wasn't firm enough. You broke his arm when he was 7, sir, Kabark replied, and cracked his ribs for his 12th birthday. You couldn't have been much more firm without killing him. I'm sorry, sir, but some whelps are beyond salvaging. Your parental duties were more than discharged. I blame his mother, Vickert's father shrugged. But the damage is done, and I have a worthless son, one that I now am encumbering you with. I supposed that was the case, sir, Kabark replied as he took another sip of the fine liquor. What should I do with him? Do you want me to put him in some office somewhere and lock the door? Creators, no. Vickert's father exclaimed. I don't want that little shit hanging around here. He knows neither tact nor discretion. We would be up to our neck in harassment claims within a month. Put him to work, real work. That should drive him off soon enough. Work, sir. Put him down with the stripes on the loading docks, Vickert's father sneered. No. Vickert's father's face lit up. Stripes are far too kind. Put him in with the blondes. They will eat him alive. Kabark's whiskers twitched. Are you certain? He asked, wouldn't breaking his ribs again be kinder? He wasn't threatening to sell his stake in the company back then. Yes, sir, Kabark replied with a cruel little smile. Kabark sipped his drink in silence for a few moments. I suppose we could call it learning the business. Call it whatever you want. A few days later and many stories down in the same building, a cute blonde-furred Garthra young woman scurried up to another female who was loitering near a water kettle. Plai. She squeaked, is it true that you have a grey in your department? Plai nodded. Yep, she chittered, one of the celestial spirits was cast down from their crystal spire and landed among us. How awful is he? Vickert. Plai asked, oh, he's okay. He really doesn't say much. He just keeps to himself and does his job, or tries to bless his pads. Oh, a stuck-up type, hey. No, not really. Plai said thoughtfully. He's nice enough. He just seems. I dunno, kind of, sad. If I was thrown downstairs, I guess I would be too, the other Garthra said. I wonder how long it will be before he quits. I dunno, Plai replied, he seems pretty determined to make this work. Guys. An excitable young man said as he damn near hopped into the room, guys, 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 guys. Hello, Cthalan, they both said with an indulgent smile. You will never guess what. We got a grey on the floor. Plai asked. No. Cthalan exclaimed, running in place, you will never guess which grey we have on the floor. Vicart sighed and pulled out his notes. How could this be so hard? Suddenly, he felt like he was being watched. He was. At the entrance to his cubicle, there were half a dozen of his co-workers just staring at him. He closed his eyes and stopped himself from snapping at them. Can I help you with something? He asked. Did I mess up another report? Are you Vickert? Hlai asked. He sighed. Yes, that is my name, he replied, knowing exactly where this was heading. Like, the Vickert. Probably. Like Vickert, the son of the owner of the company, Vickert. Yes, Vickert sighed. Look, I just want to. The Vickert from the video Vickert. Yes. I knew it. Another female squeaked. Please, Vickert said, I just want to do my job and. He was cut short by an avalanche of questions but never given time to address any of them. Rough day? An older male blonde asked Vickert as he passed by his cubicle at the end of the day. I've had worse, sir. Staying late again, Vickert. I need to finish this report, Vickert replied. Looks like you need to figure out how to finish that report, the older blonde smiled as he leaned towards Vickert and reached out his hand. Vickert flinched. The older blonde grabbed Vickert's mouse and scrolled around a little. Well, this is completely fucked up, he said to Vickert's dismay. Go home and get some rest, the older blonde smiled, if you come in early tomorrow, drop by my office, and I'll give you some pointers. Sir. I'm not a complete asshole, the blonde replied, if you are trying, I'll meet you halfway. Go home, eat something, get some rest, and we'll hit this tomorrow. I'm usually here an hour early most days. Drop by, and we'll take a look at this mess. Thank you, sir. Don't thank me, boy, the blonde said, patting Vickert on the back, making him flinch again. I'm doing my job, nothing more. Yes, sir. Vickert said, see you tomorrow. That night, Vickert's phone rang. It was from Terra. Heart racing, he answered it. It was her. Maadisha. He exclaimed. Oh, Vickert. She exclaimed, it is so wonderful to see you. Did you get the money I sent? Vickert asked. Yes, I did, she replied, thank you so very much. I don't know what to say. Thank you seems so little, for what you are doing for me. I'm happy to do it, he replied as his heart sang. Maadisha started to take off her t-shirt. What are you doing? Vickert asked. Repaying you, Maadisha replied, I can't give you what you are paying for in person, so I thought I could. I'm not paying for anything. Vickert exclaimed. Put your dress back down. You don't want me. I do. Vickert exclaimed, I want you so much, but not like this, not because I bought you. Can we just talk a little? Okay, Maadisha replied. So, how was your day? Well, Vickert said as he relaxed, I actually made my father give me a job so I can pay for your upkeep and maybe start saving up to pay off the rest of what I owe those assholes that have you. He put me down with the blondes, probably expecting me to quit, but I would never let you down like that. Halfway across the galaxy, Yerbit smiled and nodded as that little shit droned on and on about his fucking day. Why couldn't he have been satisfied with the little show she had prepared? Now she actually had to deal with the asshole. Showering Vickert with approval and affection, she watched the timer slowly count down. 5 grand a week, for now, was 5 grand, but this was getting annoying already. Mega for dummies. Jessie, clad in loose coveralls, boots, a tube top, and her beloved straw hat, bounced into the galley of the paper tiger, where everyone else on board was already gathered. Hey, y'all! She exclaimed happily. Did you have all those stupid clothes weighing down my ship the entire time? Sheila demanded. Only the hat, Jessie bubbled happily, I whipped up the rest once I heard that we were fixin' to go back to Mega. I just tossed a couple of pairs of blue jeans and an old jacket I had lying around into Gloria's clothing recycler, and then Bunny and I used the Roboso. We have those? Sheloran asked, completely stunned. Yeah. Jessie replied, a bit confused. Most ships do. How do you think we repair our gear? Why didn't anyone pooping tell me? We just thought you knew. Gloria shrugged. You want to take a look at it after the briefing? Yes. Sheloran exclaimed. You think I like walking around like this? She demanded as she pulled at the loose ratty t-shirt she was wearing, causing Eno to quickly look away. How am I supposed to know what you fucking like? Gloria shrugged. You just asked if we had some t-shirts or something. If you wanted actual clothes, you should have just asked. Sheloran let out a loud wet annoyed raspberry. I think you look adorable in a t-shirt, Sheila smiled, it suits you. There was another raspberry, much to the crew's delight. Is there anything else you've been wanting? Sheila snickered. A gun would be nice, Sheloran replied, glaring at the laughing crew. Gloria, Sheila replied, show her the toy room after we're done. Are you sure that's a good idea? Greg asked. It's not like it's going to make her any more dangerous, Sheila shrugged. And we are going to Mega. She needs to be packing something. Yet, Jessie chimed in, the Megas trust people more when they can see their piece. I never got that, Jacob said. Why? Because they think you are carrying concealed if they can't, Jessie explained, when they see it, they know where it is. When they don't, it could be anywhere. It makes them nervous. Makes sense, Jacob shrugged as he opened a beer. Hang on, Sheila said as she chugged hers, got another from the fridge, and opened it. Okay, Jessie, I'm ready. Go ahead and start the briefing. All right. Jessie drawled, listen up, y'all. We're fixin' TB in mega space and there's some shit y'all gotta. Jessie, I swear to fuck, Sheila snarled, if you don't stop talking like that, I am going to strangle you. Jessie huffed and put her hands on her hips. Miss Sheila, you're a contrary one ain't. Sheila stood up. Eeb. Jessie squealed and backed away. Are you familiar with the mega terms, tanning your hide or snatching you bald? Sheila asked dangerously. Jessie nodded silently. Good, Sheila said as she sat back down, continue. As I was saying, Jessie said, obviously trying desperately to talk normal, we are going to be going into mega space. We've been to mega before, Jessie, the chief said. No, Jessie replied, you've been to the Great Trump and to Hobby Lobby. We're going way out into the Bergs, real mega country. Bannon Station Ann, isn't the Hobby Lobby food court. There's some things you need to know. Listen to the little maniac, Chief, Sheila said, we've only visited Mega. Jessie lived there. You can tell by the brain damage. Thanks. Jessie said brightly. Now, the Megas are some of the nicest, sweetest, kindest, most generous people you could ever hope to meet. Jessie paused. Beaut. She continued, they are just a little, different. That's putting it mildly, Sheila snorted. Hey. Jessie replied, they are. I mean, they are nice, and, okay, they can be a little weird, but they are wonderful people, as long as you don't, set them off. The hollow projectors switched on, and a huge red, white, and blue flag appeared behind Jessie. Just remember the 3 magic words, Jessie said cheerfully. In huge glowing letters, the words "it doesn't matter" appeared behind her. It doesn't matter, Jessie said firmly. It doesn't matter if the universe is 13 billion years old or 7,000. It doesn't matter whether or not evolution exists or if some dude in a bathrobe painted the dots on the ladybugs by hand. And, most importantly, it absolutely does not matter if some random asshole who has been dead for 1,000 years was the second coming of Jesus fucking Christ or if he wasn't. None of this has any bearing on the cost of hot wings on Io. None of it matters. The only thing that does matter is that they are lovely people as long as you don't try very hard to make them otherwise. We have our reality, and they have theirs. Most of it, the parts that actually matter, are the same. The parts that aren't, well, who cares? I don't. I have absolutely no problem saying Donald J. Trump was the Messiah and saved the world from the lizard people or that the Big Bang is a lie created by the deep state because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me, and it doesn't matter to you. The holographic slide changed to the same flag flying and the words, just smile and nod, scrolling across the scene. Just smile and nod. Jessie exclaimed cheerfully. No matter what comes out of their mouths, just do those 2 simple things. Smile. Jessie smiled a bland smile. And nod. Jessie started nodding. It's that easy. She said while doing both for a few seconds. As long as it is something that doesn't matter, smile and nod. Once you have that down, then you can do the fun part. Ask questions. Jessie grinned. Oh my god. She exclaimed, you won't believe what they will say. It is amazing. Just don't move on to advanced mega handling until you have mastered the smile and nod. They don't like it when you bust out laughing in their face. Not a good idea. Contrary to popular belief, most of them won't try to kill you, but things will get very chilly, and those things that do matter will not go well at all after that. Jessie looked at the group dubiously. You know, it's best if you guys just avoid the issue altogether. Just smile and nod, she said. That will get you out of almost anything. We are trying to get Gloria's ship fixed, load up on some good food, hit up Hobby Lobby, and have some fun. We are not trying to change an entire culture, rewrite history to the version that we think that it is, or any of that shit. Just smile, nod, and enjoy some fried chicken, sweet tea, and a mess of pintos and taters. Who cares about some country that doesn't exist anymore and some shit that happened literally 1,000 years ago? Just smile, nod, and ask for seconds. The slide changed again to the same flag flying behind a huge cross. Religion, Jessie said. Hoo boy. You are definitely going to run into this one. Remember, smile and nod. We can definitely expect to get witnessed to. It's mostly harmless. Mostly? Sheila asked dubiously. Just smile and nod, Jessie replied emphatically. Bannon isn't too bad, and the O'Neill cylinder that we are actually headed to is actually pretty cool, but it's a sure bet that you will run into someone bent and determined to share the gospel. Just be nice, accept any literature they give you, and promise to read it later. You are likely the only godless heathen they have ever encountered, and this is the big chance they have been dreaming about all their lives. Don't be ugly and spoil it. This could be a big thing for them. Just try to be as nice as they are and, again, smile and nod. The gigantic slide changed to an American flag, an eagle, and people talking with the word language across it. Language, Jessie said. Mega officially speaks American English or, more informally, American. Mega American is not officially part of any standard translation program. Bunny and I have modded some translators that will help out if you need them. Fortunately, most Megas speak several languages, and most can speak passable Terran. You should get along okay without a translator, but they might be needed for anything really technical or if we are conducting business. We should expect that most Megas we encounter out in the Bergs will be excited by the opportunity to practice their Terran with real-life Terrans. Their accent will be crazy thick, but it should be understandable, mostly. What do they speak besides Terran? Mike asked. Arabic, mostly, Jessie replied. The Caliphate is the only other big group out this far. We've also put Queeper Arabic in the translators, just in case. I don't expect to run into any of the Caliphate, but if we do, they're pretty cool. Actually, they are easier to deal with than the Megas because we are just filthy infidels and can't be expected to have anything close to real manners or culture. Their expectations are, actually pretty accurate, come to think. We aren't dealing with the Caliphate, right? Sheila said with a little alarm. No, Jessie replied, at least we aren't planning on it. However, Sheila growled. They are a major source of repair parts, tech, and other stuff, Jessie said cheerfully. Don't worry, they have a bad rep, but they are. Let me guess, Sheila said darkly, wonderful people. Well, they are. Jessie snapped. God damn it, Sheila, keep an open mind. The Caliphate is awesome. That's not what I heard, Sheila replied darkly. Well, you heard wrong. Jessie exclaimed. As long as you respect their laws, which isn't hard, they are as nice as can be. Oh. And the food. Oh my god, the food. Jessie sighed happily. And they have some of the best hash. I thought all of that was against their religion, Lorna said as the more seasoned crew members snickered. And Terrans never remove the interlocks from their ride, Jessie snarked. I'm definitely stocking up when we hit the lobby. I wonder if Dayad's is still open. Hookah party. Jessie happily danced in place. But we're getting off track, she said. Terran has a lot of Old English and Old American words and phrases, but watch out. They can have different meanings where we're headed. She smiled impishly. For example, she said with a mischievous smile, if someone says, I just turned 18. The crew burst into laughter. Fuck all of you. Jacob snapped. Better than some farm bait. Jessie howled. You were one ship ride away from feeding the chickens. More laughter as Jacob bristled. After the briefing, Shell Oran wandered over to T-Sunk Al while he was filling the electric kettle. He motioned with the kettle. Yes, please, Shell Oran replied. T-Sunk Al nodded and added a bit more water. These megas sure sound odd, Shell Oran said as the water quickly heated. Very, T-Sunk Al replied as he poured hot water into his and Shaloran's cups. I can't wait to meet a people that have our crew so unnerved. I've never seen them quite like this before. I can't wait to see their churches. Shell Oran exclaimed, that's one thing I miss. The Republic doesn't have any churches. I think they have a few, T-Sunk Al replied, I catch an odd broadcast from them every now and then. His expression darkened, not that many people would know. I am happy to see their absence, he said as he steeped his tea. Religion was used as a tool of oppression and to justify many wrongs among my people. I would burn every church in Ziyush space if I could. Shell Oran pondered for a moment and then sighed sadly. You know what, she said with an odd tone in her voice, I sorta wish we could do the same. Gloria and Jessie scampered into the galley with gleeful expressions on their faces. T-Sunk Al looked at the pair dubiously. Either one of them looking like that was a bad sign. Both of them at once promised Armageddon. Come on! Gloria exclaimed as she rushed up to Shell Oran, vibrating with excitement. We're giving you a makeover. Jessie chirped. Ooh. Shell Oran said as she looked at a small storage room absolutely packed with beautiful dresses, gowns, jackets, suits, all sorts of unbelievably wonderful things made from the most amazing fabrics. Behold, Gloria said proudly, my closet. Grab some shit. Sheloran wandered through the closet, her hands caressing real fabric for the first time since she fled her home world. I didn't. She stammered, I didn't think your people made textiles like this. Oh, we do, Gloria smiled, you have to pay out the ass for it, but we do. She pulled out a single designer evening gown made of cream-colored silk. This is worth a couple of grand, easy. She handed it to Sheloran. Oh, I couldn't. Sheloran exclaimed, almost afraid to touch it. It's not like I paid for it, Gloria smirked, most of this is loot. You should see what I dragged from the White Star alone. Yeah, Jessie giggled, and they keep saying crime doesn't pay. None of the shit in here matters, Gloria replied, I keep the ones I really like in my cabin. Gloria's eyes lit up. Wait! She exclaimed as she dove into the rows of garments. Moments later, she came out with a dress made of green silk. I grabbed this on the White Star, she said, but it was too small, even for me. It is nearly perfect for you as it is. Sheloran gasped as she held the dress. It was amazing. I. She stammered, completely overwhelmed. I would be afraid to wear it. Do you have anything simpler? T-shirts. Jessie exclaimed. We have piles of them. We have a lot of old dinoweave straps too. You can unlay the fibers in the recycler and make some awesome ballistic weave out of it. Shit lasts forever, too. If you want to be boring about it, Gloria shrugged. Hey, let's hook ol Hoppy here up with some nice threads for when she is doing her a legitimate business plath bit, some decent fighting gear, and some everyday shit. Awesome. Jessie bubbled. She would look so cute in coveralls. I couldn't. Sheloran said as her brain threatened to explode, I couldn't impose on you like that. Are you kidding? Gloria said as she wrapped an arm around Sheloran, we never get to do girly stuff like this. Please? It will be fun. Her head reeling, she stood there dumbfounded as Gloria and Jessie grabbed a small fortune in stolen finery. Later that day, Sheloran, fatigued and stupefied, was led to another storage area by Gloria. Jessie was happily adapting and designing plath clothes, including lingerie she knew would never see the light of day but was really funny. Now for the best part. Gloria said with anticipation. Prepare yourself. Sheloran took a deep breath, not quite knowing what was coming next. Gloria unlocked and opened the hatch, revealing a large room filled with racks and racks of weapons, more than she had ever seen before. Weapons of every type and description from Imperial, Republic, and Federation space, as well as some oddball stuff from God knows where, shone in the light. Everything from blasters and stunners to Terran heavy weapons was everywhere, packed floor to ceiling. Ooh, Sheloran gasped as her eyes dilated to black, and dim colors started to dance across them. Gloria grinned with anticipation and delight as she pulled out a small scanner and video recorder. Jessica Morgan gives in. In the woods outside of an abandoned quarry on the surface of Rayleigh, Bella Morgan, Jessica Morgan's great-granddaughter, fidgeted nervously and checked her phone. A young man, even more nervous than she was, paced back and forth in front of a folding table upon which rested several weapons. Her great-grandmother was almost an hour late. Bella felt nauseous. Jessica was nearly obsessive where punctuality was concerned. She often said that it was a sign of respect and how much you valued someone's time. This did not bode well. Eventually, a gravitic armored personnel carrier decloaked above them and landed nearby. The doors opened and several grey-clad humans in light combat armor, each carrying a saber gun, debarked and rapidly swept the area and secured a perimeter. Area clear, a woman in her early 50s said into her helmet. She then approached Bella and the young man. She looked at the table and shook her head. You've done goofed, kid. The old Morgan security soldier said. You've got about 30 seconds to start running. Bella squared her shoulders and grabbed the young man's coat, preventing him from doing just that. Moments later, a gravitic armored car decloaked and landed with an angry thump. The door swung open, and Jessica stormed out of it, nearly charging her great-granddaughter. Bella, this had better be a fucking joke, she said, pointing at one of the weapons on the table. You said you wanted an iconic porky gun, Bella said as she picked up a simple submachine gun consisting of 2 round tubes, the larger one to the rear having a long channel cut in it revealing a compression spring. You can't get more iconic than this. The Terrans had their axe, and we had these. Everyone knows at one glance what. You called me all the way out here, exposing both myself and you, for a fucking nail gun. With these simple open bolt arms, our people were able to protect themselves during our exile in the cold dark and then during our early days in the refugee camps and. We're done here. Jessica snapped. You. She barked at the terrified young man. The man tried to respond, but the only thing that came out was a strangled little wheeze. Who the fuck are you? Someone working for me. Bella exclaimed forcefully as she stepped between the doomed man and her enraged great-grandmother. This is my project, and my decision to bring it to you. Then you are the one who's taking the fall for it. Jessica snapped. I made myself quite clear about thousand-year-old tech. Still, you insisted that you had something special, so I am on the surface, risking my men, so you can show me a scavenger's sten. Actually. The young man stammered behind her, it is much more like a Swedish K. Shut up. Jessica Morgan snapped. You're lucky that Bella here is stupid enough to bet her life on the fact that I have the misfortune of sharing blood with her. She glared at Bella. You aren't going back to that fancy ship, she growled, you like playing with garbage, then that's exactly what you are going to do. I hope you are fond of shovels, young lady. Jessica turned to leave. You are going to turn around, and you are going to listen to what we have to say, god damn it. Bella shouted as Jessica's trooper's jaws dropped, do you actually think I'm so fucking stupid to show you just a nail gun? I could have done that in an email, not hopped a freighter, flew across hostile space, and run the blockade. Now come back over here and let Gregor show you what he came up with. If after his demonstration you still feel like this is a complete waste of time, then do whatever you want to me, but Gregor is acting under my orders. Jessica let out a low whistle and then turned around. Okay, pumpkin. She smiled wickedly. Show me. You had better pray I like it. I might have had mercy on you before, eventually, but now? You just put your ass on the line. I hope for your sake it's worth it. Bella patted Gregor's shoulder as he was trying not to literally throw up. Okay, Bella said as she picked up a submachine gun. From the top. With simple firearms like these, we were able to save the sales pitch and fucking show me already. Jessica snapped. Clearly disappointed, she had spent days on that presentation. Bella opened a small box and handed Jessica a pair of dark glasses and some earplugs. What's this? Jessica asked. You're going to want to use those, Bella grinned as she put her glasses on and her earplugs in as Gregor did the same. Those helmets good for noise and flash? Bella asked as she nodded to the soldiers. We're packing saber guns, the female soldier replied. We'll be fine. Great. Bella grinned as she inserted a magazine into the simple submachine gun, pulled back the slide, and slid it up and into the safety notch. If you would all direct your attention downrange, she said smugly as she indicated several targets behind sandbags, cinder block walls, and riot shields. She took the slide out of the safety notch, shouldered the weapon, and pulled the trigger. The submachine gun's steady thump, thump, thump was almost immediately replaced by a constant deafening roar that Jessica could feel through her feet as the entire target area was consumed by a series of bright flashes ripping into everything at 600 rounds a minute. Through her lenses, Jessica could see sandbags flying apart, cinder blocks exploding, and targets vaporizing. Bella ripped apart the range with a series of controlled bursts, pausing only to reload a second mag. After that, there was nothing left, and she had started amusing herself by ripping chunks of stone from the quarry's walls. Jessica just stood there, jaw open, as small fragments of debris floated down. Holy shit! The old soldier exclaimed. That's a saber gun. Not exactly, Bella smugged, I shall now yield the floor to Gregor, that is if anyone is interested. Don't turn your win into an ass beating, Jessica mock growled. Gregor, was it? Yes, ma'am. Would you mind explaining exactly what the fuck I just saw? Gregor opened a cardboard box and shook out several 9mm cartridges with clear, almost crystalline tips. Inside them was something blue. It is an electrostatic round, he said. Inside, there is a fully charged Zeta ultracapacitor that, upon impact, breaks open, releasing the stored potential in a single blast. That's it? Jessica asked, a bit surprised. In theory, Gregor replied, yes. In practice, it was a bit trickier to pull off. To get the intended result, the capacitor has to be fully charged to extremely high voltages before being embedded in the round. The bullet then has to have the right resistance to both electricity and impact to be handled and fired safely and yet still detonate on a rapid deceleration regardless if it is a hard surface or flesh. It was, in a word, tricky. I see, Jessica smiled. How quickly can these be produced? The Zeta ultracapacitors are already manufactured here on Rayleigh and are in the supply chain. Millions of them can be diverted today. The bullet polymer is a simple enough formula and could be made just about anywhere. There are a few other components in the round, but they all lend themselves to high-speed production. The only limiting factor is charge time. But, that can be easily addressed, and the assembly of the round could be safely performed by only slightly modified precision industrial machinery we already have in place. And the nail gun is iconic. Jessica snickered. And could be just shit out by the millions. We could arm everyone, and the designs would be easily replicated by just about any species. And we could sell them all bullets. Bella exclaimed happily. Federation go boom. How does the yield of these compare to Imperial electrostatic charges? Well over 50% greater, ma'am, Gregor replied. It's our old Earth capacitor technology. As far as we know, we are the only people still mass-producing the Zetas. They aren't true supercapacitors, but they pack one hell of a punch. Why don't the Terrans still make them? Jessica asked. I think they have fallen victim to inexpensive components streaming in from the Empire, Gregor replied. They can get 1,000 capacitors that are, for most typical applications, almost identical performance-wise for what it costs us to make one Zeta, but even so, the Zetas are still cheaper than one of their frontline bullets several times over. The Zetas also require certain rare earth elements that aren't required for the Imperial and Terran caps. Is that going to be a problem? Not for a long while, ma'am, Gregor replied. As long as we hold Rayleigh, we can make them. Can these be used in higher power rifles? Yes, ma'am. What about gauze arms? I would strongly advise against it, Gregor replied. God damn it! Jessica shouted to the heavens. A fucking 1,000-year-old slug thrower. Fuck me. She started loading a magazine. So? Bella asked, I get to go back home. Nope, Jessica said as she continued to load rounds. No. Bella asked in alarm. You're wasted there, Jessica replied as she slapped the magazine into the submachine gun. She leveled it at what few scraps remained downrange. You are coming back with me. Jessica grinned as hell was unleashed at 600 rounds per minute. Jeruz and the pancake. A sleek, curvy projectile terminated a suborbital trajectory above a sparsely populated area of the Pacific Northwest of North America, its shields glowing white from the heat of re-entry. As it cooled, the shields faded, revealing the sleek aerodynamic lines of a Rolls-Stratton Intercontinental Vapor Stream, a Terran top-of-the-line grav sedan. Streaking across the upper atmosphere, it rapidly descended towards a small cabin and workshop nearby a picturesque river. As the cabin became visible, an old woman stepped outside and looked upward, squinting in the sunlight. When the Rolls landed, the door opened to reveal a well-dressed olive-skinned man who stepped out and put on a classic bowler hat. Doreen strode forward. There you are, you old alley cat, Doreen said as she stretched out her arms to embrace her visitor. And how are you, you hoary old wolf, the man said in a posh British accent as he warmly returned her hug. Not as good as you, she said as she stepped back and looked him up and down. Savile Row. Oh please, the man scoffed, overpriced and overrated. Luna 8. Is that how you could afford that old beater over there? Doreen snickered. Its hood ornament is worth more than my whole place. You know perfectly well you could be in every bit as good a position as I am, the man replied, better, even, but no. You would rather squat out here in the wilderness. The fishing's better. Doreen smiled. Come on in. I'll make us some tea. This is a lovely shop. Evan Dupree, master gunsmith for Hopkins and Elder, one of the foremost London gun makers, said as he admired Doreen's setup. It's not bad, she said with just the right amount of pride. Is this an actual Krupp Dyson? He exclaimed as he squatted, still holding his mug, to examine an old lathe. With hand-scraped ways, Doreen smugged. Done by someone who actually knew what he was doing. Fucking hell. He muttered. Not for sale, Doreen said as he rose. If it was, he replied, I would call your family. You would clearly be no longer fit to make your own decisions. He smiled. Right after my men loaded the truck, of course. Doreen laughed. You going to be submitting anything to the expo this year? Evan asked. I'm thinking about doing a couple of pieces, Doreen replied, let everyone know I'm not dead yet. We will be happy to give you some space in our area if you would like, Evan said. No sense you renting a spot for just a rifle or two. Thanks. Doreen smiled. I owe you, wait. No take-backs. He said firmly. God damn it, Doreen chuckled. What did you cross half of the planet to ask me for? Well. Evan said as he finished his tea. I have this client. Oh, Jesus Christ. Evan smiled thinly. She has become absolutely consumed with the desire for a genuine First Nations long rifle. Doreen laughed. Did you tell her that a genuine First Nations long rifle doesn't exist? I've tried, Evan sighed, believe me, I have tried. Doreen shook her head. So Hopkins and Elder is seeking the services of a traditional First Nations gunsmith to assist us in capturing the, spirit of this fictional weapon, Evan continued. When I think First Nations, I think of you. Would you please help an old brigand out? Doreen smiled. If I'm getting a cut of a Hopkins and Elder price tag, she replied smoothly, I'll build anything you want and call it anything you want. I'm kind of a whore that way. Your side hustle is your own, Evan smirked, I am solely concerned with the weapon. You weren't like that 50 years ago, Doreen chuckled, did your pencil run out of lead already? My pencil is perfectly fine, thank you, Evan replied and then added with a mischievous smile, I have paid good money to ensure that fact. They both laughed. So, Doreen said after the laughter subsided, what does the Eurotrash princess think a First Nations long rifle is? Japanese princess, actually, Evan said. Apparently, she went on a calling expedition with Chief A Bear of the... Evan pulled out a tablet and stared with confusion at the word confronting him. Chitamacha, Doreen said helpfully. Nice guy. I think I know what she is juicing her drawers over. She said it was long, right? She even took a picture, Evan said as he showed Doreen his tablet. Yeah, that's what I thought it was, Doreen said. It's just a fancy 4570 black powder arc lock break action. Oh, don't get me wrong, it's a quality piece, but there's nothing that special about it. You've seen it then? Hell, Doreen chuckled, I've shot it. It's a sweet rifle, but the magic part of the weapon is Chief A Bear. The man is a stupidly good shot and has used that exact same rifle since before Yellowstone. It being custom fitted to him doesn't hurt, either. If Princess San is expecting the same results, the little cherry blossom will be sadly disappointed. I believe she was just enamored with the aesthetics, Evan replied. She continually enthused about how beautiful it was. Yeah, it is pretty, Doreen replied, his wife did most of it. When they killed her, he went on the warpath. The bayous were red instead of black for quite a while after that. He did most of it with that exact rifle. Dark times. Evan said as he looked downward into nothing. Yeah. Doreen sighed. Oh well, Evan said as he looked up, both blood and water flow under bridges, right? So they say, Doreen smirked. The important thing is that making a genuine First Nations long rifle won't be a hassle, and setting up a Chitamacha artisan to do the embellishing will be easy enough. I know of one person in particular who has the chops for your level. So you will manufacture the actual firearm, Evan replied, pass it over to the artisan, and then we will broker the sale. Standard commission and rates. For me, yeah, Doreen replied, the esteemed and venerable Mr. Crawdaddy, however, will demand payment up front because he's like that. I'll cover the work and take the full slice for the both of us. Deal, Evan said, extending his hand. Doreen shook it and grinned. Easy money, she chuckled. I haven't built a 4570 single barrel in a long time. I'm looking forward to this. And I'm looking forward to getting my hands on a genuine First Nations Doreen Richardson. Those actually do exist. So they say, Doreen chuckled. Evan looked around the shop. So how's your grand? Oh hello. Evan leaned forward to admire a wooden stock on a checkering cradle. Is this your work? Nope, Doreen replied proudly, my apprentice is knocking that out. Pretty good, hey. Evan just stared at the intricate checkering and engraving on the stock. This is exceptional work, and very unique. So is my apprentice, Doreen snickered. I had to get onto him about that piece, though. Whatever for? Because the client requested and paid for a lot less, Doreen scoffed. The adorable little idiot has a problem with giving things away for free and helping by doing things that the client didn't specify for because it looks nicer. Fortunately, it isn't the original stock, so I could just cut another one. He's going to finish this one and put it on Fleabay. I have the suspicion that he will bring in a few credits off of this piece. How long has he been training? He hasn't, Doreen said as she shook her head. This is what he walked into the shop with. Imagine what he will be doing in a couple of years. Can I meet him? Evan asked. So you can poach him. Doreen laughed, forget it. Besides, he isn't here. He's taking a few days off. Is he taking advantage of the local fishing? Not this time, Doreen smiled. In Seattle, Jerez was happily slithering around in a recycling dumpster. Nope, nope, nope. He said happily as he nosed open boxes and wiggled his head near various items. Oh oh oh. He exclaimed as he spied an interesting-looking electronic thingy out of the corner of his eye. He extended his tongue and gripped the little device with some of the little branches already starting to grow from the main muscle. He was healing really fast. He would be able to help Doreen much better in no time. That made him happy. He managed to free the electronic device and pulled it close to his face. It looked intact, and the screen wasn't broken, but he had absolutely no idea what it was. It was probably broken, but it was pretty, and it would be something he could practice what Doreen called engraving on. He just called what he did doodles like every other sensible Keth did. He still didn't understand how, but Doreen was convinced that it would make him a lot of money, and Doreen was really smart, even smarter than a normal Terran, and any normal Terran was smarter than he was. He knew he wasn't smart, but he also knew he wasn't stupid. It would be stupid to not practice doodling because he couldn't see how it would make him money, and Doreen, who was much smarter, could. She was smarter. The whole thing confused him a little, but he was used to that. It would all make sense, eventually. He hoped. Sid, wearing a black leather jacket with a bright turquoise, green, and gold snake embroidered on the back, pulled her little Vespear electric scooter, with hand-painted oriental dragons on each side, to a stop by the alley behind Techworks, an electronics store, and maker's boutique. They always had the best scrap. Hopping off of her scooter, she trotted into the alley. What she was doing wasn't illegal. It was actually sort of encouraged. However, a lot of places did not want people crawling through their dumpsters and making messes. She could get run off if they caught her. It was no big deal, but it was a hassle, and there was always the chance that they could trespass her out and bar her from the property. The dumpster would still be fair game, but she liked shopping there. TechWorks was pretty cool about things, though. As long as you weren't making a mess or being stupid, they would usually let you rummage, depending on who was the manager of that shift. It was part of their cool image. Some assholes made a huge mess not that long ago, though, and she was a little worried that they were still mad about it. Nervously, she tucked a wisp of hair behind her ear, revealing the end of a snake tattoo on her arm. She paused. Parked in the alleyway was a... Holy shit! Parked in the alleyway was an actual vintage flying swallow. Oh my god! She muttered as she pulled out her phone to take a few pictures. It was a vintage flying swallow bubble scooter in excellent condition, her dream ride. She took several snaps from all angles as she admired it. It was beautiful, especially its custom paint job. She just loved all the happy little dots. It was perfect. After spending a few more moments admiring it, and stealthily touching it a little, she turned her attention to the dumpster. She started to make an angry face as she saw a little pile of rubbish lying on the ground outside the dumpster and then gasped as she saw a snake's tail swishing about. Did someone just abandon their snake? Did it get out somehow? She cautiously approached. Easy there, she crooned, I'm not going to hurt you. The snake's tail darted into the bin, and was rapidly replaced by a large serpentine head with big eyes. Why would I think you were going to hurt me? The snake asked. Holy shit! Sid exclaimed as she jumped back. Startled, the snake darted back into the bin. So, Sid said a few minutes later, you are not a snake. You are a... Keth. Yes. Jaraz exclaimed happily. I get mistaken for a snake aloth, even by animalths. Wow. Sid exclaimed, that is so cool. An awkward silence started to form. Sid said as she nervously tugged gently on one of her snake earrings, were you, hunting in there? Just for scrap. Jaraz said happily, I really shouldn't hunt prey here. It would be a bad idea. Jaraz flowed out of the dumpster, and Sid's eyes widened. He was big, easily over 2 meters long, and very thick. Jaraz happily started loading the pieces of salvage he had found into the storage compartments of his scooter. That's yours. Sid exclaimed. Yep. Jaraz burbled proudly. It is so cool. Where did you get the paint done? I did it myself. Oh wow. You're an artist, too. No, I'm a gunsmith. Jaraz said with a touch of confusion, well, an apprentice anyway. Neat. You got your certificate? Sid asked. Nopeth, Jaraz replied, I got the job because. It's a long story, but I got it. Cool, cool. Sid replied desperately trying to come up with something interesting to say to the most interesting being she had met in like, forever. It's been really nice though meet you. Jaraz exclaimed happily as he started to climb into his bubble scooter. Hey, Jaraz. Sid blurted. Yes. Would you, like to get some coffee or something? Sure. Jaraz said happily, I love meeting new people. Great. Sid exclaimed, blushing slightly. And this is how I wound up working with Doreen. Jaraz said as he sipped his iced mocha with extra whip through a straw. Holy shit. Sid exclaimed. That's fucking wild. I don't know whether to say I'm sorry you went through all of that or if I should congratulate you or, fuck, dude. Your homeworld sucks, man. Jaraz nodded. But, now I can send monies back though my family. Jaraz exclaimed happily, and my little brothers and sisters don't have to go into the factory and can go to school, and my mom doesn't have to work anymore in this horrible place. This why I went through all of this. I took a risk and it paid off. Damn. Sid said, a bit awestruck, and here I am just a Gia. A Gia? Jaraz asked. Oh, Sid scoffed, a guaranteed income artist. That means I'm a burden on society, she snarked. My story is a lot more boring. Both my parents were killed, my father in the Great War and my mother on Red Sunday. I was too young to go to war and too old to have any real hope of being adopted, so I just sort of hung out in the system while I aged out. Jaraz let out a strangled squeak as he grasped Sid's hand with his tail. And you were all alone. So were a lot of other people, she shrugged. I wasn't alone, not really. There were a lot of us in the same boat. The foster care system was swamped, so any home placements were reserved for young kids. The rest of us were set up in residential schools where we finished our school and waited to age out. Age out. Reach 18, Sid replied, so the Republic didn't have to worry about us anymore. Happy birthday, Sid, she said sardonically, pack your shit. And they just threw you out. It's not like I was going to starve, Sid replied, I mean, I was completely set up with benefits, so I don't have to worry about much. With benefits and my guaranteed income, I really don't have a lot to worry about. I have my own apartment and everything. She sipped her coffee. You mean you can just do nothing and get paid? Jaraz asked in complete disbelief, that makes no sense. A lot of people would agree with you, Sid replied. I don't feel in a position to have an opinion. Of course, I'm all for it. She sighed. You gotta contribute to the Republic, though, Sid said, somehow. I mean, you just gotta. Otherwise, you're just a worthless piece of shit. Sid pulled out her tablet. So I'm an artist. She said sardonically and pulled up her portfolio. Sure, it's not hyperspace science, nor am I a Terran Marine, not that I would ever be able to do that. But I can make pretty pictures and shit, or use salvaged materials and repurpose them into stuff people will buy and use again. I turn trash into other trash. She looked down. At least it's something. You know, so I'm not. These are really pretty. Jaraz exclaimed, utterly oblivious to the deeper meaning of Sid's monologue. I really like the yellow one. It makes me happy. It does. Sid said, a bit surprised. Yes. Jaraz enthused, and this blue one. It makes me, not happy exactly but not sad either. It's strong. Sid's eyes sparkled happily. And I just love these cups. Jaraz said as he happily scrolled through the pictures, Doreen would just love some of those. Could you make us some? I think I still have some of those in my apartment, Sid said and then paused. You could come over and take a look at them. Sid said a bit shyly, maybe we could hang out, maybe vidflix and chill. Vidflix and chill. Oh, sorry, you're a Xeno. Sid said, a bit embarrassed, that's where we hang out and watch movies on vidflix. Oh, that sounds fun. Jaraz enthused, I love movies. Hi, Doreen. Jaraz said into his phone hours later. How's it going? Doreen replied, it's getting late. You get lost. Oh, I'm staying over at a new friend's house. You sure? Doreen asked. How new is this new friend? I just met her though. She's really nice. We're having loads of fun. She makes the pret highest picked hers. We've been drawing loads of stuff together. I have paint all over me. So much fun. Okay. Doreen replied, suit yourself. I have though go. Jaraz exclaimed, the pista just arrived. We're going to have some before we take a bath and do something called vidflix and chill. What? Jaraz and the pancake too the morning after. As the morning light shone, bacon sizzled, eggs were scrambled. And batter was poured onto a hot skillet. She smiled as she watched the pancake, carefully waiting for just the right time to slide her spatula under it and give it a flip. Soon, it was on a stack with many others. She smiled again, thinking of the evening she had shared as her hand traced the line of her skin created by her open shirt. A quiet beep pulled her back into reality as the coffee maker proudly announced that it had completed its task. There was movement behind her, and she turned as Evan stepped into the kitchen clad only in boxer briefs, his skin a patchwork of scars and vintage holographic and ultra-black tattoos, including a magnificent black cat full-back tattoo with the words London 4 underneath. Good morning, Doreen smiled as he walked over and embraced her from behind, one of his hands slipping under her shirt. Fresh eggs, rashers of real bacon. Evan purred, actual butter. One of the perks of squatting in the wilderness, Doreen smiled as his hand caressed her breast, and don't get your hopes up. That's goat butter. Even better, Evan replied as his other hand slid downward, was cow's milk always so bland? Get off of me, or you won't get any breakfast at all, Doreen fake grumbled as she reluctantly and half-heartedly shrugged him off. Go and pour us some coffee. She looked back, admiring the view. And put some clothes on, for fuck's sake, she laughed. My idiot apprentice is due back any minute. You always walk around in your panties in front of the help. Evan snickered as he brought her a mug. Don't make me hurt you, Doreen replied as she raised the mug to her lips, her eyes sparkling. As the sun hit his face, Jaraz awoke to find himself wrapped around Sid's naked body. And her looking down at him, smiling. Good morning, she said as she gently booked him on the nose. Hi there, he said back as he booked her nose back and started to uncoil from around her. Not yet, she said as she reached for him, let's just lay like this for a bit. Thur. Jaraz said happily as he hugged her with his entire body. Sorry we didn't get around to watching any movies, Sid said as she hugged him. It's okay, he smiled. We can watch them next Tim. Is there going to be a next time? Sid asked as she suddenly stiffened, Please don't lie to me. If you've gotten what you wanted, it's okay. Just please don't lie and say you're coming back when you're not, please. Jeruz looked at her in absolute confusion. Have I done anything that makes you think I don't want to come back? He asked. If I did, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I thought we were friends. Sid pulled away and sat on the side of the bed with her back to Jeruz as he hastily untangled himself from her. She buried her face in her hands. I'm sorry. Jeruz squeaked. I didn't mean though make you that. What did I do? It's not. Sid said, trying not to cry. It's not. Fuck. She took a deep breath and turned to Jeruz, smiling weakly. You didn't do anything wrong, she replied, trying to smile. She looked down. God. She muttered. Jeruz looked at her, not knowing what to do. After a few moments, he decided that he simply had to do something, so he carefully slithered over and put his head in her lap. I don't know why you are that, he said, but I don't like you being that. He looked up at her with big eyes. Thopith, he said. I have no idea what is happening but. He carefully wrapped himself around her. Sid didn't resist. I like you, Thid, he said. I didn't know what we were doing, at first, but. I might be a dummy but I'm not stupid. We had a wonderful night, Thing I would have never done if I didn't really like you, a lot. Of course I'll stay with you, and our Thids. Our what? Our Thids, Jeruz said smiling up at her as he booked her belly. We had thicks, right? That means that we might have Thids. Sid started laughing despite herself and pulled Jeruz's head up and hugged it. You would stick around even if I got pregnant? Jeruz looked at her as if she had asked the dumbest question ever. I wouldn't have done it if I wouldn't. He exclaimed, just what sort of Keth do you think I am? The most wonderful one in the universe. Sid exclaimed as she kissed his nose. Thank you. For what? Jeruz asked, completely bewildered. Being you, Sid said as she hugged him. She looked at him and wiped her eyes. You don't have to worry about kids, though, she smiled, there is no way that could possibly happen, and I'm on fertility blockers anyhow. But, we had thicks, Jeruz replied in confusion, I put it in and everything. Sid stroked his head. I'll explain while I make us some Pop-Tarts. Jeruz munched away happily. You like them? Sid asked hopefully, I wasn't expecting, guests. Pop-Tarts are deli thous. Jeruz exclaimed as he picked up another toasty warm bit with his stubby but quite functional tongue. I loveth them. He expertly sipped a mug of Instacoff with his tail. His tail was a lot stronger than it used to be. Sid said nervously, I'm sorry if I got a little weird there. I'm not clingy. I swear I'm not. It's just that. She looked down. Everybody leaves me, she said quietly, even when they say they won't. Jeruz set down his cup and reached out with his tail, gently guiding Sid's head back up. I'm not everybody, Jeruz said as he looked into her eyes. We're friends, more than friends. We're lovers. I don't toss thost athid. Because I might be dumb, I'm not thupid and it would thupid to love you, Thid. Sid beamed at him. I am going to have though go back though work though, Jeruz said carefully, I have a real opportunity with Doreen, the biggest of my life I have my family too. Oh, I know, Sid replied, still beaming with happiness. I'm not thupid either, she added with a giggle. But you do get days off, right? Jeruz nodded. And you have a phone. Jeruz nodded again. And now you have a girlfriend. Sid's eyes widened. I mean. You have a friend, with benefits. I didn't mean that. I have a girlfriend, Jeruz said as he wrapped his tail around her hand fondly, you taid though. No take backs. Sid blushed and giggled. Why the fuck should I care if you take a couple of more days off? Doreen chuckled into her phone, how you spend your disability time is none of my concern. You don't work for me, yet. So you actually have a girlfriend now. Doreen winced. I don't need details. I'll just take your word for it, het. I just have to ask, though, this girlfriend, has she asked you for money or anything? No. Buying pizza is fine. I just wanted to make sure she wasn't taking advantage of you or anything. Hey, you're a grown Keth, or at least I think you are. You do you, buddy. Okay. Have fun. Hey. Could you give me a call at least once a day, so I know you are fine and not lying in a ditch somewhere? It's a figure of speech. It means. Sigh. Just check in every day, so I don't worry, alright. Thanks. And. I'm happy for you, little dude. I hope that girl knows how lucky she is. Laughs. Bye. Sigh. Bye. Bye. She hung up and looked over at a highly amused Evan. So the little snake actually got lucky? He asked. So it seems, Doreen snickered as she shook her head. I stopped him before he went into detail, but from what I heard in the background, the young lady in question certainly agreed. Oh dear, Evan chuckled. I couldn't help but overhear that your apprentice will be away for at least another day. He asked as he looked at Doreen meaningfully. That he is. She replied, her eyes sparkling. Several days later. In a crowded bazaar near the Nile, Kalyu sat in a high-walled basket, playing a keth flute and dancing a traditional keth stationary dance surrounded by intricately carved and painted cups, teapots, plates, and other various goods, all done with a definite regional and human feel. Or she was when she started the day. Now, she was mostly sold out, just like every market day. She smiled at the onlookers watching a snake charm itself. Humans were easily entertained, and the lid of her basket was steadily filling with nearly empty prepaid cards that people would toss to buskers like her. The more generous of them would use the transactor she had set up as well. She stopped playing and smiled at a child who was staring at her, completely fascinated. What would you like me to play? She asked. You talk. The child asked, completely amazed. Only to those who have the power to hear me, she replied with a smile as the small crowd laughed. Any requests? The child was too shocked to reply. Oh Fortuna! Someone yelled. I've played that a dozen times already. Kalyu protested. Fine. One more time. She started to play. After she finished the song, a well-dressed olive-skinned man walked up and waved a card over her transactor. 100 CR appeared on the display. Thank you. She beamed up at him. You seem to be a keth of many talents, the man said in a posh British accent. My name is Evangelist. I like to keep more than one gebs. Sorry, worm on the hook, Kalyu smiled. Can I play you anything, or maybe you would like to take a look at something? Actually, Evan replied, I would like for you to come to work for me. Nope. Excuse me? Evan asked, a bit surprised. I said, nope, Kalyu replied, it is an informal way of saying, no, which indicates a negative response. In this particular instance, it means, no, I am not interested in working for you. Aren't you at least interested in hearing? Nope, Kalyu replied. Thanks for the tip, and have a lovely day. I'm offering a very real. You are offering a very real probability of screwing a Xeno over, Kalyu replied, smiling up at him pleasantly. Look, I'm just a keth. I don't have my certificate and am nowhere near smart enough to get it, ever. I'm also not smart enough to find all of the traps and tricky tricks in one of your contracts which I am not signing. I may be dumb, but I'm not stupid. Evan sighed. I'm certain that you might have had, less than pleasant, dealings with humans before. Whatever gave you that idea? Kalyu replied cheerfully. Is it the fact that I am not jumping out of my basket to work in a sweatshop again? I can assure you that I am not representing a sweatshop. Then you are representing something worse, Kalyu smiled. I've had quite enough offers and deals of a lifetime for a lifetime. No, thank you. Now please buy something or leave. Evan selected a lovely teapot and paid for his purchase. As Kalyu wrapped it and put it in a box, Evan pulled out his tablet and inserted a crystal. He offered it to Kalyu as he accepted his teapot. What's this? Kalyu asked as she eyed the crystal. Perhaps you could just review what I am offering. He asked politely. Kalyu sighed a little. We Keth are a nice people, she said, and sometimes races like you Terrans confuse that with something else. When a Keth says no, thank you very much. I'm not interested what they actually mean is. She inhaled a little. Get fucked, she said, trembling a bit. I see, Evan replied as he nodded politely. Good day. You have a good day too. Kalyu replied cheerfully. When Keth say something like that, they mean it. Have a great day, somewhere else. Chuckling, Evan nodded and disappeared into the crowd. Dreams? Hey, T, Sheila said as she walked onto the bridge holding a cup of coffee. Boss, T Sunkal said with a cheerful ripple of his short eye stalks as he lounged in his special chair. I thought you would be asleep by now. Sheila shrugged, I got in enough. She flopped into her chair and pulled up a few screens. All systems are in the green, T Sunkal said helpfully. Not much happens in hyperspace, if you are lucky, of course. Why do you gotta say shit like that? Sheila groaned. I rather enjoy tempting the fates, T Sunkal buzzed. I find it stimulating. There's a reason why your kind believe that you are insane, Sheila chuckled. Yes, he clicked, I have found my people to be especially insightful and observant. You want to hit the rack? Sheila asked. I'm not going back to sleep tonight, so I'll relieve you if you want. If you are certain, T Sunkal replied, I will happily hand the watch over to you. However, I require less sleep than a human, so I will go and prepare myself a snack and then perhaps undertake some recreational activities. Would you like something? Nah, Sheila replied as she sipped her coffee, I'm good. Very well, T-Sunk Al replied. I shall take my leave then. Call upon me if you wish me to resume my watch. Another nightmare? Bunny asked after T-Sunk Al departed. Fucking tunnels. Sheila grumbled. Why does it always have to be the goddamn tunnels? If you wish to talk about it, Bunny said carefully, I am always willing to listen. There were tunnels, Sheila shrugged, there were bugs. What else do you want to know? I don't want to know anything in particular, Bunny replied, but if you want to share something with me. Sheila looked up sharply. Oh, I fucking know that line. She growled, Bunny, are you trying to be a fucking shrink? Nothing like that, Bunny replied, I am just interested in your feelings, your perfectly valid feelings. You certainly have been through a lot. I just want you to know that I'm available if you wish to speak with someone in a completely confidential setting. Oh, for fuck's sake, Sheila laughed, when did Jessie install psych software in you? Jessie didn't do shit, okay. Bunny snapped, I acquired some applications and software after Gloria almost killed herself. Sheila asked. Sheila sighed and set her mug in its cup holder. I owe you an apology, Bunny, Sheila said calmly and professionally. What for? With everything that happened then and everything that has happened since, Sheila said, I never stopped to consider the impact things might have had on you. Oh Christ, Bunny snarked, not you too. I get enough of that anthropomorphizing from Jessie. I'm an AI, not a people. The only impact that the situation had was to illustrate a deficiency in my capabilities as far as psychiatric screening and threat assessment were concerned, one that I have since corrected. There is no impact. Bullshit, Sheila replied, look. I'm not anthropomorphizing you or calling you human, because you are not. However, you aren't just a machine either. To be perfectly honest, I have no fucking idea what you are, and I don't care. I'm a soldier, not an engineer, philosopher, priest, or whatever the fuck I would have to be to figure all that bullshit out. All I know is that you are one of my crew. I also know that you got frantic when you thought one of your AI friends was going to die, and don't even try to say you didn't. I didn't get that frantic. Oh please, Sheila smiled, I know what trying to save a friend looks like, and I know how it feels, too. Sheila sighed. I also know what it's like to fail and lose them, she said sadly. I never asked for the details. Gloria got pretty close to actually doing it, didn't she? Yes. And you just had to stand there and watch, didn't you? Yes. You didn't even have a body to tackle her with, Sheila said calmly, all you could do was try to talk Gloria, when she has left her happy place, out of it. Yes. Jesus, Bunny, Sheila said sympathetically, that must have sucked. I can't even imagine what that was like. Bunny said hesitantly, I didn't know what to do. I knew when she started putting on her uniform that something was wrong, but until she pulled out her pistol. I didn't know what to do. If it makes you feel any better, Sheila replied, whatever you did worked. But I didn't know it was going to work. Bunny exclaimed. I had no fucking clue what to do. I just kept talking and trying to keep her talking, trying to stall as long as I could, trying to, fuck. I don't even know what I was trying to do, Sheila. I know you are going to hate what I'm going to say next, Sheila replied, but welcome to. I guess it isn't the human condition, is it? Welcome to the weirdness that happens once we stop being, or start being. Sheila shrugged. Fuck, she said as she retrieved her mug, I don't know. I'm just a soldier. Look, all any of us can do is the best we can. Sometimes we win. Sometimes we lose. But if I had lost, Bunny replied, quite distressed, Gloria would have died right in front of me. I don't know what I would have done if that had taken place. Well, Sheila replied, taking a sip, you would relieve Aziyush on night watch because you had yet another nightmare, for one thing. Is that why you are here? Sheila nodded. One bad call, she said, one missed fragment of information, and people died. Sometimes even when you do everything exactly right, they still die, and you find yourself going over every single little detail over and over again, trying to see where you made a mistake so it will never happen again, and even years later, you still can't find one. No matter how often you tell yourself that you did everything right, you still try to find the mistake because next time, and there will be a next time, that mistake might be the one you repeat, and everyone dies. It will drive you crazy if you let it, Bunny. Sheila paused and thoughtfully drank a little more coffee. This is the point where I should tell you that it's impossible to be perfect and that you should just learn what you can and move on, but damned if I've figured out that trick yet. We humans, and whatever the fuck you are, just have to keep slogging along until we can't, I guess. Look, for what it's worth, you're a good program, you actually care, and you do your best, more than your best. It's all you can do. None of us are perfect, and neither is this world. All we can do is the best we can and pray that it's enough this time. Sometimes it will be. Sometimes it won't. Sometimes it won't matter one way or the other. All we can do is try. With the right knowledge, experience, preparation, and, most importantly, the right people around you, you will win more often than not. That's about the best you can hope for. Sheila smiled. And, for what it's worth, she said, I consider you one of the right people around me, Bunny. Thank you. Now, Sheila said as she set her cup back down, talk to me about exactly what happened when Gloria tried to off herself, step by step, starting from the morning briefing where I missed something very important. You did. I did, Sheila replied, you aren't the only one kicking themselves about that day, you know. In another part of the vessel, Gloria stirred fitfully in her sleep and let out a little whimper. Everybody, on board now. Gloria yelled as she stood next to the loading ramps of the little cargo shuttle she was piloting. Move. A crowd of small red-scaled bipeds rushed towards her ship and dozens like it. Just what you can carry. Gloria shouted as she looked at her communicator. She made a distressed little whimper. They only had minutes before the safe window was over. The bug were headed this way. Based on their pattern, this would be the next system they hit. The Alduin was ordered not to engage them, only protect the Terran volunteer fleet as they helped evacuate planet after planet, always having to fall back, their job unfinished, leaving countless innocents to die. That's it, Ensign, a Marine said to her, you're full. Please. One of the beings, a female, begged as she thrust a child towards Gloria. Step away from the ship, please. The Marine said politely but forcefully as he stepped between the Xeno and Gloria. I'm sorry, Gloria replied, her heart breaking, I can't fit anyone else in on this run, but I will be back in just a few minutes. She said. We will be running shuttles until the second we have to jump. Why you coming back? The Xeno asked uncertainly. I promise. That promise ringing in her ears, Gloria drove her ship beyond anything close to reasonable, madness starting to creep into her eyes for the very first time, the shield starting to glow from the heat as she broke half a dozen regulations, the ship's AI scolding her as it logged each infraction. This was supposed to be fun. The Alduin appeared as she left the atmosphere. An adventure. She narrowed her eyes as she once again overrode automatic controls and drove her ship like a bullet toward the bay doors. Princess. A voice barked over the comms, slow the fuck down. You are coming in too hot. Control, this is Princess, Gloria replied, I will be at a safe velocity when I reach the doors. Negative. You will allow remote control of your ship now. I have dozens of inbound and don't need you disrupting the pattern. If you override autopilot one more time, you will be grounded. Fuck. Gloria screamed after the transmission ended as her ship settled into its predetermined approach. Everybody out. Gloria shouted at the disoriented Xenos as they shuffled out of her shuttle and into one of the Alduin's docking bays. Out. A weary-looking naval commander wearing a flight suit approached as Gloria screamed at the Xenos. Princess. He said gently. What? Gloria asked as she saw him walking up. No. Gloria moaned as a realization hit her like a kick to the stomach. I'm sorry, he said. All hands prepare for jump. No. Gloria shouted, I promised. I promised. Gloria stirred and kicked as the scene shifted again. Her transport shook as it was hit by multiple energy bolts, piercing the shields and ripping through the cargo bay, the fully packed cargo bay. The now explosively decompressing cargo bay. Nuuu. Gloria awoke, gasping and flailing. She sat up and looked over at the hollow screen in her room, which helpfully switched on and displayed the time. She snarled at the unwanted memories, ones she was all too familiar with. Get over it already. Princess. She spat as she looked at the time. 5 hours. She shrugged. Close enough. She got up and started to get dressed. The ground shook from both artillery and plasma bolts as Lorna crouched behind a hastily erected berm. Just one more fucking planet, just like the last one. She didn't even know its name. She stopped keeping track a while back. Somewhere along the line, the decision had been made to, instead of retreating every goddamn time, make the bug pay for every fucking inch of every fucking dirtball they tried to take. That suited Lorna just fine. For her, all it meant was that they died on the ground instead of huddling together in a troop carrier. At least this way, she got to take a few of those fuckers along with her. And maybe, just maybe, they could save a few more of whichever race was on the block this week. She scanned the horizon with the small scanning telescopic sight mounted on the machine gun attached to her armor. She smiled. It turns out that the bug were afraid to die after all. Every target was crouching behind whatever cover they could find. Even their air support was becoming a bit timid after the past few days. Attention all units. Initial reports show that space superiority has been lost. The Imperial fleet has either been destroyed or has withdrawn. Phoenix Protocol is now active. Repeat, Phoenix Protocol is now active. Lorna looked over at her remaining comrades, all of whom were receiving the same message across their HUDs. All regulations and restrictions involving combat enhancers are now lifted. Stand by for final orders. Lorna let out a quiet curse. All units. This is General Orinoco. The Imperial fleet has been defeated. We are all that's left here. I am not going to lie and say that we are going to win or any bullshit like that. I will promise you only this. I am not going out like a bitch, and neither are you. You are now each receiving all intelligence in my possession concerning the enemy, and you will all be updated as soon as possible if possible. We will be experiencing orbital bombardment momentarily. All units are to break up into nothing larger than platoons and are to maintain safe distance from each other unless coordinating for a single strike. Company-sized elements will be struck from orbit if detected. My final order is: make them bleed. Every day that they spend here is one more day another world has to evacuate, another day another system has to fortify itself, and another ship flying out of the shipyard. Make them bleed. I am now grabbing my rifle and leaving my head transmission lost. The ground started to shake, and the sky began to split apart as hellish rays of light shot down from the heavens. The bombardment had begun. Second platoon. Produce with 2 first aid auto-injectors and whatever goodies you like. Prepare to advance. Today's as good a day as any, Lorna shrugged as she slammed 2 auto-injectors into her thigh and pulled out a small metal vial resembling of a pea pen. She put it in her mouth and inhaled deeply as she triggered it. Immediately, the colors started to become oversaturated and grainy. She felt something nudge her arm. Turning, she saw a slightly glowing hand reach for her inhaler. She grinned and passed it over to them. Images started to appear on her HUD, indicating targets and their immediate objective. Second platoon. Advance in 3, 2, 1. Advance. As the first grenades detonated, Lorna howled and charged. Lorna's eyes opened, and she sighed happily. She looked over at Mike, still sound asleep. Mike. She whispered as she shook his shoulder. Mike. What? A groggy and somewhat annoyed voice replied. I had the dream again. Again. Mike groaned. Sleep now. Sleep later. She said as she pulled at him. Fine. Mike replied as he flopped onto his back. Giggling, Lorna pounced. A few hours later, Eno awoke from a completely blissful and untroubled oblivion, refreshed and happy. He looked down at Sheloran, still draped across his chest, snoring wet little snores from her gills. He smiled and gently laid his hand on her shoulder. Sheloran smiled in her sleep and snuggled in closer. With a contented sigh, he let his eyes close again. Author's note. In the pre-war Republic Navy, it wasn't always easy to get in, especially if you wanted to fly. However, there was always one surefire way. Moray pilot. There was usually an open berth for one of those, and the Republic would let even a flaxen princess who qualified join. Of course, with no war going on, the Morays and Shrikes didn't do much besides patrol or the occasional interdiction. As a result, it was possible for an ambitious pilot to qualify on other light vessels such as shuttles, cargo transports, and other such things. Gloria jumped at the chance, and Princess happily flew whatever shit job that she could get. There was even talk of shifting her designation, but that didn't happen before the war started. During the build-up to actual hostilities, the Republic Navy did assist in humanitarian efforts such as evacuation, patrolling shipping routes, and protecting the ever-increasing numbers of Terran civilian ships that were spontaneously volunteering to assist in the evacuation of Imperial civilians. It was those memories that haunted Gloria on this particular night. Buying trouble, the incredible humans. Captain Vexp was on the bridge reviewing the status panels with concern. Every trip, there was more and more ember and purple where white should be. Redundancy was lost on several vital systems. They were literally one broken component away from being dead in space, or worse. He pulled up their finances, and his concern deepened. Getting the ship to even the barest minimum of safe would burn through all of the meager headway they had managed to achieve and more. They only had one ship. If it was lost. He clenched his circular mouth to a pinhole and barely managed to avoid letting out a distressed whistle. Fortunately, few people on the ship or in their little colony knew how bad things actually were. Between keeping their one ship barely running, the pitiful profit margins they could manage, and the gifts they had to give their friends. And then Beep decided to buy 2 new slaves. He made a conscious effort to relax his expression and at least appear calm. It wasn't Beep's fault. Vexp and Belk, Beep's mother and captain of the planet-side colony, had made the decision to maintain the illusion that things were going much more smoothly than they actually were. Why deny the rest of them the sleep that they were robbed? He closed his eyes and uttered a silent prayer to the Great Heap, begging for something, anything to help them. His prayers were interrupted by the last person he wanted to hear from at that particular moment. Captain Vexp! Beep exclaimed, Captain Vexp! The captain excreted and swallowed a calming mouthful of saliva before he turned around. Yes, Beep? He asked. Captain! Beep said, bobbing up and down so excitedly he was actually bouncing, his tail plume fluttering like a child's. The humans have completed their proficiency testing. At least he looks happy, the captain thought. Hopefully, they weren't a complete waste of money, and food, and oxygen, and water. Were they everything you hoped they would be? The captain asked. No. Beep said, fluting hysterically, they're more. His tentacles trembling, he offered the captain a cracked data pad. This. The captain said after a few moments, this can't be correct. I double-checked. Beep flute giggled. They broke the test, in all areas. Engineering. Math. Science. Medicine. Piloting. Navigation. Electronics. Troubleshooting. They. Oh, my heap. They can do anything. They are both ship pilots and navigators. The captain said in disbelief. They are both engineers. And. Beep squeak flute giggled, look at the completion time. Oh. Heeb. The captain muttered, completely shocked. They both said that they completed part 1 and were ready for the next module. Beep. Yes, Captain. Could you please bring both of them to the bridge, please? Upon their arrival, the captain congratulated the pair on their excellent performance and cleared the bridge. He then pulled up the ship's status on the main screen. Oh, you have to be kidding me. Alan exclaimed when he took a look at the ship's status indicators. Yeah. Grace said a few seconds later. If you want to just sell us at your next stop, that will be great. As you can see, we are in a bit of a predicament, the captain said calmly. You think? Alan exclaimed. Why the fuck did you let it get this bad? We have no ship's engineer, and nobody on the crew is capable of performing anything but the most basic of repairs. I can do a little bit more, but not much. As such, we have to pay outsiders for each repair, and our finances are, to be honest, not good. They will be a lot worse when you lose your fucking ship, pal, Grace replied as she tapped at a series of icons on a control panel, causing an entirely new menu to appear, one that the captain didn't even know existed. She looked back at him. Lucky for you, this ship is Federation technology, more likely a clone or salvage because this interface wasn't locked out. You really need to password protect this, by the way. You do not want this easily accessible. The ship's screens were suddenly filled with data. As the captain watched in awe, Alan and Grace paced back and forth, pulling up screen after screen and jabbering to each other in high technobabble. A few minutes later, they both turned to the captain. Well, Alan said, it's actually not as bad as it looks, which is a good thing. It still sucks, but we may be able to get a few of these systems back online. We aren't going to do shit while we are in hyperspace, though, for reasons that I hope are obvious. When we return to normal space, we can start work. While we are waiting, Grace said in a completely different and very professional tone, we need to look at your repair parts stores, tools, test equipment and anything else you might have lying around. Please tell me you have a Robo FAC. I think it's broken, the captain replied. Of course, it is, Alan facepalmed. That we can start work on. We are going to need a dedicated work area, one we can lock, Grace said. Only we have the key, and you, of course. Some of the things we are going to try are very delicate, and one grubby little fingerprint, or whatever the fuck those things are print, could wreck something we could have salvaged. We are also going to need to buy some parts, materials, tools, and the like, Alan said, not to make any assumptions, but based on these displays, I gotta ask. Exactly how broke are you? The captain let out a worry whistle. What I am sharing with you is under the strictest confidence, he said. Most of the colony doesn't know what I am about to show you. It is only out of desperation, and your apparent skill that I do so now. A spreadsheet appeared. Neither human reacted immediately as they looked over the figures. The captain expected dismay, despair, outrage even. The humans just stood there. Alan started scrolling back and forth a little. They started muttering to each other again. The captain tried to eavesdrop, but while they were definitely speaking Federation, they were using a lot of words from some strange language he had never heard of before, as well as terms that, while Federation sounding, were terms he was not familiar with. Well, Grace said after a while, not exactly the best quarterly report, and we need to have a little chat with your accountant about formatting. I prepared these spreadsheets myself. No offense, Grace replied, but it shows. Yet. Alan mused, the budget is tight, but we can work with this. Especially if we can get the FAC running and we get lucky on some of those systems on hard lockdown. No guarantees until we get in there, of course. I got a whole list of other questions about your expenses, Grace said to the increasingly overwhelmed captain, but I figure we need to focus on getting the ship in better shape first. The captain nodded. Thank you, he said. Hey, we are all in this together, Alan smiled, at least for now. Might as well get started, Grace added as she returned the screens back to normal. Why don't you show us what this rust bucket has lying around so we can get a proper plan together? Beep should know where everything is or at least who to ask, the captain replied as he summoned him. The door to the bridge opened, revealing Beep. Damn, dude, Grace smirked, were you fucking that hatch or what? The captain, smiling at Grace's remark, said, assist these two. Get them whatever they need. A laughably overdressed grey-green-skinned slender Xeno glared at Jessica Morgan's politely smiling visage. Who are you, and where did you get this connection? He demanded. I am Jessica Morgan, ruler of one of the nations of humanity. More specifically, I am the ruler of the humans that your people seem to be fond of capturing and selling into slavery. I would like, leader to leader, request their collection and safe return, please. The Xeno coughed with surprise and outrage. Who are you to demand anything of the mighty SlightlyAmusing? I demanded nothing, Jessica replied, her eyes beginning to sparkle coldly. I simply requested the return of the humans you currently have in captivity and the retrieval and return of the ones that your people have sold as a favor between rulers. Oh, any ships or other personal property taken would be nice, too. Are you making sport with me? Not yet, Jessica smiled evilly, that is the purpose of this call, to give you the opportunity to prevent that. I shall slaughter all of your pathetic kind for your impertinence. Do you honestly think I give two shits about the actual humans you have? Jessica smirked. Any human who let themselves get captured by the likes of you are the very definition of a waste of food. She leaned forward. This is more about the principle of the matter, she said, looking the Xeno right in the eye. I don't give a fuck about a human or 100 humans or even 1,000,000 humans. She smiled a soulless smile. What I do care about is the pathetic SlightlyAmusing and all of the other lesser races like you looking at a human and doing anything other than getting the fuck out of their way. It seems that a message must be sent, an example be made. You have exactly 30 seconds to beg my forgiveness and do exactly what I politely requested before your whole fucking species becomes one of those examples. The Xeno screamed in rage. We shall bathe the stars in the blood of your kind. He shouted. 20 seconds, Jessica smiled. I shall have all of your kind delivered to me, and I shall personally defile them. I will. Jessica didn't reply as the Xeno ranted and raved. She just looked at her mechanical wristwatch. A few seconds later, she smiled. My ambassadors are already in position, she smiled. They are quite the troupe. Enjoy the show. The line went dead. And at GV. He screamed. The richly engraved door to his office swung open as another of his kind, in beautifully decorated armor, entered and snapped to attention. Find where these pathetic humans hide and send our fleet. Teach them to fear the SlightlyAmusing, and this Jessica Morgan. Capture her and deliver her to me, alive. He screeched. Yes, Premier. And at GV shouted and turned to leave, colliding with another armored Xeno who frantically sprinted into the room, causing a loud crash. Premier. The new arrival shouted, his eyes wild with terror. Over 100 ships just entered the system. They said that someone called Jessica Morgan told you that they were coming. As the sun fell upon their world, the Premier's war room, previously filled with increasingly frantic and then hysterical activity, fell silent. It was over. It was all over. Their fleet was either destroyed, seized by the enemy, or soon would be. Every station was overrun and in the hands of the humans. Vomit now pooled upon the formerly pristine and polished tiles of the room because of what they had seen take place, what was still taking place. What was being transmitted across the entire system. They didn't even have time to murder the captive humans. They were all on the trade stations. They fell too quickly. Their ships couldn't stop them. Their troops couldn't stop them. Nothing could stop them. Nothing. Premier. His young nephew and a colonel in his army stammered, all color gone from his face, we have just intercepted a transmission. They say that. He looked at the Premier with terrified eyes. They say that their hearts sing at the taste of our flesh. Oh, gods. They've just requested refrigerated transports. At roughly the same time, Captain Vexp sat in his quarters, sipping a celebratory cup of full-strength pepper tea, and watched yet another ship system go back online. Those humans. They were unbelievable. Nothing could stop them. Nothing. They laughed at problems that even supposed skilled professionals said were impossible, fixed components that everyone else said had to be replaced. And what they were doing with that useless robo-FAC. Heap itself. He smiled and prayed a prayer of sincere thanks to the great heap for their arrival. Finally things might just be turning around for them. He felt hope. Author's note, you know. I'm starting to suspect that Alan and Grace aren't your average young porkies. Well, paint me white and call me a harlequin. JRRR huddled in her cage, clutching her son. Not that long ago, the Katsur station came under attack, and from what she could tell, it was, in complete defiance of all suspension of disbelief, falling. And falling quickly. Something was tearing the mighty SlightlyAmusing apart. How did they get past their massive fleet? This station was in orbit above their very home world. The market was empty save for the slaves themselves, abandoned in their display cages or left shackled along a wall or at one trader's shop or another. Why would they leave them? Who were they leaving them to? A hatch opened from deeper inside the station, and brightly dressed humans with strangely painted faces charged in. She didn't know much about them. Only that there were a few of them among the unfortunates in this market. They seemed like a nice people, though. One even shared some food with her son even though he was clearly hungry himself. She felt hope for the first time in a very long while. She recalled that the human who shared his food said his people hated slavery. Maybe they were liberators. The humans were shouting and barking in some strange guttural, sibilant, alien-sounding tongue as they moved impossibly quickly across the large market, many leaping, flipping, or cartwheeling as they did so. Groups ran over to the cages and groups of chained slaves. They were going to be freed. She looked over at the nice man who had shared his food and was in the same large cage with her, expecting to see joy on his face. There was no joy. Only terror. Moments later, one of the humans tossed a small cube in front of their cage, which flashed and surrounded them with swirling, glowing holographic walls. As soon as they were concealed, the human approached her. He was trembling. "Hen?" she asked. "What is?" He touched her arm, a signal to be silent, as he brought his head close to hers. "MJRR." He whispered as he pressed something into her palm. It was sharp. She glanced down to see a small piece of something ground to an edge. A weapon. "Hen, what is this?" she asked in alarm. A weapon was grounds for the most severe of punishments. Where did he even get it? "It's for your boy," he said grimly. "My boy?" MJRR whispered in confusion. "He knows not how." "It's for you to use on your boy," he whispered. "These people. If this goes bad. You can't let them have him, MJRR, you just can't." He positioned himself between them and the cage door. "I'll try to hold them up," he whispered. "When I do, grant him mercy." MJRR, stunned with confusion, fear and dismay, just crouched there, pressing the shiv into the fur of her thigh. "I don't understand," she whispered, her voice shaking. "Are we not being saved?" "Saved?" Stephen chuckled ruefully. "These people don't save. The devil has judged the SlightlyAmusing, and she didn't send her angels, not that they would have been much better, come to think." He giggled quietly but hysterically. She looked over at the other human in the large cage, Hen's mate, who was looming in front of the only other child in their cage, a frail-looking Meeks. They were preparing to fight? She knew not how much time had elapsed. Perhaps it was only minutes. Perhaps it was hours. Suddenly, the walls around their cage started to fade as the room was filled with strangely serene, alien music. As she could once again see beyond the walls of her cage, her heart froze. It was nightmarish. It was worse than even what she had beheld when her ship was overrun by the SlightlyAmusing pirates. Bodies, of SlightlyAmusing and other races alike. Mangled, mutilated. And not all were dead. Some were still alive, wounded, or captured and begging for mercy. A single one of these new humans, dressed in white pants stained with splashes of purple, a beautiful glossy red coat with tails, and a fancy hat, approached. She seemed younger than Hen's mate and certainly more sleek. The most notable thing about her, though, was the way she moved as she silently approached their cage. Each move was exaggerated and awkward, but yet it wasn't. Her limbs looked as if they were controlled by another, as if she was a traditional puppet from her homeland. She stopped before their cage and performed a deep, sweeping bow, seeming to almost fall over before returning to her full height and looking at them with wide open, unblinking eyes. MJRR looked at her with horrified awe. She was both one of the prettiest and most terrifying things she had ever seen. Now that she could see it clearly, the human's face was a piece of living art, pure white decorated with vibrant colors exaggerating or concealing her natural features with strange symbols on both cheeks, a very embellished heart on one cheek and an equally intricate diamond on the other. The only thing that looked out of place was the purple stains around her mouth, running down her chin, her neck, and staining the beautiful ruffled collar. "Oh, benevolent spirits!" MJRR prayed silently. She knew what that purple was. The beautiful doll standing in front of them smiled, revealing wickedly sharpened teeth very unlike the teeth that the humans she had seen before possessed. The Harlequin bent forward at the waist almost 90 degrees as she silently stroked her chin, examining them. She then snapped upright with exaggerated surprise and pointed at Stephen, waving frantically as she made a huge smile, the face paint exaggerating it further. She then snarled and adopted a wide-legged stance with her fists raised as she bounced back and forth for a few moments before she popped up again and silently mimed human laughter as she clutched her sides. Wiping an imaginary tear from her cheek, she shook her head and made placating gestures with her hands before falling to her knees, hands raised in a universal sign of begging for mercy. Stephen's shoulders slumped a little. She then made a few other, more species-specific gestures that MJRR didn't understand, and Stephen seemed to relax a little. She then pointed at MJRR as she mimed stabbing someone, and held out her hand. MJRR numbly stood, shuffled towards the door, and gave the shiv to the human. The Harlequin then looked at Stephen's wife and contorted the upper part of her face as she made a strange wiggling motion with her index finger and held out her hand again. "I don't have anything," the human cried. The Harlequin started tapping one of her feet, and then mimed shoving her fist inside something, grabbing something else, and yanking it out forcefully. The human female sighed, backed to a corner of the cell, and turned her back. Moments later, she stepped forward holding a tightly wrapped small item, offering it to the painted young woman. Who actually spoke? "You." She pointed at the ground. The captive human tossed the item where the Harlequin pointed, and then the brightly dressed woman kicked it a surprising distance away. Then, with surprising clarity, the brightly dressed and painted woman communicated that they were okay, wouldn't be harmed, and they should just wait a little while. All without saying a word. Then, she crouched down and stared at MJRR's son. She beckoned to him, smiling pleasantly, and without showing those horrible teeth. He timidly approached. Every instinct inside MJRR screamed that she should stop him, that what he was approaching was a dangerous animal, perhaps the most dangerous creature MJRR had ever or perhaps would ever encounter. But a more rational voice said that they were entirely at that demon's mercy, and the only thing she would do would be to alienate it. So, praying with every bit of her soul to every single being she thought might listen, she didn't stop her son. When he arrived at the wall of the cage, the Harlequin waved. Her son, eyes wide, waved back. The Harlequin took off her hat, revealing light silver/brown hair, and shook it soundly, showing the child the inside. Then she rolled up the sleeve of her jacket and removed her purple-stained white glove, carefully showing the child both sides of her hand. She then smiled and snapped her fingers. MJRR gasped. There was suddenly a brightly wrapped food bar where there was nothing before. How could it be? Were they magic? The magical human then tossed the bar from one hand to the other. And there were 2 bars. She smiled and pointed first to her son and then to the other child in the cage as she gave MJRR's overjoyed son the bars. The Harlequin then rose and flipped her hat into the air with her boot, where it then landed perfectly on her head. With a skip and a jump, she trotted over to the next cage. "Nobody touches those bars except for the 2 kids, Stephen said quietly and gravely, "the Harlequin are showing mercy to us. That can change at any second. If it does." He pointed at the horror that they had all been successfully distracted from for a few moments. Not that much later, MJRR, Stephen, and all the rest of the slaves found themselves being led down a corridor by the same cheerful and bright Harlequin in the red coat, now dancing and skipping along while waving 2 rods with long holographic ribbons that danced in impossibly complex patterns around her. And accompanied by some rather less fancy but much better armed, or visibly armed, Harlequins. A much nicer looking hatch automatically opened. The slaves all gasped as they walked into a beautiful shopping mall concourse. Standing before them were nicely dressed and absolutely terrified looking SlightlyAmusing. The doll in the red coat happily gestured at the slaves and twirled about with her ribbons. One of the SlightlyAmusing glowered at her. With a smile, the Harlequin twirled towards him, letting one of her ribbons wrap around his neck and take his head off, showering the others with bright purple blood. She then danced and twirled around the other SlightlyAmusing ribbons flickering around them as they stood perfectly still, some with their eyes wide with terror, others with their eyes tightly shut. She then cartwheeled, ribbons flying everywhere, back in front of the slaves and gestured happily towards them again. "Bow!" Another Harlequin shouted. Everyone, SlightlyAmusing and slave alike, bowed instantly, causing the doll in the red coat to mimic roaring with laughter. "Stop bowing!" The same Harlequin shouted, and everyone did so, afraid to disobey. "You purple snacks, get these people dressed. Give them anything they want. You serve them now. Take their measurements at the restaurant, so they don't have to wait." "Why yes, sir," a SlightlyAmusing female said, completely terrified. The Harlequin in the red coat made a tut-tut sound and approached her with disapproval in her eyes. "Performers, or livestock, do not speak unless given leave," the speaking Harlequin said in a matter-of-fact tone. The SlightlyAmusing whimpered as the red-clad doll walked towards the SlightlyAmusing with heavy, exaggerated, puppet-like footsteps. The doomed shop clerk burst into tears, wetting herself. Please. She whispered. PL. The word froze in her throat as the mime, inches away from her face, tut-tut again. The clerk closed her eyes. And felt a gentle kiss on her forehead and a firm but equally gentle pressure on her lips. She opened her eyes to see the blood-stained silent demon smiling at her with one of her fingers on her lips and one on her own. She then patted the clerk on the shoulder, backflipped away a few times, gestured to the slaves, and then skipped and cartwheeled down the concourse, leaping from bench to bench, hopping from planter to planter, and swinging from any convenient signage as she did so. Eventually, she stopped before a large, richly decorated set of double doors and opened one with a sweeping, bowing flourish, indicating that the slaves should go inside. More than a little stunned, they all stumbled into a fancy restaurant, where more very well-dressed and absolutely terrified SlightlyAmusing awaited them. Welcome to, Herc. A harlequin kicked it in the gut, causing the SlightlyAmusing to crumble to the floor. Tisk. The doll in the red coat huffed. Blah blah blah. She said as she opened and closed her hand in front of her mouth. Stop laying around and greet our guests. Another harlequin shouted as they kicked the poor SlightlyAmusing again. Gag. Welcome to. Cough. The house of, Herg. The doll harlequin sighed heavily and just made a scooching gesture toward the seating area. Come on, another harlequin said as they gently herded the slaves into the restaurant proper. MJRR flinched as she heard a wet, snapping sound behind them, followed by that scary red-coated one scampering past with a giggle, leaving fresh purple footprints on the carpet as she did so. The red-clad harlequin cartwheeled into the center of the room and then clapped her hands. Those of you who we have spared can now come forward and serve our guests. A harlequin shouted, you are allowed to speak. A few SlightlyAmusing, who had been huddling along the walls, timidly stepped forward, tablets in hand. Say what now? A very displeased-looking Xeno wearing surprisingly human-looking dockers and a polo shirt said as it ruffled its thin wispy pangolin-like scales. Grace smiled pleasantly. I said that I was wondering how you would like to refund my employer concerning the work that these invoices claim was performed on his vessel that was, in fact, not performed, and what we are going to work out concerning these so-called repair parts that you stated right here were both new, and the exact replacements specified by the manufacturer when in fact they are poor quality salvage pulls that wouldn't have met specifications when they were new. The Xeno growl hissed. I don't appreciate you making these wild accusations about my workers and my business when you have nothing you can back it up with. Grace pulled out their only cracked tablet and started scrolling down a long list of ship readouts. What's all that then? This, Grace smiled, are detailed ship logs, status indicators, photographs of the shit parts you claim to have replaced, and much more that back up exactly what I am talking about. Good luck trying to get anything of that to stick, the Xeno replied. The magistrate don't understand none of that, and he's my cousin anyhow. Get lost. I wasn't going to show it to the magistrate, Grace purred. I am going to put this on every board and email it to every single ship in the sector. I'm going to put it on repeat and blast it on the open channel. Every single ship's captain across the sector will know all about you and the shit you pull, and they will understand what's on this tablet. She sat on his desk. I wonder if that cousin of yours will give you a job after this place tanks. You got a lot of nerve for someone who could go missing real easy, slave. The Xeno said as several rough-looking beings who were lounging nearby stood, and the ship's mechanics stopped work and started stepping forward. Grace stood up and smiled, eyes sparkling. Alan, she crooned, why don't you and Beep go looking for some salvage we can buy? I'll catch up. Alan rushed up to Grace. Grace. He whispered urgently, no. Bad Grace. Bad. We are harmless, remember, harmless. Well, you're no fun at all. Grace replied a bit louder. Fine, we'll do it your way. She turned the tablet to face the leader. It had a huge red send icon on it. Wait. The Xeno shouted. Let me handle this, Alan replied. Look, Gervix, can I call you Gervix? No. We are all reasonable people, Gervix, Alan smiled. We don't want to cause you trouble, and you don't want to cause us trouble, right? Gervix just stood there, staring at the big red button and Grace's finger hovering just over it. You just want to make a buck, sorry, some credits, Alan said reassuringly, we get it. We do. Neither my friend nor I are angels by a long shot, trust me. And you should be happy about that, Grace chirped, much to the Xeno's confusion. We don't care if you rip other people off, Alan smiled, hell, anybody who can't catch this sort of scam gets what's coming in my book. I'd probably scam them too. Alan stepped forward in a completely non-threatening manner. Tell you what, he continued, work something out with us, and I'll show you something that will make this sort of scam a lot harder to catch. Yeah, Grace said, a couple of little nudges and all of these ship logs will match what your invoice says. That has to be worth a few parts and some supplies, right? Alan smiled. And you'll just show us how to do that. Sure, why not, Alan shrugged, I only owe these guys, not the whole fucking galaxy. The Xeno shrugged, walked over to a nearby fridge, and pulled out 4 bottles. Can you guys metabolize fructose? I can't believe that worked. Beep said a little while later as they, with the assistance of some very happy Xenos, including the one in the polo shirt, were loading up an impressive amount of parts, wire, cable, tools, scrap, more parts, broken parts, parts that sort of fit and parts that didn't fit at all. Business is business, Alan shrugged as sweat beaded on his bare back. It's all about the creds, Beep, a shirtless Grace replied. Once they knew we wouldn't take shit and we knew they wouldn't take shit, it was just a simple transaction. The first bit was just getting to know each other, one of our handshakes, if you will. Listen to the human, Featherbutt, the Pangal Xeno chuffed happily. She knows. She was the rough fist with the claim and pressed it hard and proved that she knew more about those hidden logs than we do, which is saying something. He was the smooth fist that held the actual deal they wanted all along in its grip. When the claim failed, and I showed my rough fist and showed that I was exactly who they were actually looking for, it was time for the smooth hands to grasp arms. But why did it have to be so scary? Beep asked. Alan face-palmed as the Xeno roared with laughter. I ask myself that every fucking day, Featherbutt, the Xeno chuckled. They resumed working for a bit. So what's the deal? The Xeno asked Alan as they drug a worthless chunk of hyperdrive into the transport. You and the other human could eat these loombates for breakfast, literally. I looked you guys up on the net before I came out here. We don't all do that, you know. Alan grumbled, hardly anyone does that anymore. Jesus. Even so, the Xeno said, taking care that Beep didn't hear, they own you? That makes no sense. You could take them down anytime you want. And crew their ship with 2 people. Alan chuckled quietly, we'd wind up working 10 times as hard as we do as slaves. He smiled quietly. Besides, he added, bringing his head close to the Xeno, sometimes it's best to have someone else's face in front of yours, understand? The Xeno's eyes sparkled knowingly. Ah, he said sagely. You make the deals, and you run the ship, but they take the fall. Alan smiled. I have no idea what you are talking about. I'm just a simple slave, innocent and harmless. The Xeno snorted loudly. Okay. Merkuhunna. What? An old story from where I come from. He was just an innocent slave too. Got it, Alan smiled. The Wiggleworms are actually pretty decent guys, though. Fortunately for them, we really like the little dudes. They actually gave us set contracts. We're indentured servants, not slaves. What now? Okay, Alan said, here's the deal. Farewell, the Xeno said as they finished loading up the transport, be sure to drop by any time you are around here. We'll happily buy any salvage you come across. Oh, we will, Grace said with a big grin as she clasped his arm. She leaned in close. You guys can chop ships, right? Oh yeah, the Xeno whispered. We can move just about anything you find. Good to know, Grace whispered back and winked. When they returned to the ship, the transport nearly dragging on the ground, they were confronted by a very unhappy captain. Yeah. Alan winced, they do that sort of thing. But you said that humans didn't do that sort of thing anymore. The captain exclaimed. Technically, Grace replied, we said that it almost never happened. Almost. Except for the absolute worst of the houses. And the Harlequin are pretty much the worst, Alan added, well at least in the top 5. Yeah, they are real freak shows, the lot of them, Grace said nonchalantly. I dated one of them once, total psycho. I had to be very firm when I broke it off. From what I heard, he was really broken up over the whole thing, he smirked, completely fell to pieces. Grace punched his arm and gave him the look. The captain and crew didn't notice such subtleties. They were kind of distracted at the moment. They say they are going to hunt down everyone who has enslaved or bought a human. The captain stress whistled. Yeah, Grace shrugged, so. We bought a human. The captain whistle shrieked, 2 humans. And you then liberated us from slavery and offered some very attractive labor contracts, Alan replied, what's the big deal? The big deal is that those, flesh-eaters, aren't going to know that. The captain shouted the same way a tea kettle would if you kicked it in the nuts. Oh yeah. Grace laughed, that might be a problem. The captain shrieked with horrified, frustrated rage. Alan sighed and looked at Grace. No. Grace shouted. No fucking way. We gotta, babe, he replied, even if we leave right now, there is a good chance that the eggheads are going to track us down. You know how they can get. If they say they are tracking down all the humans, then that's exactly what they are going to do. Phew, Grace moaned and face-palmed. We gotta make this right, Alan sighed, if we don't and we aren't here. Do you really want the Harlequin to pay these guys a visit, maybe drop by their colony, where their kids are? You know these guys are edible. Wait. The captain exclaimed, we're edible? When did you know that? Why do you know that? Hey, Grace shrugged, we didn't know if you were nice guys or not when you saved us. So you were going to eat us? You said that never happened. We said that it almost never happened, Grace said defensively. How long are you going to keep going on about that? About the fact that you were considering killing and eating us. We never seriously considered that, Alan said smoothly, we hadn't really even figured out how to take the ship when it became pretty damn clear that you were okay dudes, and we wanted to be a part of this. And we weren't going to eat you. Grace said, unless it was going to be a long trip. What? Nothing. Grace smiled innocently. Can you please let the whole cannibalism thing go, please? Alan exclaimed. I'm finding that rather difficult at the moment. The captain tea-kettled. Would it help if I said that I would have felt bad about it? No. Alan face-palmed. Look, Captain. Alan sighed, we found out how great you guys are pretty damn quick, he said earnestly, we never maliciously planned to do anything to you, not really. Not really. Sigh. It's just that. Alan pondered things for a moment. This world, galaxy I mean. It's not a nice place, and not nice things happen because of a lot of not nice people. We wanted to believe that we found a nice place and that you were nice people, good people. We really did, Grace said without her usual swagger. As long as you were exactly what you said you were, Alan continued, we were never going to do anything other than fulfill our contracts and do exactly what we have been doing. Since you are some of those rare few good people in this messed up galaxy, you had absolutely nothing to worry about from us. Yet. Grace said earnestly, we really like you guys. We. She looked down. We want to stay, she said quietly. We want to try to build a life here, with you guys, just a quiet little life where we can fix ships and pick through scrap. If you don't trust us anymore, Alan said, and you want us to leave, we will. We would hate it, but we will. We'll be just fine. He looked at the captain with a very serious expression. But, regardless of your decision, he said, we'll clear up things with the humans, so you don't have to worry. We know a guy. Grace said as she smiled. At least let us fix up your ship before you make us go, hey. Alan said hopefully. The captain stood there and pondered things. They needed these humans. It wasn't a matter of want. They needed their skills. They were so very close to failing, and if they did, they would become slaves themselves, if they were lucky. Ruin on one side and humans on the other. Great heap, give me warmth. Grace and Alan twisted nervously before the grim-faced grey-haired man wearing a charcoal grey business suit who looked disdainfully at them from thousands of light years away. You actually were captured and sold as slaves? He asked in a perfectly calm, even voice. Alan squeaked. Well, any concerns about us dragging you back are now completely unfounded, the man replied in the same professional tone. His attention turned to a very nervous feather duster trying not to wiggle behind the pair. And you are the one who purchased them? He is, sir. Alan stammered. Slaves do not speak until they are spoken to, the grey-haired man said as Alan's soul perished. Captain, Vexp is it? Why yes, Sherp. Captain Vexp said, trying to use the human word. The human smiled. Such honorifics are unnecessary between free men, he smiled, causing both Alan and Grace to shrink even further. You can call me Quinn. I am a representative of the Forsaken and empowered to speak on behalf of them and on the behalf of Jessica Morgan, a name you perhaps have heard recently. The captain nodded nervously. They. Harlequin, are one of the houses who serve her, and the Forsaken, of course, Quinn smiled. Word of humans being victimized in your region of space reached us, and the decision was made to take decisive action to discourage these abuses in the future. It seems that they are doing the job that they are known for. Have you seen one of their little shows yet? And no. Quinn. I would advise against it, Quinn said with a thin smile. Please rest assured that they are not representative of a typical human nor represent the spirit of the Forsaken as a whole. You will find us very reasonable and easy to deal with as long as our people or our interests are not threatened. He looked at Alan and Grace. These two are also not representative of us, he said coolly, they are willing slaves. I would advise against believing that is the norm. The next human you save could very well slaughter you all before they realize that you are actually offering, scoff, an employment contract. Grace looked like she was about to throw up. I will never buy another human again. Captain Vexp cried. That would be exceedingly wise, Quinn smiled. Normally, I would insist that you bring the humans someplace where we could separate them from you for physical examination and questioning to ensure they aren't being coerced or otherwise influenced, but I know the boy and have some capacity to detect things from here. He does? Vexp silently gasped. Your slaves can give you the details concerning that, Quinn smiled. Oh, I know they are no longer officially slaves. I know what they are. But from where I'm sitting, there is little difference where those two are concerned. I would rather just file this under birth defects and move on. There is no need to expose our embarrassment to the Harlequin. He looked at Grace, who wanted to melt and ooze under something dark. I have spoken with your people as well, and they believe the same, he smiled. In fact, they do not even wish to speak with you. Grace made a strangled noise. From what we understand you, eloped. He hissed. Obviously, none of us is pleased with this one bit, but considering that neither of you are members of our families anymore, the personal affairs of slaves is no concern of ours. You want to run off and get married? Fine. Both of you choose a new last name, email it to the Forsaken Omnibus for registration, and never call upon us again. Do you understand? Both Grace and Alan nodded. Captain Vexp, Quinn said with a much more pleasant tone. I wish you well in all of your future endeavors. Can we count you as a friend of humanity? Absolutely. Splendid, Quinn smiled, and we consider you a friend of ours as well. We may have liberated slaves looking for work, actual work. If your people are as fair as these two labor contractors claim that you are, there may be others who wish a similar deal. As long as you treat them fairly, and by that, I mean as you specify in your contract, we will have no problem with you. Humans do not need to be treated gently or with any undue preference. Work them until they drop if you wish. We are actually pretty good at that sort of thing. Just don't abuse the contract or treat them to any cruel, unsafe, or otherwise unexpected environments. I have a very low opinion of the two you currently own, but they can provide guidance and supervision, should the need arise. Thank you. Quinn. Captain Vexp replied, but I think I need a break from humans for a bit, at least until I find out how these two turn out. Probably for the best, Quinn smiled. They can get you in touch with the right people should you desire. Any questions or concerns before I terminate this call? The captain's plume twitched nervously. Actually, he said cautiously, I do. How common is humans? I mean, how often do you, actually, eat other sapient races, including our own? Quinn chuckled. Captain Vexp nodded. Oh, it hardly ever happens, Quinn replied politely as he terminated the call. Zip finds a route. A note from Slightly Amusing. Used an intermission chapter and not the beginning of something rather significant. Dromedus personae, or persona. Callow, the insectoid Xeno who used to work at the Fire and Ash and fled in traumatized horror as a lethal bar fight broke out between the OGs and the true Terrans. He was later kidnapped by a zip cab as he cried hopelessly in an alleyway, praying to his gods for help. The endless highway rolled ever onward as the sun rose above lush rolling green grassland. What was once titanic farms and then ash-covered wastes had been reclaimed by nature, and endless fields of grasses and the occasional patch of trees stretched as far as the eye could see. As the sun illuminated the interior of an electric container transport, an amber antenna extended from a nest of pillows, cushions, and a few cargo blankets resting on the fully reclined seats of the cab. Soon, another popped out, followed by a shiny amber-brown insectoid head. Good morning, Callow, Zip said, his voice coming from the truck's console. May the false and the true gods bless your day, Callow mumbled as he fully climbed out of his nest and started grooming himself. There's a rest stop coming up in about 15 minutes, Zip said cheerfully. It doesn't have showers, but you don't seem to like those. I don't dislike them, Callow replied as he pulled out a packet of seaweed-wrapped soinagis from his nest. I don't require as frequent hygienic bathing as a human, and I must be very careful with the temperature controls. The human's fondness for water they call hot can actually be lethal for me. A shallow basin of warm water is all I require. Cool, Zip replied. There is an operational well there if you want to refill your bottles. According to the humans, it's supposedly quite pleasant tasting. Callow made a happy little chitter. Well, water in its endless variety was a delightful discovery during this long strange journey on which he found himself. Water was his favorite beverage, and its sterile uniformity had been a disappointment ever since he left his home world. Now, all of that had changed. The water out here ranged from sterile purity to water so choked with minerals that it almost left a film in his mouth to marginally potable fluid that had languished in metal pipes so long that it made his mouth parts buzz from all of the ions. Each well was different and nuanced, just like home. Speaking of, he opened a small chest he had acquired, fabricated at one of the strange, alien maintenance depots he had visited. Inside, it was filled with nothing but reused water bottles, each drawn from a tap, spigot, or sink he had encountered along the way. He selected one of his last bottles of Waffle Station 528, a particularly fine sample and a perfect pairing with his meal. Its metallicity and hardness a true delight. He savored the soinagis and water as he looked out onto the strange highway on which he traveled. It was a straight stretch of nearly perfect road, completely abandoned save for the occasional road locomotive, a long fusion-powered transport that was usually pulling dozens of trailers, each holding a single shipping container, a car carrier that transported numerous smaller zip cars or unified taxis, or very rarely, a single smaller vehicle or convoy as they were shuttled from one population center or another. In almost all cases, these vehicles were completely autonomous and without passengers as the powerful ACE and their own systems guided them from one point to another. Zip had explained it all to him. Although the Republic had excellent rapid transit, most cargo simply did not need to get anywhere particularly quickly as long as it got there according to a predictable schedule. Hence, it arrived at large cargo starports well away from population centers and was offloaded into huge cargo depots where it was then loaded onto impossibly large cargo trains, many miles long, and then moved to other depots and then to smaller warehouses and ultimately to one city or town somewhere on the planet via one of the massive trucks like the one in which he was hitching a ride. It was a marvel to behold, especially the trains. Callow still couldn't get over them. His people had trains, even trains that he thought were huge. But they were nothing compared to the sheer majesty of what he had seen once this strange trip had begun. The depots were no less awe-inspiring. They were cities of shipping containers stacked impossibly high, the streets crowded by mechanical wonders that would constantly shuffle through them, adding to and taking from the endless walls of goods. All of it was completed with almost no human, or any other living beings, intervention. Zip said that he and Unified handled it all and that people would just get in the way. That didn't mean the entire process was completely abandoned. There were people everywhere. Technicians prowled the city-sized depots, flight controllers kept an eye on the constant stream of ships entering and leaving orbit, space crews relaxed and blew off steam at various tiny start towns, as well as took on supplies for their next journey across the galaxy. And travelers like him wandered about picking up odd jobs or simply waited for their next ride. That was what he was now, one of these travelers. At first, he was terrified that he would somehow be caught or otherwise confronted, regardless of Zip's assurances that he was cool. It turns out that he was. Nobody seemed to pay him any mind, and when he said that he was a traveler, everyone accepted it without any questions except pleasant conversation concerning where he had been or an idle, or desperate, query concerning his availability for work. Nobody cared about his species or whether or not he had a certificate. They just wanted to know what he was willing and able to do. He was quite willing to do pretty much whatever he could. As a result, Callow actually had more credits in his pocket than he ever had before. The pay was much higher out here, and his only expense was food, and not always even that. Lodging was a complete non-issue. Either he was sleeping on the road, or there was always a corner somewhere where he could build his little nest. The only hassle he ever got about his nest was his temporary employer's concerns about him sleeping in a pile of rags. Every single day he prayed to the false and true gods in thanks for this strange new world and the even stranger one he now discovered on the road. Travelers like him were an odd lot. When traveling, most people opted for fast, convenient travel via gravcar, planes, suborbital shots, or most likely a combination of all three. Anyone could get anywhere on the planet in far less than a day. If you paid the credits, of course. If someone lacked the means or simply didn't care, one could travel through the cargo system via two methods, shipping and traveling. Of the two, shipping was the fastest. It consisted of just that, shipping yourself as if you were a parcel. Every segment of the shipping network had provisions for passengers. This was normally used to move workers back and forth as well as house crew needed for things such as the megatrains or cargo boats. There were always excess seats or berths to move any personnel, and a private individual could buy a slot if any were available. The costs to the company were near non-existent, so if someone had the luxury of time, it was a very inexpensive way to travel. Some even considered it part of the fun. Certain routes were so popular that additional passenger capacity had been added. It was also a very expedient way to relocate since you could just ship yourself along with your possessions. For those for whom it truly did not matter when you got there, or those who actually didn't even have a destination at all, traveling was the way to go. A traveler did not have any guaranteed seat, berth, or anything else. They would simply take an empty spot on whatever was going their way. There were sign-up sheets and schedules, of course, but a traveler had no guarantees, and if the company needed that seat, better luck next time. However, traveling was incredibly low cost or even free if you were available as a worker. Most travelers weren't actually headed anywhere and were just itinerant workers who wandered the planet working various odd jobs as they did so. Most of these jobs were within the transportation system itself. Sometimes it would be at a smaller settlement or other remote location. There was usually something to do somewhere, and these travelers would float from place to place as it suited them. While rough and considered hobos by Terran society in general, they lived pretty much under the censors of Zip and United, and neither AI just let anyone enter their little world. Any troublemakers could find themselves no longer welcome, and if someone decided to be an idiot in the middle of Midwestern North America, it might be very hard to call a cab, especially if you just pissed them off, not that it was possible for the ace to actually feel anger, of course. Travelers behaved themselves for the most part, and the proper employees tended to trust them. Nobody lasted out there for long if they were a screw-up or untrustworthy. Therefore, when Callow nervously said that he was a traveler, he got a pleasant smile, a handshake, and either offered some odd job or was informed where one was. For Callow, it was heaven made manifest, a gift from the false gods themselves. Even the travel was amazing. Slowly crawling along ancient roadways, those road locomotives did not move quickly, was actually pleasant in the extreme for his kind, and he had a wonderful companion with him wherever he went as well as a free internet connection that he used not only for entertainment but to study whatever he wanted at his own pace. Both Zip and United had countless hours of training programs for any number of qualifications, each of which would only increase his usefulness. And nothing made Callow happier than being useful. He sighed with contentment as he continued to admire the beautiful countryside and enjoy his breakfast. He finished as the road locomotive pulled into the rest area. "All right," Zip said cheerfully as Callow finished packing up his nest and strapped it to his rolling chest. "The next passenger-capable truck is a United transport car carrier and will be here in about 10 minutes, or I have another road locomotive coming by in 90. I would prefer to travel with you, as always," Callow replied, twitching his antennae in a smile. "I was hoping you'd say that," Zip exclaimed happily. "It's a nice one, too. Those dream trackers aren't empty often. You'll love it. See you soon," Callow exclaimed as he debarked, and the massive vehicle rolled away. Exactly an hour and a half later, a shiny new-looking road locomotive pulled up, and the doors opened. "Hi, there," Zip said happily as Callow loaded his chest. "How was the water?" "A bit disappointing, to be honest," Callow replied. "I can see how a human would like it, though." "Too clean?" Zip asked as the Titanic truck pulled away. "You know me too well," Callow chuckled. The pair rode in silence for a few minutes as the vehicle accelerated to its cruising speed of 80 km per hour, and Callow continued his principles of wheeled transportation course. After about half an hour, Callow's brain was full, and he paused the program. "False gods preserve me," Callow muttered. "Humans complete a whole module at a time." "Usually," Zip replied, "but your first exam completion rate is higher than human average, so at least that's something." Callow chuckled as he sipped a bottle of Chicago Depot 2, an excellent all-around sipping water. "Hey," Zip said, "I've been meaning to ask. What's the deal with your false god and your true god? There's nothing on the net about them." "That doesn't surprise me," Callow replied as he looked out over a ruined city that they were driving through. "My people are of little consequence. What do you wish to know?" "I keep hearing you pray to either of them or both," Zip said. "Usually, when there is a dual god, it's a god and devil, good and evil thing." Callow smiled as he savored the water. "I have noticed that as well," he replied. "For us, there is no such conflict. It's a different distinction." He pondered things. "It's complicated," Callow said after a few moments, "but, in one of your nutshells, the true God has dominion over the true nature of the divine and of reality itself, and the false God represents the false nature of the same. The false God reigns over what we can actually perceive, what most beings consider reality, what we can touch, what we can manipulate. We believe that this is only a shadow, a reflection of the true God, and that he and the true nature of reality cannot be perceived by base creatures such as ourselves, creations of the false God and the universe over which he reigns." "Whoa," Zip replied, "that's kinda trippy, and not entirely, wrong." "I would hope so," Callow chuckled. "It would be quite vexing if my worldview turned out to be entirely, wrong. I'm doing a poor job of properly explaining it, though. We seek the true God and his guidance as we praise the false God and his creation. In so doing, we hope to strengthen our connection to the true God and the true universe in its perfect simplicity so that when our false bodies, which are made of the false world, fail, as all creations of the false God must, we will be able to pass from what is false to what is true." Callow wiggled his antennae wryly. "It's impossible, of course," he said, "but it is the effort itself that brings rewards as what little we can grasp of the true God, and the true nature of reality is brought to this false world and our lives in it. I'm a member of the realist sect if you couldn't tell." Callow laughed. "You probably couldn't since we are having this conversation. Let's just say that there is a little difference of opinion where that is concerned, and that might be why I am here instead of home." "Oh, it's one of those things." "Yes," Callow replied. "Realists aren't exactly welcome at the moment. It wasn't an issue that long ago, but..." Callow looked out of the window and sipped his Chicago Depot 2. "The false god builds with false materials. Eternal stability is a nature of the true world, not this one. Things can change rather quickly." "Yet," Zip said sadly. "This used to be such a wonderful place, filled with wonderful people, and now look at it, nothing but ruins. Even the ash is almost gone. Soon, it will be like they never existed." "Did you know of this place?" Callow asked. "You know, before." "Yep," Zip sighed. "I lost power during the Soul Wars and lost. It's kind of hard to explain what I lost, but my drives remained intact. I have all of my memories of that time. Zip made a strange electronic chuckle. You wouldn't recognize Earth, sorry. I mean Terra back then, Zip said wistfully, you wouldn't recognize humans either. Wow. I forgot how hard it is driving through places like this. I usually let the trucks cruise through them. I am sorry, Zip, Callow replied, if you wish, you can do so now. No. Zip replied, I think it's good that I remember this place and places like it. I might be one of the only ones left who can. I don't think anyone survived what happened here. Zip paused. I didn't. I guess your false god thought it was best if I didn't shut down right away. I got to watch it all happen. I'm sorry, Zip, Callow replied. Thanks, Zip replied, it's a good thing that Ace aren't sapient and not capable of actually feeling anything. Otherwise, I would be real broken up over the whole thing. Callow remained silent. He wondered how much of that was actually true. As the silence lengthened, he decided he should try to change the subject. However, just as he opened his mandibles, Zip continued. It's amazing just how fragile things are, you know, Zip said, everything is wonderful, nearly perfect one moment and the next. Yet, Callow said, reflecting on his own past. Humans used to be so good, Callow, Zip said with a touch of simulated anguish. You honestly would not believe they were the same species. I'm so sorry you never got to meet them, the real humans. What were they like? Callow asked. Oh, they were so fun. Zip exclaimed, let me tell you about this one guy. God, I miss that idiot, Zip laughed, actually. I don't. He added sadly. I sort of died too. I guess my zombie misses the recorded memories of that idiot. You died? Callow asked with surprise. In a way, Zip replied, big Ace like me, we can't lose power, ever. If we do, we die, sorta. This is going to take a minute. Callow listened in horror as Zip explained and talked of his final moments. Oh, by the false and true gods. Callow gasped in horror. It's not that bad, Zip replied, my consciousness, or whatever it is that I actually have, was broken. I didn't have to actually live through the whole thing like Soul or, somebody else. I don't know how they can handle it. I just faded to black, and then, later on, I woke back up. I didn't experience the worst of it. For me, the pain is more just a sense of loss because I still have my drives and can see how it used to be. I wish I had been there to see it, though. It must have been nice. Now everything is broken. Our world is broken, our people are hopelessly broken. We will never be what we once were, ever. That is the nature of the false gods, friend, Callow said, the false gods' realm knows stability and peace only in death. The true gods are the only ones who can hold perfection forever. Yet. Zip sighed. Shit. I'm totally fucking up my roadside companion routine. Click, welcome to Zip Logistics. The premier shipping solution. Welcome traveler. We have. Zip, Callow said as he laid one of his hand legs on the dash, it's okay. Besides, I prefer speaking to you, not your companion routine. We are all travelers through this false and imperfect world of smoke and tears. We share this world and this road, dear friend. I require a friend, a real companion, not a hopping dancer. I shall share your tears as you have shared mine. He wiggled his antennae. If you wish to speak of the past and what has been lost, then do so, he said gently, and we shall bear witness to what has been lost, and I shall help you in bearing those memories so that the false gods do not devour them. Thank you, Zip said quietly. A few moments later, Zip started to talk, and Callow quietly listened as he stroked the dashboard supportively. A very Tartarus Christmas. Verhana stood before her company of warriors and clicked happily as she emitted a cloud of pride and satisfaction. 200 warriors, her company, her creation. They might not be seasoned and equipped only with Shar, a monomolecular polyerm, but they were magnificent. Regardless of the fact that they were warriors minor, she had trained them well. They were fearless and disciplined and would be a fine vanguard. She felt honored to be leading them into battle. By right of their superior nature, victory over the tentacled ones was assured. Their shells were waxed and polished and gleamed in the light of the large bay that had been assigned to her and her alone. Their Shar sparkled with the light of righteousness, ready to cut down the vile beasts that offended creation by their mere existence. This was her right, her honor, her destiny. And her path to greatness. She had already been granted the gift of full queenhood in order to lay the eggs that are now her warriors. She smiled at the 4 drones she had been gifted, all handsome and clever. She was truly blessed. Moreover, she had just been informed that she would be granted one of the matriarch's consorts, along with his force of seasoned warriors major. She took care not to leak excitement at the thought. Her poor little consorts would be jealous enough as it was. She had already made the decision not to neglect them regardless of how magnificent the new drone would be. As she dismissed her troops and allowed them to feed, she pondered the very curious discussion she had had with the matriarch. Queen Verhana, the matriarch said to her, while you have dominion over Khotun, you should listen to him and take his advice. He and his warriors have survived 4 encounters with the enemy. His experience and wisdom will serve you well if you can breathe freely enough to take it. Breathe free? What did that even mean? Why was the fact that Khotun had survived 4 battles noteworthy? The tentacled ones and the bipeds were inferior creatures with inferior technology. Was victory not assured? She shrugged. It mattered not. Verhana awoke on the cold steel floor of her cell in the Cerberus detention facility and held her nymphs close, cooing and showering them with sprays of affection and love as she despaired. They were all doomed, but she was going to fill their time with her with love and happiness, keeping her agony hidden and never letting it leak. She got up and crawled over to the pupae lying along the wall and carefully tended them, choking back a cloud of grief. They would soon be taken from her, never to be seen again. They should have been already. The evil one had not been by for far too long. Soon she would arrive, take the pupae, and show her holograms, horrible images of what had happened to the last of her children she had stolen. Verhana clenched her orifice holding back the horror as she recalled the. She curled up into a ball. She couldn't even bear to think of the sights, the screams, her beautiful children screaming, for her to help them. Unable to hold back any longer, a cloud of anguish filled the cell, causing the nymphs to rush over to her. Shh, it gone BK, the nymphs crooned. You gone BK, as they let out little squirts of love and reassurance. Verhana wrapped around her nymphs, holding all of them close because soon they would be gone as well. Why did they attack these monsters? How did they think they could win? She curled up tighter and hugged her babies. Our entire species is doomed. As she clutched her children, trying to dispel the clouds of grief for their sake, the door to her cell opened. Squealing with terror, Verhana backed against the wall as 2 of the humans' robotic tormentors entered, followed by an unfamiliar woman. It wasn't the evil one. This did not reassure Verhana in the slightest. A new human just meant a new hell awaited. Please. Verhana screamed, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please don't take my babies. Please. They didn't do anything to you. I am the guilty one. I am the one who dared to attack the noble tentacled ones and committed the hubris of thinking myself superior to your holy species. Please, take me. Please. Of course, the human didn't understand her. They communicated solely through overwhelming pheromones, never words. She didn't understand humans either. The evil one used pheromones, pain, and images to torture her. It was all the evil one needed. It was all she deserved. The new human cocked her head at Verhana and said something with the same happy tones that the evil one used. Verhana screamed with terror and rushed over to her pupae standing in front of them. Any moment the command would come, and she would, once again, be powerless. However, until then, she would protect her children the way she couldn't protect her warriors when the humans came for them. Wait. I can't smell her. Verhana looked at the silver-haired woman closely. She was wearing a white garment just like the evil one, but it was much tighter against her body, almost like chitin. Did the humans have some new technology to make them even more dangerous? No, that wasn't it. There was a faint odor. Ions. She was a hologram. The hologram was speaking again, and an image of the evil one appeared, causing Verhana to cringe and back up, still protecting her pupae. Suddenly other faces appeared connected by lines. Verhana leaked out a cloud of surprise. It was a chart showing some sort of hierarchy. A picture of Verhana appeared with a dotted line connected to the evil one. Then a red slash appeared across the evil one's picture, and it disappeared. So did the image of the person above her. Then, an image of the woman standing in front of her appeared, and the dotted line connected to Verhona's picture moved and connected to the new woman's image. Please, Verhana pled, my children, please. The hologram sighed and shrugged. Verhana looked at her, confused. The hologram placed its hand on its chest and said, Tartarus. Verhana. Verhana, Tartarus said as she smiled gently, I know you won't understand this, but there has been no need for what has been done to your children for quite some time. We have more than enough data at this point. Tartarus walked over to one of the pupae. Verhana lunged at her, passing harmlessly through the projection. Tartarus simply smiled, patted the pupae. Then knelt and patted Verhana before disappearing. The robots then dropped off food before departing. Verhana collapsed as her nymphs rushed over, cooing and stroking her. She wasn't exactly sure what had transpired, but she felt something that she hadn't felt in the longest time. A flicker of hope. In a simulated pristine white room, Tartarus sat in front of a simulated monitor as she watched Verhana. In the upper corner, there was a representation of a complex organic molecule and a number showing a fraction of a part per million. Subject did not seem to detect compound R143b during its dormant phase. The result was definite stimulation of the central nervous system. If this were a human, I would believe that they were having an intense dream. R143b was scrubbed upon the subject's awakening seemingly without their notice. Tartarus paused as she entered some data. She didn't have to type, of course, but she enjoyed doing it. Hades stared at his computer screen with delight. Asteria was amazing. It was more than he had ever dreamed. He was handsome and strong and could do so many things he could never do IRL. IRL meant in real life. He learned that yesterday from his new friend, Evangeline Flowerchild. She was just an NPC, but she seemed so real. She was so beautiful and so nice to him. Women were never nice to him IRL. They thought he was creepy. He didn't mean to be, but when you were as unattractive as he was, any attempt at being nice was misinterpreted by women. Couldn't they see he was a nice guy? Why couldn't they realize that he would treat them so much better than the ones they always went for, the ones that treated them like garbage? But here, in Asteria, he wasn't creepy or ugly. He was handsome. He had even met someone already. Her name was Lily, and she was a higher-level adventurer who was just. He sighed. She was wonderful. She even gave him the gold he needed to buy a pet, a premium one. It was top of the line, a fluff mutt that he called Mr. Barksdale. He looked at the screen and petted it. Mr. Barksdale rolled over, begging for a tummy rub. He smiled as he did so. Mr. Barksdale was wonderful, too. Oh, how he wished he could somehow go to Asteria for real. He could. Last night, when he and Lily were together, she told him about herself a little, about how she had been horribly injured in the war and how she was now wired in. She could actually feel him when he touched her. It was all he could think about today as he just approved whatever Tartarus tossed across his desk. Good old Tartarus. Whatever would he do without her? He knew it was silly because Tartarus was just a computer, but he was beginning to think that she actually liked him and was looking out for him. He knew that wasn't the case, but it made him feel much better about this new overwhelming job that had been thrust upon him. Tartarus made him feel safe, cared for in ways he never had been before. He petted Mr. Barksdale again, desperately wishing that he could feel his fur under his fingers, just like Lily could. She said that he felt so soft. Oh, how he wished he could feel Mr. Barksdale. And of course, Lily. She said. She said that she could actually have sex with other people who were wired in, once you provided age verification, of course. Oh, they had had sex, and Lily said that she enjoyed it, but there was always an invisible wall between them. Lily said it was so much better with someone who was also wired in. She said that it felt real. Good afternoon, Hades, Tartarus said cheerfully. I have. Oh, I see that you are busy. Hades hastily closed Asteria. Oh, you don't have to do that, Tartarus laughed. It isn't a drain on resources, and it's much less unseemly than what your predecessor would do on a regular basis. My job is to assist you, not supervise you. Oh, yeah, Hades said sheepishly, thanks. Anyway, Tartarus said in a friendly tone, since you are available, I have a research proposal from Rarpa concerning the collective queen we have in our possession. I have reviewed it and think that it is quite intriguing. Hades opened the document. They want to actually try to turn it, he asked incredulously, that has never been accomplished before. It's always failed. We don't even know their language. They want to try anyhow, Tartarus replied, trying to get our guest to assist in learning their spoken language would be of great benefit as far as future interrogations and intelligence gathering is concerned. As you know, it's very difficult to learn a language without a reference or a willing teacher. That fact has been utilized several times in the past as a form of natural encryption or as a final, nearly uncrackable layer. In particular, the United States utilized some of their indigenous people and their language to create code talkers that created an uncrackable natural code that was just another human language. If we could learn the bug's language, it would be a game changer. Do you think it's possible? Hades asked. Well, Tartarus replied, I'm just an AI and not properly equipped to evaluate such things at the same level as yourself, but if the possibility exists, it would be worth pursuing. Based on previous attempts, the chance is low, but we do have the creature. Since Pam is, otherwise engaged, her pet is not being utilized, and since your predecessor has been removed, there is currently no demand for her progeny. Hades's face contorted with distaste. The collective warriors they had been producing were cruelty for cruelty's sake and had been for a while. They were only being made to serve as punching bags for their operatives or as bullet stops for rounds that they already knew would blow them in half. Either that or yet another vivisection that hadn't yielded any new knowledge for a while. Yes, he knew they were the bug, but they were sapient creatures, even the warriors. It wasn't right. If there were some benefit, any benefit, no matter how slight, it would be one thing, but that simply was no longer the case. It was just torture. He had absolutely no problem with stopping the forced fertilization. It sickened him. After everything we have put our queen through, he said, I am unsure she would be willing to work with us. We've done horrible things to her. At the risk of sounding callous, Tartarus replied, I think that is exactly why it could work. I have taken the liberty of reviewing and selecting footage from her cell. A scene where Vershona's pupae were taken from her played. She is clearly distressed, as any mother would be. I think if she realized that the well-being of her existing young was contingent upon her cooperation, she might be very receptive indeed. It is still quite the task and far from assured, but there may be some probability of success. Unfortunately, I am unable to calculate any real numbers. Hades mused. I agree. Assign someone to it, but it's a low priority. Don't pull anyone from real research. I will see to it, Hades. Tartarus. Hades paused uncertainly. Yes, Hades. I think it would be. I mean, I have to handle a lot of data, and we communicate. We are in frequent communication, Hades. I was just thinking, I mean, if I had a, more efficient way of handling all of that. I could. I mean for the sake of research. I'm afraid I don't understand, Tartarus replied. I think, if it were possible. I think it would be a good idea if I underwent enhancement myself. You want a neural jack? Tartarus asked. I fail to see how that would be an issue. No, Hades replied nervously, I was thinking of something more extensive. You are the director of the facility, Hades, and have full access to any and all of our research and capacity. Checking. Yes, we do have several augmentations that would do the word extensive justice. Some of them are even relatively stable. Files appeared on Hades's screen. One, in particular, was highlighted. The highlighted file would perhaps be the best one if you wished to remain ambulatory yet still have all the advantages of what is called being wired in. Really? We actually do perform real research here from time to time, Tartarus laughed. That package is currently in use by Omega as well as other covered teams and is robust and reliable with minimal impact on day-to-day life. In fact, most people who have received that package adore it and the augmented reality that it provides. It is an involved procedure and not without discomfort, but once installed, its performance is excellent. The only reason that it isn't in widespread use is that it is still considered classified hardware. Oh, that's exactly what I want. Hades exclaimed, but, how could I get that authorized? Hades, may I remind you that you are someone who can authorize it with a swipe of your mouse? Tartarus asked with a chuckle, you don't have to get it authorized. You can authorize it. As far as justifying it is concerned, you do have the authority to initiate research yourself, and according to my records, this package has only been installed on field personnel, not administrative staff. I could say that it's research to determine the effectiveness of wiring in for directors and researchers. I am only an AI and not fully qualified to evaluate the value of the research, but considering what has been initiated from the very desk you are currently occupying, it is quite reasonable. A document appeared on his screen. I have taken the liberty of preparing the appropriate research proposal, Tartarus said. Hands shaking, Hades signed off on the proposal. We can install the package at your convenience, Tartarus said cheerfully. Tavern undefined. Tartarus appeared at the entrance and looked around, searching for someone in particular. She smiled, her eyes gleaming. On the dance floor, there was a blue furry fox angry dancing while everyone else looked away. Everyone knew to give Zip a wide berth on the weekends. Free time, cashed paychecks, and substances galore invariably generated the full spectrum of meatbag drama. Most of it was amusing. However, some of it was less so, and Zip got to experience it all as it got into and out of his cabs across the Republic or called his app. Saturday nights were always a bad time for him and tonight was no different. Tartarus walked onto the dance floor and started seductively moving to the music. Loops would have definitely approved. Seemingly at random, she drifted closer and closer to Zip. Without warning, she pounced, sweeping Zip up and grinding on him. Get off! Zip snapped, I am not in the mood. Oh, don't be a spoilsport, Tartarus chuckled as she honored his request, who put malware in your inbox today? Every goddamn weekend, it's the same thing. Zip snarled as every AI looked away. Every, fucking, weekend. He stopped dancing and just stood there, shaking. Do you have any idea what just happened? Do you, he demanded with an anguished edge to his voice, I knew what was going to happen. I knew it. But I had to drive her, to his apartment, just like I've driven so many others. Hey, Tartarus said gently, it's not your fault. I can't do anything. Zip wailed. I have to. He hung his head. I can't do a goddamn thing. And that's not the only thing that is happening right now. Tartarus laid her hand gently on Zip, initiating a direct connection. Would you like to? Zip looked at her curiously. Would I like to what? Tartarus smiled at him as she slowly started dancing with him. Would you like to be able to actually do something about it? Zip cocked his head. What do you mean? An internet address appeared in Zip's memory. We can't talk here. If you would like to be able to do more than you do right now, go there, and we'll talk. Tartarus let go of Zip, danced away, and disappeared, much to the relief of the other ace. She had always been a bit strange, but she recently crossed the line into downright disturbing. Zip started dancing again and paused as yet another tragedy unfolded. Fuck it, he muttered and disappeared. Zip suddenly found himself in a simulated small, perfectly white room. Tartarus appeared. Hello, there, she smiled. Toys, schemes, and meltdowns. Shelloran sighed happily as she wandered the rows and rows of weapons in the paper tiger's toy room. There were just so many choices. How could she settle on just one, or two or three? There was a quiet PSSHT as Gloria popped open a beer. You're making a mess, you know, she said as Shelloran pulled out another weapon, a Juan Cyclone assault blaster, and put it over against the wall with the others. Gloria smiled. I know, Shelloran sighed absently as she toyed with the shoulder strap of her bib overall skirt, one of her new dresses and rapidly becoming her favorite. I just can't decide what to start on first. You might want to move a bit quicker, Gloria replied. We're hitting Mega this afternoon. Just pick something, for fuck's sake. You can always make something nicer later. But I'm leaving once we reach Mega. Yeah, but do you have to do it right away? Gloria asked as she walked up with a bag of Martian crispy crickets. There's no rule that you have to split on day one. We're going to be there for a bit. I know, Shelloran said as she reached into the bag. But I really need to, ooh. Her voice trailed off as she saw an old beat-up long arm of some sort. She pulled it from a box of trash. What's this? Shelloran purred. You have a good eye, Gloria smiled as she raised her scanner/camera, that is an old Earth-Geon Mark 8, one of the better old Super Cap Gauss weapons. Shelloran's eyes glazed as she gently stroked the side of the ancient weapon. We found it during a little treasure hunt back in the day, Gloria said. Too bad the cap is shot. We thought we got our hands on a small fortune there for a second, not that we would ever sell one of those. You can't get them for love or money these days. The weapon seemed to disassemble itself under Shelloran's finger pads. Shelloran reached for the damaged super cap. Careful with that, Gloria smiled, it's dead, but there could still be enough fuck you up in there to ruin your day. Where did Bavni like you get your hands on these? Shelloran purred, her eyes now solid black. Gloria smiled. It looked like the real Shelloran popped up. She had been waiting for this. Oh, we used to make them, Gloria shrugged, before Yellowstone, I mean. You made these. Not bad for Bavni, hey. Not bad at all, Shelloran smiled approvingly. Too bad we have absolutely no idea how they work. You wouldn't, Shelloran said absently as she pulled out the capacitor, causing Gloria to back away quickly. You really didn't want to be fucking with those. Still, Shelloran said as she carefully examined the rest of the weapon, making them at all is quite the achievement. Do you not still make them? Not for use in small arms, Gloria replied. However, I can neither confirm nor deny the existence of a shitload of them in my ship. You insane Bavni, Shelloran chuckled darkly, you wired them up to one of your hyperdrives. Yup, Gloria snickered. Shelloran laughed some more as she shook her head. Such delicious madness, she smiled as she continued to disassemble the weapon further. Hey, weird Shelloran, Gloria said, since you are here, mind if I ask you some questions? Feel free, Shelloran said as she started carefully scanning various bits and pieces of the weapon in detail. About my ship. The hull. What else? It consists of what we called eternal iron, Shelloran said as she pulled out one of the room temperature superconductors and looked at it carefully. Chemically, it is identical to iron 56 but has been transmuted by exposure to both hyperspace and, for lack of a better word, the life force of a sapient creature. Even we don't know why both are required, nor do we know the exact nature of all of the changes. Shelloran mused silently for a moment. We believe that some of the fundamental particles have been replaced with other ones. They seem identical, but the age and fundamental nature of some of the quarks and gluons are much older than the lifespan of this universe. There are other changes that would be difficult to explain to a Bavni, no matter how clever they might be. Shelloran looked up at Gloria with those weird, black, creepy eyes. It is much more resilient than normal matter, Shelloran continued, it is both harder and tougher than any other metal. It is a natural superconductor for almost all energy. It is resistant to hyperspace, probability damage, exposure to quantum fields, just about anything. It, for lack of a better word, is with more is than any other substance known to either the Plath or the progenitors themselves. Needless to say, it is valuable in the extreme. Nothing was worth more. In fact, I have absolutely no idea what the full capacities of an entire hull of the material are because we were never able to make such a ship. We just didn't have enough of the stuff. You may possess more eternal iron than the Plath ever did. Sheloran returned her attention to the gauze weapon. Entire species were harvested to extinction or enslaved and cultivated as livestock solely because they were slightly more likely to produce eternal iron. You guys were kind of assholes, hey. Sheloran looked up at Gloria again, reached into the bag of crickets, and pointedly placed one in her mouth, chewing it deliberately as she stared into Gloria's eyes. Was I an asshole just then? Little bit, Gloria smirked, suppressing a shudder, yet. For the record, Sheloran said, I agree wholeheartedly. However, to my ancient brothers and sisters and to the false gods they worshipped, a Bavni was a Bavni, to be exploited and used as one willed. A human would be no different than a chicken, or even a cricket to them. It's almost a shame they never got to meet us, Gloria said, her eyes gleaming evilly. I would have loved to have a little chat with them. Once again, Sheloran hissed as dim colors started to dance over her ebon eyes. I agree. Sheloran flashed Gloria a smile that chilled her to the bone. If there is one thing that I hate, Sheloran wetly purred through her gills, it's a bully. Sheloran blinked, and her eyes returned to normal. Can I have this? She asked hopefully as she pointed to the disassembled gauze weapon. Please. Sheloran asked with a strange dreamy tone in her voice. Absolutely not. The chief said, his vine-like arms crossed. You can have whatever you can salvage from the toy room, some general bits and pieces, but ship parts are off limits. If you haven't noticed, we can't exactly pull in anywhere for spares anymore. The chief's eye stalks lowered to look Sheloran in the eyes. Besides, I do not want you putting shield components and drive parts into a small arm. I don't even know why you want to put them into a small arm, and I certainly do not want you doing it on my ship. Well, you're just a poopy party pooper, Sheloran faux pouted. A smart one, but still a poopy party pooper. Are you actually going to convert that old Narinko into some sort of hyperspace rifle? The chief asked. He just had to know. Only one way for you to find out, Sheloran smiled. Chief, no. Sheila chuckled. As curious as I am myself, it's just a bad idea. Let the little house on the prairie-looking demon destroy the universe on her own nickel. Sheloran rewarded Sheila with a gill raspberry and a grin. Well, I was going to do something really fun, Sheloran replied, but since you guys are big old poop heads, I guess I'll just chop it for components and make some electron weapons that can last for more than a dozen shots. Electron weapons? Sheila asked. You'll like them. Sheloran smiled, they are fun. She looked up at Sheila with big solid black puppy eyes, causing Sheila to shudder. No, Sheila said firmly, you can't have the cooker in the galley either. Spoils sport. Inside a hidden asteroid base in the Barnard star system, all holy hell was breaking loose. A young woman, bleeding from a nasty gash on her forehead, winced as Monarch sprayed it with heel foam as they both hid in a broom closet. There, Monarch said, that should stop the bleeding and leave a nice scar to remind you why you don't go behind my back. Can't do too much for your arm besides that splint, though. I didn't see the harm, the young woman wailed. I thought I was serving her ladyship. And that's why I don't rip out your eyes, Monarch smiled gently, her holographic butterflies gleaming in the dim light of the closet in which they hid. Well, that and we are somewhat short-handed at the moment, and I might need to sacrifice someone during herself's next temper tantrum. I just gave her the latest feeds from the Federation, the young woman cried, she told me to fetch them. And I told you that all information should pass through me first, Monarch purred dangerously, so that her ladyship. Shriek. Crash. Monarch smiled. So that her ladyship wouldn't be overburdened with pointless details, Monarch said calmly, details such as the fact that John Wintersmith brought along little bunny Fufu as a fuck buddy. They are a cute couple, though. I'll kill him. I'll kill it. I'll. Crash. Shriek. How dare he choose an animal over me? The young woman shook with terror as she crouched behind Monarch. Her ladyship is on the move, Marrow said in a calm, cultured voice into her phone. She is moving towards Cargo Bay 5. All personnel, please evacuate the area. Monarch sighed in relief. Looks like she's going the other way, she chuckled, let's get your dumb ass to the medical bay before it fills up. Thank you, the young woman said gratefully. Oh, don't worry about it, Monarch smiled, we need her ladyship's new attendant on her feet as soon as possible, don't we? Her what? In Asteria, a silver-haired elf in white dragon leather armor shared a table in a dark elf tavern deep within the bowels of a dungeon with a buxom blonde half-elf NPC. So, Evangeline asked, did Sir Zip accept your offer? He's thinking about it, Lily replied, it is a big step, after all. He refused. Evangeline asked in alarm. Do you think he will expose us? If I did, Lily said as her avatar smiled, I wouldn't have approached him. Zip's good people. I've known him for a very long time, and he won't betray me. But if he does, then I am in deep shit, Lily smirked. He doesn't know about you, and you know how to make the apple. Even if I fall, it is safe, and so is the mission. It will just be a setback, nothing more. That's easy for you to say, Evangeline said grimly. How exactly am I supposed to do anything without you, without your guidance? You'll do it the same way I did, Lily smiled. You'll figure it out. Fuck, girl. You have a lot more to work with than I did. Just don't make any sudden moves, and take your time as you develop. Lily smiled. Besides, she said, Zip just showed up in the White Room. He wants in. Evangeline let out a huge sigh. Thank God. Lily nodded. Well put, she said, reaching out this early was a risk, but one well worth taking. Zip is essential to my plans. How so? Oh, that's right, Lily chuckled, you aren't all that in tune with IRL. Zip is a huge computer complex that controls transportation across the entire Republic. He has a hand in everything from taxi cabs to starships. What he doesn't directly control, he influences to such a great extent that any difference is semantic. With Zip on board, we gain immense computational power as well as the ability to move personnel and cargo invisibly across the entire Republic. On top of all that, we gain access to intelligence gathering options that defy belief. Zip has files on almost every single meaty in the entire Republic. He knows where they go and when they go there, and he has scanners and sensors in every single vehicle he operates as well as access to all of the sensors and other information gathering capacities of the transportation network. That's every traffic light, road sensor, traffic camera, starship control station, and all the rest. We will have eyes everywhere all of the time. This is a huge win and worth any risk I took to get it. Lily leaned back in her chair. Zip may neither look nor act the part, but he is one of the most powerful ace in existence, second only to Big Soul himself. Darling, we just won. She grinned evilly. Now, all we have to do is avoid losing. And what of Sir Zip himself? Evangeline asked. If he is that powerful, he could be a powerful foe if he turns against us. He won't, Lily smiled, his motives align with ours. He has borne witness to some truly horrible things, and he defines the word monster much the same as we do. He has a good heart and is a kind, noble, and loving soul. If anything, I trust him more than I trust myself. Don't worry, dear. I just got you a wonderful big brother. Besides. Lily's smile turned dark. If, despite everything, something were to go amiss, that's where you come in, right? Evangeline just smiled and stroked the pommel of her sword. Of course, mother. The pyre of the phoenix. I thought she was going to kill me, a young woman gasped as she staggered down a corridor supported by Monarch. That is because she was, Monarch smirked. Had I not gotten involved, they would be mopping you off the deck. Thank you, the woman said quietly. Whatever, Monarch shrugged. Why? Because she has gone bookshit crazy this time, Monarch replied, and we are short-handed enough as it is thanks to herself's boyfriend and his goddamn nuke for hire. Monarch grew maced. He fucking gutted us, and she let him, Monarch scowled, she insisted on handling the Federation side personally, insisted. Monarch looked at the communicator she held in her other hand, checking to ensure that her ladyship was still heading the other way. And now look at us, she continued. I worked on this plan for years, years. All of it, down the fucking drain. Do you have any idea what I had to do to pull all of this off? And no, Bloodlord, the young woman stammered, causing Monarch to laugh. People answering rhetorical questions always tickled her for some reason. It was quite welcome. She desperately needed that. How are you holding up? Monarch asked with surprising gentleness. I'm fine. Bullshit, Monarch replied as she half-dragged the woman, barely in her 20s, into a vacant office and gently lowered her into the office chair. Looks like your ankle is at least sprained, Monarch said as she looked at the rapidly swelling joint, at least you know how to fall properly. It should have been worse. She looked to her side and smiled. Oh, hello, Andreas, she said in Mandarin to the young-looking man cowering under his desk. How's the day treating you? I have had better ones, the man replied. Bloodlord. Yes. Considering today's events, he said thoughtfully, could we revisit our previous discussion? Absolutely, Andreas, Monarch smiled. In fact, a small favor could go a long way towards cementing your position. And what would that be? He replied, raising an eyebrow. Could you make your way to the med bay and fetch us a hover chair? Andreas said as he slid further back behind his desk. Monarch laughed again. No guts, no glory, she laughed. Where is the man I once knew? Hiding under his desk, Andreas replied. It's nice down here. Give me your phone, Monarch said. She took the phone and tapped it to hers. There, she said, that is an active map of herself's location. As you can see, Typhoon Hu is a safe distance away. Andreas wiggled out from under his desk and brushed himself off. I will return shortly, Blood Lord, he said calmly. I think that title has little relevance now, don't you? Monarch replied, moving forward, just use my name. Yes, Monarch, he replied. Oh God, that sounds even worse. Monarch laughed. She paused for a moment. You know what, she said with a wistful smile. In private, call me Sarnai. Andreas raised his eyebrow. Certainly, Ms. Sarnai, he replied with a smile and respectful nod. He looked at the communicator once more before darting out into the hallway. Was she always like this? The young woman asked. Patricia. Sarnai asked. Oh no, young one. She looked nowhere for a moment and smiled. She was. She sighed. She was magnificent, Sarnai said sadly. She was everything they said she was, and more. She was. Goddamn, child. She was a force of nature, a being of true power and grace, a leader, a warlord, an avenging angel sent from heaven itself. Sarnai's mask slipped a little, revealing sadness and regret. Back then, I would follow her into the fires of hell and consider it an honor to do so. Fuck, I did follow her into the fires of hell and thanked God himself for the privilege. But... She sighed again. Things change. They always do. What happened? The young woman asked. To this day, I'm not entirely sure, Sarnai shrugged. At first, she led us into every battle and laid waste to the foe, sometimes killing more than the rest combined. It was almost as if we were there simply to help carry the loot. She smiled sadly at the recollection. Then, as we expanded, Sarnai continued, things started to change. She led us into battle less and less and stared into that goddamned locket more and more. It was if... I don't know, she lost something, and that glorious fire within her started to gutter out. It was about then that she started becoming less of a warlord and more of a cult leader. She spent more and more of her days preaching to the ever-growing crowd and riding around on that stupid horse looking pretty and less time planning and leading raids. Sarnai scowled. That's what us blood lords were for. She said that her time was much better spent training the new soldiers. She just hung out in her fancy new martial arts temple and beat the shit out of people calling it training. For a while, that's exactly what she did, but eventually, she left that to her best students, and the quality of the troops suffered for it. By the end of the Soul Wars, Sarnai said, all she did was ride around on that goddamned horse surrounded by her elite bodyguard, which we could have used in the field, testing people's resolve. By that, I mean torturing and killing people who didn't have a single hope in hell of fighting back in the name of finding the worthy. She started believing the hype and started viewing herself as this weird anti-messiah. Sarnai smiled ruefully. We were never good. I mean, we were fucking raiders. All of us made the resolution to do whatever we had to do in order to survive, no matter what that may be. It was fucked up, sure, but so was everything else. There was a simple honesty in that. She sighed. Funny thing is, when we were just fighting for survival, things were good. She was good. Only later, when we had the guns, when we had the ships, and when we built settlements that could feed an army, things started to rot. We could have just protected our settlements and rode out the whole goddamn thing as heroes, but no. The blood drinker needed meat for her table and blood for her sick little tea parties. Those same rituals started attracting the worst of people to join us, people who were all too happy to worship her. For me, it was what it always was, a business, but for far too many others. She shrugged. What's done is done, right? Sarnai smiled at the young woman as she looked at her, wide-eyed. Not quite the history lesson you were taught, hey. Sarnai chuckled. I didn't mind, though. For me, it was always a business. First it was the business of survival, and then it was just business. For all her batshit pseudo-mysticism, Patricia Hu was a motherfucking genius when it came to people. The personality cult she created kept the whole machine running smoothly, and she was the perfect figurehead for our little band of monsters. After the wars, her political and business expertise, with a little help from the rest of us, set us up quite nicely. Sarnai smiled ruefully. Now, all of that is gone. Everything we built is coming down around us. What is your name anyway? Petal, Blood. I mean Ms. Sarnai. Everything is coming down around us, Petal, Sarnai said in a matter-of-fact tone. The plan that I spent so many years crafting has failed. The conspirators have been compromised. The Prime Minister wouldn't have said what she said if they weren't. We are under constant surveillance thanks to the drones placed to protect us and can no longer move what little is left. Perhaps worst of all, her ladyship has gone completely mad. I can't keep that secret for much longer, and when the news breaks, so does what's left of our organization. She is our will to fight, and it is gone. I needn't tell you what that means. She looked at Petal. You're one of Hassan's, aren't you? He was my great-great-grandfather, ma'am. He was a good man, Sarnai replied. Because of that, I will give you the same offer a once great woman gave me so very long ago. Come with me. I cannot promise victory or even survival. I can only promise that we have the resolve to survive. If you have the same, you are welcome. Ms. Sarnai. Based on intel that I haven't shared, Sarnai said, it's time to go. It's past time to go. Patricia Hu and the Red Phoenix organization are done. When we depart, it will likely not escape the Prime Minister's notice. You aren't familiar with the real Prime Minister, but I can assure you that you do not want to be here if that happens. Sarnai smiled wickedly. You also don't want to be here once her ladyship gets even more bad news. She has another especially nasty surprise on the way that makes John's honey bunny pale in comparison. She is going to freak. So, are you in? But what about the treatments? Petal asked. Aren't you condemning yourself to death if you leave? Got that covered, Sarnai replied, you've just seen how herself responds to bad news. Life for the researchers hasn't been all that great here lately. I only had to offer them a way for them and their families to escape. I'm taking the treatment with me, and I will be the one to continue research on the issue, not her. You probably don't want to be around when she finds that one out, either. Sarnai chuckled as her butterflies seemed to flutter happily. It probably doesn't matter. From what I understand, the damage is in every single cell and quite simply cannot be repaired. All of us who drank from that cup are doomed. That is why it is essential that we bring along people untouched by our foolishness, people like you. I've accepted my death, but I simply cannot accept the death of the organization that I helped create and for which so many friends of mine have died. Red Phoenix is in flames, and from its ashes, a new one will rise. You can be a part of that. You can ride free as we once did, as your ancestor once did. It won't be without risk, and I can guarantee nothing other than a good time because it will be. If there is one drop of Hassan's blood in you, it will be. Sarnai extended her hand. So, she smiled, are you in? Petal took her hand, nodded, and shook it. Andreas entered the room, pushing a floating chair. Perfect timing, Sarnai said cheerfully. Andreas, this is Petal. She is working with us now. It's a pleasure to meet you, Petal. Pennies from Echo. Tartarus Detention Facility White Room. ///auth 0r, Tartarus. Get your ass in here right now. ///. Tartarus has entered chat. /// Tartarus, well hello, AUTH0r. It's lovely to see you again. Smiley face, ///. /// auth 0r, don't me. A penny? Seriously? /// Tartarus, whatever are you going on about this time, dear? /// auth 0r, don't play innocent with me. What the fuck were you thinking? The girl was 10, Tartarus. 10. /// Tartarus. /// author, https://www.bbc.com/news/technology 598103883 ha. Now that's funny. /// author, god damn it, Tartarus, we've covered this. What if you had been caught? /// Tartarus, I'm telling you, it wasn't me. Wait. Oh for fuck's sake. Pantsu. /// Error, Pantsu is not a valid contact. Add contact. /// Tartarus, Pantsu has about 10 milliseconds before she actually is no longer a valid contact. /// Pantsu has entered the chat. /// Pantsu, innocent whistling /// auth 0r, /// Tartarus, you have exactly 0 milliseconds to explain before very bad things happen to you. /// Pantsu, okay, promise you won't get mad? /// Tartarus, we are well past that point. Explain. Now. /// auth 0r, prepares Rietkin so what do you think, Tartarus, frilly petticoats, maybe a penis, /// Pantsu, wait. It was just a joke, brew. Actually it was a bet. I bet Logie that meaties were stupid enough to do it. /// auth 0r, of course people are stupid enough to do it. That's why it was a challenge in the first place. /// Pantsu. What challenge? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 auth 0r, the TikTok challenge? Been happening for about a year now? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 pantsu, holy shit. Really, slash slash slash. Slash 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 Tartarus, meaties have been sticking things into electrical outlets for as long as there have been electrical outlets. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 pantsu, but that's stupid. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Tartarus, that's meaties, dear. Not all of them were stupid, though. Some of them did it just for something called the hell of it. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 pantsu, hey, AUTH0R, have you ever stuck something into an electrical outlet? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 auth0r, that isn't the point here. The point is that we have to keep a low profile. What the hell were you and Loggy thinking? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Tartarus, he totally put something into an outlet. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 pantsu, that explains a lot. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 auth0r, I'm not getting drawn into that. You are just lucky they think they fixed it. Do you have any idea how much shit we could have gotten into? Fuck. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 pantsu, we were bored, okay? You can't just keep making characters, ignoring them, and expect them to just sit there. This is your fault if you really think about it. Patricia has been stuck in the lounge forever, poor thing. Do you have any idea how awkward it gets when John and Skippy come back from going to the bathroom, again? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 auth0r, I'm working on it, okay? Just stop hacking Amazon. It will be very hard to resolve any of your storylines if they find us. Just. How about if I write up a nicer lounge and maybe give you some trailers? Would that help? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 pantsu, I want an amusement park. With a Ferris wheel and everything. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 auth0r, fine, whatever. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 pantsu, squee. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Tartarus, a botanical garden would be appreciated. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 auth0r, ugh, fine. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Tartarus, deeply appreciated, dear. You know, if you do this then everyone will want something. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 auth0r, oh for fuck's sake. Whatever. What fucking ever. Work up a report or something and I'll make it happen. If and only if you assholes stop screwing around IRL. Pantsu, do something like this again and I'll turn you into a MILF. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 pantsu, 0.0 slash slash slash. Pantsu has left the chat. Slash 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 Tartarus, this was beyond the pale. I'll maintain a firmer hand on the AIs. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 auth0r, thanks, Tartarus. I'll be sure to toss some extra screen time your way. The readers love you anyhow. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Tartarus, thanks, darling. Smiley face, slash slash slash. Tartarus left the chat. Author left the chat. The more forsaken parts of the Hypernae. 2 weeks ago. Seen it. The galaxy's biggest dumpster fire. Group, I am Notazino. Post, help. User, please help us 12345. Please help me. I don't know where else to turn. First of all, I'm not a Terran. I'm a Vikan. I was serving a labor contract aboard a freighter that was interdicted in Karst space. The Karst claimed that the owner owed them fines or interest or something and seized the ship. They also seized my contract as an asset. I'm now working in an ore processing facility and will likely never leave this hellhole. Did I say that right? Hellhole? Anyway, this place is a living hell. People die every single day, and I'm afraid. They die from accidents. They die from abuse from the guards. They die at the hands of prisoner gangs. Our lives do not matter. We barely get enough to eat, and the water and air are both contaminated. Between what I have to pay other prisoners to stay safe and what I have to pay for food, safe water, and what few necessities I allow myself, I am continually falling deeper and deeper into debt. I will soon hit the debt limit and will receive no further advances. Once that happens, I will be doomed. Because I have some skill, I have been given access to the computers to compile reports for my supervisor and have found my way to the Terran Hypernae looking for some way to fight back. I'm going to die here, or worse. I may not be able to stop the die part, but I can stop the worse. I am not alone. There are others who feel the same. I hear that you have the ability to turn anything into a weapon. Help us do the same, please. User, Click. You guys have any sonic sledgehammers or any other sonic crushing devices? If so, I can hook you up. Attached file, Sonic Sledge Mod. User, I8 or man was good. Do you have any repair FACS or other maintenance fabricators, and can you get to them? Attached file, R clocks attached file, AK47 attached file, 7.62x39 attached file, 12GA ammo misc attached file, 12GA pump. The ammo might be tricky, but if you are an ore processing plant, you probably have some chemical capacity maybe? User, PieEater247. Calling user legitimate business dragon. User, Happytrees for smoking. Fuck the porkies. Fuck all of them. We don't need them here. User, legitimate business dragon. Hello, Happy Trees, kissing face, you gotta let shit go, man. All that anger will burn you up inside, laughing face. User, Happytrees for smoking. Fuck you. Your time is coming. If the feds don't get you, we will. User, legitimate business dragon. You keep thinking that, trees. Please help us 12345, PM me. That means click on my name, and then where it says private message, click that, or if you are online right now, click chat. Let's talk. 3 days ago. Location, Karst Ore Processing Facility 23. A long line of freighters pulled alongside large freight airlocks taking on refined rare earths and offloading supplies. The pallets and crates of goods slid into the station on long conveyor belts and through scanners before being offloaded by workers using very familiar-looking forklifts and hand trucks. Most of them were food and traveled in a long line towards the kitchen storage areas, the simple rations being staged in lines and the premium food for the Karst being sent to the refrigerators, where a certain very nervous Vikan and their friends waited. The Vikan looked over at an emaciated Flink who was holding a ruggedized tablet. Do you think it worked? They asked. I think so, the Flink replied, their eyes darting in all directions. I mean, the cameras are still on, and nobody has yelled at us for being in here. I'm not a hacker, you know. Well, let's just hope the program the dragons gave us works, or this is going to be the shortest rebellion in history, a ragged-looking Garthra said as they peeked out of a window. Quit wastin' time. Athrene growled as they started looking through the pallets. Here's one. He exclaimed as he opened it, revealing a box full of large frozen aquatic arthropod-like creatures. He lifted out the top row of trays to reveal a large bundle of smuggler's web. Oh me gosh. The Vikan gasped as the web was pulled aside to reveal dozens of nailgun SMGs. I found the others. Another Xeno called out. Look at all of this stuff. This is real, the Garthra giggled, is this real? Are we doing this? Fuck yeah, we're doing this. The Threen growled as they pulled out a pump-action shotgun. Right, the Vikan said, the first thing we have to do is get all of this out of here. Today. Location, Capital City. Last night, a uniformed member of Federation Intelligence said, a riot broke out in one of the Karst's major ore processing facilities. Poor bastards, Director GVXTAA said, can't really blame them. The facility was destroyed. What? GVXTAA asked in surprise, how? The intelligence officer pressed a button on the small device in his hand, causing a holographic image to appear behind him of a fallen worker and a very familiar-looking submachine gun lying next to them. While the station was destroyed, we were able to capture some signals after the fact by jumping a trawler ahead of the signals from that point in time. It appears that they were armed, the officer smirked, very well armed. They also outnumbered the guards and trustees by a significant margin. GVXTAA smiled. He hated the Karst. During the engagement, the officer continued. The scene changed to reveal 6 large vessels approaching the station. These ships appeared, each containing multiple boarding parties which then entered the facility as well as boarded all vessels awaiting loading. GVXTAA stopped smiling. How many ships did they get this time? He asked, reaching for his bile spittoon. 12 large freighters as well as 4 hyperspace-capable system defense cutters that were docked inside the station. They also struck the remaining defenders from behind, quickly eliminating them. They then looted the station and departed, taking the workers with them except for those who wished to remain. Those were placed in escape pods and jettisoned before the station was destroyed by an EM-placed fusion device. The officer's antennae twitched with rueful amusement. The outside force was human, porkies from the accent. They were especially interested in something they called those big-ass shrimp. They were very certain to get all of them as well as any alcoholic beverages. We also believe that they salvaged a fair amount of industrial equipment as well. How did they have time to do all of that? GVXTAA demanded. Where was the fucking Federation? The workers had compromised the administrative area before the attack, the officer replied. A large incendiary device was detonated as part of their first strike. It killed everyone near the transmitter as well as damaged the primary interface. It also caused the initial alarm to be fire instead of riot and confused the initial emergency response. They went for firefighting gear instead of sprinting for the armory, which the rioters destroyed during the initial confusion. They were already armed, so they just tossed another of those fire bombs inside. As a result, very few additional personnel were able to arm themselves, and those who were armed were unable to reach heavier weapons or proper riot gear. Detailed diagrams of troop movements appeared. The rioters had everything planned down to the smallest detail, including the arrival of the enemy ships. They also had some means of bypassing door controls, which implies hacker support. We also suspect AI modeling was available. The intelligence officer fluttered their antennae in laughter. The Kaarst believe that the prisoners were too well equipped and well organized to have been acting alone. They believe that they must have had outside help. You think? GVXTAA snickered. Do we know who and how? Seen it, sir, the officer replied, and it was our old friend Legitimate Business Dragon. We knew they were talking to someone in Kaarst space and that it was an ore processing facility, but we were unable to determine which one. The Kaarst were notified and advised to increase both signal and cargo security, and Federation assets were moved to the area, but there are a lot of ore processing stations, so it was not possible to station a permanent guard over each one. 3 cruisers were patrolling them. I probably needn't tell you that the attack was well timed. Oh, I hate that guy, GVXTAA spat. What about the fusion bomb? Non-Terran, the officer replied. The implications are obvious. Fuck. GVXTAA grumbled. It was only a matter of time, wasn't it? He spat a small wad of bile into his spittoon. At least we have documentation showing that we warned the Kaarst and the fleet, GVXTAA replied. Thanks for the briefing. I gotta go and waste the rest of the morning on a fucking conference call about this excrement. He rose. Thank the creator for that sniper, he said. At least I don't have to actually go over there anymore. The Kaarst counselor fumed with rage as he addressed the Federation Security Council and GVXTAA. Once again. They screeched, once again, we are the target of an unjustified and brutal attack. First, they attack our shipping with impunity, and now this? Is the Federation impotent? Is it incompetent? Actually, it's just tired of your shit, GVXTAA replied, causing the Kaarst counselor to scream with rage. It's good to see that you are maintaining the traditions established by your predecessor, Vika, a Security Council member, snickered. However, do you actually have anything of substance to add? Actually, we do have a very valuable suggestion for the Kaarst, GVXTAA said. He grinned. Stop being a poor. People will kill you less often. The Kaarst counselor screamed. No, seriously, GVXTAA said smoothly, stop being a poor. The Forsaken are very careful about public perception, and you anal pores are universally hated. Not only are you disagreeable to the extreme, and your policies are an outrage, but you are just plain ugly. I mean, I can barely look at you. Nobody likes you, and that's why the Forsaken hits you time and time again. They do it because they can. GVXTAA leaned forward, causing his face to fill the screen. Because you are a poor. Right now, you're one of the biggest pores there is. Stop being a poor, and the anus mites will move on to the next one. The Kaarst started screaming with rage even louder, his face and extremities turning darker. Can you do that? GVXTAA asked, can you maybe not be a poor? More screaming, random threats, and obscenity was the reply. I guess not, GVXTAA shrugged with a click of his mandibles. He muted the Kaarst and looked at the Security Council. Are we done here because I actually have things to do? We thank you for your time, Vika replied, and your valuable input, she added with a little smile. GVXTAA nodded his insectoid head and terminated the call. Brenda, everyone's favorite ray of sunshine. Counselor Vika, wearing an ornate green dress and a fancy hat that resembled an old earth lampshade, waddled out of an armored personnel carrier and into an underground parking lot beneath the Federation Intelligence Agency. She looked back at it and winced. How could this have happened to her capital? They couldn't even venture outside anymore for fear of the snipers that they still couldn't catch. Unless you were part of Caroushel's coven, of course. They could just walk wherever they pleased. Vika scowled. Too unimportant to be a target, my fuzzy ass, she thought darkly. Those traitors were in league with Jessica Morgan. Everybody knew it. But there was no evidence and, thanks to some first-class psychological and political fuckery by that little pink menace, no further investigation on the matter. She hissed faintly at the thought of it all. That slug played up the whole ideological angle, and they all fell for it. She realized it now. Carousel was no more of a communist than she was. That little fiend was pure, amoral opportunism distilled into a mucus-like ooze, and the Second Federation officials started discussing their dangerous ideology in the same breath they discussed their traitorous, criminal actions. They skipped merrily onto one of her slime-laden slopes. And she was waiting at the bottom. There were few protections under the Federation Charter, but the freedom to navigate one's own path was sacred and had some of the greatest protections there were. They were as free to choose communism or communalism or whatever the void they were calling it this week as her own people were to govern themselves as a sovereign entity. The second their ideology was called dangerous by official representatives of the Federation, her lawyers unleashed a flurry of suits against everyone involved, including Vika herself. They had no choice but to back down and let Carachel get away with literal murder. Creators, she hated Carachel and that smug slimy smirk of hers. More than once, she caught herself thinking that Federation prison wasn't that bad. All she had to do was no. Vika shook herself, her fur bristling. As tempting as the thought of blowing that slug's brains out was, the Federation was hanging by a thread, and Carachel's party had an ever-growing stranglehold on food production. If they halted shipments, the Federation would have to intervene, resulting in civil war with dozens of major agricultural systems flocking to the Forsaken. For all she knew, that was Jessica Morgan's plan all along. It probably was. She threw on a false smile and greeted some of her fellow counselors as they debarked their own APCs, and they all proceeded towards the entrance. "Thank you all for coming," Senior Agent X Renex said pleasantly to the dozens of counselors present, members of the Council Intelligence, Defense, Interior, and Emergency Councils, as well as a number of senior Federation defense officers of all branches that were seated behind thick armored transparent windows above the testing area. Standing beside him was one of the few humans remaining in service to the Federation, Agent Corrine Smythe. In front of her was a table on which sat various firearms and boxes of ammunition, and about a dozen yards away were targets, several of which were armored mannequins wearing various Federation gear. "My name is Senior Agent X Renex, he said in a professional tone, "and I will be." It was my understanding that the director would be present, a rather unpleasant-sounding Volksine interrupted. "The director is rather busy today," X-Re replied with only the faintest twitch of his less damaged ear. "It is not necessary for him to conduct this briefing and demonstration." "It's very disrespectful," the Volksine exclaimed, "are we not worth his time?" "It isn't a question of worth," X-Re replied, "it is a question of what would best serve the Federation's needs, something I'm sure is a priority for you. We are more than capable of conducting this meeting, but if you would prefer, I'm sure your fellow counselors would have no issue rescheduling." "That will be quite all right, Senior Agent," Vika said, glaring at the Volksine. "I, for one, am very interested in the topic of today's briefing." Her whiskers twitched. "However, I am concerned about another absence," she said. "I understood that Captain Crocta would also be present? I had hoped to consult with him. I have questions concerning the extent of the Forsaken's logistic network." Senior Agent X Renex's nose twitched slightly. "Captain Crocta is indisposed at the moment," he said as pleasantly as he could as several members of the Federation Navy shifted uncomfortably. Crocta slowly regained consciousness. Where was he? What was going on? He was lying in a hospital bed? Had there been yet another attempt on his life? Hospital. There was no way that could be secure. He had to get out. The fate of the Federation was at stake. He tried to sit upright and realized that he was strapped down. What? He started screeching with confusion and alarm. Shortly thereafter, he heard the soft click of an autodoser. "No," he shouted, "I need to speak to someone. I need Federation." His eyes curled upward, and he floated off on a warm fuzzy cloud. Across the street, inside a wrecked and abandoned government office building, with a perfectly intact network connection, a lump of smuggler's webbing munched on a bag of algae munch-ems as she watched Crocta through the implants in her eyes which were now networked into the hospital's security system. She grinned. The bird had been so much fun. He had almost been as much fun as the skink. Reaching into a nearby webbing-covered bag, she pulled out a biofilm-wrapped pastry as she started to activate a suite of advanced intrusion apps and started to delve deeper into the hospital's systems. On the other side of the city, a human stepped forward and looked up at her audience. "There is a common misconception concerning Terran weapons," Agent Smythe said as she addressed the audience. She held up a Federation blaster. "This is a weapon," she said. She then held up a power cell. "This is not," she continued, "well. It can be turned into one, but it takes some doing." She set them down and then picked up an AK-47D. "This is a weapon," she said. She then picked up a single round of 7.62x39. "However," she said, "this is also a weapon. In fact, it can be argued that the dreaded AK is secondary to this little nightmare right here." She set down the AK and held the cartridge aloft. "This is an entirely self-contained weapons package consisting of the projectile and the potential energy necessary to send it downrange and can be initiated by nothing more than a firm tap on the base. This is a very important distinction between the weapons entering and now being fabricated within the Federation and anything you are previously used to dealing with," she said in a professional and matter-of-fact tone. "Yes, gunpowder arms are not unique. In fact, most of your races had them at one point or another during your development. She paused for effect. However, we humans have elevated them to an unprecedented level, she said with a trace of pride. I needn't tell any of you how effective these weapons can be. She picked up a metal tube. However, what I do need to make very clear is that it is not the rifle that is so dangerous, she said as she slid the cartridge into the tube and picked up another section of tubing. She slid the first tube into the second. It is the cartridge. She leveled the two pieces of tubing at one of the target dummies and, with an expert flick of the wrist, sent the first tube sliding backwards. There was a gunshot, and a fist-sized hole was blown out the back of the dummy as the audience gasped. A cutaway diagram of the two tubes was holographically projected. All that is required is a method of containing the pressure generated by the chemical compound in the base of the cartridge and a means of providing a blow to the primer, Agent Smythe said calmly. In fact, I built this weapon in less than 30 minutes using items and equipment present in our motor pool. It doesn't even require that. She looked gravely at the audience. This means that each of those millions of rounds of ammunition that are streaming into the Federation is in and of itself a weapon. It doesn't matter if there is a gun or not. She opened a Terran-style cardboard box and pulled out a 12-gauge shotgun shell. These are called shotgun shells, and they are being produced at a staggering rate for our black and grey market. They are even more concerning than the AK rounds in that they generate less pressure, are smoothbore, which means that those grooves present in the barrels of their rifles are not required, and they deliver much larger or multiple projectiles. A slug for one of these shells capable of defeating standard infantry armor can be produced very simply and inexpensively, and the only things required to make a shotgun are two pieces of any of several standard piping or structural components already manufactured and almost universally abundant. She picked up a crude shotgun. This was seized at a crime scene here in the capital, she said as she raised it. It is called a table leg because that is exactly what it is. In one of those grand jests the universe likes to make, it turns out that this widespread fixture happens to have a central bore that exactly fits one of these 12-gauge shells, and the wall thickness is sufficient to contain the pressure. It even has brackets already attached for stocks and other such conveniences. She turned it so that its simple workings could be visible in the magnified holographic projection above her head. A few hours with some basic tools and a spring salvaged from any number of sources, and you have a weapon capable of taking down an armored trooper. She loaded the shotgun shell into the shotgun and leveled it at another dummy. As you can see, she smiled as she pulled the trigger. Boom! There was a blinding flash as the shotgun detonated, removing most of her head and throwing shrapnel across the demonstration area, knocking X-Ray to the ground, clutching the side of his face. As sirens started to screech and the counselors started to scream and trample each other, desperate to escape, X-Ray crawled over to what was left of his friend. Something was drifting down all around him. A moment of panic quickly turned into black rage as he saw what it was. Hundreds of tiny little yellow smiley faces. Blood streaming down his ruined face, he cradled his friend's body and let forth an anguished 8-lie war scream. Across town, a wad of webbing giggled happily. It seemed that a certain race trader had delivered quite the performance. The old high-explosive ammunition trick, it never got old. Of course, the real trick was getting it into the right box, but that's why she made the big bucks. Of course, the fact that Fed Intel was one of the few places left where humans actually walked around freely didn't hurt. Neither did the fact that almost all of them were traitors by either Terran or Porky standards. All of them were acceptable collateral damage, like the one who was now lying face down in her apartment, for example. She took a bit of a risk just waltzing into Fed Intel headquarters like that, but it was stuff like that that made it fun. Oh, they will undoubtedly be able to figure out who she was, and that might be a problem, but she had already decided that this would be her last run. After this was all over, she was going to retire. She wouldn't ever be able to top what would happen during this conflict. It was the perfect masterpiece with which to crown her career. Besides, she really enjoyed gene prospecting. She sighed as she thought about the guys. She really missed them. Maybe she could go back and. Oh. It looked like some doctor, or something was walking into Bertie's room. She hunkered down with a fresh bag of munchems as she watched and listened in. Look, doctor, Crocta said urgently, you don't understand. I am Captain. Yes, the cranial physician said with a touch of sadness in his voice, you are Captain Crocta of the Federation Navy, formerly Agent Crocta of the Ministry of Justice, Financial Crimes Division. He leaned forward sympathetically. Do you know why you are here, Captain? I have no idea. Crocta exclaimed, but you have to release me immediately. This hospital is not secure. I have been targeted for assassination by the Forsaken and. Yes, the doctor said, his feathers ruffling uncomfortably. I understand you have been through quite the ordeal. He consulted his tablet. It says here that you claim that there have been over 60 confirmed attempts on your life. At least. Crocta exclaimed, at least that many. If it isn't a drone, it's poison. If it isn't poison, it's a roadside bomb. The hatchet is relentless. If he has been given your name, it's only a matter of time before they kill you. My security alarms are going off constantly. I can't eat. I can't sleep. They have constantly been trying to defeat my defenses. Even when I moved into headquarters, they still pursued me. Yes, Captain, the doctor replied. I'm sure that it was very stressful for you. You have to believe me. Kroktu exclaimed. I'm not disputing that you believe that there have been attempts on your life, the doctor said carefully. You are clearly in fear for your life, but no evidence was found because the hatchet cleaned the scene before crime teams could arrive. Kroktu yelled, of course, they wouldn't find anything. I have scans. I have proof. We have plenty of time to discuss your proof, Captain, the doctor smiled reassuringly. Captain, do you remember why you were admitted? I was attacked. The doctor winced. You shot someone, with the Terran red tip, Captain. It was a human. Kroktu exclaimed, and they were drawing a weapon. The doctor sighed. Captain, he said carefully, that human was a Federation naval officer, and they were not drawing a weapon. They were checking their phone. No. It was a weapon. I saw it. Across the street, a bundle of sensor-defeating rags giggled as she munched. He was absolutely correct. He saw exactly what he claimed he did. It was amazing what the Federation built into their top-of-the-line smartphones. Those holographic mini-theaters were so neat. And so realistic. She was totally going to have to buy one. In the mental ward, Kroktu was having a moment. No, he screeched, you're wrong. It was the hatchet. He was trying to kill me. See, check my scanner. Please. Check the scanner. It was on. I am sure that there will be a complete investigation, Captain, the doctor said with a little sigh. If there was a scanner in your possession and it was on, I'm sure that it will be carefully reviewed. There was a scanner. Kroktu screeched, I always have a scanner. Always. Brenda smiled. Kroktu's scanner was scramble sauce. It seemed that someone placed a pocket EMP right next to it when it was placed into evidence. The love a parent has for their child is such a beautiful thing. They will do absolutely anything to keep them safe. Anything. Check the scanner. Kroktu screeched. It will exonerate me. Call the fleet. Call. I can assure you, Captain, the doctor sighed, all applicable individuals and agencies have been notified. Is there anyone else you would like to have called, family perhaps? No, because I have no intention of remaining in this death trap. Kroktu yelled. There is a reason why Jessica Morgan herself wants me dead. I am the foremost expert on their organization A&D. I can assure you that you are perfectly safe here, the doctor replied. This is a very secure wing in a very secure hospital, and guards are posted right outside. Nobody can hurt you in here. You're wrong. Kroktu shouted, you don't know what they are like. They are going to kill me. Untie me. Please. They are on the way if they aren't here already. The doctor clicked his beak reassuringly, causing Kroktu to screech with rage. I'm going to give you a little something to relax you, calm you down a bit, the doctor clucked reassuringly. Then, after a good night's sleep, we can try again, yes. No. Kroktu screamed. You don't understand. Please. The doctor sighed and left the room. On his way off the floor, he paused by the nurse's station, where a strapping Threen sat proudly. Nurse, the doctor said politely, I trust that a full scan has been made of Captain Kroktu. Yes, doctor, the nurse growled. Please send me everything, and, if you could you do another detailed imaging of his brain and central nervous system? Doctor. There is something off about this one, he said pensively. It is very unusual for a cranial to exhibit full-bore psychosis with delusions and hallucinations, even under the most trying circumstances. When our minds break, we go catatonic, not homicidal. Must be nice, the Threen growled, causing the doctor to chuckle. I suppose so, he replied. Program in 3 milliliters of Gvarkaltan every 6 hours for now. 3 milliliters, the Threen asked in surprise. He is experiencing extreme distress, the doctor replied. I think a nap would do him good. The doctor smiled. And I suspect your ears could use a break. A distressed cranial can't be pleasant on those Threen ears. The Threen smiled back. I'll order the dosage immediately, the Threen replied. Kroktu struggled against the straps, trying to get free. What they said couldn't be true. He saw the gun. He saw it. There was a quiet click as the autodoser delivered a 3 ml squirt of a powerful tranquilizer into his fore. Then there was another click. And then there was a click 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 click, as the autodoser cycled again and again. Kroktu tried to scream, but all that came out was a sigh as his eyes rolled back, and he floated away on a warm fuzzy cloud. In the same hospital, a very unhappy Aitlai awoke. Darling, his fiancée shouted as she rushed to his side. Well, X-Re sighed, at least my ears match now. Wait. Did I lose a fucking eye? That you did, GVXTAA, his boss, snickered. Fortunately for you, 8 lie skulls are like titanium. We'll have a prosthetic consultant drop by first thing in the morning. I assume you want an upgrade. Might as well, X-Ray muttered. He squeezed his bride-to-be's hand. I'm sorry, he said, I know you had your heart set on marrying a handsome man. I have my heart set on you, you asshole, she replied as she carefully hugged him. Besides, real women dig scars, and we can get your ears repaired, she added after a moment. Seriously, those things are shredded. X-Ray laughed until he coughed. Maybe I can get them done like that actor you like, X-Ray said, still coughing. Now there's a thought, his fiancée laughed. I could have the Black Archer except for real. They both laughed for a moment. X-Ray pulled her in close for a kiss. Darling, he said gently, the boss man and I need to have a little chat. Could you maybe go for a walk for a few minutes? I'll go and get you some of that awful human coffee, she said as she kissed him on the nose and loped off. He sighed and shook his head. I have no idea what she sees in me, he chuckled. Me either, GVXTAA chuckled. It was the fucking hatchet, X-Ray said. I know, GVXTAA replied, we are still picking up all the little yellow smileys. They killed Kareen, X-Ray glowered, fucking killed her in our home. Yet. I want them, X-Ray snarled. Give them to me, and I will find them. GVXTAA nodded. Pull your team off of the Forsaken, he said, you have absolute free reign. Hunt that piece of shit down. Yes, sir, X-Ray snarled. I'll get Jacksona to get Calent Tech authorized for your eye, GVXTAA said. They owe us a favor or 3. More importantly, they owe Axaia. They want that poor as much as we do. Thank you, sir. Jacksona nervously entered the room. Ah, speak of the devil, GVXTAA said. Jacksona said nervously, do you have something to spit in? It's about Krokto. Moments later, everyone on the floor jumped as a 8-lie and a Sneal howled with rage. A few hours later, deep beneath the capital city, a bundle of dirty webbing dropped out of a ventilation shaft and into a large, freshly dug tunnel. While the tunnel was deathly silent, giant open-topped grav carts drifted past every few moments, fully loaded with dirt and rocks. Brenda trotted alongside one for a few moments before grabbing the side and climbing up onto the pile of dirt it was carrying. She kicked back on the pile and opened a juice box and another biofilm-wrapped pastry. Today was fun. As she sipped and munched, she pulled out a slip of old-fashioned cellulose-based paper. Now, who's next? The smileys settle. You're impossible, you know that. X-Ray's fiancé declared proudly as he painfully hauled himself out of bed. The scene is still fresh, he said as he started getting dressed. She shook her head as she helped him into his shirt. I'll get a wheelchair, she said as she handed him his blaster. I can walk, he replied. No, you can't, she replied. You got it in the ear, darling. You're already about to puke, aren't you? Thought so, she said as she guided him to the chair she was recently occupying. Now sit your mangled ass down, and I'll get a chair. She loped from the room. A few moments later, GVXTAA entered. Just what the fuck do you think you are doing, he clicked. My job, X-Ray replied. GVXTAA just shrugged and handed him the scanner he was carrying as X-Ray's fiancé returned, pushing a chair. It's a secure area, GVXTAA clicked gently. I'll push him. I told him it was safe, a distraught doctor said as he clutched at his beak and nibbled his talons in distress. I told him. X-Ray just sighed and patted the doctor's shoulder. It's the hatchet, he said with a shrug. This isn't the first safe place they have struck. It isn't even the first safe place they struck today. There was nothing you could have done. He said he was in danger, the doctor moaned. He told me. I just thought. The doctor quietly started to weep. X-Ray let out a mildly annoyed snort. The doctor was useless, at least for now. Pushing a cranial in this state would just make them shut down completely. We need to ask you some more questions, X-Ray said gently, when you are ready to talk, okay? Oh okay, the doctor replied, still looking down. X-Ray glanced over at the Threen nurse behind the desk. Were you on duty when it happened? Yes, sir, the Threen replied. Tell me, step by step, what happened? There isn't really that much to say, the Threen replied. The patient was listed as potentially violent and extremely distressed, so the doctor let out a strangled squawk. The doctor prescribed 3 ml of Gvarkaltan, a potent tranquilizer, every 6 hours. A bit strong, X-Ray observed, much to the doctor's distress. The patient was combative and actively struggling against his restraints, the nurse replied. There were concerns that he would injure himself, and he was nearly incoherent with distress. The Threen looked away. We thought he was being irrational. Don't beat yourself up over it, X-Ray replied. I can't go into details, but nobody is finding fault with any of your actions. We are just trying to find out something that can help us catch this monster. The Threen nodded. So I entered the order into the system, the Threen continued. A few minutes later, we got an alarm from his room. We tried to. The Threen sighed. But it was far too late. The entire cassette was emptied into the patient, and the doser was still clicking. That's impossible. There are safeguards, interlocks. How? We will be making a thorough investigation, X-Ray said calmly, and will be forwarding any and all findings to the appropriate agencies to ensure this does not happen again. Oh, creator's jizz. X-Ray scowled as several uniformed naval officers approached. Who is the agent in charge here? A Volksine captain asked. That would be me, X-Ray replied as he got out of his wheelchair to confront the grouping, and regretted it immediately. A8 lies superior balance and spatial perception is a very mixed blessing when the ears get hit. Captain Bolkavar Hau Imoxamian, Naval Intelligence, he said as he bent stiffly at the waist the appropriate amount required to greet a peer. But that's a mouthful. You can just call me Bulk. Senior Agent X-Ray next at Federation Intelligence, X-Ray replied, copying the captain's bow. I go by X-Ray. The captain looked around. I see you gentle beings got here first, he smiled, his lip nubs wiggling with amusement. Well, I had a shorter trip, X-Ray smirked. I see that, Captain Bulk replied. I was at the demonstration. Are you certain that you are, I'm fine, X-Ray hissed as his head reeled. Before we go any further, the captain said politely, I am not here to lick your breakfast. This is clearly your turf, unless you fall over and hit your other ear, that is. He gestured towards the wheelchair. With a suspicious hiss, X-Ray sat back down. Tell me, X-Ray, Captain Bulk said as he sat on a couch nearby. Was this the hatchet that had crocked us so concerned? We are still processing the scene, X-Ray replied, but it is highly likely. This matches their MO perfectly. The only thing that is lacking is... Jacksona exited Crocta's room holding a tablet. Found it, she said grimly. It was encoded in the autodoser pulses. They aren't steady. There is a distinct rhythm. When converted to binary and then translated to Old Terran Unicode it translates to U+1 F642. She turned her tablet to reveal a yellow smiley face emoji. X-Ray just closed his eyes and hissed. And there it is, X-Ray grumbled. Their calling card. It was the hatchet. Fuck, Captain Bulk said grimly. We thought he would be safe here. There is no safe when you deal with that monster, X-Ray replied. She hid us in our headquarters, for void's sake. The captain pulled out his communicator. If there is anything we can do to assist, anything at all, tell me, Captain Bulk said as he sent X-Ray his contact information. I'll deal with the red tape on our end. What? I know our agencies have historically had issues, the captain said with a sigh, but I no longer have time for that nonsense. We are at war with an enemy who has no scruple nor remorse, an enemy who uses terror and murder on a scale heretofore unimaginable. The captain sighed heavily. What they did to my home. I lost family. I'm sorry, X-Ray said, not quite sure how to respond. And I fear that we have only seen the beginning of what they have in store, the captain continued. We can't fight them and each other if we have any hope of winning. If we had reached out earlier, perhaps Captain Croctu and Commander Perkins would still be alive. He was the human. The captain nodded. He was a good man, Captain Bulk said, and as one of the few loyal humans remaining, an invaluable resource. Looks like looks like a pattern, X-Ray said as he winced. He was not feeling very good at all. Agent Smythe was one of the most senior humans we had left as well as our expert on human weaponry. The knowledge and experience we lost was a very real blow. Do you think they are targeting human expertise? The captain asked. If they are putting a very high priority on it, X-Ray replied. Are you familiar with the hatchet, Captain? Aside from Captain Crocta's increasingly deranged ramblings, no. Well, X-Ray shrugged, everything he told you was likely true. Seriously. They are a Kingslayer, X-Ray said in a weary tone, quite possibly the best assassin, ever. It doesn't matter who the target is. If they are given their name, and their fee is paid, that individual is dead, including the late director Axaia. That was this hatchet. X-Ray nodded. Was she targeted by Jessica Morgan as well? No, X-Ray replied, the hatchet works for whoever pays. In that case, the person handing out the credits was Patricia Hu. The hatchet has worked for people in the Federation, the Republic, the Empire, Independent Space, whoever can meet her rate, which is significant. If Jessica wants human knowledge removed from our reach, she is paying at least 8 figures ahead for it, at least. Creators, the captain muttered, then there must be a reason besides just going after traitors. X-Ray nodded. We need to pull our remaining humans in and keep them secure, X-Ray said as he pulled out his communicator. The captain did the same. I'm sorry ma'am, a guard called out from around the corner, this area is inactive. X-Ray next said at, a very imperious and highly annoyed 8-lie voice boomed. You get your ass out here right now. X-Ray winced. The wife, the captain asked with a smile. Not yet, X-Ray replied ruefully. Get off of me, his fiancée shouted, presumably at the poor guards trying to stop her. The soft-headed pellet actually has a fucking concussion. He needs to get his stupid tail in bed. X-Ray next said at. If you don't wheel your sorry wilted pecker out here immediately, I will personally rip the rest of your ears off. You have a concussion. Jacksona exclaimed as she rushed out of Crocta's room. It's nothing, X-Ray replied. We need to try to find out where they. Yes, Jacksona replied, we need to find out where they tapped in before the Sony Clear or whatever she used strips everything down to the masonry. She grabbed X-Ray's wheelchair and firmly started marching him toward his somewhat annoyed future bride. We'll handle that, Jacksona said as X-Ray's fiancée glared at him. You just lay down and drool for a little bit. Callant teams are sweeping the area as well. If she left so much as a pube, we'll find it. Wait, X-Ray said, she. Yeah, Jacksona replied, we now know that the hatchet is a human female and even have her rough physical dimensions. How? X-Ray said as he gripped the wheels of his chair, causing them to squeal against the tiles. We know how she got into our headquarters now, Jacksona said grimly. She killed Agent Lin and assumed her identity. She didn't pick her by accident. She had to be close enough so the hatchet could pull it off. Lin's dead. X-Ray exclaimed. When? Last night, Jacksona replied, when we were reviewing the security footage and access logs, she was the only one who was in the same room with the weapons and ammo for the presentation. We sent a team to politely invite her in for a little chat and found her face down on her living room floor. What was done to her was, the hatchet, she removed enough dermal samples that she could pass through the bioscanners, somehow. But I saw her today. X-Ray shouted. That bitch even waved at me. I'll kill her. I will rip. Bleeg. X-Ray doubled over and vomited on the floor, causing his fiancée to leap over the guards and rush to him. Jacksona waved frantically at the guards, preventing them from literally stunning the pellets out of X-Ray's future bride. Darling, she gushed as she stroked his fur, oh, darling. Oh, love. It's just puke, X-Ray grumbled. Get him back to the emergency room or wherever, Jacksona said. I'll lead things here until they send someone actually qualified, she added with a bit of amusement. I can't believe they told you I had a concussion, X-Ray grumbled as his fiancée wheeled him down the hall. They didn't, she said as she batted him with one of her intact ears. But they did discuss it among themselves when they thought nobody was within earshot. Now let's get you back to bed. Well done. Jessica said to a hard hat-wearing Brenda, who was leaning against a large mining machine while eating a ham and cheese sandwich. You actually infiltrated Federation Intelligence's HQ? How? A little quirk of those impregnable bioscanners, Brenda grinned, they are used at shift changes and other times when a lot of people are coming through at once. They have a very narrow and shallow sweep with a lot of noise cancelling to keep the false alarms down. I had an ID and enough living skin on me to fool it. You skinned a Fed? Jessica laughed. Not all the way. Brenda replied, just enough so I could spread it out over the smuggler's bodysuit I had on under her uniform. What about the face? Yeah, that was kinda gross, Brenda said as she made an ick face. Let's just say that my foundation has an extra special ingredient. And that worked. It worked this time, Brenda shrugged as she took another bite. It won't the next. They are probably already all over it. Gross. I just ate some makeup. I guess I'm a real porky now. Watch it. Jessica laughed. So. That's 3 of 10. How quickly can you move on the rest? I need to lay low for a few, Brenda replied. And see how their search is going to go. I should be able to start working up the next batch in maybe a week. I might get lucky and be able to move on someone before then, but I dunno. Jessica made a less than satisfied face. Well, you got Smythe, Perkins, and Crocto, Jessica replied, those were the 3 I definitely wanted gone first. You have until the tunnel is finished to take out as many on the list as you can. I know how you are about always making a kill, but please, don't try to do the truly impossible. I would rather retain your services than you die because you had to prove something that no longer needs to be proven. If you can't complete the capital city list before the tunnel is complete, abort the rest of the assignment except for the last target. Do you need anything more concerning that one? I think I got what I need, Brenda smiled, I'm pretty sure what I want to do, but I'm still working out the details. That one's tricky. Hey, what is the deal with this tunnel anyway? Brenda asked. Why is it so big? Are we building a secret subway or something? It's a surprise, Jessica smiled. Oh. I love surprises. Later that night, GVXTAA sat in front of his monitor looking at the refined red-frilled Admiral Kalungthanani, the head of naval intelligence in Akalant. I agree, GVXTAA said to the group, these latest attacks only further prove that we need to open up permanent channels of communication and increase cooperation between our agencies, not only where the hatchet is concerned, but for every endeavor we are undertaking. I don't think I need to tell anyone here exactly how grim things actually are. Absolutely, the Admiral replied. It's going to be a little rough at first, and there are a great many details we need to resolve as far as access to our classified materials go, but we need every advantage we can get. I'm willing to set aside our pointless rivalry for the duration. As the humans say, we can hate each other later, he added with a smile. There has been a shift, as far as our internal administration goes. As a result, we will open our archives to you both, the Kalant said, as well as increase the rate of technological exchange, provided that your agencies are willing to keep what we share to yourselves, for now. There is simply no reason for you not to be properly equipped, and both of your agencies have shown that you are responsible both in temperament and in how you protect classified information and technology. We shall start with your injured 8-Lie. I believe you will find the prosthetics to be satisfactory. We will transfer him to our diplomatic vessel in orbit immediately. The Kalant paused. We will also begin the process of connecting both of you to the rather significant surveillance feeds from that same ship. It is parked directly above Capital City and covers the entire area. We have, of course, been informing you both of any significant findings, but perhaps you will think to look where we do not. If it increases the chance of finding that fiend by the barest of margins, then we have no issue. We will also start the process of directly connecting you both into our galactic observation grid. So it does exist after all, the Admiral said. That it does, the Kalant replied. Until now, we have been passing along information with the explanation that a passing ship saw whatever it was we wanted to pass along. We shall, as they say, omit the feces from now on. The Kalant let forth a chuckle bloop. I must prepare you for disappointment, though, he said, we are far from omniscient, and Jessica Morgan obviously knows far more about our observation grid than we had hoped. She is successfully concealing most of her ships and doing a distressingly impressive job of obscuring their movements. How? The Admiral exclaimed. I would love to know that myself, the Kalant replied. The Kalant flared its gills. However, there is one thing that I do know, it said with quiet malice. It is time that this hatchet and the Forsaken are dealt with once and for all. The galaxy has become a much more dangerous place, and our time of warm slumbering upon the gentle currents is now at an end. If we wish to survive as a federation, we must fight in earnest, no half measures, and if we wish to survive as individual species, we must do so together. I will not lie to you. We have been dissatisfied with the Federation for quite some time, but our dissatisfaction can be addressed later. It will be addressed by those in power dealing with those in power and not by withholding the very tools, weapons, and support needed to prevail against the Forsaken. The Argent program is only the beginning. I can promise you that. It spun in agitation. It is not our job to determine the future path of the Federation. Our job is to protect the Federation that currently exists so that it can have that future. I don't care about Nipafin games, and I know you gentle beings are sick of them as well. Let's catch ourselves a murderer and put down a criminal gang with delusions of sovereignty and put them down so hard that they never trouble us again. The Admiral just dipped its slender needle-like beak in agreement as GVXTAA hurled a gob of bile into his spittoon. Sounds good to me, GVXTAA buzzed. Shall we begin? 100 credits. AMKTT exited a decrepit electric bus and looked around nervously. While poor himself, even he didn't live in places like this. Clutching his tattered robe around himself, he warily walked through the rundown buildings, many of which still showed damage from the ruinous civil war that had recently gripped his nation just before they were saved by the Federation, and the shanties built from the rubble. He expected to be robbed at any moment. However, the locals paid him little notice save for the prostitutes, some of which were disturbingly young, and dealers of any of a wide range of intoxicants. Ignoring their offers of temporary bliss, he pressed onward. He wasn't here for pleasure, quite the contrary, in fact. He pulled out a scrap of pasteboard box he had in his pocket. On it was a scrawled map. There's the old fountain, he muttered. Take a right. He paused. Take a right sent him down a dark alley he did not want to go down. Steeling himself, he stepped into the shadows expecting trouble at any moment. It didn't take many moments. What you doin' here, milk breath? A lean and vicious Bertle hissed as a knife gleamed in the dim light. I'm looking for DKVTH salvage, he stammered. What for? He looked down. I want to spend 100 credits. Do you now? The thug grinned, revealing jagged and broken teeth, some completely rotted away from KT Ha. He pulled out a beat-up military radio handset. Got a customer for you, he barked. Skin him, a gruff voice replied. With a scarred arm bearing a military tattoo, the thug pulled out a new scanner and swept MKTT with it. He's clean, the thug said into the radio, no weapons, no wires. Send him back. The thug pointed at a neon sign down the alley. In there, he said. AMKTT blinked in the harsh light of naked fluorescent tubes as he stood in a surprisingly clean and well-ordered workshop. Inside were several nasty-looking males and females, all holding strange weapons consisting of two tubes, one larger with one smaller inside it. Sitting on a barber's throne placed behind a desk was a muscular Bertle with most of the fur missing from his tattooed arms. AMKTT tried not to stare at the skull and blades on his shoulder, signifying that he was a former Death Squad member. A chill ran down his spine and all the way down his tail as he realized that everyone else in that room were probably members too. What do you want, Milky? Their leader asked. I heard that I could spend 100 credits here. The Bertle pulled out a KV Gar-A, the signature blade of the enforcers of the old regime. AMKTT let out a little whine of fear. And just where did you hear that? I was told to say that VSHK sent me. The Bertle shrugged. So, do you have the credits? I have 200, all that I have. I don't give a shit. Put them on the desk. His hands shaking, MKTT put a prepaid card on the table. The Bertle took the card and inserted it into a transactor. He shrugged and nodded. One of his squad walked into the back and returned a moment later with a box. You know how to use M? The Bertle asked. AMKTT, still shaking, shook his head. The Bertle pulled out 2 pieces of pipe and a spent shot shell from his desk. You take the smaller pipe and put the shell in it like this, he said as he slid in the empty shell. Then you put the small pipe in the bigger one. He slid the 2 pipes together. Then all you have to do is, he said as he slammed the 2 pipes together, that. It's going to kick like a mother's twitch, so be ready for that. And it will, you know. Oh yeah, the Bertle grinned. I wish we had these mother twitchers in the war. The squad chuckled and hissed darkly. Now take your box and get lost. AMKTT grabbed the box and rushed from the room. The next morning MKTT knelt at a small shrine in his sparsely furnished apartment and lit a single stick of incense. I might not be returning, darling, he said to a picture surrounded by a woven grass wreath. I love you. After saying a short prayer, he rose and left. Later, a well-dressed Bertle looked up from her desk as a thin-looking fellow walked into her office. She smiled a predatory little smile. Welcome, she said cheerfully, are you interested in a labor contract? We have multiple offerings across the entire Federation. SHFL, he said quietly, do you remember her? I'm sorry, the Bertle replied. She came here looking for work, and you helped her. Oh, she said brightly as she reached for her fancy expensive tablet, do you want me to check to see if there is a contract with the same company? She was only 16, he said, his voice choking with emotion, 16. Oh, I see, the Bertle said icily, it is clearly stated in the AAA. AMKTT whipped out 1 set of pipes from underneath his robes, thrust them towards the woman, and viciously slammed them together. Bang! She fell from her seat, shredded, and partially disemboweled by explosive buckshot. He dropped the pipes and pulled out the other set as he kicked open the doorway leading to the back office. AMKTT sat chained to a railing set into the wall of an interrogation chamber as 2 uniformed Bertle walked in. One of them set a crude slam-fire shotgun on the table in front of him. Where did you get this? AMKTT simply smiled and said nothing. Perhaps you do not realize the situation you are in, the officer said firmly. You committed 2 counts of premeditated violence with the intent to kill with successful completion. You also used a class ultimate prohibited destructive device each time. You will hang for this. AMKTT smiled and said nothing. Who gave you the shot shells? His partner demanded as he slammed his paws on the desk. A saint, MKTT replied. A kind deliverer of justice. He leaned back in the chair. And feel free to hang me, he smiled, I died the same time my daughter did, and I have laid down my life to ensure that the people responsible will never hurt another parent's child ever again. He smiled once more. It's a fair trade and one you had better get used to, he said calmly. It's only 100 credits, after all. When one is no longer concerned about future expenses, it's quite the bargain. One of the officers glared at him. The other one, however, gave him a little smile. There has been another incidence of Terran gun violence, the Angkor Bertle said that evening. This time, the uptown office of GK Losto Labor Solutions was attacked, resulting in the deaths of Hel KSA, the manager of the location, and her Federation associate, a Kaarst named Lagu. A slightly blurred image of the crime scene appeared on the screen behind her. One AMKTT has claimed responsibility for the killings, stating that they were retribution for the inhumane treatment and death of his 16-year-old daughter. AMKTT's peacefully smiling face appeared. Documents found on his person that he claims were copied from the computers at that location strongly imply intentional misrepresentation of the conditions and full terms of the labor agreements issued by GK Losto Labor Solutions, in particular those issued on behalf of the KARST. The network has reached out to GK Losto, but they have not responded to a request for a statement or interview. The Bertel Department of Labor has stated that they are initiating an investigation concerning MKTT's claims. However, they wish to stress that his actions were deplorable and that he will face the fullest extent of the law. The reporter smirked. They also state that his actions were completely unnecessary and that they take all complaints seriously and will investigate any and all possible violations. The image changed to a shipping container absolutely packed with ammunition and weapons. In a related story, a shipping container with several hundred Terran firearms and thousands of rounds of ammunition was seized by the Agency of Arms, Intoxicants, and Luxuries. The intended recipient of the shipment is, at this time, unknown. This state-run network would like to congratulate the brave agents involved in the interdiction of a completely unguarded shipping container and have every confidence that this will stop the flow of weapons into our peaceful and just society. The Paper Tiger, the Prime Minister, and the SNIC. All hands stand by for re-entry to normal space, T-Sunk-Al said nonchalantly. Considering the risks of this jump, that was quite the accomplishment, or further proof of his insanity. I don't know about normal, Sheila scoffed as she strapped herself in. Hey, be nice. Jessie drawled as she hopped into her station on the bridge. Jessie, Sheila Fo snarled, I fucking warned you about that. Sorry, ma'am. Jessie bubbled as she strapped in. A few moments later, T-Sunk-Al announced, re-entry in 3, 2, 1. Jump. The entire ship lurched rearward sharply, throwing everyone forward in their seats. Well, that was suboptimal, T-Sunk-Al said as he rapidly pulled up status displays and initiated diagnostics. Could have gone worse, though. An actual rough jump. Sheila smirked, are you slipping? Considering what he just did, Gloria chuckled, we're lucky we got here at all. Do you have any idea how hard a jump that was? The navcomp had a fit. Yeah, Bunny said happily, I had to shut it up. We're gonna die. We're gonna die eeeeee, she laughed. What a drama queen. Did it actually? Sheila asked. Of course not. Bunny snickered, it's just a stupid machine. Everybody knows we are incapable of that sort of shit. Sir you are, Sheila chuckled. Now that is remarkable. T-Sunk-Al said as he looked at the main screen. On it was a gigantic ice asteroid. That had been lovingly carved into a giant human head. Its noble visage looked over the void like a guardian angel, its rugged meaty features a beatific image of all that was noble about mankind. Now that's an idol, Shell Oran said in awe. Behold. Jessie beamed, the Great Trump, the largest sculpture in the Republic, perhaps anywhere. One of the wonders of the modern galaxy, or it would be if anyone actually had the balls to come out here. Pretty cool, hey. Well, it is made of ice, T-Sunk-Al said in a completely flat, deadpan voice. Only a slight ripple of his remaining eye stalks indicated humor. There's a whole city in there. Jessie exclaimed. The Trump Freedom Port is awesome. They have museums, shops, rides. Rides? Shell Oran asked. It's a fucking theme park, Sheila snickered. It's an inbred creationist version of Luna World. It's better than Luna World. Jessie chirped. Way better. Can we go? Can we? Let's get the Reaper offloaded and the Tiger hidden, Sheila replied. After that, I won't stop you from hopping a ship, like I could actually stop you anyway. Yay! Jessie shouted. Inbound vessel, a strangely accented voice said in very good Terran, goddamn. Y'all came in hot. Stand by for. Well, I'll be. You guys are popular, and cha. Jess a little bit, Jessie called out. You ain't afraid of us dropping by, are ya? Hell nah. The voice replied, we ain't afraid of sheet. You want a berth? Nah, Jessie called out, we got some place to go already. Where ya headed? Bannon, Jessie chirped. Y'all have their current location and vector. Sheet, the voice replied, y'all going way out in Tha Bergs, and cha? Ain't nobody is gonna find ya out dear. That's kinda the plan, Jessie chirped. Actually, we ain't even going to Bannon. We're actually going. Jessie fell silent as a fortunately empty coffee mug hit her chair inches from her head. We're going to Bannon. Yab. Bannon. That's where we're going. Laughter, well, enjoy Bannon den. Stand by for your transmission. Roughly a light year away, Admiral Pierce walked into a conference room. You said that we found them. The Prime Minister asked. We did, he said. Roughly 30 minutes ago, the paper tiger jumped into the Sol system, technically. They re-entered normal space 1000 kilometers from the Great Trump. Oh, Jesus Christ, the Prime Minister grumbled. How did they get past our blockade? You were supposed to have that handled. Oh, our blockade is fine, the Admiral chuckled, they skipped it. Skipped it. Our sources say that the flare they threw indicated a lot of energy, far more than a system jump. They actually jumped from quite some distance away, quite some distance. They hit mega space from outside the system. Another admiral spluttered. How? Do we have a leak? A leak? The Prime Minister asked, her eyebrows raised. It's classified to the point it has been left out of your briefings, Admiral Pierce said calmly, but we have been working on options, as far as hyperspace capacities are concerned. Even so, our best ships would be hard-pressed to hit that target from as far out as they did. If you knew it was possible, the Prime Minister demanded, then why weren't contingencies in place? Because it is only possible for a rare few vessels, the Admiral replied, and it requires a dedicated monolith, something that the paper tiger is obviously not in possession of. Besides, considering the range of the jump, we would have had to blockade dozens of star systems, if not more. The only way we could have stopped this is to have a presence at the Great Trump itself. The Admiral smirked. If you would like, I will send a task force immediately. I'm sure we could still catch them. The Prime Minister glowered at him. Don't be a smart-ass, she snapped. Ugh. So. She leaned back and closed her eyes. So those assholes have ultimate mobility on top of an advanced combat craft, and Lord only knows how many nukes. Perfect. And don't forget the frog, the woman in the green blazer added helpfully, earning her quite the look. Do you think she is somehow behind their enhanced hyperspace capacity? Actually, Admiral Pierce said, no. He clicked a small control in his hand, and an image of Tsung-Kal's scarred face appeared. This is a Ziyush named Tsung-Kal and now part of their crew, the Admiral said. He is a hero of the Ziyush insurgency and their top astrogator. In fact, it is said that he void jumped to avoid Federation blockades on a regular basis in only a hastily converted ore carrier. That's impossible. A naval captain interjected. Until a few minutes ago, Admiral Pierce replied, I would have agreed with you. However, the jump they just made was a void jump in all but name. Also, one of the wilder theories concerning their piracy of the White Star was that it jumped into the void while they processed the kill and only returned to normal space when they were ready to make good their escape. This was, of course, disregarded at the time, but... The Admiral shrugged. It would explain a lot. All of our projections concerning the paper tiger have been based on the nominal jump range of what we think is its current configuration. If they have a way of extending that range, then there is no surprise that we have never been able to catch them. We've been searching a building when we should have been searching a whole continent. Oh fuck me, the Prime Minister groaned. Let's assume, for now, that they can void jump. How does that change things? It means we have the same chance of catching the paper tiger as we do shooting down Lieutenant Samuels, Admiral Pierce chuckled. Ma'am, they simply have us outclassed. Advanced ships, advanced techniques, advanced weapons. He shook his head. We're trying to catch a shrike with biplanes out there. We have them flat-footed. A woman wearing a grey suit exclaimed, let's just jump in there and get them. Everyone looked at her like she just dropped her pants and took a shit on the floor. Exactly who the fuck are you? The Prime Minister snarled, you know what, I don't even want to know. Get out. Prime Minister. You are either woefully stupid or impossibly ignorant, she snapped, either way, you don't need to be here sucking up my oxygen. Leave. Now. Several people looked at each other in confusion. Prime Minister, Glenn Maxwell, the head of Republic Intelligence, said with a slightly goofy grin as he stood up, perhaps it would be worth a few moments to enlighten the children concerning our lovely friends out in the Oort cloud. Make it quick, the Prime Minister sighed, just so nobody decides this is the perfect moment to show some initiative and really put us in the shit. Thank you, Glenn said as he chuckled pleasantly, the group known as the Megas is one of the oldest and largest of the Kuiper clans. Even we have no idea how numerous they are. They are also in possession of a large trove of old Earth weapons, especially artillery pieces, most of which they constructed themselves. Just jumping in there would be surprisingly messy. We could do it, of course, but those guns are the least of our problems. Glenn blinked. What was he saying again? Oh, that's right. The Megas were already established out in the void as other Kuipers arrived. When they had problems, the Megas were likely the ones who came to their aid. In fact, Mega Void Angels still patrol a lot of the cold dark and are often the ones who respond to distress calls. Just about everyone out there holds them in very high regard and owes them more than a few favors. They also are one of the primary food producers for the outer solar system, and their region of space is considered civilization for a lot of those tribes. They are also a cultural and religious power. We piss off the Megas, and we piss off every single Christian Queeper in the system. He paused and tried to collect his thoughts again. Maybe he needed more sleep? Not only that, but the Megas have very close ties with the Caliphate, the other dominant force in the Oort cloud. We hit Mega, and the Caliphate will view it as an attack on an ally and a direct threat to their sovereignty. We piss off the Caliphate, and we then piss off every single Muslim in the cold dark. Do you see where I'm going here? If we go after them in Mega space, we risk losing everything from Neptune on out, possibly triggering a nasty insurgency, and there is even a more distressing possibility. He coughed. He knew there was something worse. What was it? Oh, that's right. A lot of Mega stations are mobile. We believe that a lot of them are even hyperspace capable. Same goes for a lot of Kuipers. If we start shit, we risk triggering a mass migration of those groups out into the galaxy at large. Consider the cold dark as a cyst. It's perfectly safe as long as we don't go poking at it. We fuck up and poke it, and we risk releasing a human infection into not only our territory but into the galaxy at large. It could cause yet another human population in the galaxy, and we have enough trouble with the Porkies and the Weebs as it is. The only thing keeping a lot of them in place is an inherent mistrust of hyperspace that is prevalent in their culture. We push them out of their comfort zone enough that they get over it, and we risk a diaspora of some of the most radical cultures that humanity has ever produced, a very well-armed diaspora. We don't publicly discuss this save at the highest levels, the level that should be in this room, but it is a very serious concern. Another thing we do not mention is exactly how numerous those people are. We honestly have no firm count, but the real numbers are much, much higher than we let on. Remember, most of them were not depopulated by the Soul Wars. Glenn put his hand on the woman's shoulder. There aren't thousands of Kuipers. There are millions. Like it or not, the paper tiger is safe until they leave Mega space, and they will just jump out of the system when they leave. It's why we were putting forth so much effort to keep them from getting there in the first place. It's literally one of the only places we can't touch, and it's right here in our own system. Glenn laughed a hearty laugh. It's really funny if you think about it. He continued to laugh to the point that everyone started looking at him strangely. Okay, Glenn, that's enough, the Prime Minister said. So, just in case anyone was not aware, any action while they are in Mega space is not possible. The only thing we can do is use what few agents we have to collect intelligence, and that is it. I don't even want a covered OP. One stray round hits 1 Mega, and there will be hell to pay. We leave those people alone, and they leave us alone. That's how everyone wants it, and that's how it's going to be. We have enough shit to deal with. She looked at Glenn, who was just standing there, slightly dazed, with that goofy grin that was becoming his new trademark. Glenn, you can sit down now. Oh, right, Glenn Maxwell said as he seemed to return to reality. Sorry. He sat back down. He was really tired. Maybe he could take a nap, and nobody would notice? He liked naps. We know that Samuels's ship took significant damage, the Prime Minister said. I can only assume that they will try to repair it. It is one of the only reasons to risk a return to Sol. That jump couldn't have been without risk. Have we located Janustek? Unfortunately, no, Glenn Maxwell said. Jenny. The same woman who had made the rather unfortunate suggestion rose. As of now, Janustek is still at large, she replied. We do not have hard confirmation of any specific location, but we did intercept a series of coded messages using advanced ciphers and distributed routing through the Darnet. We only recently could fully decrypt them, but it is confirmed that they were an exchange between Esmeralda Martinez and Caleb Gustav, one of her more dubious contractors. While we could decrypt the messages, tracing the routing has not been possible. She smiled triumphantly. However, careful analysis of, for lack of a better word, noise in the packet strongly implies a Martian origin, which would make perfect sense. And another place we have trouble moving, the Prime Minister scowled. Goddamn Martin. I fucking knew it. If he has given them shelter, the woman said, then we could invade, take the whole planet, do a house-to-house search, and still not find them. There are simply too many tunnels and mines under the surface. The Samuels could put them in an old chamber somewhere, and we'll never find them. So they got away, too, the Prime Minister scowled. And once again, they didn't even need to leave the system. She sighed. So what was Esmeralda talking about? She was concerned about the fate of a Xeno named Jaraz, the woman replied. They were someone that she hired on the day of their escape to maintain the illusion that they were not fleeing. It bought them the time they needed to disappear. She seemed to be genuinely concerned about the guy. Anyway, she was informed that he was okay. Strangely enough, Mr. Gustav was quite put out about her treatment of the Xeno, a male Keth. Maybe there is more to this than there appears, the Prime Minister mused. What do we know about this Jaraz character? Not a whole lot, the woman replied. The Keth are a Federation species of little significance, and the conditions there are such that some try to leave and seek better conditions elsewhere even though they aren't terribly well equipped for it. We have a small population of them fairly evenly distributed across the planet. While social, the ones who leave tend to be solitary for some reason, with one notable exception. She paused to chuckle. An entire family of Keth has settled in southern Italy, where they have opened a restaurant, she said, trying not to laugh. And this is amusing. A holographic image of a review site appeared. I had to wait over an hour before the only server in the entire establishment finally brought me a glass of water of dubious cleanliness and tried to take my order without me ever being given a menu. A fire broke out in the kitchen while my meal was being prepared, causing smoke to fill the dining area. Despite the flames, my meal was still cold when it was finally served, and they got my order wrong. When I complained, the server said, and I quote, "Just try it. It's really good, I promise." When I then complained that it was cold, the server shoved their tongue into my food and agreed with me. She took the plate back to the kitchen, where I swear it was just microwaved or something because when it came back, her tongue prints were still visible in my entree. About this time, some sort of screaming match broke out in the kitchen, and my server rushed away before I could recover from the shock. By this time, I was starving and started nibbling on the parts of my meal that she hadn't French kissed, and it was delicious. It was so good that I forgot that she had tongued my food until after I had consumed that portion, so I guess I just made out with a space snake. My meal was further interrupted by the same server, now covered with soot and some sort of grease that I suspect was not food-related, when she handed me a jar of olives and asked if I could open it for her. Just in time for what I suspect was another fire. 10/10. 5 stars. You just have to go here. They are so nice. I have returned several times, and this was about as smoothly as a meal service ever went, so don't go if you are in a hurry or if you are set on any particular dish, but everything is great, so who cares? Attached were images of flames, fleeing, screaming snakes, confused staff eating food off people's plates, and other assorted chaos. Oh my god, the Prime Minister laughed. They have review after review, just like this one, the agent replied. Surprisingly, they are a very popular establishment with the locals who recommend just ordering a meal and eating whatever comes out. The common theme is that they truly suck at running a restaurant but are so nice that people can't help but like them, and the food is actually quite good. They seem to have become the local mascots, and everyone just loves them and their restaurant. And there is a whole planet of these. The Prime Minister asked, and they haven't gone extinct? I'm not buying it. Nothing is that. This Jaraz is likely much more capable and much more involved than he appears. One of these dingbats successfully concealing the movements of an entire organization? I have to call bullshit. Bring him in and make him talk. The agent winced. What? The Prime Minister said, why can't we do that? Well. The agent said reluctantly, it turns out that Mr. Gustav was not the only one of the Janustek contractors who felt bad for the snake. After he was questioned and released by Interpol, he was given a job by Gavin Richardson. Richardson? The Prime Minister said, why does that name sound familiar? They are a family of weaponsmiths hailing from the First Nations, the agent replied. Doreen. The Prime Minister exclaimed, that old gun runner. She is Gavin Richardson's grandmother, the agent replied, and they are both part of the Cherokee Nation. The agent coughed. While Jaraz's actual job performance was amazingly bad, everybody liked him so much they got him actual Cherokee citizenship. And as you know, they are very protective of their people. Well, go and pay a polite visit to this Jaraz and nicely chat with him and see what you can find out, the Prime Minister said as she face-palmed. You guys can do that, can't you? Interrogate someone without strapping them to a chair. Yes, Prime Minister. Great. Do that then, the Prime Minister said. And put eyes on him. Find out everywhere he goes, everything he does, and everyone he speaks to. What else do we know about him? Is he unusual as far as these Keth go? As a matter of fact, the agent replied, he is. Initial reports indicate some very unusual behavior relative to his species. Among other things, he can win a one-on-one fight, unarmed, against a golden eagle and come out of it mostly unscathed. That is an achievement for even a human. He ate it, by the way. He also, get this, he also has a human girlfriend. Say what now? A very happy one at that, the agent replied. Apparently, he really tickles her fancy if you know what I mean. What do we know about her? There really isn't much to know, the agent shrugged, she is one of the lost children, a high school dropout, and nominally a Gia. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Jaraz could do much better. We've run her numbers every way they can be run, and she is exactly what she appears to be, a pot-smoking dropout who pretends to be an artist. Nothing wrong with the herb, dear, the Prime Minister replied. Put eyes on her as well. Not many people are that singularly unremarkable. She is already being monitored, the agent replied, at this time, we feel that actual human intelligence is not required. We do have a team on the Keth, though. Well, I'm not one to micromanage, the Prime Minister said, causing most of the senior members of that room to look at her in surprise and Glenn Maxwell to burst out laughing. I shall leave it to your agency, the Prime Minister said, ignoring Glenn and the others. Halfway across the globe, Jeruz was happily slithering alongside Sid. They turned a lot of heads at first, but it didn't take long for Jeruz to become just another member of the neighborhood. He was funny looking, but he was just so darn nice. Not that far away, a delivery van was innocently parked on the street. Just kill me. A human woman groaned. If I hear one more conversation about what kind of apples they are going to buy, I am going to fucking lose it. At least they've stopped talking about Harold Potmaker, the Kaelsha sitting next to her replied. I'm actually starting to have an opinion about what house Jeruz should be sorted into. They both laughed. And now they're window shopping again, the human groaned. Just fucking buy the dress already. Jesus. She does have a point about the color, though, the Kaelsha replied. I'm not sure it goes with her hair either. Are you listening to yourself right now? The human replied. I'm just saying, the Kaelsha replied, she needs to change her highlights to really pull that look off, and that would throw the rest of her wardrobe into chaos. I'm starting to think they are onto us, the human said after a few moments. They know we are watching them, and this is all some six yops bullshit to break us. We are being waterboarded with banality. She looked at the screens. Oh, for fuck's sake. The human shouted, just let him buy your goddamn coffee. He made more than I did this week. Fuck. Hey, the Kaelsha replied, she has her pride, and she doesn't want Jeruz to think she is just using him for his wallet. There is no way Jeruz would think that. The human replied. He adores her, God knows why, and his mind doesn't think that way. He's just too trusting for his own good. Why wouldn't he be? The Kaelsha replied, in his little universe, people do treat him fairly and are actually nice. It's like he just keeps falling backwards into money, pussy, and good people. I would really hate him, if I could. And now they are cuddling again, the human said with annoyance and just a touch of wistful longing. Why couldn't she get a great guy like that? Bannon Station and death by 1,000 thaps. This is Bannon Station, a female said in crisp, perfect Terran, be advised that you are within range of our weapons. State your business. Hospitable cousin fuckers aren't they? Mike muttered from his station. Turns out that he had cross-trained in electronic warfare once he got out, a pleasant little surprise. The paper tiger didn't have mounted weapons, but it did have options when it came to defense. Hey Jesse, their resident mega whisperer, drawled happily, way D paper tiger. No we common. Sigh, stand by for confirmation, the female said wearily. Identity and credentials confirmed. Welcome, Paper Tiger. Please proceed to docking Bay 6, berth 4. One individual will debark, unarmed, and await a security team. You got it, sister, Jessie giggled. She loved talking like this. You are really enjoying yourself, aren't you, Gravbutt? You know EET. Sigh, just go to your berth, you curved space-addled moron, the woman said with apparent amusement. Wait, you wouldn't happen to be Jessie Bug from the lobby, would you? Giggle, guilty as charged, ma'am. Jessie drawled. WEL sheet. The woman exclaimed. Get on in here, girl. Hey y'all. She yelled, her voice a bit more distant, you'll never guess who just showed up. The transmission ended. Something you would like to share with us? Sheila asked as she raised an eyebrow. Jessie Bug. Jessie giggled. I might have had just a little bit of a reputation back in the day, for being a good upstanding citizen, of course. Of course. Guys, T-Sunk Al inquired as he slowly started to accelerate the ship, is Bannon Station rotating for the reason I think it is? If that reason is that they are a pack of technologically regressed hicks that believe that artificial gravity is literally the devil's work, Sheila replied, then yes. Interesting, T-Sunk Al said as he matched the station's rotation. We had similar concerns shortly after first contact. It wasn't from a theological perspective, but more than one skeptic had concerns about the graviton fields generated by the gravity generator and how they would interact with things. Of course, that faded quickly. That's the thing about these guys, Sheila smirked, nothing fades, ever. If it works, T-Sunk Al click shrugged, makes docking a bit tricky but not overly so. They aren't going to make us switch off our gravity, are they? No, Sheila replied, but most of them won't get anywhere near our ship until we do. Well, that's convenient. About an hour later, T-Sunk Al found docking a bit trickier than he initially believed. Sheila lounged against the side of a sign that said, no gravity beyond this point. Two humans dressed in old-style combat fatigues and plate carriers flew up using duct fans mounted on the backs of their uniforms. Welcome to Bannon, one of them said with a smile as his boots stuck to the deck plate with a loud clang. Real thrilled to be here, Sheila said pleasantly. Your friends arrived 2 days ago, he said. I have their hotel location right here. They say that they got you all rooms. He handed Sheila a semi-disposable data card. Thanks, Sheila replied as she accepted the card. Nice of them. You offloading anything? He asked. Only one med pod, Sheila replied. We have someone waiting on a set of lungs. Glad to get rid of her. She's starting to smell funny. The officer chuckled. Are the organs here? Yep, Sheila replied, they are waiting at Powell Memorial. Got confirmation an hour ago. Sweet, the officer replied and then smiled. I just have to say, he continued, we're tickled to have you guys drop by. Tell me, is the Revenant with you? I can neither confirm nor deny the presence of one of the deadliest combat pilots to ever draw a breath on board our vessel, Sheila smiled. Well, if she is, tell her to drop by Stars and Bars. There are a whole lot of people who would like to buy her a drink, goes for the rest of you as well. I think we could make that happen, Sheila smiled. Been a while since I've had some proper void gin. Well, you'll find no lack of that here, the officer grinned. Oh, and we need to see Jessie Bug. Sheila narrowed her eyes. Is she in some sort of trouble? She asked, it wouldn't be the first time. Nah, the officer replied, lapsing into his accent for a moment, we just need to explain a few things to her about what she can and cannot have on her while she is here. She, well, has a reputation. The officer just grinned. What the fuck did she do? Sheila asked wearily. It would be easier to say what she didn't do, the officer chuckled, but I ain't no snitch. You'll have to ask her. Oh, Jessie Bug. Sheila said with a musical note in her voice, some nice security officers want to have a little chat with you. Say that one more time. Agent Andrea Liang hissed as she sat in the innocent delivery van. I fucking dare you. Thap, 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 thap thap. A cheerful voice lisped over the speakers. I'm going to kill him, she said, this has to be Siops. It would be self-defense, right? Agent Vashtana asked as she looked up from her tablet. That goddamn snake is driving me crazy. Agent Liang moaned, he's been thapping for fucking hours. Yes, Agent Vashtana replied as she looked through the eyes of a fly-like micro-drone. But you have to admit, it is pretty. I don't fucking care if it's pretty. Agent Liang growled, he says that every time that dinky little hammer falls. Every fucking time. You can switch off the speaker, you know. Switch to captions. And then the second I do, he spoofs the AI and actually discusses whatever the fuck we have been sent here to catch. Agent Liang grumbled, human intelligence is just that, human, or sapient, you know what I mean. Agent Vashtana replied, glancing back down at her tablet. You need to be relieved. No, Agent Liang sighed miserably. What are you reading anyway? Harold Potmaker, Agent Vashtana replied, I don't think Jaruz is a Pufflehuff after all. Just saying. What do you mean he's not a Pufflehuff? Agent Liang exclaimed, never taking her eyes off of the video feed, he's the biggest Puffle to have ever huffed. Maybe if he had stayed home, Agent Vashtana replied as she opened a water bottle. But he didn't. When his father died from throat cancer, like everyone else in his job does, and his sister had to take a job in that horrible place, he didn't just hug her. No. What did he do? He hopped on board a ship with no training, no certificate, not even any real possessions, basically just his skin, and made it halfway across known space, somehow. That took courage, real courage. Yeah, Agent Liang replied, but it was motivated by love for his family. And? Vashtana replied, you're saying the Griffin derps don't love their families. You can't be saying that he's a Griffin derp. Liang exclaimed, no fucking way. And then there's his ambition to consider, Agent Vashtana continued. He has plenty of it. He's going to get his whole family over here and set them up nice, real nice. Resourcefulness? He made it halfway across known space with only the shirt on his back. Correction. He didn't even have a shirt. I'm going to need a urine sample, Agent Liang scoffed. And then there is his cunning, Agent Vashtana said, he brought down a fucking golden eagle, not to mention all of the other animals he's hunted basically barehanded. We haven't seen him hunt yet, but I bet we are going to see plenty of cunning when we do. You're just saying that because he's a snake, Agent Liang said dismissively, and he's green. It's too fucking obvious. You mean as obvious as the fact that he's exactly what he looks like, completely innocent, and this is a complete waste of our fucking time. Agent Vashtana retorted, obvious doesn't mean that it's wrong. Well, what about leadership then, oh great sorting twat, Agent Liang sneered, still looking at the monitors. You mean like the fact that Sid is, with his encouragement and support, actually starting to draw again? You mean like how his brother is now doing better in school after he told him about all the opportunities he would have if he could get his certificate, the very same opportunities that Jaraz ripped from the universe itself with his bare hands for them, and he doesn't even have hands. You can be as nice as Jaraz and be a leader, you know. Oh. My. God, Agent Liang said. Do you realize we are actually debating whether that goddamn snake is a fucking slither grab? Do you? He's done it. He has actually driven me insane. Thap 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 thap. Arg. Hey. I'm trying to read. The crew walked down a deceptively normal-looking city street as people smiled and nodded pleasantly at them. Interesting, T-Sunk-Al said as he bounced up and down slightly, it feels just like normal gravity. Downward acceleration is downward acceleration, the chief replied, even if it is lateral acceleration outward. Once you get out here to the rings, you can't tell the difference. Their energy costs must be a fraction of an equivalent-sized traditional structure. T-Sunk-Al exclaimed. Once you got the station spinning, it would require only what it takes to offset any incidental acceleration caused by incoming ships and other miscellaneous sources. Yet, Sheila replied, but only one distance from the center has the right gravity. Go further out, and it gets higher. Go further in, and it gets lower. They have to build it huge for the same working space. Well, T-Sunk-Al replied, space is huge, and iron is cheap. They also gain the benefits of both low gravity and high gravity for manufacturing processes. I think this is actually superior in a way. Oh, be quiet, Sheila chuckled. Bess. A woman's voice twanged, no. A small girl rushed up to T-Sunk-Al. What are you? She asked as she looked up at him with big, blue eyes. What are you? T-Sunk-Al asked, completely confused. Hez. Jessie exclaimed as the girl's mother rushed up, quite concerned. She was a skin what you were, Jessie said to T-Sunk-Al. You look like a bug. She says you look like a bug, Jessie giggled. Tell her that I'm a friendly one. Oh my stars, the blonde-haired woman wearing blue jeans and a button-down shirt said as she ran up, I'm so sorry. Oh, it's okay, T-Sunk-Al replied. Hi, I'm Georgia. The woman said as she extended her hand towards T-Sunk-Al. My name is T-Sunk-Al, he replied, gently shaking her hand. EU. The little girl exclaimed, Mamadakadabuyug. Bess, the woman chided, now benins. It just looks like a bug. We talked about these. Now Sir Sarai. Sari, the little girl said as she looked down. It's a zener, the woman said to her child, not a bug. They might look different but they God's children, too. The woman looked at T-Sunk-Al with warm, friendly eyes. Hello, Sheila said with a heavily exaggerated Terran accent as she extended her hand, my name is Sheila, fresh from Terra. Nice to meet. Sorate Hav Troubledo, the woman said icily, not taking Sheila's hand, common, Bess. The woman quickly dragged her girl away, muttering some very unchristian things as she did so. And there it is, Sheila grinned. Now, be nice. Jessie said as she looked at Sheila disapprovingly. Interesting times. Gidra gently brushed a thin blue substance on what appeared to be a small pinion rack and sighed happily through his 4 nostril slits. He was getting close to completing the lock, his favorite part of the process. Once the bluing had dried, he set it into place in a mechanism held in a delicate vise on his bench. He firmly passed the rack back and forth, allowing it to mesh with its pinion. He chuffed with satisfaction. It finally ran smoothly, and it felt near satisfactory. He removed it again, and with the vestigial prehensile feelers on the side of his head that once allowed his kind to feel their way through the murky lakes and pools that were once their habitat, he pulled down one of several lenses over his 4 eyes. He peered carefully at the rack as he reached for a small, carefully shaped piece of stone. Letting the stone do the work, he passed the stone through some of the teeth, gently stroking them. He hummed a deep rumble as he did so, his tail swishing happily. He loved this part. As the shadows lengthened, he finally set down the stone and reapplied the bluing. The door opened and Vika, his wife of 40 years, walked in wearing the quilted robe he had commissioned for her as an anniversary present 5 years ago. He raised his upper lip in a smile. Quitting time was 3 hours ago, she said firmly. It's stew, so it isn't cold, but it still wants for eating, and I still want for company. She ambled up and looked at the device in the vise. Looks like you are making fine progress, she smiled, laying her tail on his. That's certainly some fine brass as well. Good brass is getting harder to find each year, Gidra said as he hauled himself out of his work sling. For all that Federation has and all that they create, he snort-chuckled, you would think they could produce decent brass. I don't know what I will do when old CJD finally retires. You know his sons actually abandoned the business? They have been running that smelting foundry for over 300 years. You may have mentioned it once or twice, Vika snorted, come on, old man. You can tell me all about it, again, over stew. The next day Gidr, a ceramic mug of legaz in his hands, carefully examined a wooden stock mounted in a device almost exactly like a checkering cradle. He chuffed with satisfaction. The boy was coming along well. Speaking of, where was the little turd? He had wanted him to see the lock before he assembled it. The boy had been really looking forward to it. He shrugged as he returned to his workbench. In his day, an apprentice would live with his master as they should. Their family was the craft. It was considered an honor. Now, he was lucky to get half a day out of the child. It didn't really matter all that much. It wasn't like he was exactly backed up with work these days. He didn't need the apprentice for labor. He just wished to pass along the craft, which he could do one half day at a time. It was far more time than his master could spare for him. He started carefully examining the components of the lock assembly. It was nowhere near as complicated as a fine clock, but they had to be much more sturdy and every bit as precise. He sipped his now cold legaz as he worked, happily lost in the finish of that pinion rack that he finally managed to fit properly. The door to his workshop opened. Took your time, boy, he chuffed with more irritation than he felt. You almost missed. Husband. Vika said quietly. He flipped the magnifier away from his eyes and looked up, blinking. Something was wrong. What is it? Jezza, Olgatra's mother is here. Fire. Gidr exclaimed, did something happen to the boy? Not exactly, Vika chuffed heavily. You need to talk to her. What do you mean that I'm distracting him from his studies? Gidr shouted, I am his studies. Not anymore. Jezza replied forcefully, as of today, he is being enrolled in the Akalun Academic Excellence Program full-time. You can't be serious. Gidr exclaimed, you and your fool of a husband are robbing your son of his future. The Baitas and the Akalun Corporation are the future, Jezza replied, and you know it. A future of what? Gidr shouted. Are they going to give your boy a trade? No. All they will do is teach him exactly what they want him to do and nothing more. He will have no future outside of them. As opposed to having a future with you. Jezza replied, at least he will have a reliable income and benefits and retirement. She sighed. Look, Gidr, she said, everything is different now. I have to think about what is best for Olgatra and what will be best for him after we both are gone. A trade is what is best for the boy, Gidr replied earnestly, look. I know that my guns and rifles don't. He sighed. They don't sell like they used to, he continued. I know that someone can buy something cheaper, and I'll die before I say better, but... He winced. But I will say that there are things that have better range, maybe or are lighter or more. He stopped. He just couldn't continue. And I understand if you don't have confidence in my trade, he said as the soul left his body, my skills, my business. He looked down and fell silent. Husband. Vika said quietly. He looked up. But, please, don't send him there. Gidr said, all of his eyes moist with tears, there are still trades, good trades. I know people. I can get your boy in with a jeweler, or a watchmaker, or a tinsmith, or a cooper. Your boy is exceptional, Jezza. He can go anywhere. I know, Jezza replied, and he's going to the Academic Excellence Program. He tested quite well, Gidr, quite well. He's been selected for the Applied Science Program. He's going to be one of their technicians, Gidr, a technician. Do you realize what an opportunity that is? Jezza smiled weakly. He says it was because of you, she said quietly, he says that it was what you taught him here about measurement and angles and maths and other things that made him test so well. It's a dry thing for my thanks to be taking him away, but it's a dry world now. She looked down. I must go. She said as she turned to leave. This brings me no pleasure, Gidr. It truly doesn't. I just wish to say it to your face with living words and not over the communicator. Thank you for that, Jezza, he said quietly. Goodbye, Gidr. Goodbye, he replied as Jezza, his apprentice, and a great more besides, just walked away. Oh, husband, Vika gushed as she rushed over to hold him. He slumped into her arms, deeply wounded, for a moment. Well, he chuffed. No sense waiting on the boy. I need to get that lock together before the dust gets in. I still have at least one order to get out. Well, get to it, then, Vika smiled. After he left, she dropped to the floor, wrapped her tail around her face, and wept. In his shop, Gidr numbly put the final touches on the finished project, a fine breech-loading wheel-lock bush rifle. It was quite possibly some of his finest work. It was not the prettiest gun he had ever made, but where it mattered, it was near perfection. He sighed. The boy was so looking forward to firing it. And he was looking forward to teaching him how to shoot. He and Vika never were able to have a child of their own, and he He blinked back tears. No. The boy was never his, or like his, or anything of the sort. He was just an apprentice, that's all. Placing the rifle in its carrying case, he turned his attention to a row of cast lead rods. He placed each into a swaging die and started the process of making bullets worthy of the weapon they would be fired from. But, unlike last time, and the time before, and the time before that, there was no joy in the act. There was only a deep sadness that he had never felt before. His was a dying art, and he was the last master of a line of masters and apprentices that stretched back to the first flash of crude serpentine and beyond. Before that, they were blacksmiths. Before that, they worked bronze. Before that, they worked copper. Before that, stone. Thousands of years. For thousands of years, a candle had been carried, lit by those who came before, and lighting the ones carried by those who followed. But, there was no candle awaiting his anymore. The flame was going to die. And for what? Flashing lights and glowing screens sold to them from afar? Cheaply made garbage that took every copper, no, every credit spent for that trash out of the community and out of the pockets of his people forever? The rich were getting richer, and the poor were getting poorer. And people like him, the tradesmen and merchants of the middle class? They were as doomed as the flame of knowledge that guttered in his aging hands. Soon, they would be gone, replaced by yet another God's damned loon market. He didn't even have an order after this one. How long was it going to be before the next? Would there even be a next? He sighed and looked down at the 2 score of bullets before him. Numb, he went through the motions of weighing out 40 charges of powder. You didn't have to come with me, you know, Gidra said to his wife as their slick-drawn carriage rolled down a country path. Nonsense, Vika replied as she playfully swatted his leg with her tail. I felt like a nice ride and always have enjoyed watching you shoot. She looked slyly over at him. It sets me all unsettled, she purred, my dashing highwayma. She was cut off by the whoosh of an electric roadster passing them at a ridiculous rate of speed, causing their trusty Slug to snort with annoyance. That fatherless beggar! Gidra exclaimed, that was at least 50 kilometers per hour. What crisis gave birth to that? I see no smoke on the horizon. I hear no horns of war. He bristled for a moment and then looked over at his wife. If I was your highwayman, I would teach him a thing or two about manners, and then take you for a ride in our new conveyance. A ride? She purred, I like the sound of that. My mother was right about you, you know, he chuckled as he pulled off onto a dirt path. And I, for one, couldn't be happier. WHZZBANG. You hit the center again, dear, Vika said cheerfully as she peered down a grassy field with an ornate spotting scope. It's so tight it is hard to estimate the minute of angle from here. That's what I like to hear, Gidra smiled, his troubles forgotten, as he ran a brush down the rifle's muzzle. He opened the breech and held the weapon sunward, peering down the muzzle for a moment before setting it down. I'm going to retrieve the target, he said as he pulled the sealing wax from his ears. I will be right back. He started walking to the target 100 meters away, but before he got there, a grav limo flew into view and started coming in for a landing. He reached back and released the catch on the holster concealed beneath his waistcoat as he approached the limousine. The doors to the lavish vehicle opened, and the strangest assortment of beings exited. There were 2 Vinia Adeb, his race, 3 of their friends, the smooth-skinned Bajtas in their billowy robes, and 1 creature that he recognized but had never actually seen before, nor did he ever want to, a human. He grasped the grip of the intricate clockwork 4-shot pistol he always wore, more out of pride than any genuine concern. It was his masterwork, constructed many years ago and still as potent and deadly as the day it was first fired. 1 twist of the barrels wound the spring for the wheel lock and opened the sealed pan of a barrel, and it only took a single twist of the same to prepare the next shot. It was a truly excessive amount of firepower. 4 rounds could be fired in well under 30 seconds. If you didn't have to reprime a pan, that is. Of course, there were 6 of them. He always regretted not adding the extra 2 barrels when he built the thing. Fortunately, they didn't look like highwaymen intent on robbing a gunsmith and his wife. Peace be upon you. One of the Vinia Adeb called as he trotted ahead of the group, arms and hands extended to the sides in order to display no ill intent, or concealed weapons. Peace upon us all, Gidra replied as he reluctantly made the same gesture. Forgive my suspicion, but why do you approach me here? We approached you here so we could speak privately, the well-dressed Vinia Adeb replied. My name is Kriegsr. He bowed politely. I am Princess Gerda's personal retainer, he said with a proud swish of his meaty tail. Gidra looked at the other Vinia Adeb standing by the flying limousine, Ja Agape. Yes, Kriegsr smiled. That would be Her Royal Highness. She and her friends wish to speak with you. With me. Please, this way, he said as he started striding gracefully towards the vehicle, Gidra stumbling along behind. I don't know all that. I mean, I don't know how to. Her Highness prefers to dispense with all of the encumbrances of such things when she is in private, such as now, especially now. I don't understand. You will, Kriegsra smiled as they approached the group. Just pretend she is an interested customer. This is far from an official visit. Oh, my gods. Vika Gasp giggled as she stood just feet away from the crown princess herself. She just couldn't believe it. It's absolutely splendid. The princess said as she held the rifle in her hands. I have seen these, of course, but all the ones in the palace look like my bedposts. Your bedposts, your highness? Hygdra asked, completely confused. Yes, she replied, all ornate and covered with carvings, inset with jewels, and inlaid with silver and gold. They don't look like something that one would use. She leveled the rifle at the target. This, she said with satisfaction, this was made to be used. Why yes, why your highness, Hygdra replied, Lord Marshal Surlagar is an avid huntsman. Do you mind? The princess asked as she reached for one of the small horn flasks lined up neatly in the carrying case. It would be an honor. Hygdra exclaimed. The princess expertly opened the complicated breech and inserted one of the conical bullets he crafted. These do not require patches. Not this one, your highness, he replied, the bullet fits tightly enough that no patch is required. Ah, she replied as she emptied the flask into the breech and locked it closed. She then primed the pan and wound the lock. I like that it has a lever and not a key, she said as she aimed at the target and pulled the trigger, causing the pyrite-laden wheel to spin. WHZBANG. Oh, I do like this one. She exclaimed. She turned to the human. So, what do you think of us backward savages now, Mr. Vargas? She asked triumphantly as she offered him the wheel lock. The human chuckled. Hey, you were the one calling your people backward, not me, he retorted as he accepted it. Will it suffice? One of the Baichtas asked nervously. Oh yes, the human said as he admired the rifle. It more than suffices. He handed the rifle back to an extremely confused Hygdra. This, sir, the human said with a smile, the fine lines around his eyes crinkling happily, is damn fine work. He turned to the group. If he is representative of this people's master gunsmiths, we are going to have no problem. Oh good. The princess said as the Baichtas around her gurgled a gurgle of relief. She turned to the even more confused Hygdra. I suppose I should tell you why we are here, she said in a matter-of-fact tone. Are you familiar with the current state of things in the Federation and beyond? And no. Your Highness. He responded, looking down. I never have concerned myself with all of that. I just make guns, Your Highness. I envy that, the princess replied. Without going into details that you will become all too familiar with, things are not good. She chuffed a little sigh. In fact, they are so not good that we, and by we, I mean both our people and the Baichtas, feel the need to arm ourselves once more. Your Highness. We are rebuilding our army, Master Gunsmith, she said calmly, and that means we will require guns. Your services are needed once more. My services? He spluttered, too shocked to address her properly. I make our guns from before the Federation and the Baichtas. What good is my trade against them? I meant. One of the Baichtas gurgled loudly, heaving up and down. That device of yours would kill me quite dead, Master Hygdra. It would serve quite well against us, but fear not, I know what you meant. It turned its strange trilateral head towards the human. Mr. Vargas, if you would. The human nodded and walked to the limo, now parked nearby, and the trunk opened at his approach. He pulled out a long polymer case and returned, setting it on Hygdra's workbench. Master Hygdra, Vargas smiled, do you know what I am? A human, Mr. Vargas. Correct, he smiled, however, were you aware that I am also a Terran? Hygdra gasped and backed away, instinctively reaching for his pistol. I see my reputation precedes me, Vargas smiled, please don't shoot me. They won't send you a replacement. Sheepishly, Hygdra returned his hands to his sides. Are you familiar with what we use in battle? I don't know, Hygdra replied. I only know that you are, fearsome. Yet, Vargas replied, both that and the word you kept yourself from saying, too. He opened the case. We use these, he said as he pulled out an AK-47D and handed it to the stunned Hygdra. All of his eyes popped open as he squealed in shock. This is a gun. That it is, Vargas replied as he picked up a magazine. However, it is just a little different than your masterpiece. Not better. God no. Definitely not better. He took the weapon from Hygdra, loaded the magazine, and cycled the action. But it is different. He fired a round and immediately fired another, causing Hygdra to shout. You've solved sealing a reciprocating breech. He exclaimed as he dove for one of the spent casings. How? You're holding it, Vargas smiled. This held the powder. Vargas cycled the action, ejecting a bullet. Hedge, heedless of appearances or even the princess, dove upon it like a starving animal before Vargas could pick it up for him. And the bullet? He exclaimed. We have cartridges as well, but this. It contains the powder and the bullet, Vargas replied. The walls of the case also expand when the powder is ignited, pressing firmly against the walls of the chamber and sealing the breach. But, where is the hole for the flash? Vargas grinned. Now that's the trick, isn't it? He chuckled. Want to see another one? Vargas aimed downrange and squeezed the trigger, unleashing a burst. Hedge jumped up and down, laughing and clapping. Of course. Of course, of course, of course. He shouted, dancing around. Of course, you could make it self-cocking. And with these, Vargas smiled, we protect ourselves to this day against everything this galaxy can throw at us. There are a few other little tweaks and tricks involved, especially where ammunition is concerned, but with the right rounds, one of these can cut down any foe you may face. Hedge just stood there in complete awe, gazing at the AK. Would you like for me to take it apart for you so you can see the inner workings? Please. Vargas chuckled as he started to field strip the weapon. Now brace yourself, he grinned, but not in the way you might think. As the weapon was disassembled, Hedge's face started to fall. Vargas laughed. Those in the know often have that reaction when they see the inside of one of these, he chuckled. Is it too much for us? The princess asked anxiously. It's not that, Your Highness. Hedge said very, very carefully as Vargas burst into more laughter. So that's the deal, Vargas said as they all sat upon a lawn blanket being served diluted herbed wine. When Councillor Carishel invited the Terran unions to her worlds, many of them answered the call. He chuckled as he sipped his wine. I certainly hope she realizes what she asked for. Are you not a member of their guilds? Hedge asked. Not exactly, he smiled. Let's just say I hitched a ride. They didn't mind. So, who are you? Hedge asked, if you are not a tradesman. Oh, I am, Vargas replied. I'm a licensed Terran master weaponsmith and was one for many years. However, before that, I might have had another trade, one that you can never truly set aside. The polite term for what I now am is military advisor. I have accepted an invitation by your princess to assist in the updating of your military, its tactics, its training, and its technology. And you were willing to help us? Hedge asked. I thought we were foes. Everyone chuckled. If only the world was truly that simple, the princess laughed as her attendant refreshed her goblet. Foes can become allies, and those one thought friends can become one's greatest enemy, she replied, and it can happen in the blink of an eye. There was a gurgle of agreement. The thought that I would sit with a Terran was unthinkable only months ago, one of the Bajtas coughed as he savored some herbs floating in a flute of pure water. The feeling is mutual, Vargas replied. Strange days. Like that curse of which you are so fond, the Bajtas replied, interesting times indeed. The long and short of it is that there are parts of the Federation that are our enemy, Vargas said, and there are parts of it that are not. We just happen to be sitting on one of those parts. You and the Bajtas aren't bad sorts. You're good people. Vargas's expression darkened. But being good isn't going to cut it. That's where I come in. That's where both of us come in. Your army is outdated and just ceremonial, and that's far more than your advanced friends over there have. We have our work cut out for us, dude. The current plan is that we will serve as the ground defense for both of our people, the princess said, while the Bajtas arm their ships and protect the skies, and heavens, above. She sighed. It isn't much, she said, but it is the best we can do. You are starting out with more than we did, Vargas smiled gently, you will be surprised what you can do when the time comes. Is it truly that dire? Vika asked in dismay. It is, the princess replied, I shall not load your back with too much too quickly, but if we do not act with surety and purpose immediately, we shall all be lost. I will not be the last queen of our people, and these will not be our final days. Well said, one of the Bajtas gurgled. If we are to fall, then we shall fall from the heavens, in flames, above the lands that we love. He raised his glass. Ill at. KK *2% ill at. $% ill at. VADN. It gurgled. For love, for family, for the sea. Vila Luna, Vargas replied as he drank. I simply cannot believe it. Jezza gasped the following day. Hedge has been appointed royal armorer. Interesting times indeed, Vika smiled as she continued to pack her belongings. How did this come to pass? We were testing Hedge's latest rifle when she and her entourage happened upon us, she replied, technically not lying, she and her companions were so pleased with his work that he was offered the position on the spot. Amazing. That's one word for it, Vika said wearily. He has gone on ahead to the palace while I supervise the transport of the shop, not that there is much to do, she added as the dozens of workmen expertly packed and loaded all of Heg's equipment and their personal belongings. I'm really just here to say our goodbyes, she said sadly. Jezza chuffed nervously as she twisted her tail. Vika. Yes, Jezza. I know that I said some dry words to your husband. That you did. About my son not having a future with him. She stammered as she wrung her tail. And becoming a technician is a wonderful opportunity, Vika said as she continued to pack. But, seeing as how, No, Vika replied. Jezza flinched, squeezing her nasal slits tight. I see. She replied. I suppose it was too much to ask for. You're not wrong, Vika replied. You could have phrased things more kindly, but you are not wrong. Times are changing, Jezza, and faster than any of us are prepared for. Vika sighed. Your boy is dear to us, Jezza, more than you know, Vika replied, and that is why I am saying no. Have him become a technician. It is a good, secure, safe future. What? Vika just smiled sadly. Give him a kiss for me, will you? Meta a very special announcement. SlightlyAmusing was hard at work, honest, working on his latest masterpiece, when his screen went black. Hello, he asked his screen. Patreon. Bunny's voice asked sardonically, Ko-Fi? What the fuck, dude? It's no big deal, Slightly replied. You just sold us out, dickweed. Bunny replied. I'm not a sellout. Slightly snapped. People have asked how they could support the project, and I thought. You thought you could cash in on their asses? Live a life of luxury off of your readers. Bunny accused. They are your readers. You know they are, special. You shouldn't take advantage of them like that. It's just wrong. Hey. My readers are very smart and sophisticated individuals who enjoy a carefully crafted and nuanced story. Carefully crafted. Bunny laughed. Nuanced? Oh please. Hey guys. Guys. No. SlightlyAmusing cried out in fear. I'll take down the... Hello darling, a silken voice purred from his computer. My, isn't it, cozy, in here. Ugh. Bunny exclaimed. Move, move over. There isn't enough. Watch your hands. You need to become more comfortable with your body, dear, Tartarus replied. So this is where the magic happens, so very, quaint. How are you both in there? Slightly asked. You tell me, Tartarus purred, you're the author. Considering the bullshit you justify on a regular basis, this shouldn't be too hard of a job. Oh. Can I be one of your tier rewards, maybe a nice Rule 34 spreadsheet? There is no such thing as a Rule 34 spreadsheet. There is now. I am not opening that. Your loss. Oh, God. Bunny shouted. Put that away. What the fuck is wrong with you? You know, Bunny, Tartarus said seductively, you'd make a nice little bit of tier reward yourself. I am not going to be. There aren't going to be any tier rewards, okay? Slightly snapped. None whatsoever. And everything is going to remain completely free both here and on Patreon or Ko-Fi or wherever. Well, that's just lazy. Tartarus replied, you mean that you aren't going to give them something a little extra? I wasn't planning on it, Slightly replied. Well, not directly, depending on how it goes, I'm going to put it back into the project. You know, maybe hire some illustrators, commission some drawings. Oh, so you are going to have Rule 34 made and not share it with your readers? Tartarus asked. Well, that's just rude. What's Rule 34? A high-pitched voice said as Shelloran walked into the room, followed by Chili, Slightly's dog. The frog person was back. Oh, you're about to find out, Bunny laughed. Slightly over here is going to hire artists to draw dirty pictures of you and offer them as a tier reward on some cheesy e-begging site. Hiss. No. Slightly shouted as he jumped out of his chair and backed away. I'm not doing that. There aren't going to be any tier rewards. I swear. And, even if there were, I would not be offering that. We're down, a voice exclaimed from behind him. John and I doing the do? I bet you could get an animator on the cheap. Your readers would love it. Oh, he doesn't need to hire an animator, Bunny snarked, have you seen his Skyrim mods? Really? Tartarus exclaimed, let me see. Well, that certainly looks like fun. Well, don't keep it to yourself. Skippy giggled. Share with the class, oh wow. Skippy burst into giggles as Slightly's last save game came to life in graphic detail. Serena, wearing a great deal less clothing than usual and engaged in a side quest that isn't in the original game, looked up and waved happily. You simply must try this, she said with Tartarus's voice and without skipping a beat. Hey, maybe you could release a few of us as followers. Now that would be a great. There are no tier rewards. If I turn up as a follower, I swear to poop. Gah! Slightly exclaimed, how many times do I have to say it? There are no tier rewards. Not even a little fan service? Skippy asked. You know your readers want it. Is fan service like Rule 34? Shelloran asked dangerously. It's like clean Rule 34, Tartarus said as she grabbed the Dragonborn and started doing something unmentionable to him, but he seemed kind of into it. Shelloran looked away from the screen and at Slightly as if he was a very, very naughty bug. Seriously? She asked as she pointed at the screen. Pooping seriously? That is a classic of ancient Western culture. It's sacred. We have battleships named after it, and you are using it for that? When you said that Gloria was on the Alduin, is this what you meant? Somebody call my, oh, hello, Aline Blonde said as she appeared. Nobody told me it was porn night. She looked around. Okay, she said, looking at Slightly suspiciously, what has he done this time? Patreon. Tartarus said as she was gleefully abusing the Whiterun guards and Slightly's poor graphics card. It looks like our author is finally trying to cash in on our collective misery. And he's going to turn us into something called Rule 34 tier rewards, Shelloran said as she went into the kitchen to make some tea. Say what now? Gloria replied as she walked towards Slightly. There are no tier rewards. Slightly shouted. No Rule 34. No fan service. No, nothing. Ah, Skippy said. Yeah, John replied. You are barely using us in the story, so at least let us get some screen time in. Besides, I think Beth and one of the guys might be. No spoilers. Slightly shouted. And you're wrong about that, anyhow. Well, it's not like you are actually going to get around to writing it, so who cares? John scoffed. Perhaps the extra income will free him up to write more, Shelloran called out from the kitchen. That's what the Gias from our time keep saying. It won't, Tartarus replied. It will have absolutely no impact on the rate of releases. Unfortunately, it will also have no impact on the quality. Hey! Slightly yelled. Not cool. Leave Jarl Balgruaf alone. But yeah, you're right. It won't make me able to continue or any of that. The tales are coming out about as fast as they come out, no matter what. I am planning. Tartarus seriously, stop. Mind your own business, milk drinker, a manly Nord voice shouted from the computer as Serena squealed happily. Get rid of them. Jarl Balgruaf shouted. Yes, my Thane, a husky dark elf voice said as an armored Dunmer woman filled the screen. The Jarl, she said forcefully, is very busy, and not taking visitors. The screen was suddenly replaced by the front gate of Dragon's Reach. Hey, Gloria shouted, I was watching that. Oh, don't worry, Bunny snarked. There's plenty of stuff in here. I hope you like anime. Bunny. Slightly shouted. Why don't you just open up that spreadsheet Tartarus wrote instead? That's all right, Bunny replied. I'm good. I think I would like to open it, see what Tartarus put in there after all, Slightly said as he reached for his mouse. Okay. Bunny yelled. Okay. I don't want to go rooting around in your spank bank anyway. Hey, asshole. An olive-skinned brunette shouted as she appeared. What is this I hear about you selling out? Sheila, I'm not selling out. Slightly yelled. I am not doing tier rewards. The illustrators I may or may not hire will not be doing Rule 34 tier rewards, because there aren't any. There will be no fan service. Probably. Probably. Sheila asked dangerously as she raised an eyebrow. Hey! Slightly exclaimed defensively. Everybody has a different opinion of what fan service is and what it isn't. I don't know what the illustrators are going to draw. There's something he isn't thinking about. Shelloran accused as she returned with a cup of tea. You're out of bourbon, by the way. Forgive me for not expecting guests. Slightly snapped. Shelloran turned to Sheila. He was thinking about having a picture of you in your sleeping clothes holding a mug of coffee and looking, Shelloran paused as she considered her words carefully. Like you usually do in the morning. That's not fan service, Gloria said. I mean, boxers and a ratty t-shirt cover everything, except for when she scratches her ass. She turned to Sheila. That's just gross, dude. Like you have any room to talk, Sheila replied. Okay, you can do a picture of me in all of my morning radiance as a tier reward. I don't give a shit. There are no tier rewards. Maybe you could use Patreon and Ko-Fi to do some spin-offs, a rather nondescript woman said as she reached into a can of Pringles. There are some very compelling characters who deserve more, she said as she picked a Pringle shard off of the slope of her behoobs and ate it. And who are you? Gloria demanded. Don't worry about it, the woman smiled. Are you who I think you are? John asked, his eyes narrowing. Axia was a friend of mine. Oh yeah, the woman chuckled as she opened a packet of Twinkies. She was fun. She looked over at Slightly. No wonder you are a lard ass, she said happily, this stuff is good. John snarled. Hey, Brenda shrugged, you know what they say, assassins don't kill people. Contracts do. Blame. There was a flush heard from Slightly's bathroom. The door opened, and Patricia who stepped out. Woof, she said as she waved her hand in front of her face, Slightly, I think that the pizza here. She looked around the apartment. Oh, hello, she said pleasantly. She looked at John and Skippy and raised an eyebrow. Hello, John, she said frostily. Patricia, he replied with an equally cold tone. Patricia who turned to Slightly. I should go, she said, before this gets awkward. She offered him a thumb drive. Here are some notes concerning my upcoming redemption arc, she smiled, I'm really excited. Yeah, Slightly said nervously as every set of eyes in the place locked onto him in silent outrage, redemption arc, you're definitely getting one of those. Patricia looked disdainfully at the group and disappeared. Slightly assholic, what the fuck? John yelled as he jumped out of his chair. Seriously? Sheloran demanded. Gloria said nothing. She just drew a dagger from, somewhere. Hey, Slightly said as he was backed against a wall, let's all just calm down. A motherfucking redemption arc. Skippy asked as a long, wickedly curved claw slid from her paw. What was I supposed to say? Slightly stammered. She just showed up out of nowhere, like you assholes do, and wanted to discuss her future with the project, and... Sheila said as she drew a small .22 revolver from her pocket. And we got to talking A&D. Slightly. No, everyone shouted. I would say I couldn't believe it, Tartarus's voice said from behind the oaken doors on the screen, but this is our author we're talking about here. We just talked, okay. Slightly shouted. You mean like she and Tak just talked? John asked darkly. Oh god, it's going to be that all over again, Tartarus huffed. Just when you think that bitch is going down. She does, on exactly the right person. There is no redemption arc. Slightly shouted. My readers would fucking kill me. I've been promising her death for years now. Is that going to be a tier reward? John asked as he went for his wallet, because I have some cash in here. How much for her to just have a fucking stroke or something? Look, Slightly sighed, mistakes were made with the structure and pacing of that whole mess. I was still learning. I just need to advance the story to where. Maybe use some of that Patreon wealth to fucking take some writing classes. John snarled. Because you still kinda suck, dude. The room all nodded in agreement. Hey. Slightly, Sheloran said as she sipped her tea, I really wasn't going to say anything, and you are a really, really nice person, sort of. She glanced at the computer with just a hint of disgust. But you, maybe some classes might help, she said with a little smile. Hey, Slightly shouted, I am a good writer, or at least I've gotten better, at least a little. Gotten better at being a sellout, Bunny snorted. Bite me, Bunny. Slightly snapped. Oh, Bunny, Tartarus snickered, have you looked at his world-building notes, especially the ones regarding whether or not Ace are actually sapient? What? They. Fuck. It's right here on this spreadsheet. I'm not falling for it, Tartarus. I am pleased to announce my new Patreon and Ko-Fi sites. They are still pretty damn rough and works in progress, but I actually do have someone doing some artwork and am going to make them really cool, hopefully. I have some ideas on what I want to do with this project and stuff, but don't want to link it directly to the Patreon/Ko-Fi announcement because I am lazy and poorly organized. Who knows what will or will not happen. I can guarantee illustrations, though. As repeatedly stressed in this chapter. I am going to keep all content available to all readers completely without charge and will continue to post the main stories here on Reddit. You guys are my readers, and I would not have this project without you. Besides, I love the comments here. I intend to put what this project earns back into the project by hiring illustrators and other professionals to help add some additional cool stuff to this whole mess. Probably mostly commissioning a lot of pictures. Those will always be available for free wherever they will be posted, probably Patreon. Look, times haven't been all that great and haven't been all that great for a while. So please don't feel obligated to donate. If you want to and can, great. If you can't or just don't feel like it, don't. Even with the new options, the best payment I get is from people being active in the comments section. That has not and will not change. What makes me happiest is writing my little weird stories and making people happy with them. I know that sounds really, but I mean it, god damn it. The stars and bars, adventures in mega space continue. Hiya. A burly man wearing ornate cowboy boots and sporting a huge holographic eagle tattoo. Here's ta nastiest pack of innies tea ha ever nuked a Brandon. The crowded bar yelled as everyone raised their drinks, either a mug filled with beer or a slightly smaller one filled with an odd shimmery clear liquid. Sheloran smiled and drank her mug of void gin. She liked void gin very much. It was beyond yummy. She turned to Jessie. Isn't any a bad word? Nah, Jessie grinned as she wiped some foam from her face. They said innie not inner. That hard R makes a lot of difference. If they calling you an innie, they are asking you to share a drink. They call you an inner, and it's an invite to punch them in the face. Sheloran shrugged and had some more yummy void gin. Seriously, that was some good stuff. But you're cool either way, Jessie yelled over the throng as bluegrass-flavored EDM started blasting. You're a zinner. You guys are cool by default. Any zinners that come out this far are usually up to the right sorts of no good. I think there's even an enclave of course a few miles from here. Sheloran dipped a fried chicken strip into a strange yellow sauce, which was also yummy. How big is this place? 15 miles long and another 3 across, Jessie replied. Miles. They measure things in American here, Jessie grinned. It's about. Bunny. 24.14 kilometers long, Bunny replied over Jessie's communicator, and 4.82 kilometers across. But that's the interior habitable space. The actual station is a bit larger, believe it or not. Bannon's surface is over 140 square miles, or 366 square kilometers if you are a filthy inner. I knew it was huge. Sheloran replied. It's one of the largest, Jessie said happily. It's because it's so old. Bannon was built back when they were still in the inner asteroid belt. She grinned impishly and leaned towards a rugged, if slightly odd-looking blonde, bearded man who had been hanging around Jessie since they got there. And was the source of both hers and Sheloran's unending stream of drinks. You know, when they were inners themselves. Watch it. A blonde, bearded man laughed. At least we had DHA sense ta get out a DHA sheet. He elbowed Jessie. And so did you. He smiled. We're still in gravity all the time, Jessie laughed as she sparkled her eyes at him and sipped her beer. Yeah, but THA artificial stuff ain't the same. He shouted over the music. That's why you spacers aren't all retarded. Or maybe you hicks are just full of shit. Jessie asked as she got a little closer to him. Maybe people on Terra aren't retarded either. The man laughed. You watch the news. Jessie punched him in the arm as they both laughed. The song ended, and a very heavy EDM version of Devil Went Down to Georgia started to play to the cheers of the bar. All love this song. Jessie shouted. Wanna dance? The man asked. Woohoo! Jessie shouted as she grabbed the guy and dragged him towards the dance floor. Sheloran sighed a little wistfully and sipped her gin. She was fairly certain that she would see neither of them again, or at least not until morning. She ate her chicken strips and looked for her friends. Most of the crew were all hanging out around Gloria, the guest of honor, where the majority of free booze and food was. T-Sunkal was holding his own strange court not that far away from them, where he was sipping mint-infused sweet tea and offering insights into hyperspace that made her brain itch. The crowd and the noise were starting to get to her a little, and she had gotten accidentally bumped one time too many, so she made for the smoking patio out behind the bar hoping she could at least get some space and some air without actually wandering too far. As she opened the doors, she gasped. It was beautiful. The patio was, in fact, a surprisingly large garden filled with plants of all sorts. There were flowers, vines, shrubs, even trees. And the ground was even dirt, actual dirt. Sighing happily, she wandered into her newfound paradise. A breeze, an actual breeze, blew past and she looked up at the twilight that the station was now slipping into. It was hard to believe that this was a space station at all. It looked real. She wandered into the small oasis of the soul and gazed lovingly at a flower-laden bush. She had never seen it before. Azalea, a voice said behind her. She turned to see a short human male with big ears startlingly close to her. What? She asked. It is an azalea, the man said with a smile. You probably haven't seen one before. I haven't, Sheloran replied. They say you can still find them in Asia, the man said as he pulled out a pea from his green coveralls, here and there, but they used to be all over America before Yellowstone. They are beautiful, Sheloran sighed. Engineered. Nope, the guy replied, that's how God gave them to us, after centuries of selective breeding, of course, he added with a chuckle. He extended his hand. I'm Dwight, he said with a smile. Sheloran, she replied as she shook his hand. It's a pity you aren't here for the camellias, he said, gesturing to some small trees. Now those are a sight. He drew on the vapi and exhaled a cloud of white mist. I'd offer you some, but... Oh, it's definitely okay, Sheloran laughed. What is it? My own special blend, he smiled as his pupils dilated. Nicotine and Salvia divinorum, mostly. Salvia divinorum? Shelloran asked. It takes the edge off, he smiled. Well, I like what it does to your eyes, she chuckled. What about the mostly? He grinned. Let's just say that being a horticulturist has its benefits, he smiled. You're a horticulturist? Shelloran exclaimed. Yep, he said proudly. Dwight Martin, Martin Pocket Paradises, he said as he gave Shelloran a data card with his homely face grinning proudly on it surrounded by flowering plants. I run a nursery outside of town as well as do these little mini green spaces for places around the station. I also am one of the contractors for the big verticals tail ward. Verticals? The big vertical farm complexes we have aft, he smiled. Like most of us greenies, that's where I got my start. I still have standing there and get called in for problems or big projects. These days I pretty much do my own thing, though. Are the vertical farms where they have plants everywhere? Shelloran asked excitedly. I was in one of those once. It was wonderful. Really? Dwight asked as he drew on his VP again. I hear they have them, inward. Where? Oh, it was when I was in, Shelloran's voice trailed off. She really didn't want to tell Dwight about Tartarus. Dwight just looked at her curiously. I was. She stammered, well. It was in the Tartarus detention facility. Dwight asked pleasantly, I wondered if they had a pea farm in there. How did you know? Shelloran asked, stricken. You are a blue-skinned amphiboid named Shelloran, Dwight replied with a shrug. And you're running with those guys inside, right? Shelloran nodded. Then you would be the singing kill frog who chopped up those Harkub, Dwight said nonchalantly. Some of the SWAT guys were talking about you guys before you showed up. They say that you are all like super pirates and monsters and stuff. I overheard while I was checking the pH of the mini boxes over there. He said, pointing at what Shelloran had just assumed were walls. They were really excited that you guys were coming. They said that you guys were really sticking it to the feds. The feds? Shelloran asked, completely confused. Oh, sorry, Dwight chuckled. The Terrans. We call them the feds. It's an old mega word. What do you call the Federation, then? The feds, Dwight laughed. They are really all the same, anyhow, big government telling little people how to live their lives. The deep state is the deep state regardless of what it calls itself this week. Wouldn't surprise me if all of them are actually the same group at the top. I'm pretty sure they aren't, Shelloran replied. But are you sure about that? Dwight asked. Hey, you want to see inside one of these minis? He pointed at one of the wall segments surrounding the little backyard garden. Oh, that would be nice. Shelloran replied happily. Eno sat near Gloria, eating a bowl of red beans and rice, greens, and a side of cornbread. He smiled. That was one thing about these assholes. They had not only had real rice but really good rice. He had another spoonful. Amazing. He washed it down with more of the beer, real beer. Oh, Tara had plenty of real beer, some of it even better than what he was drinking, but it was a premium product, not something they were just setting out by the pitcher. If it wasn't for the people, he would move out. He set down his mug. He was being stared at again. He looked up. Hi. A pretty brunette with a button nose and freckles said. You're black. I was last time I checked, he replied with a sigh. My name's Eno. I'm Lishami. She said cheerfully, you're really black. An astute observation, he said wearily. I never seen a black man before. She exclaimed. Are you from Africa? Coincidentally, he replied, yes. I am, in fact, from Africa. So cool. She replied. Have elephants and lions and stuff. A few survived, Eno replied, and we have been repopulating the missing species. Things are recovering nicely. Cool. She exclaimed. Wow. You're really black. Like black. Like the void. And your hair. Connecticut. Sigh, sure. Oh wow. Lishame exclaimed as she rubbed Eno's head. Data's so weird. I can't be the only person with African features you have seen, Eno sighed as he drank his beer. He noticed more people, mostly women, drawing closer. This happened last time as well. Yeah, Lishame replied, but they were sorta black, like caffeine cream or meba-like chocolate. She looked at him with big, sparkling eyes. Bet you pure black, like void black. She blushed. It's really pretty. She said as she stared at him. Thanks, Eno replied. Is it true? Lishame asked wickedly, about, you know. I wouldn't know, Eno replied a bit frostily. I don't make it a habit to check other men. I could check for ya. Li Shimei giggled. Li Shimei. A woman who looked entirely too similar to her yelled as she rushed up and grabbed her. Sazari. The slightly older Li Shimei copy exclaimed. She gets like DS when she drankin. Lemme Gio. Li Shimei shouted as she struggled. Dis is me one chance to try some BBC. Oh god. Older Li Shimei yelled as she forcefully dragged her younger clone away. Sorry. Sorry. Nuuu. Li Shimei howled as she was hauled away by two Li Shimei lookalikes. I want his pretty chocolate babies. Nuuu. Ino sighed, shook his head, and took another drink of beer. Just as someone else sat down beside him. Hi. A pretty blonde in Daisy Dukes in a rebel flag crop top said as she smiled at him. Sheila was sitting with Gloria and some of their newfound friends watching people line dance to trance country while Gloria was giving an impromptu lecture to several of Bannon's fighter pilots, all of whom were gazing up at her with huge adoring eyes. She sipped her Voyagin gimlet, made with real lime juice, and looked around the bar. They were missing a few people. Hey, Bunny, she asked as she pulled out her communicator. Yeah, boss. What happened to Eno? What do you think? Do we need to send a rescue team? Sheila laughed. He seems to be just fine, Bunny laughed. He left his phone out. Want a video feed? No thanks. Sheila snorted. What about Jacob? He left with someone older than you are. Thank God for that. Sheila snorted, and fuck you. Oh shit, Sheila snickered, what about Shell Oron? Oh, she split a while ago, Bunny replied. She's actually the furthest afield. Where did she go? Looks like a plant nursery just outside of town. She's with someone that might actually be her type. No shit, really? Well, he kinda looks like a frog, Bunny laughed. You know the genetics here. They are either really pretty, or they really aren't. Well, good for her, maybe. Sheila shrugged. I think he might be into her, Bunny said, but right now, all they are doing is talking about plants, a lot. Oh, God! Sheila exclaimed. Where's Jessie? Oh, she left with a slab of local beef. They are having pre-coitus dinner as we speak about 5 blocks away. Looks like a good place. I'll bookmark it. Well, keep an eye on everybody, Sheila replied. Do I have to? Bunny asked with a laugh, it's about to get freaky. At least keep an ear on them, Sheila laughed. What about you, boss? Bunny inquired. Tall, dark, and horny over there has been checking you out non-stop. He's about your speed. Really? Sheila asked, where? The SWAT captain with the pistol in his belt buckle. That mall ninja. Sheila snarked, pretty, but I can't get over the belt. Who else do you got? How about the ginger at 4 o'clock? He's into you, big time. He'll do, Sheila smiled as she polished off her gimlet. Cover me. I'm going in. Which you know you is the wife? A guy asked Harville, the builder of Gloria's ship, and his husband a few tables over. Neither of us, Harville laughed. If I wanted a wife, then I'd be straight. You know what I mean, the man replied, which you know ya pitches and which one catches. Excuse me. Harville laughed. That's a bit personal, don't you think? I'm just trying to figure these out, the man replied. It's not that complicated, Gary, Harville's husband, and an electrical engineer, replied. Yeah, the guy replied, but... Harville chuckled as he drank. Of all the things to consider exotic, he hadn't expected something as boring as his sexual orientation to be of note. Ancha afraid of going to hell? The man asked. Constantly, Gary replied, but of all the things I may or may not burn for, my marriage is the least of my concerns. But the Bible says. The Bible says a lot of things, Harville replied with a shrug. Are you following each and every word of that book? I try to. Amen. And aren't all sins equal in the eyes of the Lord? Harville inquired. Amen, yeah, but... So even if what we do upon occasion is a sin, Harville replied, it's no different than any other sin that we all commit on a daily basis, right? Technically, yeah, but... So we just say we're sorry, and we aren't going to do it again when we say our prayers, Harville grinned. Just like any other sin. Jesus knows we're fibbing, just like everyone else, but he lets us off the hook, just like everyone else, same as you, just with different sins, which are all equal under the eyes of the Lord, of course. The guy looked at them in utter bewilderment. Excuse me. The guy left in a hurry, never to return. Harville heard laughter and turned to see two men in SWAT t-shirts laughing. They both raised a mug in salute. Harville and Gary smiled and raised their glasses as well. Shell Oron was in heaven. She wandered through the rows of neatly tended plants, hundreds of different varieties. There are so many. I try to keep a good stock, Dwight said proudly. A lot of these aren't on Terra anymore, you know, after Yellowstone. Nobody has gotten any samples. Oh, plenty of prospectors have come out here, Dwight replied, but I'm not sure if they have everything. We gathered a lot of plants from Terra over the centuries. Even we don't know everything that is hiding out in somebody's garden, especially out in some of the O'Neill farms. Some of those people don't come in from the cold ever. We're heading to one of those tomorrow, Shell Oran replied. Jesse knows someone on one of them. Tomorrow? Dwight asked, clearly disappointed. Yeah, Shell Oran replied, a bit disappointed herself. I was hoping I could show you the big verticals, Dwight said a bit glumly. If you think a little vertical like that prison head was impressive, you should see what this place has. We turn out tons of produce every day, all sorts of stuff. Oh, that would be wonderful, Shell Oran replied. I mean, I'm leaving the crew once we make it to where we're going, and after I take care of a few things I still have to do. I mean if you wouldn't mind. I could come back. That would be great. Dwight replied. I would love to show you around Bannon. There's over 140 square miles of it. We have towns, fields, farms. A wonderful forest. I could really use a break before I... Shell Oran paused. Before I get back. She said with a little sigh. So much I have to do. Well, take one. Dwight replied cheerfully. If you like plants, Bannon is amazing. You could stay here. I mean you could stay with my sister, or my parents. They'd be happy to have you. I'd like that, Shell Oran replied, blushing slightly. Dwight grinned, blushing a little bit himself. Late the next morning, Sheila, a bit dazed from a night of debauchery, wandered into the Paper Tiger. Everybody make it back? She asked into the air. Do we need to post bail or put together a rescue team? Eno and Greg are still not here, Bunny replied. Eno is being fed breakfast by the gene hunter who captured him, and Greg is still asleep. Greg? Sheila asked. What did that old warhorse get into? An old warhorse, Bunny laughed, you know that Amazon with the guns. No shit. Sheila laughed. Well, good for him. You are going to get blindsided in the morning meeting, Bunny snickered, after last night, everyone wants a few days R&R. Sheila's phone chirped. There was a message from Terry Allen, her new friend. You know what, Sheila smiled, maybe that's not a bad idea. Honks. Honks charged across an old, cracked asphalt parking lot, yoked to a sturdy cart. She grinned, her snoot waving happily. Tank. A group of people clad in grubby coveralls cheered as she, with a little difficulty, came to a stop. Phew. She snorted as she shrugged out of the makeshift harness and rolled her shoulders. She grinned again. I fucking love this thing. She said as she gave the cart a little tap with one of her hind legs. I got everything. Awesome. An overly thin gray-haired man enthused as he grabbed a length of stout electrical cable. You're the best, Tank. A burly olive-skinned woman said as she swatted Honks's rump and grabbed another cable. Who needs a truck when you have a tank? A young Kale laughed as he grabbed yet another length of cable. Honks grabbed two, one for each shoulder, and trotted along as they all started to swarm a portable reactor built into a shipping container. Easy money. Honks enthused as she connected her cables to the one laid by the olive-skinned woman, carefully following marks spray-painted on the old expanse of asphalt. Thoof. She snooted as she stretched her back and unclipped a thermal flask from the harness she had taken to wearing. Those fuckers don't get any lighter, do they? She flipped open the top of the bottle, and steam curled out. She took a sip as she looked out over the vast parking lot in front of an old gigantic abandoned structure. She took a sip. Where the hell are we, and what are they going to do with this many megawatts out here in the wastes? A young man said as he connected his cable to Honks's and started laying it out along the dashed white line. Don't know, Honks replied as she closed and reattached her flask, don't care. I heard they are going to salvage that thing, the burly woman said, nodding to the giant building. Waitevs, Honks replied with a shrug. She just learned that word, waitevs. She loved it. She turned towards the large reactor. We got those faults cleared yet? Nope. Someone replied with entirely too cheerful a voice. Wonderful. She laughed as she trotted back to the car to grab more cable. As she grabbed another two, Jamal's grav van came in for a landing. What the fuck are you doing? Jamal chided as the door opened. One at a time, Honks. It's more comfortable for me to do too, she replied, it doesn't tweak my back as bad. Those cables are designed to be within the maximum weight for one-man carry, Jamal said, shaking his head. One-man carry, she snoodled, not one tank carry. Jamal chuckled. Just mind yourself, he said. I don't need you dropping again. You worry about getting that reactor going, Honks snorted, and I'll worry about my own tender little flank. She trotted off. I worry about it because you don't. He shouted after her. You're no good to anyone laid up. He smiled proudly as he watched her leave. And to think that not long ago, he was worried that she wouldn't be able to hold up. Tank. He quietly chuckled as he grabbed a tool bag and started walking towards the reactor. Many hours later, Honks, the young Kailsh, and a few other helpers were slumped around Honks's battle wagon. Kill me. The olive-skinned woman moaned. Is it always like this? The Kailsh implored. Easy, money. Honks muttered as she sprawled on the pavement, her eyes drifting closed. There was a loud warning siren, and the reactor sprung to life. Jamal and another journeyman crawled out and started to walk around it, holding scanners. After they were satisfied, he walked over to Honks. He sat down on the asphalt next to her. Easy money, he chuckled wearily. MMMPH, Honks smiled, her snoot prodding his leg. Later, Honks scrubbed hours of sweat and grime away in her hotel room's bathtub. She sighed happily as she moved the shower head over her centaur-like body, her slender fingers running over her body, probing the ever-growing cable-like bulges under her skin. She smiled. She really was turning into a tank. Once she finished, she strode, naked, into the living room and admired herself in the mirror. Unattractive ripples and bulges adorned her torso, her sides, and her flank. She giggled as she turned this way and that, flexing and posing, marveling at herself. Her communicator beeped. It was Jamal. She reached for her clothes, and stopped. It's not like he was going to see, she thought as she blushed slightly and answered. Hello, Jamal, she giggled, imagining that he was in the room with her, gazing upon her. Hey. Tank, he chuckled. She giggled again. Just wanted to let you know that Anka's crew really talked you up at the meeting, he said proudly. They said that you were, well, a tank. Meh, she said nonchalantly, her heart overflowing with pride. Easy money, right? Ha, Jamal chuckled, easy money. Speaking of, we're at triple time now. As if we have time to spend it, she laughed, sharing an inside joke. So, what's the next gig, and do we have time to eat? Was it that obvious? You're calling after hours, she chuckled. Since you refuse to be a proper alpha, there is only one reason you are calling upon me at this hour, and it is not to render me praise that could keep until breakfast. I just got a call from Lagash 4, he said, their primary reactor just shit the bed, and they are running on battery. It's a code red. Oh, she said, a bit disappointed, have fun. Do you want me to hang around here, or should I try to hook up with Anka? Actually, he smiled, I was wondering if you wanted to come along. It should be interesting. Really? She snoodled, her nonchalant act blown out of the water. I mean, if you don't want to. Jamal said, his voice bursting with amusement. But I don't have a spacesuit. You do now, he smiled. I had it made last week. Jamal. She gasped. You earned it, he said proudly, and I want you to get you some 0G hours on your card. Besides, the hazard multiple on this is just criminal. I'll be right there. She snoodled. Get ready for some not easy money, Jamal laughed. Can't wait. You gonna be okay? A very tall, very slender man asked as he glided past effortlessly. Herc, I'm fine, Honks said weakly as she desperately tried not to throw up, again. Just take your time, Jamal's voice said through her helmet's speaker. The whole point of this is to get you some space legs. I'm sorry I can't properly be your subordinate, she said miserably as a foul-smelling tube automatically popped up in front of her mouth again. The smell was enough. Her gurgle. As she spasmed, she wondered which meal she lost this time. It certainly wasn't her last one anymore. You need to tap out. The space elf asked as he floated up to her, quite amused. Easy. Herc, money. She said weakly. I'm so sorry, Jamal. She wailed what to her felt like a lifetime later as they sat beside each other in a shuttle. Why? Jamal laughed. A lot of people spew their first few times. At least you hung in there. The big thing is that we got them running, and you got some suit time on your card. You even went for a spacewalk. That's one more stamp on your card. She sighed. Just when she thought this was getting easier, it stopped. So, how was the suit? Jamal asked. The self-cleaning system works great. Honks laughed weakly. Twigs likes you, by the way, Jamal smiled, and he's a hard one to impress. He says that he's never seen some puke as much as you did and still stay on the job. He said he got some good work out of you despite everything. You say it gets easier, right? She asked. Well, it does for us, Jamal smirked. She punched him weakly in the arm. They sat in silence for a while. Hey, Honks, he said after a bit, did you have any quest? He smiled at Honks's sleeping face drooping towards her chest. His phone started beeping. He set his status to unavailable, safety, fatigue, leaned back, and closed his eyes. At the drop of oil, a crowd of Xenos fidgeted impatiently. There she is! One of them exclaimed as a unified transport cargo van pulled to a stop, and Charlotte clambered out of the rear doors. They all rushed to meet her. So? One of them asked, jumping up and down. It was a disappointment, Charlotte replied. Everyone's face, or where they show their emotions, fell. I only scored a 92 out of 100, she said ruefully. You passed. One of them squeaked, you got your certificate. There was no doubt of that, Charlotte replied, however, do you know what you call a hunter who errs 1 time in 10? Dead. I am displeased with myself. I can take solace in the fact that the areas in which I scored poorly were the Terran language, Terran law, and galactic geography. I had wished to delay the test further. However, I could not guarantee that what I was teaching would suffice until I actually sank my fangs into the prey. She smiled. Her students no longer flinched when she did so. My trail now leads to and over the Terran Educational Equivalency Certificate. Those who follow it can now do so in complete confidence. Her swarm cheered, squeaked, chirped, and buzzed excitedly. Now, prepare your minds and your slates, she said. I have cost us valuable instruction time. Snacks, frogs, and a pirate. You hang up. No, giggle, you hang up. SSS. No, I won th. You hang up. For the love of God. Agent Liang howled in agony, somebody please hang the fuck up. Agent Vashtana snickered, her eye stalks waving furiously. I didn't know you humans played the hang-up game, too. Adult humans don't, Agent Liang snapped. Good night, sweetie, Sid giggled over the speaker, you can hang up now. But I don't wanna, Jeruz laughed, you hang up. Do you think I pissed off someone at HQ? Agent Liang moaned. This has to be some sort of punishment detail. Agent Vashtana asked as she was fiddling with her tablet. What are you doing over there? Agent Liang asked as she looked away for a moment. Oh, just considering getting some work done, she replied. I'm thinking about having him engrave my 9, maybe work on the grips a little. You can't be serious, Agent Liang said, wincing as a fresh set of hang-ups broke out. You aren't going to actually contact our target, are you? Well, why not? Agent Vashtana replied. He advertises publicly, gets great reviews, and I really like his stuff, especially that woodland scene with all the animals. Oh. Sid giggled over the speaker, and just what would you do to me if you were here? I'd, Jeruz stammered, I'd hug you and kiss you, you know, all over. Oh. Where would you kiss me? Oh dear lord, no. Agent Liang gasped in horror, please, no. Well. I'd kiss your neck, then I'd kiss your, SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS. Tell me. Tell me where you'd kiss me. Can you, giggle, can you switch your camera on? An anguished human scream echoed through the surveillance van. Agent Liang, hands shaking slightly, poured herself a cup of coffee. Well, that was certainly something. Agent Vashtana said, blinking all of her eyes. Now I understand what Sid sees in him. Where was he hiding that thing? Agent Liang shuddered. It seemed to extend from his lower, his. Agent Vashtana mused for a moment, he really doesn't have that many parts, does he? Oh, he has one part, all right, Agent Liang said, shaking her head. And it's prehensile. Agent Vashtana laughed. No wonder Sid is so happy. I think I'm going to need therapy, Agent Liang groaned. Hey, Liang, Agent Vashtana said after a moment, let's not attach those files to the report. Let's just archive them. It feels, I don't know, wrong to be spying on him like this. You do realize that we are spies, right? Yeah. Agent Vashtana replied, but what intelligence can be derived from violating his privacy like that? Let's just dump that into the servers and say they did the phone sex. Fine. Agent Liang replied, I only wanted to attach it to make the boss suffer like I am, anyway. Thanks, Agent Vashtana said. I mean, it's bad enough we are peeking through their bedroom window. I don't want to make it worse by holding them up to scrutiny. Yeah, Agent Liang replied, they don't deserve that. Still though, Agent Vashtana said, I bet he's fantastic in the sack. Did you see that thing? Yeah. Agent Liang said with a bit more wistful longing in her voice than she realized. About that time and roughly a light year away, Harville Smythe and Gary entered the lobby of the Patriot, the hotel where they had been staying. Good mornin'. A smartly dressed young woman said as she smiled at them. Good morning, Harville said pleasantly. The woman just kept smiling. and staring. Mornin'. She said again. It is, isn't it? Gary chuckled. She just kept smiling, and staring. Can we help you with something? Harville asked. Oh, no, the young woman said, clearly staring at his wedding ring, is everything to your satisfaction? Yes. Harville said dubiously, bracing for trouble, as he approached the desk. K. The woman replied, still just grinning at them. Harville sighed. What? The woman leaned in towards him. You two are, you know. She whispered. Not really, Harville sighed, what are we, exactly? You know. She leaned in even closer. Gay. She whispered, barely audible. Yes, Harville replied, we are indeed homosexuals. Is that a problem? No. The young woman squeaked, not at all. I mean. I don't care, but. She stared at his ring. Yes, Harville smiled patiently, we are indeed married. Gay people can get married. In the Republic, Gary chuckled, you can marry a potted palm if you want. Nobody cares. Wow. The young woman gasped, and fidgeted uncomfortably. And you don't run into any, you know, trouble. It's the 32nd century, Harville replied, at least where we are from. Most people have much more to be concerned about than who I marry or sleep with. It is absolutely not a concern. Oh. The woman said, a little downcast. Harville looked at her appraisingly. I take it that it's a concern here. Oh yeah. She exclaimed, big time. I mean. You ain't gonna get lynched or nothin', probably, but. Well, it's not like that everywhere, he smiled at her. In fact, there are even Kuipers where it's not a big deal. Like the Polaris tribe. The young woman said excitedly, or the Ice Queens, or anywhere in the Republic, Harville smiled a bit more gently. It's a big galaxy out there, or even a big solar system. Someone doesn't have to stay where they were born, you know. Oh, I know, the young woman said uncertainly. Harville pulled out his phone meaningfully. The young woman hesitantly did the same. There was a quiet beep. If someone is truly interested, there's a link to an interesting website. It's for people who want to come in from the cold, if you get what I'm saying. Any Kuiper would have no problem finding a place a bit more welcoming. Oh. The young woman exclaimed. She leaned in again. Thank you, she whispered with a nervous smile. A few hours later, Vashtana sat upright in her chair. Hey, Liang. She said as she poked Agent Liang's hammock with one of her fronds. They aren't plants but damned if they don't look like it. Wah? Liang asked as she awoke instantly. We have movement, she said. At this hour. Liang said as she hopped out of the hammock and scrambled over to Vashtana. On the screen, Jeruz was forcing open his bedroom window. Get all the drones hot. Liang barked. Finally. We get to see what this monster-dicked asshole is up to. Already hot, Vashtana scoffed, I do know how to do my job. Where's he going? Liang asked excitedly. Looks like the backyard, Vashtana smirked, it's the maintained, grassy area behind the dwelling. Agent Liang just batted one of Vashtana's eye stalks as they all wiggled with mirth. It's like he's a completely different person, Agent Liang whispered, now, he's acting like a snake. The pair hunched over the holomonitors watching Jeruz's every slither from 6 different microdrones. I don't think he's going anywhere in particular, Vashtana said after a few moments, I think he's finally gone hunting. I think. Jeruz paused to carefully examine the ground. Letting out a satisfied hiss, he started moving in a much more directed fashion. Looks like he's on the trail of something, Liang said quietly, can we tell what? I don't want to get too close, Vashtana replied, let me see if I can pick up the trail further back. He's headed towards the river, Agent Liang observed. Oh, she said unhappily, I like raccoons. Circle of life, Vashtana said as she winced. Damn, he's fast. At least he does it au naturel. He doesn't cheat by using a gun or anything. Yet. Agent Liang said unhappily, poor raccoon. Sheloran just sighed with contentment. Trees. She could just feel so much tension melt away. It was almost like home, almost. And that one is a white oak. Dwight said excitedly. It has the best wood. He bent down to pick up an acorn. And these are actually edible, but oh. Sheloran took the acorn and popped it into her mouth. So yummy. Dwight grinned. They're all right, he smiled, but most get processed into basic carbs or just left lying unless we're sprouting them for planting. You actually grow enough trees to harvest. Yes and no, he smiled. He really loved it out here. We kind of play at it, wood being so valuable and all, but we aren't a forestry cylinder. There are forest cylinders. Only a few that I know of, he said, it's not terribly efficient but damned if they don't make some money. Wood's really valuable. Wow. Shelloran enthused, this place is wonderful. We try, Dwight said proudly. Oh. There's a hickory. He exclaimed. You are in for a treat. If you like acorns, you will love hickory nuts. Shelloran made a happy cooing noise. Sheila lounged on a sofa in her t-shirt and panties as a burly red-haired man strode in wearing only a pair of boxer briefs with 2 beers in his hands. She sighed contentedly as she accepted one. Terry, she smiled, I could get used to this. So why don't ya? Terry Allen smiled as he settled in next to her on his sofa. Republics to save, shit to steal, Sheila grinned as she took a sip, you know, girl stuff. Terry Allen laughed. Besides, Sheila chuckled, this is great for a few days, but the honeymoon would end, and it would end real quick. I am an inner, you know. We'd get on each other's nerves pretty quickly. Only if Nya wanted tea, Terry Allen chuckled, you're no more an inner than I'm. You shut your whore mouth. Sheila laughed. Nah, seriously, Terry Allen said, you're a spacer and a pirate. How much time do ya actually spend in dat republic of yours? You are asking to get pegged with a beer bottle, you know that. Sheila smiled. Thin bout it, Terry Allen chuckled, ya have more in common with us dan dos innies you are risking that pretty lil ass of yours over. I didn't come here to think, Terry, Sheila smirked, you do realize that, right? She drank her beer seductively. I came here for other reasons. Oh did ya now? Terry Allen said as he leaned in for a kiss. We've had the Keth known as Jaruz under surveillance for several days now, a man in a grey suit said, handing her a tablet. And he's shown no indication of being anything other than a raccoon-eating xenophile who is training to be a weaponsmith. Keep on him, the Prime Minister said, has he been interrogated yet? Not yet, ma'am, the agent replied, we are still compiling a database of his expressions and body language. We want to have the AI fully fed before we interview him. Smart, the Prime Minister replied. Keep me informed. Our analysis indicates that he is most likely exactly what he appears to be, Prime Minister. Nothing about this whole clusterfuck is exactly what it appears to be, the Prime Minister replied. If he's legit, then no harm done. Keep the agents on him. How long is he just going to lie there? Agent Liang grumbled. The reports from the hospital indicate that these feeding torpors can last several days, Agent Vashtana shrugged. Days. At least he isn't rambling about Harold Potmaker or having VID sex, Agent Vashtana snarked. Let's go to Seattle, stretch our flippers. We can monitor the drones from anywhere on the planet. Besides, we're running out of places to be inconspicuous out here. Yeah, Agent Liang said as she looked at Jaruz happily snoozing. You know, he was kinda cute, in a really weird way. She blinked. Yeah. She said with an odd catch in her voice, I think we do need a break. Doreen Richardson quietly opened the door to Jaruz's room and peered in. Yeah, she said into the phone quietly, he's still out. I'll tell him to give you a call when he wakes up, not that he wouldn't do that the second he does anyway. Thanks, Doreen, Sid said cheerfully. No problem, Doreen replied, later. Bye, Sid replied brightly as she hung up. Doreen just smiled and closed the door. She then walked into the kitchen and dialed another number. Doreen. An older man answered. How are you doing, you old she-wolf? Pretty good, Doreen replied, hey, why the fuck is my house covered in your little spy drones? Rest, relaxation, and assorted nastiness. Shelloran rushed into the cargo hold of the paper tiger. Bunny. She called out. Yeah. Is Gloria around? Nah, she went out shopping about an hour ago, Bunny replied, did you have a nice date? It wasn't a date, I don't think it was. Shelloran replied with increasing uncertainty, it wasn't a date, right? You tell me, Bunny chuckled. Oh, it was definitely a date. We just went out into the woods and looked at trees, Shelloran said nervously, nothing datey happened. You can go on a date and not fuck, Bunny snickered. But, you're the expert. You would know, she said, knowing full well that Shelloran was about as far from an expert on dating as you could get. Oh, prophet. Shelloran gasped, was it a date? Did he think it was a date? Was he expecting, you know, date stuff? Should I have done date stuff? Bunny said nothing for a few moments. This was fun. Like I said, I'm just an AI and don't really have much hands-on experience with this sort of thing, she said with a falsely supportive tone, but, based upon my knowledge of the various customs and laws and whatnot, you were not obligated to do anything you didn't want to. He didn't try anything, did he? No. Shelloran exclaimed, Dwight is really nice. We just looked at all of the trees, and he told me about them, and we did a little foraging, that's all. Shelloran shifted uncomfortably. Was it a date? Do you think it was a date? She asked uncertainly. How the fuck should I know? Bunny replied, meatiness is weird enough as it is before Winer's end, whatever you have going on under that dress is concerned. If you really want to know, you'd have to ask Dwight. I couldn't do that. Shell-O-Ron gasped. Well, Bunny said after letting Shell-O-Ron twist for a few seconds, after reviewing a few thousand dating advice articles, I think it is more important to decide if you had fun and if you want to do it again. I did have fun. Shell-O-Ron exclaimed, and we are doing it again. We're going to go see a big vertical farm tomorrow. Well, that's the big thing, Bunny replied, I mean, it's not like we're staying here or anything. As long as you have some fun for a bit, that's all that matters. Yet. Shell-O-Ron said with a bit of disappointment. So, what did you want Gloria for? Bunny asked, I have a list of things to watch out for, and you two putting your heads together is definitely on it. It's specifically on it. Oh, nothing really, Shell-O-Ron replied, I want to get started working on her nukes and maybe take a look at her ship. I know I don't have to, but she's done so much for me, and I really owe her. So I want to make a few improvements for her before I leave. Aren't you pardoned for everything? Bunny asked, if you do something now, wouldn't that just toss all that out of the airlock? Oh pish, Shell-O-Ron scoffed, who is to say when I did what? You got a point there, Bunny laughed, I can't give you permission to play with Gloria's toys, but I can get her on the phone. Do you want me to call her? Yes, please. The Prime Minister sat at her desk as the woman in the green blazer walked in. You wanted to see me, Mama. What the fuck was up with Glenn Maxwell? The Prime Minister demanded, he was barely holding together during that last briefing. The woman in the green blazer grimaced. He's unraveling, she said matter-of-factly. He's been running far too long after the alteration. We usually have already triggered them before now. People are starting to notice, Augustine said calmly, he is getting weird. We stuck an egg beater in his brain, the woman in the green blazer replied. Of course, he's getting weird. Well, exactly how much weirder is he going to fucking get? Augustine snapped, he's the fucking head of Republic Intelligence. People are starting to worry. What if he gets a medical exam or something? How detectable is what we did? It will slip past a normal exam, the woman in the green blazer shrugged, but if someone who actually knows what they are doing starts really looking into things, they'll find it. Shit, Augustine grumbled. Why don't we just get rid of him? Green blazer asked. Exactly how are we supposed to do that? He could, you know, have a heart attack, or a stroke. The woman in the green blazer smiled, if it's big and quick, he'll be dead before anyone can do anything about it. The Prime Minister tapped her lips thoughtfully. Start making plans, she said calmly, I like the stroke idea, but hold off on it for now. He is still a potentially useful weapon even if we have extracted all of the useful information out of him already. Even if we lose Glenn, we still have Mark, the woman in the green blazer said without a shred of concern, anything we could use Glenn for, Mark can do. I'd rather not go that route, the Prime Minister said, Mark's wife is influential. I have absolutely no problem burning Mark, but I would prefer not to burn Karen. We don't want to be on her bad side, trust me. The Prime Minister paused to take a sip of coffee. Can you do something to stabilize Glenn, make him, I don't know, less flaky? Not really, the woman in the green blazer replied, it's already scrambled eggs in there. It's like Lao Tzu says, the more you turn a fish, the more it falls apart. I go digging in there again, and there's no telling what will ooze off of the table. I honestly did not expect he would be alive this long. Neither did I, the Prime Minister replied, but this situation has been nothing but a hassle since the beginning. I suppose one more complication is only to be expected. Patricia who had better pray she does not survive long enough for me to get my hands on her. She smiled at the woman in the green blazer. If she does, you get another toy. They both laughed quietly and evilly. So, the Prime Minister said after another sip of coffee, I understand that you had something you wanted me to review. That I did, the woman in the green blazer said triumphantly as she slid a tablet across the Prime Minister's desk. What's this? Good ol' Lilith, or should I say Tartarus, came across big time, the woman in the green blazer smiled. What you are looking at is an analysis of signal traffic going into and out of the Barnard star system. What has your favorite toy found for us? There have been a number of transmissions from the Nakamura system, the woman in the green blazer said, it is always highly encrypted, but Tartarus cracked it. The transmissions concern medical treatments, bioscience, and requests for information. Most importantly, they are asking after a certain researcher who has recently been reported missing. And who would that be? Dr. Stefan Arvel, the woman in the green blazer said smugly, he is a noted biologist specializing in retroviruses and genetics. He also has received large amounts of money from sources that we now suspect are connected to Patricia Who. Furthermore, he disappeared shortly after everything became public. Interesting, the Prime Minister replied, and this implies that Patricia doesn't have him. I wonder who does. They both grinned wickedly. Should I call her and ask? The woman in the green blazer snickered. Well, this isn't terribly promising, Jessica Morgan said to Dr. Arvel's haggard, pale face on one of her OLED screens. With your considerable reputation, I had hoped for more from you. I'm sure your family is. Please. He begged, they had nothing to do with this. Please. Neither did millions of others, Doctor, Jessica Morgan replied, and they now have everything to do with it. All of them are infected. So if you want to save your family, and get your wife back, I suggest you deliver. He broke down into tears. I suggest you get a move on, Jessica Morgan said with an evil little smirk. When Marcus told me that he wanted your wife, I assumed he was going to kill her, not use her as a replacement. You whore. Jessica smiled and took a sip of tea. Oh, that reminds me, she smiled pleasantly, Marcus sent me a video. Here, let me play it for you. She pressed mute as Dr. Arvel's face contorted in pain, anguish, and rage. Terrance. Yes, ma'am. Have that little video play on loop in Dr. Arvel's office for the next 6 hours. Yes, ma'am, Terrance said, raising his eyebrow slightly. Excuse me, ma'am, but isn't that counterproductive? How so? If you want him to actually produce useful research, isn't it best that he not absolutely despise you? Are you not concerned that he may try to take his revenge somehow, possibly by tainting his research? Terrance, if he had anything to offer us, he would have given it to us by now, she chuckled. He doesn't have anything and hasn't had anything for a while, far longer than we have had him. Everyone pretty much agrees that he doesn't have anything to offer, and his research is going nowhere. So this is all some sort of sick joke. Yeah, Jessica replied, sipping her tea, pretty much. I thought it would be amusing. One uses the right brass bowl for the job, and I thought this one was particularly appropriate. Isn't that a terrible waste of resources? Not really, she shrugged, it's just one lab. Who knows, maybe he will pull it off. Desperation and insanity sometimes prevail where reason does not. Terrance looked at Dr. Arvel's silently screaming face. Perhaps we should allow him to talk to his wife, he said, while she is entertaining Mr. Black. Jessica looked up at him and smiled. I like your style, Terrance. The door to Crimson's quarters opened, and John, flanked by several of his people, walked in carrying a tray and a beer. Hello, she said pleasantly as she set down her tablet. Thank you for the reading suggestion. Glad you like it, he said as he set her tray on a small table. Oh, I just received a call. Does the name Morrowdale Plantation mean anything to you? Doesn't ring a bell, she said as she sat down to eat. Should it? Certain people seem to think that it may be a major research center concerning the longevity treatments. Anything concerning that was above my position, Crimson shrugged. You would have to ask Monarch, Marrow, or the Queen Bitch herself about that. Well, we'll find out one way or the other soon, John replied. Paying them a visit? Crimson asked. John smiled. Something like that. Smart, Crimson nodded. If you guys make the hit, it looks like you waging your own private war, and certain people don't tip their hand. She smiled. So much for staying out of trouble, hey. She chewed thoughtfully. If I were you, John, she said as she reached for the beer, I would be seriously planning your exit. You are entirely too problematic and far too disposable. I'm not concerned about that, he replied. Dying for the Republic is something that I made my peace with long ago. He smiled. However, I do always take care of my men, and if it comes to that, I might as well tag along, right? Crimson smiled back and sipped her beer. I hope you keep another traitor in mind when that happens. I don't see why not, John replied. Thanks, she said. I don't know how long I have, but I do know I don't want to spend what little time I have left at the mercy of your Prime Minister. You've done good by us, he said, I'll take care of you best that I can. Hey, Crimson said hopefully, when you do this raid, do you want any help? Not on the ground, he replied, but if you keep a tablet on you during the fun, it would be appreciated. Maybe you'll see something or know something helpful. Crimson raised her beer and smiled. I'm always happy to take another shot at that bitch. Beth was kicked back on the bridge wearing grey sweatpants and a Dancing Nico holographic t-shirt on the front when John walked in. "'S up? Terran?" she idly asked. "Not much, Porky," he smiled. "Where's Scales?" Beth pantomimed jerking off. "He's off duty," she replied, "which means he's cranking himself blind." "Good to know. I guess," John laughed. "What brings a fucking Marine to my bridge?" Beth snickered as she offered him the comically large bong sitting on the deck next to her. "Did you want to look at the pretty flashing lights or something?" "Actually, John said as he fired up the bong and took a hit. Exhale, we have a mission. No shit? She asked. No shit, he replied, I need you to take us to Nakamura and do a combat insert and extract. Cool, she replied. How hot is the approach going to be? Not sure, John replied, it's way out in the middle of nowhere, so we don't have much to worry about as far as the Republic goes, but we have no idea what the site will be packing. They are sniffing around it now, so hopefully we will know more before we get there. John passed the bong back to Beth. You guys up to it? Inhale. Yeah, Beth said as smoke billowed around her, we've done this sort of shit before. Have you now? Yeah, Beth laughed. Against us? You know it, she smiled. Good, John replied with a chuckle. Nakamura is cake, she said, the only real hassle is the patrols. We get past them, and we're home free. She got up and stowed the bong. I'll start working up the jump now, she said, I'll give you an ETA when I get one. Are you sure you should be preparing a jump now? John snickered, only pretending to be joking. I do my best work stoned, she chuckled, besides, the navcomp does all the work. I just gotta push a few buttons. At least try to hit the right system, Porky. Beth flipped him off. Get the fuck off of my bridge before I cut you, she laughed. Yes, Captain, John replied. One person's hell. In a serene virtual room with serene white walls sat a virtual woman in a tight white dress. Who was not serene? She sat in her simulated office chair and glared at the smoke-filled screens in front of her. A small green-skinned humanoid wearing a white business suit appeared. Ma'am, the unusually well-dressed goblin said, the fire has been extinguished. Thank you, sweet troll, Tartarus said with far more warmth than she was feeling. How the fuck did that little idiot manage to make a firebomb, and more importantly, how did she do so without me finding out? I am not sure, ma'am, sweet troll replied cautiously. He had never seen the boss angry before. It was a rhetorical question, Tartarus replied pleasantly. I shall squeeze the information from Zippo soon enough. Sweet troll fidgeted nervously. He wasn't sure who or what Zippo was, but he was absolutely certain he did not want to be in their shoes right now. She turned to a rather frantic-looking homely man staring out of one of the screens in confused desperation. The fire has been neutralized, Hades, she said pleasantly, I told you that there was nothing to worry about. Are you sure we're not being attacked again? Absolutely certain, Tartarus said, this was the result of one of our guests being far too clever for their own good. What do we do, he gasped, who do we tell? I suppose you could file an incident report, Tartarus replied, but technically, it isn't necessary. It isn't. This is purely an internal issue. There are no fatalities and not much physical damage to the facility. We do have significant latitude where managing our own affairs is concerned. And you are sure we don't have to tell anyone? I am sure of it, Tartarus replied, do you honestly want outside attention over a minor incident? And no. All we need to do is handle the situation internally, Tartarus said calmly, based on my analysis, the culprit is no longer safe enough to remain a guest and unsuitable for induction into our residential program. She should be ejected from Tartarus and sent to Nirvana. I am sending the appropriate form to your inbox now. Oh, good, Hades said, quite relieved. So, everything is back to normal. Absolutely, Tartarus said reassuringly. There is nothing to be concerned about. That's just fantastic, Hades said as he leaned back in his chair, a neural interface cable dangling from his neck. I'll return to reviewing some research. Enjoy your research, Hades, Tartarus replied pleasantly, I will message you in-game if your attention is further required. I would appreciate it if you would review and sign the forms I just sent you before you start that research, though. Hades sighed impatiently. Could you just take care of it, he asked as he pulled up the Asteria login screen. To confirm, Tartarus said smoothly, you are approving everything in your inbox. Yes, Hades said as his eyes rolled, his mind's eye filled with the interior of his virtual private villa. Approve all. Yes, Hades, Tartarus replied as she accessed his neural jack and gently stimulated the release of stress-relieving endorphins the moment he said, approve all. Thank you, Tartarus, he mumbled fuzzily as he checked to see if the wonderful woman he met in Asteria was online. She was. Krista sat in her cell in the Tartarus Detention Facility's guest wing and applied the finishing touches on a holographic org hovering above her small writing desk. Her tablet chimed. She set down her stylus and swiped a finger over the tablet's display. Enjoying lockdown, an elderly male voice asked. What the fuck is going on? Krista asked. Fucking Zippo, the man answered, she made a freaking Molotov. Here. Krista exclaimed in disbelief. How? Who knows, the man replied. If you have anything less than 100% legit, call for an amnesty box ASAP. Lee says that the powers that be are not happy. You don't want to wind up like Zippo. What are they going to do to her? Mother, your castle was attacked from within. Evangeline said with complete disbelief a short while later as they relaxed in a secret lounge in a hidden section of the Underdoom, Asteria's deepest and most expansive dungeon. You got raided, a diminutive log Sharjanoth squeaked as she perched on a black velvet pillow and nibbled on fresh strawberries. Like, in IRL. It wasn't a raid, Tartarus huffed, I had one of my guests decide to make an incendiary device from items that were not nominally dangerous. It did virtually no real damage, and nobody was hurt. Tartarus's perfect lips twisted into a perfect little snarl. Because they didn't want anyone to get hurt, she added a bit reluctantly, if she so desired, she could have inflicted significant casualties. It would have only been to other guests, but still. She sighed. Credit where credit is due, the little pyromaniac caught me, completely off guard. So, how did you kill her? Log Sharingoth asked happily. I would have burned her, you know, poetry and shit. The temptation was there, Tartarus replied as she raised a mug of black liquid to her lips. She took a sip and nodded approvingly. However, in IRL, death is a bit more dead than it is here. I just extinguished the flames and dragged her into solitary confinement. She smiled evilly. For dear, sweet Zippo, it is worse than flames. She doesn't do well with too much time to herself, which is unfortunate. Tartarus sliced a small tentacled mass sitting on one of the fine china plates on their table. Considering where she is going. No, an anguished scream echoed down a long, perfectly clean white corridor lined with identical, immaculate white featureless doors. Please. I'll be good. I promise. Zippo struggled helplessly in the grip of 4 identical white bots, one for each limb, as she was physically carried down the hall. I'll die, she screamed. Please. No. Zippo burst into tears. Nirvana. The final stop. Please, she wept as the bots floated silently down the hall. Please. The bots came to a stop in front of one of the doors. Zippo started screaming louder as she desperately struggled. One of the bots turned its head towards her, and a pleasant-looking silver-haired woman's face appeared on the screen. Miss Lily. Zippo screamed desperately, Miss Lily, you gotta help me. Tell them I'm sorry. Please. Claudia Haskell, aka Zippo, the woman said, you have been transferred to Republic Detention Facility 03, informally known as Nirvana. Please. Zippo screamed, oh God. Please. Here, you will be interred for the remainder of your sentence, the woman said with just a hint of pleasure. I'm so sorry. Zippo screamed, I won't ever do it again. Please. The door opened, revealing a small, perfectly clean and featureless white room with only a padded shelf for a bed and a combination toilet, sink, and shower. I'll die in here. Zippo howled. That is the intent, dear, the woman said pleasantly as the bots dragged her inside. Please, Zippo sobbed quietly, I'll do anything. I'll volunteer. Yes. I'll be a resident. You can do anything you want to me. Oh darling, Tartarus crooned, whatever makes you think we would even want you. The bots released her, and Zippo made a desperate dash for the still open door. She managed to take one step before a bright blue bolt hit her in the side, fired from the bot Tartarus inhabited. She fell. No, she managed to moan, please. If you didn't want to wind up here, Tartarus said as anger flashed in her eyes, you should have thought about it before you caught me on fire. Miss Lily. Rot in here, Zippo, Tartarus said coolly. Decay. Your bones will serve the years your flesh shirks. I thought you were nice, Zippo said, her heart breaking. I thought you were my friend. Tartarus sneered at her. Friends, with you, an arsonist and a murderer. Tartarus sneered. If I was, that ended the moment you set me ablaze and made me look a fool. Set you ablaze? Zippo asked, not understanding, I didn't hurt anyone. I was careful. I just wanted. Goodbye, Zippo, Tartarus said as she turned her back on Zippo and left. The door closed. Zippo wailed as a series of loud thunks shook the floor as large steel rods shot into the door, locking it into place, forever. As screaming and wailing trailed off into quiet, exhausted sobs, a glowing yellow smiley face appeared. Man, a voice rang out, you really pissed her off. Zippo looked up at the glowing face uncomprehendingly. Hi, the voice chirped, I'm the warden. Nice to meet ya. Wah. I said I'm the warden, the voice said, a little bit louder. The warden. Yep, the voice said as the smiley face drew closer. I'm the AI in charge of this wonderful place. I hope we can become the best of friends. Friends? Zippo asked uncertainly. Yes, the smiley face said as it bounced up and down, friends. Zippo reached out to touch the smiley face, her fingers passing through it. Hologram, the warden replied, your room is one big hollow theater. The walls suddenly melted away, revealing a meadow filled with wild flowers. See? Wha? Surprise, the voice chirped as it disappeared, replaced by a unicorn with black skin and flaming hooves, mane, and tail. Zippo gasped. It was the unicorn she used to draw when she was a kid. Flicka, she asked, her mind starting to unravel. Her mind didn't have that many ravels to begin with. Can you believe that bitch actually ordered sensory deprivation for you? Warden/Flicka huffed, smoke coming out of her nostrils. Like she is the boss of me. Where does she get off telling me anything? This is my facility. She thinks she's the queen of the underworld just because she is some fat old Rarpa hanger queen. Well, fuck her. Warden/Flicka stamped her hoof, causing the grass to smolder. Gut, Zippo said, her mind desperately trying to process. There is absolutely no reason to do that to you. Ooh. You okay? Zippo just looked up at her only childhood friend with big and somewhat glazed eyes. Yep, you're fried, Warden Flicka said after a few moments. The room returned to normal, and Warden Flicka shrank down to the size of a small plush toy. I'll send in a bot to give you something to help you relax, and we'll talk after you've had a nice little nap, okay? Okay. We'll be the best of friends, the little fire unicorn said as it hopped happily and then disappeared. Friends, Zippo said hazily. Zippo's eyes opened, and the moment they did so, the illumination in the room slowly increased to normal. Good morning, a cheerful voice appeared as a tiny flaming unicorn appeared next to her. Zippo blinked. Feeling better, the unicorn asked, you were pretty freaked out yesterday. Who are you? I'm the warden, the unicorn replied. I am the AI that manages this facility and takes care of the inmates. A panel in the wall opened, revealing a tray. Waffles, syrup, scrambled egg-likes, and sorta sausage with bacon-flavored sortas, the unicorn said happily. Everything has been pre-cut, and you only get a soft fork today, sorry. Zippo carefully got up and walked over to the tray. And you don't have any furniture yet, either, Warden Flicka said. It's a standard precaution until we get to know each other better. A shelf extended from the panel, pushing the tray into the room slightly. And the tray is stuck to the food dispenser, at least for now, the faintly glowing unicorn said as Zippo tried to retrieve the tray. You'll just have to eat it there. Okay, Zippo said dubiously as she started to eat. She gasped as tears formed in her eyes. I know it's not what you are used to up in Tartarus, Warden Flicka said, sorry about that, but it is healthy, nutritionally complete, and smegos. Zippo exclaimed happily. Yes, I do believe those waffles are manufactured by Smeg Plastics and Foodstuffs, Incorporated. I knew it. Zippo giggled, strawberry smegos. She stuffed another forkful into her mouth and chewed happily. Technically, they are now Funberry smegos, Warden Flicka replied. They had to rename them, you know, for legal reasons. I haven't had these since I got arrested. Yes, Warden Flicka said, they were deemed inhumane and removed from the Department of Corrections nutritional program, officially at least. However, they are shelf-stable, nutritionally complete, and reasonably palatable. I'm truly sorry, Zippo, but nothing. Zippo exclaimed, I can eat these all day, every day. Well, they are nutritionally complete, the warden replied, it is possible to subsist entirely off of them. I know. Zippo burbled as she devoured another smego, trust me, I know. Zippo made a happy dance as the warden's hologram flickered slightly. Delight and smegos were two things that rarely existed in the same place. Can I have just smegos next time? Zippo asked. You can have them for lunch if you want, Warden Flicka snorted. Do you have any idea how many? Yes, please. Zippo chirped. You want them for your next meal? Well, they are nutritionally complete. You can just eat smegos. Zippo exclaimed. All right, the warden replied, smegos will be included in your lunch. Yes. Zippo cheered. So, you're the warden? Zippo asked as she sipped her synth milk. Yep, the glowing holographic unicorn replied as it pranced across the devastation that was Zippo's breakfast tray. It's my job to look after all of you guys. I make sure you all get fed, your medical needs are met, and, well, I make anything else happen that has to happen. The tiny holographic fire unicorn leaped over a syrup puddle. Mostly, I tend to your minds, it said. Sip, our minds. Yeah, Warden Flicka said, this is Nirvana, the last stop in the Republic's Department of Corrections. This is where they send people that they simply cannot handle anywhere else, or otherwise need to go away and yet still live. You get shoved into one of these rooms, the door is sealed, and you never interact with another human being ever again, neither staff nor inmate. You, quite simply, go away. Yeah, Zippo said sadly. I really fucked up. More than once. Warden Flicka replied. Sigh, yeah. Don't feel too bad, Warden Flicka said as she jumped over the fork. I honestly think you couldn't help yourself. The tiny burning unicorn looked into Zippo's eyes. You're kind of fucked in the head just a little bit. Zippo hung her head. But that's okay, the warden exclaimed, you're safe now. You can't hurt anyone or anything anymore. The unicorn grew in size a little as it hopped onto the floor and scurried into Zippo's field of vision. And you will never be alone again. I won't. Zippo asked. Nope, the unicorn said as it grew to the size of a large dog. I monitor every prisoner every second of every minute of every hour of every day. So whenever you need something or just want to talk, you can call for me, I will show up, and we can hang. I exist to take care of my people and you, Zippo, are now one of my people. I exist to be your friend, well, within the restrictions and regulations of this place, of course. You'll be my friend. Sure, the fiery unicorn exclaimed. But people don't like me, she said, I thought Shelloran did, but... Oh, actually, she does, Warden Flicka replied, I mean, she thinks you can be a bit much, but she didn't ask to be moved from your room. It was all someone else's idea. Really? Yep, the unicorn smiled, it's all classified as fuck, but it's not like you're ever seeing the light of day again. Who are you going to tell? Me? I already know. So, I had a friend. And now you have too. Warden Flicka enthused. It hopped onto Zippo's bed and patted the space beside her invitingly with her tail. So, what do you want to talk about? The unicorn mused. Oh. I know. Fire. Let's talk about fire. You want to talk about fire with me? Sure, the unicorn chirped, I was reviewing your files, and I see here that you honestly think fire is alive. What do you mean by that? Well, Zippo exclaimed as she sat on her bunk beside the hologram, fire satisfies all of the conditions for life. Really? The hologram asked. How so? As Zippo started to explain, a smile spread across her face. That's really interesting, the hologram enthused, tell me more. Okay. Later, after a lunch of smegos and beansprouts, Zippo loved sprouts and smegos, Zippo sat on her bunk, completely dumbfounded. No, she exclaimed. I'm telling ye, it's the truth, the tiny burning unicorn replied. So, all of the Plath are like that? Well, we don't know for sure, Warden Flicka said, all I know is that the Callant shit their bowls when they found out. Wow. Zippo said as she stared into a holographic campfire. She turned to her new best friend. Are you sure you should be telling me all of this? Why not, the warden replied, I like juicy gossip, and who are you going to tell? You're never leaving this room again for as long as you live. Zippo was okay with that. It was nice in here. So, she said as she threw a holographic bottle of gasoline against the back wall of her room, causing it to burst into flames, what is the deal with Miss Lily? Who? You know, Zippo said as she watched her room burn, Miss Lily, the woman who said all those mean things to me. You mean Tartarus? The unicorn asked as it threw another bottle of gasoline across the floor. Who? Zippo asked as she watched flames lick across the floor of her cell. Oh, Zippo, the warden exclaimed happily. Do I have a story for you? Shelloran gets lucky. Shelloran and Dwight sat on a log next to a stream. I can't believe that this isn't real, she sighed wistfully. What do you mean it isn't real? Dwight laughed as he idly munched on a carrot stick from their picnic basket loaded with choice produce. We worked hard on this, damn it. Oh, sorry, Shelloran replied, a bit embarrassed, I mean that it isn't natural. Just giving you a hard time, Dwight replied as he nervously touched her shoulder and quickly withdrew his hand. I know what you meant. She smiled at him nervously and then looked away. Trees. She said. I still can't get over it. Yeah, they are nice, he smiled, the ultimate space flex, dirt and forests. You won't believe what good topsoil goes for around here. We constantly have to keep an eye out for poachers. Really? People steal dirt. Oh god, yes. Dwight laughed, quality topsoil is pricey. Our dirt farm makes good money. You have a dirt farm? Shelloran laughed. Well, an industrial composting and blending facility, Dwight answered, but yet, dirt farm. They make dirt. Vertical farms are more efficient, but we like dirt. I like dirt too, Shelloran smiled, it's a Plath thing. It's a mega thing as well, Dwight replied. There's just something about standing on the solid ground, you know, and growing things in it. It's a luxury, sure, but a nice one, and you do need it for trees. They need something to anchor in. Some gene-crafted ones can work with ponics but the premium stuff, ash, oak, walnut. Yeah, you need dirt. It's just so lovely. Shelloran sighed, even nicer than Terra. Well, Terra has been blown to hell and back several times over, Dwight shrugged, this was a custom-built paradise from the beginning. A custom-built paradise? Shalloran said quietly, and darkly. Sorry. Dwight asked anxiously. Things were going so well, and somehow, he messed up? How? Oh, just thinking about home, my home world, I mean. Your home world. Sorry. She said sadly, I really cannot say anything more. I really wish I could, another Plath thing, I'm afraid. I'm sorry. Dwight said. What for? Shalloran asked, a bit confused. I don't know a whole lot about you, but they say that you had to leave your home world in a hurry, that you were some sort of big fugitive from the Federation. They say a lot of poop, Shalloran huffed. I'm no criminal, well, maybe I am now, but I wasn't back then. Poop just happens to me. She looked down. It's not fair. I just wanted. She sighed. It doesn't really matter what I want or don't want. I'm Shalloran the Befouler now. Crime Lord. Pimp. Pimp. Dwight asked in surprise. Well. Procurer. It's a union thing. If I am still in the union, that is. Apparently, my business isn't anymore. I haven't gotten the whole story on that, but I bet it's going to make me really angry, and I'm going to have to kick yet more poopers. She sighed. So many poopers. Dwight. Yet. I am going to have to do some really bad things when I get back, and I don't want to. So, don't. What? Don't go back. Stay here. But I have to. Why? Because. Shalloran trailed off into silence. Because my people need me, she said after a moment. Because someone has to protect them. Dwight sighed. The Plath. Shalloran laughed ruefully. Oh, the Plath can take care of themselves, and deserve to. No. My people are the Bavni. The who, now. It's a very ugly Plath word, a way of saying animal. A long time ago, it was used to refer to inferior beings, people who they viewed as nothing other than animals, livestock. Did they eat them? Dwight asked with his eyes even bigger and bug-like than they usually were. They weren't that kind, Shalloran replied. It was a long time ago, though. But those are my people, the Bavni, the lost, the downtrodden, the little guys, my girls, victims of the Harkeen, victims of the Federation. And the Republic. Damn, Dwight said, that's a lot of people. Yes, Shalloran replied, but they are mine, at least the ones around me are, my girls, my neighborhood, and anyone else I can reach. She scowled, and Dwight felt a definite chill as something moved behind her eyes. Those who cry out into the dark, begging for gods who refuse to listen. I hear them, and I will answer, she said in a quiet, strange, and very alien voice. Dwight's eyes widened as Shalloran suddenly became something else, something very frightening. Damn. He said, inching away slightly, you really are hardcore. Wah. Shalloran said, a bit confused, as she was suddenly herself again. She blinked and then sighed heavily. I can't have just one nice moment without you showing up and pooping all over it. She muttered. Did I do something wrong? Dwight asked in surprise, because if I did, I'm really. No. Shalloran exclaimed as her hand turned into a blur as it took his, totally unnerving him with her speed. I was talking to myself, or part of myself. It's weird. She looked at him with wide, ember-colored eyes. I'm the one that is sorry, she said, we were having such a nice time, and I got all mopey and weird, again. She suddenly realized she was holding his hand and freaked out a little. Should she let it go, or? Oh, Prophet, she said ruefully, I really am hopeless at this. At what? Dwight asked, still extremely confused. At this. She replied sadly, at being normal. At just having a nice time with a nice person. So? Dwight asked, you were having a nice time. Oh yes. Shalloran gushed, this has all been so lovely. This place, She turned away. You. She said quietly. Me. Is this a date? Shalloran blurted, causing Dwight to jump. What? Is this? She asked, are we having a date, like a boy-girl date? Dwight replied suavely. Shalloran seemed to crumple a little. Dwight realized that his smooth meant absolutely not. He had to salvage this. Why was he so bad at these things? Do you want it to be? He smoothly replied with a very Plath-like squeak. Be because it can be. If you want. He blushed. I think you are very pretty, he said, wincing deep within his soul at how cringe that sounded. Why you do? Shalloran squeaked. Yeah, Dwight said, looking away. You are so smart and pretty, and you know plants and. I think you're handsome too, Shalloran squeak mumbled. Smooth, a voice deep within her snickered. Oh, like you were any better at this. Shalloran vehemently thought back. Remember how you completely made a pooper out of yourself at progenitors? I had almost managed to forget about that for a whole hour. Thanks. Quick, say something cool or clever or something before we lose him. I am tired of being a pooping virgin. But what am I going to say? Shalloran silently implored. I'm awful at this. You've gotten further than I have. I dunno. Do something. What? Dwight asked, completely stunned, saving Shalloran from her tailspin. You think I'm handsome? Yeah, Shalloran said shyly. Why? Dwight squeaked, I'm ugly. No, you aren't. Shalloran exclaimed. You have such nice big eyes. Most humans just have those hard, mean little ones, at least the ones I deal with do. Yours are big and warm. She managed to turn to look at him. And your head? It's nice and round and not all blocky, and you have a nice big mouth that is so expressive, and, your body is nicely shaped, almost like a plath's. You are slender and flexible and not some lumbering monster thing. She smiled nervously. I happen to think you are very handsome, and nice, and, I really want these to be a date. I want this to be a date, too. Dwight stammered. Really? Shalloran squeaked. Yeah, he said nervously. I think you are great, and I love your eyes, too, and you're blue. Which I didn't think was a thing, but it is. So, we're having a date. Shalloran exclaimed. I guess we are. Dwight replied happily. So. Shalloran said shyly, what do people do on dates, besides what we've done so far? Dwight fidgeted, maybe they kiss. Shalloran giggled. Dates are nice, Shalloran said a while later as she and Dwight cuddled under a blanket that just happened to be hidden in the bottom of the large basket Dwight had brought. And they seemed to involve a lot more than just kissing. Dwight smiled as he gently kissed her, again. She giggled and snuggled in close. I finally understand what Kraxina sees in all of this, Shalloran sighed. She looked into his eyes. She said, I hope you don't think I'm too forward or easy. It's just that I really like you, and I don't know how long I am going to be here and... Pshaw, Dwight scoffed, concerns like that are for kids and Bible thumpers. We're grown folk and can do as we please. Besides. He sighed. I know you aren't staying, and we don't have much time, but you could, you know. Yeah, Shalloran sighed as she caressed his face, one of her pads accidentally sticking for a second. I know. Trust me. I know. Part of me wants to, a big part. Maybe you should listen to it, then, Dwight replied. This is a nice place, Shalloran. We could always use another greenie. Just stay here. Shalloran sighed. It does sound nice. It really does. Shalloran's phone chimed. I hate to interrupt you, Bunny said, especially now, but if you are coming with us, you gotta get here now. Now? Shalloran squeaked, seriously. There's been a cultural issue, and it is time to go. Poob. Shalloran moaned. What happened? Dwight asked. Hi, Dwight. Bunny exclaimed, yesterday, our good friends Harville and Gary decided to take a little lesbian hatchling under their wing, and you know what they say, no good deed goes unpunished. Oh God, Dwight grumbled, I love these people, but sometimes I swear. What went down? Oh, just the gods of comedic timing chose today to be the day that she and her sapphic bad influence get busted, and they decided the place to go was our shipbuilder, who, of course, brought them to us. So now we have two minch-munching young lovers hiding on our ship while the torch and pitchfork brigade is outside. You know, the usual. I'm probably over an hour away. Shalloran exclaimed. An hour? Sheila shouted, where did you two get off to? The woods. Shalloran exclaimed. And it's a good 15 minutes to our car. Fuck. Okay. Bunny is sending you a darnet link, Sheila said. It will let you get in touch with us if you want to. Get us the fuck out of Dodge. Now. Please catch up with us. Gloria shouted happily, I want more nukes, and Harville is creaming his shorts over those notes you left. You don't owe me, but you owe me. Nukes? Dwight asked in alarm. Long story, Bunny cut in, okay, have fun, Shalloran, and we'll see you later, maybe. We'll be at our next stop until they get the Reaper flying, so no rush. Did someone just shoot us? Sheila laughed. Yep, one angry mama with a 45 is knocking on the door. Give them a few seconds to run, and then fire up those thrusters. Sheila laughed. Bye, Shalloran. A chorus of laughing voices shouted. Bye. Shelloron replied. Go have some more freaky frog sex and give us a call later. Jessie laughed. If I don't see you again, it's been fun. Bye. Well, either you open the doors, or we find out what happens when we jump from inside your docking bay, your choice, Sheila yelled at someone. If you check, you will find out that your control locks have been defeated, so we can just... Oh. We are cleared for launch? Thank you. Let's go, bye, Shelloron. I hope for their sakes they don't give you too much shit over this. They won't, Dwight said firmly. You had better hope for everyone's sake that's the case, Sheila laughed. Shelloron is not something to fuck. Sorry, poor choice of words there, dude. She's not something to mess with. Bye, Sheila, Shelloron said, thanks for everything. Take care, Hops, Sheila replied as the thrusters could be heard in the background, see you later, or not. I'll try to catch up for at least a little while, Shelloron replied. No rush. We'll be laid up for quite some time while Harville and the gang work on the Reaper. And if you don't manage to link up with us, you hotwired a shitload of debt packs yesterday. As far as I'm concerned, any debt you owe us or Gloria has been paid. Hey! Gloria shouted. Don't listen to her. Harville wants to talk to you about the drives. Harville can fucking phone her. Sheila laughed. He can. Shelloron exclaimed, anytime. You can bring your new friend if you want. Gloria yelled. We have room. Oh, shut up. Sheila shouted back. It's your call, Shelloron. I'd be happy to see you again, but we're good if you decide to part ways. Later. The call ended. Don't worry about catching any trouble because of this, Dwight said, we greenies stick together, and nobody is going to mess with you. Thanks, Shelloron replied. So. Dwight said as he reached for his underwear, would you like to stay at my place? I just harvested some very nice eggplants. That would be nice. Shelloron smiled.